transformed into Carp's nephew, just woke up and got hit by the iron fist of love. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds in the jungle are chirping happily. Sunlight filters through the leaves and shines on the boy's face. Ouch, my waist. Jiang Feng woke up, a 22-year-old recent graduate. After saving a little girl, he inexplicably crossed over. He stood up and was about to rub his head. My head hurts so much. The pain made him roll on the ground and a flood of memories rushed into his mind. This is the world of One Piece. He has become Monkey D. Feng, Carp's distant nephew, 14 years old this year. Just as passionate as Luffy, but insisting on becoming a Marine. His dream is to become a Marine Admiral. Goodness that he was thrown to a deserted island by Carp for survival training that on the 13th day, he encountered an ironback bear and got seriously injured. The original owner just disappeared, letting him take over. This guy can't be a fool, right? Does he really think he has Luffy's protagonist halo? Jiang Feng sat cross-legged. He found that his wounds were healing surprisingly fast. The physique in the pirate world is too ridiculous. It really hurts. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered that when he crossed over, it seemed to be fused with something similar to a devil fruit. A ball of energy with no physical form. Could it be an unformed devil fruit? He couldn't figure out what the ability was no matter how hard he thought. Forget it. I want to think about it. Newly arrived, both scared and excited. The 4 emperors, admirals, 7 warlords, ancient weapons. Just thinking about them made his blood boil. I really want to stand at the top of the world and take a look. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, his eyes firm. First, he'll follow Carp and join the Marines. That's the safest option for now. From his memories, he learned that. It is currently the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar. There are still 3 years until Roger's execution that I must become stronger. In 3 years, they'll go to Lowtown and witness history. Kid Feng, if you're not dead, come out. A familiar voice came from the jungle. Carp is here. Him saved. Jiang Feng ran towards the voice. Carp uncle. Him here. As soon as they met, his head got punched. You little brat. Who told you to run around? Taste my iron fist of love. Carp's words were severe, but his eyes showed concern. IT hurts so much. Jiang Feng hugged his head and squatted down, stars in his eyes. This is the legendary Iron Fist of Love. No wonder Luffy had shadows in his childhood. Looking up, he saw a strong man wearing a dog mask, holding a donut. This is Carp. You've passed the test. Next month, return to the Marine headquarters for boot camp. Carp crossed his arms, but you're too weak. Go back and continue special training that I understand. He'll work hard, following Carp to the seaside. The sea under the sunset was golden. Endless, it made one feel expansive. This is where a man should be. Soon they arrived in front of the warship. The doghead emblem at the bow clearly showed it was Carp's ship. Carp Vice Admiral has returned. We can set sail, the Marine shouted. Jiang Feng was excited as it was his first time on a ship. Carp Vice Admiral, we've arrived at Windmill Village. Kid Feng, get off the ship. This is Windmill Village. Jiang Feng's mind was flooded with related memories. Stay here for a bit. Carp suddenly said, I can't take you back to the headquarters. I've received orders to chase Roger. Train hard, and he'll come back in a year to check that if you haven't improved, don't even think about joining the Marines. Carp had a serious expression that in this cruel world, the weak can only be slaughtered. He didn't want his nephew to die. Carp uncle, wait until a year later. You'll be in for a surprise. Jiang Feng shrugged, his tone relaxed. This operation. Could it be that something big is going to happen in Windmill Village? Simultaneously controlling time and space? This ability is too overpowered. Carp patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. They'll be waiting. Windmill Village has only a few hundred households. The villagers were harmonious. Isn't that Carp's nephew? He's really handsome. That if I have a daughter, I must make him my son-in-law. Just you? Who want to walk by you when you were young? The middle-aged women started arguing. Jiang Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother Feng, why don't you come play with me? A little lowless voice of complaint came from behind. It was Makino that I was just about to find you. Jiang Feng smiled. I don't believe you, Makino pouted. Her little finger pointed at the bump on his head. You got beaten up by Carp uncle again, right? No way, I got into a fight with a black bear? Jiang Feng retorted. Makino shook her little head, her big eyes staring at him. Jiang Feng scratched his head awkwardly, and she started giggling. You little girl. Jiang Feng pretended to look fierce. Mom, Brother Feng is bullying me. The little lowly jumped into a middle-aged woman's arms and made a face at him. That night, back in his room, Jiang Feng pondered. What exactly is that strange thing for? He tried to calm his mind. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain surged. Black and white light enveloped him. Jiang Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Veins bulged, his face contorted. I've died once. What's a little pain? Half an hour later, he relaxed his brows. His hands were bleeding, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. When he closed his eyes again, he saw a strange space, black and white interwoven. Two types of energy surged in, forming a special power. The next day, he began to develop his abilities. It took several days to figure out that he could actually use space and time abilities. Awesome! Jiang Feng was overjoyed. This energy is similar to that in the devil fruits. The time ability is still very weak, that he couldn't even speed up the growth of a seedling for a minute, let alone rewind time. The space ability was slightly better. He could move freely within 5 meters, and he could also form a subspace to imprison enemies that he called it space confinement. But right now, he could only trap Makino's little hen for 10 seconds. She laughed at him for a long time. Carp went to chase Roger, leaving him to stay at the village chief's house. Jiang Feng trained intensely every day, running 5 kilometers with weights in the morning, noon, and evening. 500 push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps at AT first. He almost collapsed. IT took 5 or 6 days for his body to adapt. The physique in the pirate world is indeed ridiculous. His strength increased rapidly. Half a year passed. Jiang Feng grew taller and stronger, less youthful and more mature. Carpuncle, you're back? Did you catch Roger? Jiang Feng asked with no care. That guy's indeed my rival. Very tricky. Carp laughed while eating donuts. Kid Feng, you haven't been slacking off, right? Taste my iron fist of love. Carp grinned and charged at him. It hurts. This speed is too fast. Half a year without seeing him. Kapu's punch is still so fierce, teleporting from 20 meters in the air to the ground. This spatial ability is too impressive. Jiang Feng finally understood what the gap in strength meant. He thought he had become stronger, but was punched back to his original form by Kapu. Uncle Kapu, when will you teach me hockey? Jiang Feng looked at him with anticipation. Wait until your body breaks through its limits, Kapu said, crossing his arms. Jiang Feng frowned. Limits? Where are my limits? Can I learn it once I break through my limits? What are you thinking? Breaking through limits is just the beginning, Kapu teased him. If you want to learn hockey, you still have a long way to go. Jiang Feng felt a bit frustrated. He thought to himself, just wait, he'll eventually practice the Jiang family's iron fist of love and hit back. In the past 6 months, he developed 2 more spatial abilities. Spatial fragment, taking a piece of space as a blade. Able to snap a 50-centimeter tree in half. Spatial exchange, swapping the positions of 2 objects. Kapu stayed in Windmill Village for a few days before leaving. And Jiang Feng's training volume doubled. With 2 months left until the 1-year mark, he finally broke through his bonus limits for the first time. His strength and speed skyrocketed, and he continued to grow stronger after the breakthrough. Is it possible to break through limits again? Jiang Feng pondered. How many times have big shots like Kapu, Roger, and Whitebeard broken through? Thinking of Kaido's monstrous physique made him shudder. I must become stronger. Sooner or later, they'll challenge the 4 emperors and the Gorosei. I want to stand at the pinnacle of the world and take a look. The 1-year mark arrived. On the steep peak of the back mountain, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Uncle Kapu should be coming. He jumped down from the peak, descending to 20 meters. Shuanbu. He instantly disappeared and reappeared on the ground the next second. This was a new ability developed based on spatial exchange. He could teleport freely within 20 meters, but it consumed a lot of stamina. Look, a Navy warship. The village kids pointed excitedly at the distance. Jiang Feng waited by the shore. As the dog-head-marked warship slowly approached, Kid Feng, get on the ship quickly. Kapu shouted, but a small figure rushed over, panting. Marcy's big watery eyes were fixed on him. Brother Feng, will you come back? Her little face was filled with reluctance, tears glistening in her eyes. Jiang Feng squatted down and held her hand. Little Marcy, Brother Feng will come back. Then let's make a pinky promise. The little girl wiped her tears. A year had passed, and Jiang Feng had already regarded Windmill Village as home. He played with Marcy like siblings. Leaving suddenly, he really felt reluctant. On the 5th day, as the warship headed to Marineford, Jiang Feng trained every day using the equipment designed by Vegapunk. But he felt his progress was slowing down, and he lacked real combat experience. However, with my current strength, I should be able to survive in the pirate world. Captain Carp, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead, a marine reported. Which crew? The Gill Pirates, with a bounty of 70 million berries. Swordsmen, no mention of hockey. Over 100 people. This guy is ruthless, often pillaging islands and slaughtering cities. A naval lieutenant adjusted his glasses and said, Only 70 million? That's nothing. Kapu said while eating a donut and stretching. Full speed ahead, bring me my cannonballs. Upon hearing about the pirates, Jiang Feng felt both excited and nervous. This was the first time he encountered real pirates since crossing over. After training for more than a year, he was finally able to leave the beginner's village. He had long been itching to try. The sea is so vast, and this group of pirates just happened to run into Kapu. What bad luck they have. These 70 million berries pirates were probably going to be appetizers for Jiang Feng. Did they think they could capture me as a hostage? they would be dumbfounded the next second. As the ship got closer, that pirate ship was quite large, over 80 meters long and more than 30 meters wide, almost catching up to the standard Navy ship. The pirates all surged onto the deck, some with knives, others with guns, all looking ferocious like demons. Even from 100 meters away, one could feel their murderous aura. These people must have blood on their hands. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling, his eyes glued to the pirate ship. When Gil saw the doghead-marked warship, his face darkened. Damn, how did we run into Kapu? What bad luck. Quick, speed up and run. We have no chance against a Navy hero. When his men heard it was Kapu, they panicked. It's over. We're targeted by Kapu. We're doomed. One pirate was so scared he jumped into the sea and swam toward the island. Gil glared, grabbed a gun, and shot him. Bang! Blood gushed out, but the pirate was still swimming, until he ran out of strength, his body floating on the sea. Seeing this, the others no longer dared to think of escaping. Moments later, Kapu picked up 2 large baskets of cannonballs and started throwing them at the pirate ship. In just a few seconds, the sky was filled with black cannonballs. Gil jumped onto the mast, drew his sword, and slashed. Slash! Most of the cannonballs were split in half and fell into the sea without exploding, but a few still hit the ship. Boom! 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 The pirate ship caught fire, swaying left and right. As the 2 ships closed in, the fighting broke out. The Navy charged forward, shouting for justice, unafraid of death. The pirates, fighting for their lives, resorted to every trick in the book. Blades flashed, gunfire rang, screams echoed. Chaos ensued, and no one retreated. At first, the Navy ensigns and the core pirates fought back and forth. But gradually, the Navy gained the upper hand. This was simply the cold weapon era. Ordinary bullets couldn't hit soldiers who had broken through their limits. The Navy elites could dodge them. The smell of blood was overwhelming, with severed arms, heads, and people being split in half. Jiang Feng almost vomited at the sight. Hold on. This is the first step to becoming strong. He clenched his fists, his face pale. A young man from the 21st century had never seen such a scene. Not throwing up on the spot was a sign of his strong will. While he was lost in thought, a pirate raised his knife and swung it at him. Bang! Kapu punched the pirate away. Stupid kid, daydreaming on a battlefield? Do you want to die? Kapu was exasperated. Jiang Feng jolted back to reality, cold sweat pouring down. I almost died just now. A small thug almost chopped him down. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. He immediately focused all his attention. Gil saw this scene. He knew that for a bounty criminal like him, being captured meant either death or being sent to impel down, never to see the light of day again. That kid, Kapu seems to care about him. This is my chance. Gil suddenly dashed in front of Jiang Feng, trying to take him hostage. Shuanbu. Jiang Feng instantly teleported 5 meters away, glaring at Gil. How dare you treat me like a soft persimmon? I've been wanting to teach you a lesson. He was burning with anger that I traveled here cautiously and almost got killed. Does my face say easy to bully? Not far away, Karp was about to take action. Seeing this scene, his eyes lit up and he stopped. You little brat, you actually have secrets from me. Then let me make you suffer a bit first, this operation. Even Karp didn't expect it. Instant teleportation without seeing the movement? This ability is too outrageous. Gear's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot that I was careless. Just now, Jiang Feng's movement was so fast he didn't even see it clearly. Was it because of speed or a devil fruit? Only Karp saw it clearly on the ship. The naval lieutenants could barely grasp the feeling. Karp's observation hockey had long reached the top level. Jiang Feng's little movements couldn't escape his notice. Observation hockey requires strong mental strength to awaken. Jiang Feng's body strength wasn't enough yet. Although Gear was a swordsman, he hadn't awakened hockey. But his swordsmanship talent was high, and his perception was sharp. He didn't believe Jiang Feng's speed could reach this level. There was only one possibility left: a devil fruit user. Thinking of this, Gear's face darkened even more. Devil fruit abilities are all very strange. Jiang Feng was not the type to take a beating without retaliating. He bent down to pick up the long sword on the ground. Instant step, he instantly teleported behind Gear that he thrust the sword fiercely. Gear dodged with a side slip. Instant step. Instant step. Jiang Feng kept teleporting, each time appearing behind Gear, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. After a few stabs, he finally wounded Gear's arm. The nearby naval lieutenants had finished their fights. All turned to look. Oh, this is the nephew of Vice Admiral Karp. His ability is quite strange. His ability is troublesome, but his strength is still a bit lacking. Gear endured the pain and said, "You little brat, you successfully pissed me off." His tone was cold, and killing intent surged. With a hint of arrogance, he completely didn't regard Jiang Feng. Slash! Gear took the initiative to attack, but all his attacks were easily dodged by Jiang Feng's instant step, with instant step in hand. Against someone who hadn't awakened observation hockey, Jiang Feng held an absolute advantage, but he knew in his heart that he had too few moves, didn't know the 6 styles, and couldn't use hockey. His ability development was also limited. If this dragged on, he would undoubtedly lose. That's enough. Take my strongest move, that if you can take it, he'll consider you the winner. Jiang Feng staked everything on this move. Ha! You little brat underestimate me. Gear glared at him, laughing first, then getting angry. You will pay the price for your arrogance. He held his long knife horizontally in front of him. His momentum surged, pressuring Jiang Feng directly. Jiang Feng felt his body was bound, unable to move. .1 sword-style reverse blade. Gear's strongest strike. Jiang Feng felt like his chest was about to burst open. Instant step. He quickly teleported 5 meters away. Let's do this. He exerted all his strength to unleash a spatial blade. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long black blade appeared in front of Jiang Feng. The cold blade collided with Gear's slash. In that moment, it felt like space was about to be torn apart. Slash for me. The black blade shot towards Gear. The blade suddenly exploded with dazzling light. Not only did it shatter Gear's slash, but also split his long knife in half, leaving a 15-centimeter wound on Gear's chest. Blood dripped from the wound onto the deck. How could this be? Gear struggled to spit out 3 words before passing out. Jiang Feng was exhausted, slumped on the ground. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The Navy, captured pirates, and lieutenants all stared blankly, swallowing hard. Their eyes towards Jiang Feng had changed. Less disdain, more respect. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only the strong deserve respect. Quick, save the injured. With Carp's command, the uninjured soldiers busied themselves. You little brat, you ate a devil fruit and didn't tell me. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, thinking, you didn't ask either. As a result, he got hit by Carp's iron fist of love again. What Jiang Feng ate indeed resembled a devil fruit, but it was quite special that he had no intention of telling others. His time ability needed to be kept hidden. This ability was too special and could easily attract the attention of the higher-ups in the world government. Boo-boo. The snail phone connected. Buddha, I found a good seedling, a paramecia-type space fruit user. Has the potential to become an admiral, Carp said with a big laugh. When Sengoku heard about the space fruit, he became interested. What's his name? You want to know everything about promising newcomers. Monkey D. Phone. Why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, it can't be. Haha, it's my nephew. Surprised? Unexpected? Carp laughed even more joyfully. Sengoku's face darkened, and he hung up the phone. He said to the nearby seaman, give me all the information on Monkey D. Phone. He and Carp had an old friendship. They joined the Navy together, trained together, and executed missions together. There's still more than 2 years until Roger's execution. Jiang Feng really wanted to meet this man at the pinnacle of the world. What kind of charisma did he possess? The naval headquarters arrived. The towering buildings prominently displayed the words Navy. Solemn and sacred. Jiang Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Once he entered, it was bound to stir up quite a storm, right? Carp actually refused to become an admiral? This reason is too outrageous. Jiang Feng followed Carp into the naval headquarters. The passing Navy were all in crisp white uniforms. Their capes shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, with the words justice printed on their backs. Lieutenants, school officers, and rear admirals all saw them. But he didn't see any admirals or vice admirals, which was a bit of a small regret. Currently, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were still all vice admirals. Carp was also a vice admiral. The fleet admiral was Steelbone Kong. The higher-ups had tried several times to promote Carp to admiral, but he had refused. Why? Carp didn't like being constrained. Becoming an admiral meant staying at headquarters, unless there was an emergency mission or vacation. He couldn't roam around at all. Moreover, the Navy had to obey the world government. At times they would do things that went against justice. Carp didn't want to be put in a difficult position, so he preferred to be a vice admiral. Carp took Jiang Feng to the training camp out on the large open space the size of 2 football fields. Hundreds of Navy soldiers were training. These are the elites selected this year. More than 500 of them. Each has broken through their physical limits once. They're training the 6 styles. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Every year, there were so many people with strength comparable to his joining. It's no wonder the world government could become the #1 power. There's no reason for it. With resources piled up, they could raise so many potential stocks. Many of them were second-generation officials and second-generation strongmen, who had been well-trained since childhood. Jiang Feng clenched his fists. He must rise here in half a year. We will screen again. To select 50 people for key training. In the future, he will be the backbone of the Navy. Jiang Feng had guessed it. These 50 people were definitely taught by Zephyr. Zephyr joined the Navy with Carp and Sengoku. He participated in battles at the age of 18 and became a general at 38. What a peak in life. As a result, at 42, his family was killed by pirates. He wanted to resign, but was persuaded to become an instructor. How many talented individuals did he cultivate? 3 admirals, a bunch of vice admirals, and rear admirals. Unfortunately, at 65, he was attacked by Edward Weevil. Only 2 students were left. His own arm was also ruined. Later, he learned that the pirate had become a warlord of the sea. He was completely disappointed in the Navy. Jiang Feng truly admired Zephyr. If it were him, even if he fell out with the Navy, he would still have to take down that bastard. You little brat, I've spoken with Sengoku. For the next 6 months, I will personally teach you. My training is very strict. I will not go easy on you. Carp said seriously. His aura suddenly pressed down on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was taken aback but quickly adjusted. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. None of Carp's students were weak. Dragon, Luffy, Ace were all trained by him when they were young. The stricter it was, the more excited Jiang Feng became. I can't wait any longer. His eyes were incredibly determined that I in Carp's villa. Jiang Feng asked, what is the limit of the body? Can it be broken multiple times? Carp explained, breaking the limit is about tapping into potential. The first breakthrough allows one to fight against hundreds. Potential is limitless, so multiple breakthroughs are naturally possible. Each breakthrough multiplies strength several times. The greater the potential, the more it increases. Some people are naturally strong as oxen. They easily break through and gain strength quickly. They are born with the capital of a strong person. Although the giant race is big and strong, they find it hard to break through their limits. But once they do, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Jiang Feng thought of Kaido. That physique, that body, almost impervious to blades and bullets in the anime. No one has ever truly defeated him. At most, it was a draw. He has been captured by the Navy several times. Yet he cannot be killed. Now Jiang Feng understood why Carp and Zephyr, who haven't eaten devil fruits, can stand at the top of the world. Devil fruits can make people stronger quickly, but they also limit them. With limited energy, it's hard to balance everything. Jiang Feng's ambitions were huge that he not only wanted to balance everything, but also to become the strongest. How difficult it is to break through limits. He knew too well. After crawling and struggling in Windmill Village for over a year, he finally broke through for the first time. In these past few days, listening to Carp's guidance, he grasped some small techniques. Breaking through in the future should be easier to. In fact, Carp was already shocked. Jiang Feng relied on his own exploration and broke through his limits in just a year. This talent is extraordinary for the next 6 months. With Carp personally overseeing, Jiang Feng's strength is likely to rocket up, right? Carp took a year and a half to break through his limits, and he actually did it in just a year. Carp broke through his physical limits in a year and a half and still thought of himself as a genius. Yet Jiang Feng only took a year. Carp didn't tell him, for fear that this kid would become arrogant. Jiang Feng worked hard under Carp's guidance. The 500 elites in the training camp practiced day and night. For the selection in 6 months, the shouting could be heard from nearly 1,000 meters away. Jiang Feng dared not slack off. The 6 powers of a navy. As a transmigrator, Jiang Feng had long been tempted. This is a high-level physical skill that can only be practiced after breaking through limits. Right now, he mainly relied on spatial abilities. His fighting skills were too weak that he had to master the 6 powers in these 6 months. Were his future goals? The 6 powers, hockey, and cool spatial abilities, that he wants them all. And to be the strongest, Jiang Feng's physical potential was truly explosive. Ordinary people break through their limits, and their strength can at most increase by 5 times. He far exceeded that number, that he had a significant advantage in close combat. Remembering the anime, the 6 powers first appeared in Water 7. CP9's performance was truly impressive, especially Rob Lucci. Cold-blooded killing weapon is no exaggeration. He mastered the 6 powers and even developed his own techniques. Absolutely top tier, Carp taught the 6 powers, only explaining the principles and methods. The rest depended on Jiang Feng's own exploration. Why? He wanted him to develop his own techniques during learning. This is a great expectation for Jiang Feng. Sora concentrating power in the index finger, a lightning-fast strike. Roku Shackleg speed exceeds sound, kicking out slashing waves. Jeppo instantaneously stepping on the air more than 10 times for high-speed movement. Tech ability as hard as steel. Shave enhances reaction, easily dodging attacks. Understanding the principles and methods, Jiang Feng began to practice, having broken through once. Plus, he had already understood the 6 powers. And with Carp's explanations, Learning it wasn't difficult that in just a month, he mastered all the 6 powers that IT was just that he wasn't proficient, that he needed to rely on more practice and real combat. In this month, his strength increased again. His spatial awareness range expanded to 30 meters. Spatial blades and swaps became smoother. Kid Feng, come here, it's time to test the results. Early in the morning, Carp came. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He was just looking for someone to spar with that in the headquarters. He had no friends, so he could only practice alone. I wanted to see Garp's strength for a long time. Of course, he knows that he can't really force Garp to show his true abilities now. But even if Garp puts in some effort, he might not be able to handle it. He's extremely nervous. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, Garp says, rolling up his sleeves with a mischievous smile. But if I can't control myself, I might end up hurting you. Jiang Feng had a black line on his forehead, secretly complaining. Am I really your nephew? He wanted to first use the 6 styles to test for any shortcomings, and when he felt ready, he would use his spatial abilities. Swish! Carp suddenly appeared in front of him, moving so fast that Jiang Feng was caught off guard and instinctively used Shuanpa to evade. Kid Feng, it seems your paper drawing hasn't made it home yet. Carp stopped, wearing a look that said as expected. Jiang Feng finally understood what a gap in strength meant. Even if Carp held back, he still couldn't defeat these strong fighters. Their battle experience was too rich, and their bodies had long memorized the moves. Trying to suppress their strength wouldn't have much effect. Their physical strength was evident, and they would automatically make the most correct responses in battle. Carp also realized this. Feng kid, this time it's your turn to attack, he said, crossing his arms and remaining motionless. Jiang Feng adjusted his mindset, feeling a bit unwilling. After all, who would want to be outdone by others? Carp was like a mountain, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe, even if it was from an uncle who meant no harm. This strength only fueled Jiang Feng's desire to become stronger. His upcoming training was likely going to be more intense. Could he really dodge all attacks with his eyes closed? That operation was just too outrageous. Shave! With a bang, Jiang Feng appeared in front of Carp, executing a side kick in midair, which Carp easily dodged. He used all the techniques he knew, shave, finger pistol, gale foot, going back and forth, but he didn't even touch the hem of Carp's clothes. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Jiang Feng stopped and saw that Carp was actually closing his eyes. His first reaction was to use observation hockey, but thinking about it, Carp was teaching him the 6 powers, so it was unlikely he was using hockey. Could it be paper drawing? Yes, it's definitely paper drawing. Jiang Feng closed his eyes and recalled that Carp's body seemed to know in advance where he was going to strike, reacting automatically. It was the body. Carp's body made the judgment on its own. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Muscles remember movements and reactions, becoming instinctual. When this instinct is perfected, it transforms into the body's perception ability. When attacked, the instinct responds correctly. This requires extensive combat experience to achieve. Veterans like Kapu have already mastered paper drawing to the highest level. It's similar to the observation hockey. Perhaps mastering paper drawing to its extreme could awaken the observation hockey. Jiang Feng became more and more excited. Fatigue swept away. Instant step. He instantly teleported to the top of Carp's head. Storm kick. He slashed down with a powerful strike. Iron block. Carp hardened all his muscles and braced himself with his chest. The blade cut his shirt in half, yet left not a single mark on his skin. Jiang Feng saw that Carp's body was covered with scars, cuts from knives, marks from swords, and wounds from guns, one after another. These were all honors and stories. He understood that Carp's strength was built through countless punches. The path of a strong man has no shortcuts. Feng kid, do you see this? These are the marks of man. Carp said proudly. Jiang Feng curled his lips. After several consecutive attacks, he had become accustomed to using Shuanbu in combination with a Rashiashi and finger pistol. At first, Carp used paper drawing to dodge, but later he was forced to rely on Kinbunchika hockey. Now Jiang Feng could almost use Shuanbu and a Rashiashi simultaneously. Even Carp, using paper drawing, couldn't react in time and could only rely on Kinbunchika hockey to sense and evade. He knew he couldn't hurt Carp, but still wanted to test just how strong his best attack really was. Space fragment. A black blade over 5 meters long appeared in front of Carp, slicing through the air with a gust of wind. Carp stared at the blade without even blinking, his gaze deep and unflustered. Just as the blade was about to strike, Carp calmly raised his right arm. Arm hockey. His right arm was instantly covered in pitch-black hockey and collided with the black blade. Boom! After a loud sound, the blade was shattered by a punch, transforming into countless tiny black blades that scattered in all directions, leaving small cuts wherever they landed. Shave! Shave! Jiang Feng struggled to dodge, as the previous strike had drained his stamina, leaving him unable to use even the Shumpa. Once he steadied himself, he noticed that Carp's right arm not only had a black color, but also bore strange red patterns. Jiang Feng knew this was armament hockey. But what was this red pattern? He had never heard of it before crossing over. He guessed that practicing armament hockey to a certain level would result in an extraordinary transformation, something from ordinary to divine. The three types of hockey should all be like this. Observation hockey, at its ultimate level, can hear the hearts of all things and even briefly foresee the future. The ultimate form of armament hockey would appear with red patterns. As for Conqueror's hockey, Jiang Feng was still unclear. It seemed to only have a deterrent effect in the anime, causing people to faint. However, he felt that Conqueror's hockey definitely had great potential, which could only be understood through the system. In the tranquil night, the moonlight shone into the woods, and a rustling sound was heard. The great work was about to be completed. Jiang Feng sat by the campfire, roasting a fat fish, mumbling to himself as he skewered the fish next to the fire. He let out a sigh, leaned back on the ground, and looked up at the moon. The world of One Piece was unpolluted, the air exceptionally clean, and every night he could see a sky full of stars. Jiang Feng couldn't help but reach out to touch, his fair palm blocking in front of his eyes, gazing at the sky through his fingers. The moon tonight is especially round. It's been over a year since coming here, and I'm starting to miss home, missing my family on Earth. A 10-year-old brat is wildly out of control. In the next second, he's directly shut in by the spatial barrier. Jiang Feng was gazing at the stars and thinking of home when a childish voice came from afar. It smells so good. The footsteps got closer and closer, and a little boy appeared with a little girl. Haha, I told you there's someone here. Tina, you still don't believe me? My nose is the most. The little boy had a smug look on his face. I know now, Hika's. Tina, the little girl, looked unwilling. Kids just love to argue. Jiang Feng recognized at a glance that these were the future naval stars Hika's and Tina. At just over 10 years old, they were already dressed in naval recruit uniforms, looking quite the part. Both of them were military second generation. Their parents held high positions in the Navy, and they had aspired to be Navy officers since childhood. They were just here to observe. The instructors turned a blind eye. Despite their young age, both had consumed devil fruits, giving them abilities far beyond ordinary people. In the future, they would be groomed for mid-level management. In the competition a few months later, 50 individuals would be selected for personal training by Zifa, with the lowest rank being colonel. Jiang Feng was just thinking when Hika spoke up, Hey, you there, how much of the fish that this lord is buying? How many berries? With an utterly arrogant expression, Jiang Feng had heard long ago that this kid, relying on being a fruit ability user, often caused trouble in the elite camp. What an impolite brat. Jiang Feng raised his right arm and made a gesture towards Hika's. In an instant, a spatial barrier formed around Hika's, covering 360 degrees without any blind spots, even encompassing the ground. Unless he broke through his limits or Jiang Feng chose to release him. There was no way out. Hika's expression changed drastically as he furiously pounded on the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, bastard, let me out. His body hadn't broken through the limits, so his fist couldn't break through at all. Tina, on the side, covered her mouth, seeing Hika's in such a predicament for the first time. His ability was so powerful, even more so than Tina's kankank fruit. The little loli looked enviously, not worried at all. Tina, hurry and save me. After struggling for a long time with no effect, Hika's exhausted his stamina and collapsed on the ground, pleading for help. The fish is ready. Let's eat first, and then let him out. Jiang Feng said to Tina that he just wanted to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. He is only 10 years old and already so arrogant. How will he grow up? He will become a high-ranking officer in the Navy in the future. So he needs to correct his worldview first. Tina's attention was already caught by the grilled fish, and she smacked her lips, saying, Tina wants to eat. It turns out she's a foodie. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Come here, I'll give you a big one. By the way, my name is Monkey D. Feng. Monkey? Vice Admiral Garp is your. Tina asked, mumbling as she ate grilled fish. That's right, he's my uncle. Jiang Feng is not surprised. It's normal for the second-generation military kids to play at the headquarters and know these things. Admiral Garp is a naval hero. He's truly remarkable. Little Tina looks at him with admiration. In Garp's villa, while eating a donut, Garp suddenly sneezes. It must be that kid Feng talking bad about me. When he comes back, he'll get a taste of my iron fist of love. As he talks, he actually falls asleep while standing, still gripping the half-eaten donut in his hand. Jiang Feng looked at the time and decided it was about right to let the spatial barrier disappear and release Sheikah's. You just wait for me. I'm a devil fruit user, and I plan to become a Marine Admiral in the future. Shika's was still making threats. Showing no remorse at all, Jiang Feng saw this and stretched out his right hand. 1 second he was making fierce remarks, and the next second he was directly calling him Big Brother. This twist is too impressive. As soon as Jiang Feng raised his hand, Hika's immediately shrank back and obediently sat beside Tina, staring at him with wide eyes, looking as wronged as if he had suffered a great injustice. Hika's brother Feng is the nephew of Admiral Carp, Tina said while eating grilled fish. What? He's Admiral Carp's nephew? Hika's looked shocked, and the next moment he exclaimed, Big Brother, and directly pounced towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's backhand is like a spatial imprisonment. What's going on? Just now it was a life-and-death struggle, and now it's like seeing his own mother? Jiang Feng was completely stunned. Brother Feng let him out quickly. He was just too excited, Tina hurriedly explained. It turned out that Hika's was a die-hard fan of Carp and, influenced by his predecessors, wanted to become a Navy member. After hearing about Carp's deeds, he had tried multiple times to become his disciple, but was rejected. Today, seeing Jiang Feng was like finding sweet water in the desert. Jiang Feng pondered that it was normal for Carp not to take him in. Hikars had a fruit ability, which would be a pity to waste. But it was also difficult to train in physical techniques. Carp himself had not eaten a fruit and couldn't provide guidance in that area. Moreover, people of their generation believed that physical training was fundamental. Besides, there was a difference between disciples and students. Zephyr had trained many students, but they were not considered part of his faction. Carp didn't take in students. He only accepted disciples, representing his faction. Clearly, he didn't have high hopes for Hikars. However, this kid was still a fruit user, so with proper teaching, it was still possible for him to achieve the strength of a mid-ranking general. Big Brother, the grand competition is about to start today. Why are you still in bed? Early in the morning, Hikars burst into Jiang Feng's dorm room. Jiang Feng had just finished a high-intensity training session and was about to get a good night's sleep to adjust his condition. This big competition was too important for him. He had to win, otherwise he wouldn't be able to save face for Carp. Bang! Jiang Feng kicked him out of the window and said, Can't you let me sleep a little longer? It's just a competition. I can handle it easily. After a few months of training, his strength had greatly increased, and his spatial abilities had improved as well. He could sense space within a 30-meter radius, and his instant movement was basically unlimited in frequency. Without awakening the observation hockey, it was impossible to track his attack trajectory, which placed him in an unbeatable position. However, he still had no clue about his time abilities. Feeling like he was holding onto a treasure, but unable to use it, he decided to develop it properly after the competition, sensing that his strength would skyrocket. Have you heard? The Elite Duel Tournament is about to begin. The military is paying special attention this time. The champion will receive guidance from General Zifa and be awarded the rank of Major. The townspeople were all talking about it. I hope my nephew can win. A big ant murmured. A scruffy uncle nearby scoffed. With your nephew's physique, it's questionable whether he can even participate. Jiang Feng just shrugged upon hearing this. However, he was quite concerned about the fact that the champion was awarded the rank of Major. The age of discovery hadn't arrived yet, and the Navy didn't have a high demand for talent. Even if he learned from ZFA, he wouldn't receive a military rank during that time. It would only be awarded after graduation. Ordinary elites still had to start from the grassroots level. Soon, they arrived at the venue. Big Brother, over here. Hika's and Tina were waving. This guy disappeared after kicking him in the morning. It turned out he came to secure a spot. Big Brother, you finally made it. That kick this morning still hurts my butt. Hika said with a face full of grievance. Oh, still hurting? One more kick, and it won't hurt anymore. Come on. Jiang Feng pretended to lift his foot, and Zika's instantly hid behind Tina. Little Tina covered her mouth and laughed. Big Brother Feng, you must win. Don't worry. The championship is mine for the taking. Jiang Feng showed off in front of the little girl and seemed a bit cocky. Unexpectedly, there was a potential test before the match. He thought they would start fighting right away. After a series of physical tests, Jiang Feng held the report and finally understood why there was a test. This time, it was to select the elite among the elite taught by ZFA. After graduation, everyone would at least receive the rank of Major. The upcoming competition was bound to be intense. Having a Major's rank without the potential of a Major wouldn't do, which is why there was a need for a potential test. The elites participating in the competition varied in age. Some older individuals had already exhausted their potential and would likely never break through the second limit in their lifetime. Therefore, the Navy aimed to choose new recruits with immense potential and significant investment value. To hold the position of officer, there were two basic requirements. First, mastering the overbearing aura, and second, physically breaking through the second limit. Of course, Generals corresponded to breaking through the third limit. Now, Jiang Feng had already broken through the first limit for more than a year. After the competition, he had studied with ZFA for a while, so it wouldn't be long before he broke through the second limit. Therefore, he was determined to win the championship this time, willing to fight fiercely for it. He didn't want to wait until he had enough strength to complete missions and earn military merits to be promoted to major. The next day, Jiang Feng arrived at the venue early in the morning, as the list for the competition would be announced, followed by one-on-one duels. When Jiang Feng reached the venue, a large number of elites had already gathered, eager to try their skills. Everyone had serious expressions, and even their conversations seemed unusually restrained because they knew that everyone present was their competitor. As Jiang Feng walked into the venue, all eyes turned to him. He felt quite uncomfortable under such scrutiny. For Jiang Feng, it was all about developing quietly and playing the fool to eat the tiger. Soon, an officer approached the crowd with a large box. Now, line up to draw your numbers. Since there are 257 participants, one person will have a bye. The person with a bye will compete against anyone from the top 64, 32, or 16 until eliminated. What? There, SA bye? That number must be mine. No one could take it. All right, brother, with your luck, I bet your first opponent will definitely be Baz 8. Are you cursing me? Jiang Feng drew number 135, and there were a total of 4 arenas. So Jiang Feng was competing on Arena 3. Before long, someone actually drew by number. And even Jiang Feng had to admit that this person was really lucky. Drawing a by number meant avoiding the first 2 matches, and his first match would be against one of the remaining 64 contestants. After watching the first 2 matches, even a fool could tell who was strong and who was weak, so choosing someone weaker than himself would easily get him into the top 50. Therefore, this guy had already secured a spot. In the distance, the guy who drew the by number was beaming with joy, full of confidence, while the people next to him gritted their teeth, wishing he wasn't the lucky one. Some people disdainfully said that it was just luck and that he thought too highly of himself. Hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Once this guy undergoes ZFA's training, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and he will no longer be in the same world as those who were eliminated. Soon, Jiang Feng arrived at Arena 3, looked around, and did not see Gu Lida or Ba Jiate. Jiang Feng's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed he would only meet them in the finals. In the first match, contestant 129 faced off against contestant 130. Upon seeing the 2 contestants on stage, who were not familiar faces from the original work, Jiang Feng lost interest. Without any devil fruits or awakened hockey, it was all about who could endure and whose punches were harder. Soon, it was Jiang Feng's turn. In the next match, contestant 135, Monkey D. Feng, faced contestant 136. The examiner looked at Jiang Feng with a friendly expression and said, Jiang Feng is Carp's nephew, so he could be considered a second-generation military child. Moreover, Jiang Feng has immense potential, and a mere examiner like him wouldn't dare to offend him. An elite, slightly chubby and about the same height as Jiang Feng, walked up to the stage from the crowd and nervously said, Please give me your guidance. Don't be nervous. I won't hit you, Jiang Feng said with a sly smile at the little chubby guy. Start, the examiner announced. The duel began. Upon hearing this, the little chubby guy immediately took a defensive stance. Instant step, Jiang Feng's smile disappeared, and with a swift movement, he appeared behind the chubby boy, placing the short sword he had prepared earlier across the boy's neck. He said slowly, You lost. Everything happened too quickly. The outcome was decided in an instant, and the audience hadn't even had time to react. What just happened? It was over so fast. I might as well have had a pair of fake eyes and seen nothing. The surrounding elites exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of it. I realized it was the power of a devil fruit. One elite excitedly remarked, What kind of fruit is this? I've never heard of it, but it really is strong. The examiner can announce the results now, right? A voice from Jiang Feng broke the silence. The examiner came back to his senses and quickly spoke. This round goes to Monkey D. Feng. Everything that just happened would be recorded by the surveillance phone bug in the venue and then projected to an office in the Navy headquarters. Those familiar with the Navy officials would easily recognize that the figures sitting in front of the screen were Carp, Zifa, and Sengoku, among other big shots. A paramecia-type space fruit? Truly elusive. Its potential is no less than that of a Logia-type, Sengoku said. Carp had previously mentioned Jiang Feng's devil fruit to Sengoku. This year's new students have a few good prospects. Since Kuzan graduated, I haven't seen any new students with potential, Zifa remarked, his eyes flashing with excitement. Zepha, my nephew has enormous potential. You must train him well, Carp said proudly. The others were speechless and shook their heads helplessly. Ever since Jiang Feng's incredible potential was revealed, Carp had been showing off in front of old friends, and no one could refute him, as they had no outstanding juniors of their own. Let's see how he performs. I don't like students who overly rely on their devil fruit abilities, he added. Next match, number 135 Monkey D. Phone versus number 169 Cars. This was already the 6th round, the final battle of the 3rd arena, which would determine the top 4 contenders. Cars stepped onto the stage, looked at Jiang Feng, and said in a low tone, "I know you have great potential, but right now, you are definitely not my opponent. I advise you to surrender directly. Otherwise, you will lose very badly." After hearing Cars' words, Jiang Feng became interested and was not angry. "Oh really? It seems you have some confidence. What makes you so sure after seeing my Xuanbu?" Cars crossed his arms, disdainfully replying, "You will find out soon enough. That proud ability of yours is nothing in front of me." Jiang Feng also found it strange. After witnessing his Xuanbu, how could anyone still dare to claim they could defeat him? Could they be a devil fruit user? Or perhaps they had mastered observation hockey. If it were the latter, then things would get interesting. In the first 5 matches, Jiang Feng hadn't encountered any devil fruit users or elites who had mastered hockey. The elites in the first 5 matches were all countered by Jiang Feng's abilities, and without observation hockey, it was impossible to detect Jiang Feng's movements. In an instant, Jiang Feng could deliver a fatal blow to his opponent, who didn't even have a chance to react. "Start." As the examiner called out to begin, the atmosphere immediately became tense, with both sides confronting each other, neither daring to strike recklessly. Jiang Feng thought that this guy with a big dialect would attack with all his might at the beginning and defeat him in one go. It seems he was mistaken. Carls was waiting for him to attack. Instant step. Jiang Feng's mind flashed, suddenly appearing behind Carls, his short sword thrusting forward. Here it is again, this move. It seems Carls is about to lose. The onlookers around expressed their regret. What? He dodged it. How'd he do that? Observation hockey. How is that possible? The big shots sitting in front of the image phone bug were no longer calm. He awakened hockey without any systematic training. This kind of talent is rare in the history of the Navy. Especially Zifa was even more pleased. In previous years, there were hardly any promising young people. But this year, 4 suddenly appeared. Unlike potential, talent refers to a person's special ability in a certain aspect. And it is clear that Carls has a talent for cultivating hockey. Potential is a comprehensive evaluation of a person. Carl's potential is rated as B class, indicating that his physical training talent is average. This means that although he is also an elite who has broken through the first level limit, Carls comprehends hockey faster than others. However, his physical training talent is average. So the difficulty for Carls to break through the second level limit is greater than that of other elites. Several consecutive Xuanpa were easily dodged by Carls. Jiang Feng had to admit that hockey was a bug in one piece. Carls, having only mastered basic observation hockey, had put himself in a passive position. Monkey D. Feng, just give up. Your devil fruit ability is completely useless against me. I heard you have only been training in martial arts for less than a year. Well, I've been training for 3 years. It's clear that you are definitely not my match, Carl said to Jiang Feng with an arrogant expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. Jiang Feng curled his lips and said nonchalantly, feeling quite confident, "Huh, kid? Just don't cry if you lose later." Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Feng slowly raised his hand, and with a light sweep in the air, a black blade suddenly appeared in front of him, rushing towards Carls. This black blade was a piece of spatial debris created by Jiang Feng. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air echoed, its speed no less than the speed of light, as the debris swiftly sliced past Carl's side. Bang! Another loud sound erupted as the spatial debris flew off the stage, smashing into the opposite wall and leaving a knife mark about a foot deep. The crowd came back to their senses and exchanged glances. It was not hard to notice that a faint red knife mark had appeared on Carl's face, with a trickle of blood oozing out. Carls reached out to touch his cheek, saw the blood on his hand, and stared intently at Jiang Feng, looking shocked and torn between words. Jiang Feng looked at Carls with an expression of indifference and asked in a flat tone, "How was that last strike?" Although Jiang Feng's tone was calm, his words sounded like the words of a demon to Carls, sending a chill down his spine. After struggling for a moment, Carls, with a grim expression, replied, "That last strike, I couldn't dodge it, so I lost." He knew that if Jiang Feng had aimed for his throat, he would be dead by now. Even though Jiang Feng targeted other parts of his body, he would have been severely injured, so he felt his loss was justified. No wonder he asGarp's nephew. He indeed won this match. I knew he would win. He will be my idol from now on, an elite remarked with admiration. Do you think he will win the championship? With that kind of strength in previous years, he would definitely win, but it's hard to say this year. There are too many monsters. I see that Gilead on stage 1 and Bazate on stage 4 are both strong contenders for the championship. After finishing his match, Jiang Feng went to watch the advancement matches on other platforms and happened to catch Bazat's duel. Seeing Bazat transform into his beast form, he couldn't help but admire how troublesome Bazat's mantis fruit truly was. Bazat's opponent was an elite swordsman wielding a standard long sword of the Navy. In the world of pirates, there are very few famous swords, and they're mostly held by sword masters and grand sword masters. Ordinary swordsmen wield weapons made by third-rate blacksmiths found on the streets. However, swordsmen who join certain factions or merchant guilds are different. For example, swordsmen who recently joined the Navy can each pick a sword of their choice from the Navy's military achievement treasury. These swords are crafted by top Navy blacksmiths and come in over 30 different styles. While they may not compare to the great swords, they can still cut through iron like mud. In the pirate world, swords and blades are indistinguishable. Jiang Feng found it strange in his previous life that the weapons wielded by sword masters were blades and not swords. Later, he discovered that this was related to Japanese culture. Bazat's opponent, holding the sword in his right hand, dove forward with acceleration, rushing towards Bazat at an incredible speed, positioning the long blade horizontally in front of him and suddenly sweeping it with force. The sound of air breaking echoed through the arena, and in the blink of an eye, the tip of the sword was only a foot away from Bazat's neck. Facing the sudden attack, Bazat did not show any signs of panic. Soru. Bazat instantly erupted with incredible speed, retreating to evade the strike. Stabilizing himself, Bazat seized a moment when his opponent was momentarily distracted and transitioned from defense to offense with a gale foot technique, which was silent and colorless. Several slashes of air rushed towards Bazat's opponent at high speed, leaving him no time to dodge, forcing him to block with the blade. The colorless slashes collided with the sword, producing a series of metallic clangs. Bazat's opponent was pushed back 5 steps, staring at Bazat with a serious expression. Bazat, with a proud demeanor, seemed to regard his opponent with disdain, thinking to himself, "I'm about to strike. Let you experience the difference between a genius and a mediocre talent. I will defeat you in an instant, leaving you utterly helpless." As Bazat spoke, a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Jiang Feng looked at Bazate with a speechless expression. "Yes, come on, I know you can't beat Bazate, just don't lose too badly." In the distance, an elite seemed to be cheering for Bazate's opponent, encouraging him. "Brother, which side are you on?" Jiang Feng was already too tired to complain. Praying mantis fruit, beast transformation. As soon as the words fell, Bazate transformed into a mantis man. His entire body turned green, his legs and arms became side-shaped, and the deformation of his head was not so obvious, but it also took on a triangular shape. Is this the Zoan-type devil fruit? This was Jiang Feng's first time witnessing it since coming to the pirate world. The shock of Zoan-type transformation is hard to appreciate unless seen in person. Whoosh! In a flash, Bazate appeared in front of his opponent. His arms transformed into scythes, directly attacking in front of the opponent, and one could see green lights flashing in the air. From a distance, it seemed like there were green lines weaving through the air. Bazate's speed was extremely fast. These green lines were the afterimages left by his attacks. The trajectory of Bazate's attacks required extremely high dynamic vision to capture, and the physical qualities of Jiang Feng's body were several times that of an average person. Even Jiang Feng could barely see through Bazate's attacks, let alone those ordinary elites. Clang, clang. Accompanied by crisp sounds, Bazate's strikes became increasingly rapid. When Bazate finally withdrew, Yas's long sword was already in tatters. His clothing was also torn apart by Bazate's scythe, and fresh red blood dripped onto the arena. Even from dozens of meters away, one could clearly see the 3 gruesome wounds on Yas's body. Clang! Yas's sword shattered into several pieces, falling to the ground. Bazate really didn't know what it meant to show mercy. "I lost." The heavy voice broke the surrounding silence, and everyone finally came back to their senses from the previous shock. "Humph. Useless," Bazate sneered, exiting his beast transformation and arrogantly walking off the stage. "Yas, you idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I told you to admit defeat, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the state you're in now." An elite hurriedly went up to support Yas, concern written all over his face, while angrily scolding him. Bazate's strikes were ruthless and merciless. If there weren't rules against killing, Yas would probably have been dead by now. Facing a ruthless character like Bazate, Jiang Feng had to be cautious. He felt a bit regretful for not seeing the duel of Gilead. Soon, the top 4 were announced: Jiang Feng, Gilead, Bazate, and surprisingly, a female soldier. Unexpectedly, considering there were no more than 20 elite female soldiers in the entire arena. Having one among the top 4 could be said to make her the biggest dark horse of this tournament. Next up was the semifinals, and the top 4 were to gather at arena number 1. The others should have already arrived. A main examiner walked up to Jiang Feng and the others and said, Jiang Feng is the winner of the 3rd arena and is about to fight Bazat from the 4th arena, while Gulida's opponent is the female soldier who won in the 2nd arena. The first match of the semifinals is Gulida against Mitchell. The robust Gulida faces a strikingly elegant female soldier, dressed in a snow-white, form-fitting military uniform. Her figure is curvaceous, and her hair is elegantly styled, exposing her slender neck. Under the gaze of the crowd, she shows no signs of panic, remaining calm and composed, providing a visual delight of sophistication and competence. However, a rough voice interrupts everyone's thoughts. This clueless oaf doesn't see that I'm admiring a beautiful woman. Why is she just standing there? Come on and attack. I won't hit a woman. I'll just stand here and not fight back. If you can knock me off the arena, then you win. Gulida said with a displeased expression. He thought the semifinals would be a straightforward match, but unexpectedly, in the first round, he encountered the biggest opponent of his life, women. Gulida prides himself on being a good man who never hits women. How could he possibly lay a hand on her? This big guy is really interesting. If he won't hit women, then he can only be hit by them. Jiang Feng thought to himself. After hearing Gyuride's words, Mitchell's pretty face turned bright red, and her slender fingers pointed at Gyuride. Just you wait. Mitchell appeared in front of Gyuride at lightning speed, delivering a side kick and a straight punch directly at Gyuride. Iron block. Gyuride indeed did not retaliate and only used iron block for defense. Bang! Bang! With every hit Mitchell landed on Gyuride, a sound echoed in the air. Mitchell's attacks had no effect at all. Gyuride's super strong defense surprised even Jiang Feng. Every time one breaks through their limits, their physical qualities multiply, and Gyuride, being tall and muscular, had a higher baseline physical quality than the average person, so his strength increase upon breaking through the limits was greater than that of others. In both reality and the world of pirates, women are naturally at a disadvantage in physical training. Without the abilities of a devil fruit, it is very difficult for women to become strong in the pirate world. Raging foot, finger gun. Seeing no results from her attacks, Mitchell decided to go all out and use 2 of the most aggressive techniques from his 6 styles. However, the colorless air blade left no scars on Gyuride. And even the finger gun, which gathered all of Mitchell's strength and was as fast as a bullet, only made Gyuride frown slightly. Mitchell's attack power weakened more and more until she stopped attacking. After going through a fierce battle, Mitchell was now sweating profusely, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she was panting, evoking a strong urge for someone to pull her into their arms and cherish her. Mitchell glared at Gyuride fiercely, as if she was ready to pounce on him and bite him at any moment. In the end, I admit defeat, Mitchell thought unwillingly, believing she could compete for the top 3, but unexpectedly encountered the freak Gyuride, whose defense rendered her attacks completely ineffective, making it meaningless to continue fighting. As Mitchell stepped down from the stage, she didn't forget to cast a resentful glance at Gyuride. Gyuride, the simple-minded giant, directly ignored Mitchell's resentful gaze. Dude, being this strong makes it easy for you to be single. Gyuride's defense was strong, but Jiang Feng might not be any worse than him. In the pirate world, the level of physical training depends entirely on a person's baseline qualities. The higher the baseline quality, the higher the strength limit after breaking through the limits. This means that at the same level, a physical practitioner with higher baseline qualities possesses stronger power, and some exceptionally talented practitioners can achieve invincibility at the same rank. Breaking through limits with a baseline strength of 500 gene can raise the strength limit to a maximum of 2,500 gene. Breaking through limits with a baseline strength of 1,000 gene can raise the strength limit to a maximum of 5,000 gene. This highlights the importance of baseline qualities. Baseline qualities are also related to a person's body type and height. For those of average body type and height, their maximum baseline strength is 500 gene. People like Luffy, Jiang Feng, and Zoro are all of average body type and height. Luffy's great strength is entirely due to his devil fruit, and who knows how his body structure has changed after eating the gum fruit. Jiang Feng's strength is formidable, partly because the body he has occupied after crossing over has an excellent bloodline, possessing a terrifying body refinement talent similar to that of Carp, and partly because the fusion of the 2 souls has enhanced his physique. As a result, Jiang Feng's muscle fibers have greater toughness and strength compared to an average person. When he broke through his limits, Jiang Feng conducted a strength test on himself, finding that his strength was approximately 1200 gene. After breaking through his limits, his strength ceiling is around 6000 gene. In the first match, Gilad won decisively. In the next match, Monkey D. Fong faced Bazat. All eyes in the arena were instantly focused on the two. Bazat seemed to enjoy the spotlight, walking up to the stage with a proud expression. Shu Bu. Jiang Feng stepped onto the stage, their eyes meeting. Jiang Feng could clearly see anger and disdain in Bazat's eyes. Jiang Feng knew that Bazat hated him because he overshadowed him during the talent test. Although an A-level talent is impressive, it pales in comparison to an S-level talent. Similarly, Bazat also knew that he had only broken through his limits a little over a year ago. So he didn't take himself too seriously and wanted to use this competition to suppress Jiang Feng and give him a warning. It seems he underestimated him. Most people in the pirate world are straightforward. Their likes and dislikes are written all over their faces, and it's easy to see. This is also one of the reasons Jiang Feng liked the pirate world. Moments later, Bazat put away his hostile gaze. Your progress is indeed fast, but you missed the best opportunity to train your body. Right now, you are no match for me. Just admit defeat. Oh, someone just told me the same thing. And here I am, standing fine, Jiang Feng said casually. I advise you not to be so overconfident, or you'll end up slapping yourself in the face later. Oof. Then let's see who is stronger in action. Jiang Feng's entry into the top 4 is not something that can be easily achieved by luck. And Bazat knows this very well. The reason he threatens Jiang Feng with words is to try to gain an upper hand in momentum. Unfortunately, his calculations have gone awry. The elites at the Navy headquarters have long heard of Bazat's fearsome reputation, and after hearing his threats, they might waver internally. But who is Jiang Feng? He is Carp's nephew. Jiang Feng doesn't care who Bazat is. Jiang Feng cleared his mind of distractions and focused his gaze on Bazat, preparing for battle. Slicing. Bazat gripped his fists tightly, kicking the ground several times before charging at Jiang Feng, throwing a punch aimed at Jiang Feng's face. Instant step. Just as Bazat's fist was about 10 inches away from Jiang Feng, he dodged and appeared in midair behind Bazat, turning to deliver a side kick. Bazat attempted to block with his left hand, but was still kicked away by Jiang Feng, nearly falling off the stage. How is this possible? How can his strength be so much greater than mine? Bazat lay flat at the edge of the stage, shocked, but his face showed no signs of it. Tell me this isn't real. Bazat was kicked away. Bazat has lost? And he was defeated in an instant. The elites below the stage were momentarily stunned by the scene. All along, everyone thought Jiang Feng and Bazat were evenly matched. They couldn't believe that Jiang Feng had kicked Bazat nearly 10 meters away. They were all elites, and they knew very well how powerful an elite's strength could be. Meanwhile, in the office of Warring States, this kid really knows how to pull off astonishing feats. Did you see that just now, Zephyr? Warring States said to Zephyr beside him. To kick Bazat nearly 10 meters away, his strength must be at least twice that of Bazat. I know Bazat's strength, and he is considered quite excellent among this group of elites, around 2,000 pounds. So this kid's base strength must be over 1,000 pounds. I remember your base strength, Zephyr, was the highest in the entire army, about 1,100 pounds. This kid's base strength can't possibly be higher than yours, Warring States joked. I actually hope he can surpass me. This group of newcomers is indeed stronger than previous years. Jiang Feng's physical quality is much better than Bazat's, and it's not just a slight difference. Bazat's physique is not very robust, which means his base quality is around 500 pounds, with a power limit exceeding 2,500 pounds after breaking through. At this moment, Bazat's strength is at most 2,000 pounds, while Jiang Feng's strength is over 5,000 pounds. The difference in strength is evident. It can be said that without beast transformation, Bazat would be completely crushed by Jiang Feng. In the previous matches, Jiang Feng never revealed his strength, and Bazat mistakenly thought that Jiang Feng's strength was not as strong as the other elites of the same period, which led to his carelessness. Bring out your trump card, Bazat, or you won't have any chance to win against me. I've seen your beast transformation, enough talk. Let's get on with it, Jiang Feng said, looking at Bazat with anticipation. Bazat slowly stood up and said, Admiral Carp's nephew is indeed extraordinary. I underestimated you. After beast transformation, my strength, speed, and defense will increase to more than 3 times the original. Monkey D. Feng, you are the first person to make me go all out. You can be proud of that. Bazat shook off the previous slump and said to Jiang Feng, TCH, if I say you're fat, you're out of breath too. Be proud of your head. If I don't beat you into a pig's head today, you can forget about leaving this stage. The purpose of this conference assessment is not to rank anyone, but mainly to observe the condition of the Navy newcomers through this battle and to pick out some particularly outstanding individuals for key training. The Navy is vast and resource-rich, but it cannot afford to cultivate too many elites. Additionally, some older elites have long lost their training value. The Navy headquarters needs fresh blood. Bazat understands this, so he plans to go all out. Winning would be great, but even if he loses, his performance would be enough to catch the attention of the Navy's higher-ups. Beast transformation. Bazat's entire body transformed into a giant mantis, his limbs becoming scythe-like, and his head changed minimally but became triangular. This guy probably hasn't seen himself after transforming. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have turned into such a hideous form. If only there were a mirror for Bazat to look at himself. Jiang Feng was sure it would cause him 1,000 points of inner damage. Across from Jiang Feng, Bazat raised 2 sides high, the one on the left blocking his face while the one on the right was held at an angle. With a sudden push from his feet, he charged towards Jiang Feng. A green blade of light suddenly burst forth, crossing nearly 5 meters in an instant, crashing right in front of Jiang Feng. Instant step. Faced with the sudden attack, Jiang Feng remained calm. Since he had no weapon in hand, he could only dodge with the instant step. Jiang Feng hadn't brought his short sword to the stage in the previous rounds. He had quickly ended battles using the instant step combined with his short sword, purely to save time. As for Bazat and Gillet, their strengths were on par with Jiang Feng, so he viewed them as his training stones, using them to hone his skills and enhance his practical experience. Can you dodge such a strike? An elite inquired of another elite nearby. Don't compare me to these 2 monsters. If I face such a swift strike, I'll be dead by now. No wonder he is Garp's nephew, with S-class talent. It's hard to imagine he gained such strength in just 1 year. Bazat, seeing Jiang Feng dodge a strike, was not surprised. He had only been testing the waters and hadn't gone all out. So fast. I didn't expect a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user to be this difficult to deal with. What about a Paramecia or Logia? Jiang Feng murmured as he looked at Bazat. After transforming, Bazat gained an additional ability, enhanced jumping power. His jumping speed was even faster than shaving. Swish, swish. Bazat's scythe sliced through the air. A relentless barrage of attacks, leaving no chance for Jiang Feng to counter. Instant step. This time, Jiang Feng directly flashed behind Bazat and delivered a side kick to his triangular head. Not good. Instant step. Stabilizing his form, Jiang Feng noticed a small cut on his left leg. After checking, he found it hadn't damaged any blood vessels, which relieved him. Do you think the same trick will work on me? I forgot to tell you. After my transformation, I gain an animal's unique sense of danger. The weaker the creature, the stronger their sense of danger. Bazat said, putting down his scythe. Huh. So what if he's Garp's nephew? So what if he has high talent? He will still be defeated by me. Bazat said with an arrogant expression. You better not admit defeat. I haven't had enough fun yet. He added. Hee. I don't see any hope of you winning. Rest assured, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't allow you to give up before I flatten your triangular head. Jiang Feng stared directly at Bazat, and, as soon as he spoke, he raised his right hand. A 2-centimeter-long black blade appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced open echoed as the black blade appeared before Bazat. However, Jiang Feng did not see any intention from Bazat to evade. Was he not going to dodge? Ding! Bazat's scythe clashed with the black blade, and to Jiang Feng's surprise, the spatial blade was shattered by Bazat's scythe. It seems that the spatial blade I created with my current spatial abilities lacks strength. If 1 strike doesn't work, then I'll use 10. If 10 don't work, then I'll use 100. There's nothing that the spatial blade can't solve. If there is, then I'll just send another one. Ding! Ding! The sound of the scythe and the black blade colliding continued, with shards of the shattered blades occasionally skimming across the ground, leaving straight cuts on the surface. In an instant, the battle reached its climax as the torrential black blades rained down on Bazat, leaving the elite spectators below somewhat dazzled. No wonder Bazat is formidable. No wonder he is a devil fruit user. It seemed that they were evenly matched, with no clear winner. The elites standing near the front of the arena watched the battle between Jiang Feng and Bazat, occasionally gasping in amazement, their faces filled with envy, wishing they were the ones on stage. This year's competition was the best in recent years, and also the most brutal. Jiang Feng, Bazat, and Gulida would have been undisputed leaders in any previous competition. Unfortunately, fate had brought them together in the same round. Now, Jiang Feng was releasing small spatial blades without being affected by physical limitations. Bazat could shatter the spatial blades, but he couldn't handle their sheer number, gradually falling into a disadvantage. With only defense and no opportunity to attack, Bazat had lost his chance to win. He swung his scythe, desperately trying to fend off Jiang Feng's storm-like assault. Now and then, a few blades would slip through, leaving small wounds on him. Suddenly, Baz-8 withstood a few blades and charged at Jiang Feng, getting close and then bringing down his scythe with a fierce slash, the blade glowing green. The speed of the scythe swing made Jiang Feng feel as if a green line was rushing toward him. Shave, razor foot. A sharp slashing blow collided with the green line, forcing Jiang Feng to the edge of the arena. Feng, stop struggling. Your strength and speed are no match for mine. Perhaps one day you will surpass me, but right now, you are definitely not my opponent. Baz-8 said as he menacingly approached Jiang Feng. I say, I'm not using my full strength because I'm afraid I might misjudge the force and accidentally kill you. Looking at Baz-8, Jiang Feng's tone held a hint of intrigue. This was just a competition, and there was no need to be deadly serious. Although I somewhat dislike you, I'm not at the point of wanting to kill you. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Baz-8's gaze sharpened, realizing that Jiang Feng did not seem to be lying. To him, it appeared that Jiang Feng had run out of tricks and couldn't think of any more cards to play. You don't think that saying this will make me concede, do you? This is just a reminder for you. If you can't do it, admit defeat. Don't be stubborn. It's more important to save your life. You're seeking death. The match had already dragged on long enough, and Jiang Feng didn't want to waste more time with Baz-8. Baz-8, you better not die. Just as these faint words fell, a 1-meter-long black blade suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Feng, resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe, containing terrifying power. However, the black blade continued to grow larger, and in an instant, the tiny blade transformed into a colossal object. A spatial rift about 10 meters wide appeared above the arena, dark and profound. Within the rift, everyone could clearly see twinkling stars. The spatial rift resembled a corner of the galaxy, revealing the unchanging vicissitudes of time. What is this? Am I seeing things? I see stars in the sky. Such a magnificent ability. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Baz-8 as he looked at the black crescent moon appearing before him. His expression changed dramatically, and every pore on his body tightened, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Although Jiang Feng's attack had not yet struck him, his instincts warned him that if he took this blow, he would die. Baz-8's legs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he dared not make a move. At that moment, he began to regret provoking Jiang Feng. He wanted to concede, but his strong sense of pride wouldn't allow him to give in, unwilling to accept defeat. Just as everyone was in shock, Jiang Feng felt utterly helpless inside. There was a saying that he wasn't sure whether to say or not. How on earth was he supposed to use this big guy? Jiang Feng found that the spatial blade he had created was gradually slipping out of his control, and he could no longer manage this big guy. Jiang Feng didn't know what would happen next, so he could only pray that the Navy High Command would notice his abnormality and stop him. A few months ago, even Carp had to use hockey to defend against a space blade of this magnitude. The elite present had not awakened their hockey, and once the space blade erupted, the consequences were unimaginable. Just thinking about killing all the elites made Jiang Feng break out in a cold sweat. Even though Jiang Feng was Carp's nephew, causing numerous casualties would still land him in prison. This kid, something feels off, Carp said as he looked at the image of Jiang Feng. These big shots were all seasoned veterans and could naturally see that Jiang Feng was acting unusually, especially since Carp had seen this move from Jiang Feng before. Kazan, you're just in time. Go check the venue, Carp said to Kazan behind him, truly worthy of being Carp's nephew, even before joining the Navy. He has already caused such a commotion. Kazan, standing behind Carp, said lazily, forget it, it doesn't matter. If he dies, he dies. At this point, Jiang Feng had no intention of controlling the space blade any longer. As soon as Jiang Feng withdrew his hand, the crescent moon in the sky went berserk. A powerful attraction emanated from a space rift, and without exception, the tables, chairs, and equipment in the venue were uprooted and vanished into the rift. First, the lighter objects were pulled, and slowly, some people could no longer control their bodies and were being dragged toward the rift. The venue fell into chaos. Help! Help me! I don't want to die yet. An elite who was being pulled in midair exclaimed in panic as he grabbed onto someone nearby. Put away your attack. It's too dangerous. The examiner immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. I want to, but I can't stop now. Jiang Feng looked helplessly at the chief examiner. Then you two hurry and follow me. No, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Bazat, I see you're at your limit too. Hurry up and leave. Jiang Feng turned around and said to Baz-8, no, I haven't lost yet. Examiner, you saw it too? Hurry and take everyone away. We can settle this after we leave. Hurry. Everyone, quickly leave the venue. Seeing the situation was not good, the examiner shouted and ran towards the outskirts, still holding onto two weak elites. Moments later, Only Jiang Feng and Baz 8 were left under the crack. At this point, Baz 8 was already in a sorry state, with multiple signs of impact on his body, probably from being hit by the things that were attracted here. Baz 8 plunged his scythe-like limbs into the arena to stabilize himself, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng used the little stamina he had recovered to create a spatial barrier, wrapping himself within it. Even though the gravitational pull of the crack was immense, it couldn't uproot a section of space. Suddenly, a massive rock, pulled up from the distance, was hurtling towards Baz 8. Bang! Baz 8 was knocked away along with the rock, being dragged toward the crack. Not good. Jiang Feng's heart sank. You little brats really know how to cause trouble. Ice Age. As soon as he finished speaking, an iceberg appeared before everyone, blocking the terrifying pull. A wave of cold air rushed towards them, and Jiang Feng couldn't help but shiver. Jiang Feng looked down at the stage. A tall man dressed in a white vest and a dark blue shirt was standing there. This must be asGarp's, one of the 3 admirals of the future Navy. Among the 3 admirals, Jiang Feng admired asGarp's the most. Although asGarp's is laid back, he is calm in handling matters and has a clear sense of right and wrong. He is the one who leaves the best impression among the 3 admirals and is also the easiest to talk to. asGarp's justice is lazy justice or gentle justice. He believes that different people have different perspectives on justice. Therefore, he never questions the justice of others, but when he believes that someone else's justice is wrong, he does not agree with it at all. asGarp's justice is absolute justice or selfish justice. He believes that pirates are the root of all evil in this world. In his eyes, all pirates deserve to die, without exception. He sees the Navy as justice and never acknowledges other forms of justice. The two have completely different understandings of justice, which is why there will later be a struggle for power between them. At this time, asGarp's is already a rear admiral at just over 20 years old, and it won't be long before he becomes an admiral. Although asGarp's saved Bazat, Bazat fell outside the arena and lost the match. Looking at Bazat below, Jiang Feng had a playful expression. Looks like I've won, huh? This time you got lucky. Bazat snorted coldly and left. Watching Bazat's departing figure, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for his crossing into the world of One Piece, this guy would probably be the top of the year. So you're Mr. Carp's nephew? S-class talent, you better become a Navy officer. As asGarp's spoke, his aura suddenly changed. Jiang Feng suddenly felt a chill sweep over him, as if every cell in his body was about to freeze. Is this the ability of the ice fruit? Truly worthy of being a Logia type. Jiang Feng knew that asGarp's was testing him. After a moment, the chill receded, and Jiang Feng let out a long sigh. He speculated that asGarp's test was related to Dragon. After graduating from Zephyr's tutelage, Kuzan followed Garp to learn and became Garp's assistant, which he has continued to this day. Jiang Feng found it hard to believe that Kuzan and Dragon didn't know each other, from Garp training Luffy to become a Navy member from a young age. It was evident that Dragon had also been trained by Garp and had joined the Navy. Jiang Feng didn't know why Dragon left the Navy. Perhaps only Garp knew the truth. However, as the son of the Navy hero Garp, Dragon possessed formidable fruit abilities, and his combat power was undoubtedly strong. The departure of such a powerful force from the Navy was undoubtedly a significant loss. The Revolutionary Army had not yet been established, or it had just been formed and had not yet made its mark. Jiang Feng had long admired this cousin he had never met. Dragon's departure from the Navy had already become a hidden threat for the Navy. With Jiang Feng's immense potential, if he stood on the opposing side of the Navy, the consequences could be imagined. asGarp's glanced around the venue and said, "The venue has been ruined by you all. It seems the final match will be postponed until tomorrow. Let's call it a day. You've all been tired all day, so go back and rest. The final match and the awards will take place tomorrow." After returning home, Jiang Feng reflected on today's match and realized that his mastery of spatial abilities was still not proficient enough. He had nearly caused a disaster today. Big brother. Hikas ran up to Jiang Feng with envy on his face and said, "Tomorrow is the final match. You must win. If you win, you can become a major. It's not as simple as you think. Gilead's strength is definitely not below mine. Moreover, I don't plan to use my spatial abilities against him." "Why not?" "Your ability nearly destroyed the entire venue today," Hikas said with a mischievous smile. "So you came specifically to see me make a fool of myself." Hikas quickly waved his hands. No, I genuinely hope you can win. Don't worry, I have confidence in my powers. Gilead's advantage lies in his great strength and strong defense, excelling in the iron block technique among the 6 powers. Jiang Feng chose to give up his abilities and engage in close combat with Gilead, hoping to improve his practical skills. Moreover, Dealing with someone as honest and straightforward as Gully would not convince him using spatial abilities. Only by defeating him in his area of expertise can one earn his recognition. Jiang Feng thinks that Guder is a very worthy friend to deepen his relationship with, someone he can trust with his back. Therefore, Jiang Feng wants to take this opportunity to strengthen their bond. On another day, the Navy sets up the arena again. Today is the last day of the competition, and high-ranking officials from the Navy will be present, with Sengoku personally awarding the winner the rank of Major. The Navy's documents have long been prepared, just waiting for the final victor to be decided. Early in the morning, everyone gathers at the venue, discussing among themselves. The atmosphere is not as tense as yesterday because the outcome is basically determined. Anyone who didn't make it into the top 50 cannot possibly receive Zephyr's special training. Today, everyone's goal is simple: to see who will be awarded the rank of Major. Look, Guder is here. From a distance, Jiang Feng saw Guder enter the venue, but did not rush over. Once inside, Jiang Feng noticed that there were indeed many officers present today, mostly junior and senior officers. What surprised Jiang Feng was that there were also several rear admirals and vice admirals. Waiting is always the most torturous time. Jiang Feng found an empty corner to sit down as he counted the people he knew in the Navy headquarters on his fingers. Naturally, no one came to find him. Everyone quieted down. With a shout from a Navy vice admiral, the venue fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned towards the vice admiral. In the next moment, the light-hearted expressions on people's faces vanished, replaced by shock, admiration, and excitement. All the officers in the venue stood at attention and saluted in the direction of the distance. Moments later, several figures dressed in Navy uniforms appeared in the sight of the crowd, their postures upright, walking side by side, slowly approaching under countless awed gazes. Among them, Jiang Feng was most familiar with Carp. The one with purple hair next to Carp should be Zephyr. As for the other one wearing glasses, with a seagull on his head, there is no doubt it is Sengoku. Jiang Feng did not recognize the other few individuals. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, right? Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Carp are all here. Seeing the arrival of the admirals, everyone realized the Navy's emphasis on this competition. Some even regretted not giving their all in the arena. As everyone gathered, Sengoku walked up to a rear admiral and said, "Both of them are here, right? Let them start quickly." Yes. The final match, Guder versus Luo Feng, is about to begin. Both sides prepare to take the stage. Bang! Guder leaped up, his tall figure straightly landing on the arena, his body moving with no unnecessary actions, his feet hitting the ground as if embedded in it, unmoving. At the same time, a large spiderweb-like pattern of fine cracks extended from beneath his feet. This person is over 2 meters tall with a powerful build. He wears only a Navy vest on his upper body, clearly showcasing his bulging muscles as solid as rock. Is this Guder? I heard this guy is a madman in physical training, majoring in the iron block and finger gun techniques. No one from the same batch of trainees can break through his defense. Shuanpa. Jiang Feng stepped onto the stage and looked at the towering figure who was 2 heads taller than him. From him, Jiang Feng could sense a hint of pressure. Jiang Feng guessed that Gully's strength was slightly stronger than his own, estimating his base strength to be around 1100 gene. There was definitely a terrifying power hidden within this big guy's body. Gully looked at Jiang Feng as he stepped onto the stage and eagerly said, "I know your strength is impressive. Come on and attack. I want to have a good fight with you." "As you wish." Shave. Jiang Feng transformed into a shadow and soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch that landed solidly on Gully's chest. Jiang Feng only used 50% of his strength for this punch. Gully made no attempt to defend himself and took Jiang Feng's punch head-on, stepping back 5 paces to stabilize himself. Jiang Feng looked puzzled and said, "Why not use an iron block?" "Oomph. Your soft fists aren't worth me using an iron block to defend against. Next time you attack, if you don't give it your all, I'm going to get angry." Gulai endured a punch from Jiang Feng, feeling uncomfortable and breathing heavily. He said, "All right, I understand. I will go all out." Unexpectedly, the seemingly simple-minded big guy transformed into a berserker once the fight started. Shave Iron Block Jiang Feng appeared in front of Gulida and unleashed more than 10 punches in an instant, using all his strength this time. Bang! A series of collision sounds echoed in the air, as his fists, like a fierce tiger, struck repeatedly at Gullida's chest and abdomen, forcing him to retreat step by step. "Huh, this feels great. You really didn't disappoint me. It's been a long time since anyone could hurt me. Come on, buddy. You don't have any special preferences, do you? Now it's my turn to attack," Gulida said as he unleashed a series of powerful punches. Each one as thunderous as a storm. Wherever his fists landed, there was a sound of air being ruptured. Jiang Feng had never seen such powerful punches before. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Feng dodged sharply. After this round of confrontation, he had deeply felt the perverse defense and terrifying strength of Gully Da. Without using spatial power, it was difficult for him to break through Gully Da's defenses. No, I refuse to believe this. 5,000 pounds is definitely not my limit. Bang! Jiang Feng suddenly threw a punch to collide with Gilead's fist. Jiang Feng was knocked back 5 steps, feeling as if his bones were about to crack. Come again, he said. Punch after punch collided, but Jiang Feng was still pushed back, while Gilead remained unmoved. Gradually, Jiang Feng went from being pushed back 5 steps to 3, then to 1 step. His strength was clearly increasing until both of them were evenly matched. Gilead looked at Jiang Feng in surprise, sensing that Jiang Feng's power seemed to be awakening and continuously rising. At this moment, Jiang Feng understood that his base strength was around 1,200 gene, and that after breaking through his limits, his strength ceiling was over 6,000 gene. However, his strength had only increased to 5,000 gene and had stopped growing. Most people increase their strength through high-intensity training, but once their strength reaches a certain value, it no longer grows. This is because the body gradually adapts to high-intensity training. And in order to make further improvements, the training volume must be increased. Although this method is simple, it puts too much strain on the body and can easily leave hidden injuries. Garp knew this, which is why he didn't put too much pressure on Jiang Feng. Training and pressure are external stimuli to the body, and the body resists these stimuli by increasing its physical strength. Once the physique is strong enough to withstand these stimuli, it will no longer grow. Gilead's immense power brought Jiang Feng unprecedented pressure, awakening his dormant body and making him stronger. It's often said that when one is on the brink of life and death, strength increases the fastest, and this was indeed true. The surrounding elites watched Jiang Feng in shock, completely unable to comprehend why he possessed such immense strength. One was broad-shouldered and strong, while the other had an ordinary build. The stark difference between the two made their fierce battle on stage baffling. The two had exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds and were both in a disheveled state. Nearing exhaustion, Gilead's defense was clearly stronger than Jiang Feng's. Although Jiang Feng's attacks were powerful, they did not inflict much damage on Gilead. In contrast, Jiang Feng's physical endurance had reached its limit. Finger gun. With a careless move, Gilead directly jabbed his finger into Jiang Feng's abdomen. Pain surged through him, a heart-wrenching agony, and Jiang Feng could clearly feel that one of his left ribs had been broken. He tried to lift his left hand, but the pain intensified, causing him to furrow his brow tightly. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to use his left hand for a while. Gilead paused, breathing slightly hurriedly, and said, Monkey D. Feng, I know you have a trump card. I saw what happened yesterday. Use that move of yours. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to win. Jiang Feng pressed his left hand against the wound and said heavily, You're right. Without the space blade, with the means I currently possess, I really can't win against you. Gilead is definitely not an ordinary elite. He is probably just one step away from breaking through the second limit. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng raised his right hand, and a space blade about 1 meter long appeared in front of him. After the black blade appeared, Jiang Feng began to infuse it with spatial power. Learning from yesterday's lesson, Jiang Feng focused his mental energy intensely. As soon as it reached the critical point, he would immediately withdraw. In an instant, a space blade about 8 meters long appeared in midair. The elites below looked tense, instinctively taking a step back. Their experiences from yesterday still fresh in their minds. They certainly didn't want to go through that again. A naval colonel, seeing the black giant blade in the sky, felt every hair on his body stand on end. What a terrifying attack. Just looking at it made him feel a chill. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Are they really rookies? In the distance, ZFA's expression changed. With his experience, how could he not see the attack power of Jiang Feng's move? Seeing the scene, Gilead's face became serious. He said nothing more. His body tensed and his muscles bulged. Iron block, go. The black giant blade moved with incredible speed, almost instantly reaching Gilead's face. Looking at the giant blade appearing before him, Gilead's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes, which then turned into indifference and fervor. Gilead had deeply felt the terrifying, destructive power of this strike. Perhaps if he took this blow, he would die. But he had no regrets. The black giant blade not only brought Gilead a strong sense of oppression, but also emanated a powerful attraction, constantly tearing at his body. With one strike, it could destroy everything in its path. There was no way Gilead could evade this attack. For the first time, Gilead felt his own insignificance under this strike, and his desire to grow stronger amplified infinitely. Gilead let out a loud roar, saying, "Ah, come on." The unstoppable force. Under the intense, tearing power, Gilead felt as if he was about to be ripped apart. Am I going to die? At that moment, a thought flashed through Gilead's mind. Am I not strong enough? He began to question his own strength for the first time. Just at this life-and-death moment, a tall figure suddenly blocked in front of Gilead, moving so fast that only a few people in the arena noticed his movement. Armament hockey. Suddenly, the person's right hand was covered by a layer of black. Seeing the black blade so close, he casually threw a punch. Bang! The black blade shattered, and the broken pieces turned into slashes that flew out in all directions. Quick dodge! Everyone hurriedly avoided the falling blade fragments. Jiang Feng looked at the space blade that had fallen at his feet, and from it he could still feel a faint pulling force, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Feng couldn't help but think about the formation and disappearance of the spatial blade. The spatial blade was created using his spatial abilities by opening a small rift in the air, which became the spatial blade. If the world is viewed as a large space, then when a small rift is opened, the surrounding energy will slowly flow towards it to repair the crack. Previously, Jiang Feng's development of spatial abilities was not strong enough, so the spatial blade would disappear quickly, and he had never realized this. However, if his spatial abilities were developed to a sufficient level, wouldn't it be possible to create a spatial rift that wouldn't disappear? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's heart suddenly raced, and a bold idea flashed in his mind. You two are simply being foolish. One is unaware of the situation, and the other is overestimating himself. A stern voice interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. Upon closer inspection, the person who had suddenly appeared with incredible speed was none other than the former Marine Admiral and the current best instructor of the Navy, Zephyr. Zephyr gave Jiang Feng a deep look, although he didn't particularly like students who relied too much on their devil fruit abilities. He had to admit that spatial abilities were not inferior to the natural-type devil fruit abilities at all. Zephyr spoke in a heavy tone. The ultimate victor of this conference is Monkey D. Feng. The venue fell silent. Zephyr's appearance was completely unexpected to everyone. From Jiang Feng's attack to Zephyr's intervention, the time was brief. Some elites were still in a daze. From the start of the conference until now, Jiang Feng's two spatial blades had already made a deep impression, being both magnificent and powerful. Jiang Feng became number one, and no one had any objections, not even Gilead. Just now, Jiang Feng's strike left a huge psychological impact on Gilead. Although Gilead was saved by Zifa at the last moment, it was clear to see the numerous torn wounds on his body, and his clothes were in tatters, making him look like a bloodied figure. The medic rushed onto the stage to bandage the wounds of both Jiang Feng and Gilead. This time, Jiang Feng had fractured a rib, and even though the Navy's medical standards were high, he would need to rest for a few days to recover. After seeing that Jiang Feng's wounds were being treated, Sengoku stepped onto the stage and said, "Congratulations, little Feng. From now on, you will be a Navy major. Please sign this document. You and Gilead should go back and heal your wounds first, then report to Zifa. Your uniform will be delivered to you tomorrow." "Thank you, Admiral Sengoku." After arriving at the Navy headquarters, Jiang Feng thought every day about becoming a Navy officer, but becoming a Navy officer was not that easy. As for asking Carp for help, that was a joke. Jiang Feng was sure that as soon as he opened his mouth, Carp would definitely give him a good beating. Today, he finally got what he wished for. It has been 2 days since the meeting. Jiang Feng's wounds were gradually healing, and for the past few days, he had been pondering how to develop his time abilities. Ever since he acquired his abilities, Jiang Feng had been focused on developing his spatial abilities. It wasn't that he didn't want to develop his time abilities, it was just that he had no clues at all. Now, Jiang Feng could already feel the movement range within 40 meters, and he was not far from breaking through his second physical limit. Forget it, he thought. After thinking all morning, he still had no clues. Jiang Feng plans to give up temporarily and continue developing in the future. "Big brother, I'm here." The voice came from afar before the Hikas arrived. "Hikas, how come you have time to come here? Aren't you and Tina supposed to sign up for the Navy's elite training class today? You didn't get eliminated, did you?" Jiang Feng joked. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zikas immediately became anxious. "How is that possible? I'm a devil fruit user. They will be welcoming me instead." Both Tina and I were selected, and we were placed in the same class. The Navy's elite training program is specifically designed to cultivate elites for the Navy, and most of the competitors in the previous rounds were trained in the elite program. The reason Jiang Feng can skip school and directly participate in competitions is because of Carp. For ordinary people, The primary requirement to participate in competitions is to come from elite training classes. In elite training classes, Navy instructors conduct brainwashing education for every student. So congratulations. Honestly, tell me why you're not going to class and came here instead. That isn't Big Brother already a Navy major? I'm here to congratulate Big Brother. Hikasu fidgeted, his gaze wandering. Jiangfeng didn't believe that this mischievous little brat would be so kind as to specially congratulate him. As the saying goes, flattery without reason is either deceit or theft. Hee, I almost believed it. If you don't tell the truth, I'm leaving. Wait, Big Brother. I have something I need your help with. Hikas quickly grabbed Jiangfeng, his face looking like a bitter melon. That's more like it. What is it? In a few days, it's Tina's birthday, and I want to give her something she really likes. Then just give it to her. What does it have to do with me? Here's the thing. Last time I went to the back mountain with Tina, we passed by a pond. The pond isn't very big, but in the center blooms a purple lotus, and the bud looks particularly beautiful. Tina fell in love with that flower at first sight. You know how little girls like these pretty flowers and plants? I want to pick it and give it to Tina. But just when I got close to that lotus, a huge python suddenly burst out of the water and almost wrapped around me. If I weren't a devil fruit user, I probably wouldn't have made it back. After listening to Hika's, Jiangfeng seemed to ponder. So, you want me to help you pick this lotus? Yes, Hika's nodded eagerly. I can help you, but what's in it for me? Jiangfeng had a playful expression and said, Zika's, you don't really think there are things in this world that come without effort, do you? Zika's rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment before replying. Then what do you want, Big Brother? I'll give you anything I have. I want you. What? You want me? Big Brother, I'm still young. Can we wait a few years for me to develop? Jiangfeng said irritably, all right, enough of that. Let's go, take me there. That night, Hikas took Jiangfeng to the pond. The bright moonlight shone through the gaps above the pond, illuminating the clear water, creating a shimmering effect, and everything was so tranquil. In the pond, a purple lotus was blooming, and from a distance, its bud was radiating colorful light. No wonder that little girl Tina liked this lotus. Instant step, Jiangfeng suddenly appeared above the lotus flower, plucked it with one swift motion, and then vanished back to the shore. Everything happened in an instant. Zika saw the lotus flower in Jiangfeng's hand and immediately snatched it away, jumping up joyfully. Brother, you got it. Thank you. Looking into the depths of the water, Jiangfeng could sense a murderous intent approaching. Hold on. Don't thank me yet. Something big is coming. Suddenly, a massive creature broke through the water surface. A giant python appeared before the two, with only half of its body visible, stretching 10 meters long. Its body was covered in menacing scales, and the giant python hissed. Watching the two warily, the python suddenly lunged forward, releasing a strong, fishy odor, which was eerie and sent chills down their spines. Jiangfeng's fist struck the giant python's head, and the tremendous force of over 5,000 pounds sent the python flying. Hika's run, hiss, accompanied by an angry roar. The giant python's eyes turned blood red as it raised its long tail and swept fiercely towards the small creature that had knocked it away. The python's vengeful strike was truly formidable, shattering the space barrier that protected Jiangfeng. However, Jiangfeng was already prepared. He maintained a calm expression, lightly raised his right hand, and the space blade instantly struck the python's tail, severing it. A mournful cry followed. Jiangfeng didn't want to get entangled any longer, so he teleported in the direction where Hika's was running away. After a while, he saw Hika's, who was heading towards the town. Hika's, upon hearing Jiangfeng's voice. Hika's stopped. Big Brother, you're still alive. Jiangfeng struck Hika's with the iron fist of love. What do you mean I'm still alive? I was never dead. A little python wanted to kill me? That's a joke. You're really ungrateful, running away yourself. Didn't you tell me to run? Hika said with a face full of grievance. Is it my fault then? Another iron fist of love. By the way, what's up with that pond? Jiangfeng asked curiously. Actually, I'm not too sure either. Last time I went out to play with Tina, we accidentally ended up there. Jiangfeng lazily shrugged his shoulders. All right then, I've got what I need. I'm heading back. With a shuanbu, instant step, as Jiangfeng left, he could only hear a voice in the distance saying, Big Brother, thank you. When he returned home at night, Jiangfeng began to think about how to develop his time abilities. He intended to go out looking for inspiration, but unexpectedly came back empty-handed. The next day, while searching for experimental materials, Jiangfeng realized that to explore the marvelous uses of his time abilities, he needed to conduct a large number of experiments. Jiangfeng found several materials that met the requirements, but ultimately decided to use a unique plant that is exclusive to the pirate world. This plant is a common flower found everywhere in the pirate world and holds no special value. So what makes it magical? The flower has many branches, with leaf-like structures that are laterally flattened, tapering to an elongated oval shape at the tip, with wavy edges and a short, tapering base resembling a stem. This flower blooms once every 7 days and nights, and after blooming, it slowly wilts 1 minute later, with its low cost and obvious effects. Isn't this the perfect experimental material? Jiang Feng dug up more than 20 flowers in the suburbs. When the flowers bloomed, Jiang Feng began to use his time ability. After more than 10 days of repeated experiments, he finally figured out the function of the time ability. It can slow down time. If this ability were to be revealed, the entire pirate world would probably go crazy, and at that time, the Navy might not be able to protect Jiang Feng. No one can resist the temptation of eternal life. The most impressive time-related devil fruit user in the Pirate King era is Admiral Lu Ein. Her devil fruit is the backward fruit, which causes anything she touches to age backward by 12 years. This is something Jiang Feng saw in the pirate movie of his previous life, where Nami and Robin's ages were both reversed by 12 years, but when Zoro defeated Ein, they returned to their original states. Can I also make time go backward? Jiang Feng was lost in thought. If only I could see time. That thought lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Wait, if I could see time, I could. As Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred, a marvelous occurrence unfolded. He saw strands of silvery white lines, each existing independently. They intertwined with flowers, grass, trees, and danced with flying sand and stones. Everything was covered in them. Jiang Feng looked down at himself and discovered that a silvery white line was also wrapped around him. What could these silvery lines be? Could they be timelines? It couldn't be wrong. They were indeed timelines, Jiang Feng told himself. Everything has its own timeline, recording all its experiences, and all these timelines together form a long river of time. Jiang Feng looked at the withered flowers, and a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a silvery white flame ignited in his hand, and he threw the flame towards the flowers. The flame caught fire on the flowers, and Jiang Feng could clearly see that the flames did not ignite the flowers themselves, but were burning the timeline of the flowers. After a moment, the flames began to dwindle, but the flowers did not come back to life. Could it be that the time energy was insufficient? Let's try again. He increased the time energy, injecting it into the flames. The flames burned brighter and brighter, and finally, the withered flowers revived. The flowers, which had just shown no signs of life, now returned to their blooming state. I succeeded, Jiang Feng shouted excitedly. However, the silver-white flames gradually extinguished, 1 second, 2 seconds, and the flowers wilted at an incredibly fast speed. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Jiang Feng's head. How could this happen? When Ain reversed time, if Ain suffered a heavy blow or canceled her ability, the things she had reversed would return to their original state. Jiang Feng also felt that after time reversed, there seemed to be a force in nature that restored the reversed time. Calming down, Jiang Feng began to contemplate. There must be some connection between the past, present, and future. Whether time is reversed or accelerated, it is only temporary, and eventually, some force will restore them to their original state. Since there is a connection between them, I will find this connection and sever it. As long as I sever this connection, the reversed time will not return to its original state. Severing the connection between the present and the future is meaningless because every decision you make will affect the future. Mastering observation hockey to its ultimate level allows one to foresee the future. However, the future that is foreseen can only be that of others. One cannot see their own future. Similarly, one cannot see the future of another person who has mastered observation hockey to its ultimate level. Severing the connection between the past and the present means that your timeline starts recording time anew from this moment. The severed timeline will fall somewhere in the river of time, and trying to retrieve it is like finding a needle in a haystack. In the future, if one wishes to reverse time, it can only go back to the moment when they severed the past and present because their timeline is incomplete. Although your memories remain, you have lost a segment of the past in terms of time. From now on, no one will be able to see that part of your past, unless they have the ability to find the severed timeline within the river of time. A few days later, Jiang Feng had healed from his injuries, and his time abilities were nearly developed. It was time to report to Zephyr. Zephyr's training ground is separate from the regular training grounds. Zephyr is responsible for training mid-level and senior officers of the Navy, while other instructors focus on training junior officers. Joining Zephyr's training class is equivalent to entering the mid-level of the Navy, and the students trained by Zephyr graduate with at least the rank of major. Moreover, as a former admiral and the highest combat power of the Navy, there are very few who can be compared to him. His combat experience is extremely rich. and he develops different training plans for different elites. In contrast, general instructors follow a routine and train each class using the same model. Jiang Feng arrived at the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters is located in a military fortress on the shores of Marineford. The highest level is occupied by the office of Admiral Steelbone Kong and some generals, as well as the meeting office of the Navy's top leadership. On the next floor, there are offices for other naval officers and some special agencies. When Jiang Feng first visited the Navy headquarters with Carp, he had the opportunity to tour the headquarters, but unfortunately, he did not see the current Admiral Steelbone Kong. Behind the building, there is a spacious training ground, and Zephyr's training area is closest to the office building. As Jiang Feng approached the training ground, he saw elites training hard. Each engaged in different exercises. Some were doing physical training, while others were sparring. In the back, Jiang Feng also spotted Kulid, who was bandaged up, training alone. Jiang Feng felt that very few people had the courage to spar with Gilead after witnessing his elite combat skills. Bazate looked at Jiang Feng as if a hungry wolf had spotted its prey, his eyes fixated on him, eager to defeat Jiang Feng and redeem himself. Report. Zephyr turned around, sizing up Jiang Feng. Seeing that Jiang Feng was wearing a standard naval uniform instead of a lieutenant commander's uniform, a look of approval appeared in his eyes. Navy personnel below the rank of first-class seamen wear standard naval uniforms, and after being promoted to petty officer, they can choose various styles of dress, but are prohibited from wearing clothes that do not fit the Navy's image. Naval officers above the rank of ensign are allowed to wear capes with justice written on the back. Zephyr looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression and stated that because he was over 10 days late, from today onwards, his basic training regimen would be doubled. Only after completing the daily basic training could he engage in free training. Zephyr would not go easy on Jiang Feng just because he was Carp's nephew. In fact, he would be even stricter. After Jiang Feng returned to the team, ZFA gathered everyone together. Now that everyone is here, I will explain the rules of this training ground. Remember, I will only say this once. Anyone who comes to this training ground is among the elite of the elite. Although you are all still recruits without any military rank, I tell you that as long as you achieve military merits, the armed forces will grant you ranks based on your contributions. Many people here have received military ranks even before graduation. Why? Because they made outstanding contributions to the Navy. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn a look at Jiang Feng with envy. Jiang Feng had no contributions but still received the rank of major, which seemed like a free rank. In the next year of training, I require you to quickly break through your second physical limit. Breaking through the second physical limit is the first condition for graduating from my training. Once you break through the second physical limit, you will face not just my special training, but also go out to execute missions. This is not training or assessments, but a real life and death struggle against pirates. Completing more than 3 missions is the second condition for graduating from my training. There is one aspect here that is different from other training classes, which is that you can apply for early graduation. Still, I repeat, you must fulfill my 2 conditions to graduate. Additionally, your time studying here is limited to 2 years. After 2 years, if you have not met my 2 conditions, I will not grant you graduation. Of course, I will also not continue to teach you. I will note in your records that you have not met the graduation requirements. No institution will accept students who have not completed their studies, not even a branch. So do not let me down. These words were said with great seriousness, causing the atmosphere in the room to suddenly become solemn. Each student broke out in a cold sweat. They had thought that entering ZFA's training class would lead to a smooth future, but they didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Jiang Feng had long anticipated that the higher Zephyr's position, the greater the demands he would place on the Navy. Zephyr wanted to cultivate true naval elites at a high level, not cannon fodder. Zephyr's first condition was a requirement for strength. Students graduating from his program would at least hold the rank of major, and having the rank without the corresponding strength was unacceptable. By breaking through the second physical limit, even those with poor talent could attain the strength of a colonel after several years of training. Zephyr's second condition was a requirement for practical experience. As a Navy officer, one faces ruthless pirates, and any mistake could result in life or death. Through the performance of cadets on missions, Zephyr would judge whether a student was suitable to be in the Navy. After a long while, Zephyr noticed the atmosphere had become somber. Finally, he spoke again, his tone slightly softer. Although the graduation requirements are high, since I started teaching this training class, there hasn't been a student who couldn't graduate. I hope this cohort will be the same. After Zephyr finished speaking, everyone finally relaxed their tense expressions. Next, Zephyr began to introduce Jiang Feng and others to how training would proceed, with a focus on how to awaken Haki. The human body becomes stronger under intense external stimulation until it reaches its limit. When the body breaks through the first limit, it undergoes a transformation. After the transformation, a certain hidden power within the body begins to awaken, and this power is Haki. Haki is divided into observation Haki, armament Haki, and the strongest, conqueror's Haki. One elite student appeared quite puzzled. Teacher Zephyr, I've heard of observation Haki and armament Haki, but what is conqueror's Haki? Zephyr pondered for a moment and thoughtfully replied, it's normal that some of you haven't heard of conqueror's Haki, as it is extremely rare. Conqueror's Haki appears in only 1 out of 10,000 people. Note that I'm referring to those who have broken through the first limit. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Wasn't that equivalent to 1 in a million? That day, after completing his basic training, Jiang Feng heard a provocative voice behind him. Come and fight me again. Jiang Feng turned around and saw Bazat slowly walking towards him. Looking at Bazat standing in front of him, Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Isn't this Bazat? Has your injury healed? I'm sorry for being too harsh last time. Your mother should still be able to recognize you when you get home, right? Hearing Jiang Feng's teasing, Bazat's expression immediately darkened, but his emotions were still under control, and his tone was very indifferent. If you have the ability, don't just rely on words. Come and fight me. A defeated opponent is just a defeated opponent. If everyone who lost to me kept challenging me over and over, wouldn't I be overwhelmed? This statement seemed to hit Bazat's sore spot and provoked him. Bastard. In a fit of rage, Bazat raised his fist and struck at Jiang Feng. Surprisingly, faced with Bazat's powerful punch, Jiang Feng simply extended his hand and steadily caught his fist with his palm. What a soft punch. Bazat, have you not eaten for the past few days? With Bazat's strength of over 2,000 pounds, how could he possibly compete with Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng's words nearly drove Bazat to the brink of explosion. He had always been regarded as a genius since childhood, so he naturally harbored a sense of pride and couldn't tolerate Jiang Feng's mockery. Beast transformation. In an instant, Bazat transformed into a giant mantis. Wow, the animal devil fruit is amazing. It allows for transformation at the slightest disagreement. Oomph. Bazat snorted coldly and charged at Jiang Feng. The surrounding elites instinctively stepped back, clearing an area and forming a circle. However, just as Jiang Feng and Bazat were about to engage in battle, a cold shout suddenly echoed through the arena. Is this how you use the power I taught you? Look at what you're doing, attacking your own comrades. The cold shout came from Zephyr, who had suddenly appeared in the arena. Upon seeing Zephyr, Jiang Feng shrugged and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the basic training would have to be doubled from now on. Bazat looked at Zephyr with a nervous expression. Teacher Zephyr. The previously arrogant Bazat immediately turned into a well-behaved child upon seeing Zephyr. Zephyr looked at the two with a dark expression. You too. Is your training not enough? Then I'll double it for you. All the time you spend fighting will now be used for training. And you all, instead of watching the show, why not train more? From now on, your training will also be doubled. In Zephyr's training ground, mutual sparring among elites was allowed. However, conflicts that escalated into fights were not permitted. The nature of the two situations was completely different. Fortunately, since they hadn't actually fought, Zephyr did not punish the two. After nearly 2 months of training, I see that some of you are almost ready to comprehend Haki. In the coming time, I will decide when to teach you Haki based on your training progress. Today, Feng, Bazat, Gulide, Carls, and Mitchell come with me. Jiang Feng heard his name and murmured to himself. It seems I have met the conditions to awaken my domineering power. Everyone looked at the 5 selected individuals with envy, and their movements involuntarily quickened, all hoping to be the next chosen one. Jiang Feng had long wanted to learn the powerful Haki training method. Once he mastered Haki, he wouldn't have to fear those with nature-type devil fruit abilities. Next, he planned to follow Zephyr closely to learn, and mastering Haki was just around the corner. Zephyr led Jiang Feng and the others to one side of the square, entering a separate area that resembled a small training ground. Standing in front of the 5, Zephyr looked at their eager faces and finally spoke up. I believe you have heard of Haki before coming here, so I want to explain what Haki is. Now that your physical strength is about the same, I will explain in detail how to train Haki. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, everyone instantly focused their attention on Cars. Cars glanced at Jiang Feng with pride and snorted softly. During their match, Cars had showcased his observation Haki. As his opponent, Jiang Feng could say he had a deep understanding of it. If Cars' opponent had not been Jiang Feng, he would definitely have had the ability to reach the top 4. Standing in front of the 5, Zephyr began to explain how to train Haki. As he spoke, His expression softened considerably. He put aside the aura of an admiral and transformed into a wise elder. Listening to Zephyr's explanation, Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly. Compared to Carp, Zephyr was superior in teaching. All three admirals of the Navy were trained by Zephyr, and a large part of the Navy's high-ranking officials were also cultivated by him. In contrast, Carp threw his own nephew onto a deserted island for survival training. Thinking about the future Luffy, who at a young age would be thrown onto a beast-infested island by Carp, pushed off cliffs, and tied to balloons to rise into the sky, one couldn't help but feel sympathy. Jiang Feng couldn't help but criticize Carp's training methods. Since Luffy hasn't been killed by his grandfather, he can only say that the protagonist's halo is truly a wonderful thing. Zephyr spoke very slowly, taking some details out to explain them in depth, which made it clearer and more thorough for the five people, and they listened very attentively. As a time traveler, Jiang Feng had long been familiar with haki, and with Zephyr's meticulous explanation, Jiang Feng had already grasped the essentials. The distinguishing feature of observation haki is the word listen. Living beings emit a special kind of sound, and observation haki is used to interpret these sounds. Therefore, mastering observation haki allows you to predict your opponent's next move and position. The key aspect of armament haki is armor and attack. By coating your body with haki, it's like wearing armor, which can enhance personal defense, and, of course, it can also be converted into offensive power. Armament haki can also be applied to weapons, increasing their attack power. Armament haki is an essential skill for late-stage powerhouses. Using it allows you to attack elemental natural devil fruit users. As for Conqueror's haki, Zephyr only briefly mentioned it. Observation haki and armament haki are relatively common, and almost anyone who has broken through the first limit can awaken them. In the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, it is widely used. Pirates who don't know haki feel embarrassed to call themselves New World pirates. Training haki is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. What Zephyr taught today were the methods and steps for haki cultivation. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. The rest depends on when the five of you can cultivate haki. Those who can enter Zephyr's training class all have decent talent. Learning haki is just a matter of time. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now you can go back. Feng, stay behind. Jiang Feng watched as the others left the training ground and had already guessed a bit about why Zephyr had kept him behind. Zephyr looked at Jiang Feng and grinned. Little Feng, do you know why I kept you? A flash of brilliance appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes as he slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of the Conqueror's haki, right? Just now, Zephyr had detailed the observation haki and the armament haki, but only briefly mentioned the Conqueror's haki, leaving Jiang Feng's intentions very clear. Zephyr chuckled and said, smart. With only Jiang Feng and Zephyr remaining, Zephyr's tone became much gentler. After all, he was the nephew of his good friend Carp, and he could be considered a half-disciple. It was wise of you not to learn from that unreliable guy Carp. He's fine for fighting, but when it comes to teaching students, that guy can't hold a candle to me. Zephyr laughed heartily. Jiang Feng recalled Carp's unreliable training methods, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The Conqueror's haki is not something that can be obtained through training. It is an innate power. It is also known as the qualification of a king. Throughout history, those who have awakened the Conqueror's haki have stood at the pinnacle of this sea, leaving behind their legends. In ancient times, royal families could awaken the Conqueror's haki, but now only those with the blood of ancient royalty can do so. You have already broken your first physical limit and can now awaken the Conqueror's haki. Upon hearing this, a sudden spark flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he asked, Teacher Zephyr, how did you know I have this qualification? After all, Zephyr was over 50 years old, and Jiang Feng's little tricks could hardly escape his eyes. Kid, don't try to pry information from me. Knowing certain things now won't benefit you at all. Do you know why I only kept you? Compared to ordinary people, they are indeed very excellent, but there are worlds they cannot reach like some of them. Some may never even see the Conqueror's haki in their lifetime. The more you know, the more will only add to your troubles. I can only tell you that the D clan is one of the strongest royal families in ancient times. Now you should understand what the letter represents. Little Feng, here's a piece of advice. Before you become an admiral, never bring up the lettered. Remember, discussing the D clan is a taboo of the world government. After listening to Zephyr's words, Jiang Feng felt a chill in his heart. It seemed he would not be exposed to the secrets of the D clan before becoming an admiral. After a moment, Zephyr smiled slightly, looking at Jiang Feng. Little Feng, who do you think is stronger, me or Carp? Jiang Feng was taken aback. If he chose Zephyr, he would definitely get beaten up if this got back to Carp. If he chose Carp, he would offend Zephyr right in front of him. Forget it. he might as well flatter Zephyr first. Who knows if Zephyr is pleased? He might teach him his unique skills. Jiang Feng said seriously, I think Teacher Zifa is stronger. Haha, you little rascal. Don't you fear getting beaten up by that guy Carp when you go back? Zifa grinned widely, then looked at Jiang Feng meaningfully and said, Feng, you are mistaken. In terms of combat power, I am not as good as that guy Carp. There was a hint of helplessness in Zifa's tone. Jiang Feng looked at Zephyr with a puzzled expression upon hearing his words, not expecting Zephyr to directly admit that he was inferior to Carp. Seeing Jiang Feng's strange expression, Zephyr spoke calmly, stating that without using Conqueror's Haki, Carp's strength was about the same as his own. However, once Carp activated his Conqueror's Haki, his combat power would undergo a tremendous change. After hearing Zephyr's words, Jiang Feng nodded, realizing that Carp not only had an incredibly strong physical constitution, but also mastered Conqueror's Haki. That was why Zephyr helplessly said his combat power was not as good as Carp's. Some things are innate and cannot be changed by human effort. Without the qualifications of a king, it is impossible to awaken Conqueror's Haki. I kept you here to help you awaken this power. Hearing Zephyr's words, Jiang Feng nearly jumped up in excitement. Teacher Zephyr has a way to help me awaken this power? Conqueror's Haki is fundamentally different from the other two types of Haki. The other two can be attained through training, while Conqueror's Haki cannot. This power is innate. You either have it or you don't, and it cannot be learned. The conditions for awakening Conqueror's Haki are not too high. First, one must have the qualifications of a king, and second, one must have a broad mind. As for the third point, the first condition is straightforward, but Jiang Feng understands the second condition to mean having a vision for the world and great ambitions. To become a king, one must first have a broad perspective, as the height of one's vision often determines the height of one's achievements. Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had already fulfilled the first 2 points, but what was the third point from Teacher Zfa? Just after Jiang Feng finished asking, he noticed a change in the aura around Zfa. Jiang Feng suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. Jiang Feng was directly overwhelmed by this pressure and fell to the ground, unable to move even a little, and breathing became extremely difficult. Moreover, this terrifying force was constantly tormenting his mental will. Is this Teacher Zfa? It is an instant. Jiang Feng's brain didn't have time to react. 10 seconds, half a minute. Gradually, Jiang Feng's brain began to lose consciousness. Am I going to die? No. Jiang Feng suddenly let out a loud roar, and a powerful aura erupted from him. It appeared for just a moment before disappearing without a trace. Zephyr retracted his aura and looked at Jiang Feng with a satisfied expression. Have you awakened? It seems this kid's Conqueror's Haki is even stronger than that of Carp, he thought. In that instant, even I was stunned by his Conqueror's Haki. Stop pretending, get up. Zephyr scolded. Jiang Feng stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, slightly angry, and said, Teacher Zfa, why didn't you tell me in advance so I could prepare? Zfa replied irritably, if I told you in advance, would your subconscious let you completely relax your body and mind? The third requirement is the most difficult one. Although the Conqueror's Haki is hidden within your body, it is hard to develop it on your own. It can only be unleashed when you are in despair, on the brink of death, letting go of all distractions, and only the desire to survive remains. Telling you in advance would only backfire. If you fail, you might never awaken the Conqueror's Haki again. Hearing Zfa's words, Jiang Feng felt a wave of fear. If he had given up at the last moment, not only would he be unable to awaken the Conqueror's Haki, but he would also be left with a psychological shadow, never able to awaken it again. Without the Conqueror's Haki, even though he could become strong with his time-space abilities, it would be a lifelong regret. Jiang Feng felt he owed a huge favor today. Looking at Zfa, he didn't know what to say to express his gratitude, but he said, Teacher Zfa, I will remember this favor, and I will repay you. I definitely will. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zfa burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I don't think there will ever be a day when I need your help. Jiang Feng is a time traveler, so he knows about a great disaster that Zephyr will face in the future. He secretly decides to change Zephyr's tragic fate. After listening to Zephyr's explanation, Jiang Feng begins to practice Haki. At the Marine headquarters, in a separate training area, Zephyr is guiding Jiang Feng in his Haki training, alongside 8 others who are also receiving Zephyr's instruction. The strength of armament Haki is closely related to physical strength. The stronger the body, the more powerful the armament Haki that can be cultivated. With Guriide's physical strength and build, once he awakens his armament Haki, he will undoubtedly become a king among Haki practitioners. Hancock's homeland is an island of women in the calm belt of the Grand Line, where most women on the island can awaken armament hockey. However, their physical strength is insufficient, even if they master armament hockey. They can only apply it to the tips of arrows to increase their destructive power and cannot apply it to their bodies. Training hockey with inadequate physical strength is a waste of time and counterproductive. Therefore, Carp did not immediately teach Jiang Feng to practice hockey after he broke through his limits. The training of hockey requires time. It cannot be accomplished overnight. Zephyr gives everyone a year to practice hockey, which shows how difficult it is to cultivate hockey. Generally speaking, the best time to awaken hockey is when the body is close to breaking through the second limit. At this time, awakening hockey can assist in breaking through the second limit. Zephyr explains in great detail, calmly stating, the strength of armament hockey varies from person to person. Those with better physiques have higher quality armament hockey. So how can one determine the quality of a person's physique? It's not difficult. The stronger the basic attributes, the better the physique. After listening to Zephyr, Jiang Feng thinks, if that's the case, then there are 3 tiers of hockey quality in the class. The first tier includes himself and Geary-eyed, with basic strength exceeding 1,000 gene. The second tier includes Bazate and others, with basic attributes close to the limit of ordinary people, which is about 500 gene. The third tier consists of some female soldiers with relatively poor basic attributes. As for the control over hockey, it is related to mental strength. Each time one breaks through their limits, their mental strength increases. With your current mental strength, you can barely manage to apply hockey to your fists. If you can fully apply hockey to your fists, you will have initially mastered armament hockey. The intermediate level of hockey mastery is being able to easily apply high-density hockey to the entire arm or the blade of a weapon. The advanced level of control is being able to easily apply high-density hockey to the entire body or wrap an entire weapon in hockey. As for the ultimate armament hockey, it's still too far away from you. Zephyr continues to elaborate, and the others occasionally nod, their expressions revealing moments of realization. Much of what Zephyr talks about, Jiang Feng had already speculated, but he wasn't certain. Today, hearing Zephyr's explanation confirmed his suspicions. The beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels are merely classifications of the control over hockey. Jiang Feng believes that the most important aspect of armament hockey is its quality. Ordinary armament hockey simply cannot defend against high-quality armament hockey. During the day, at Zephyr's training ground, Jiang Feng practices against Gu Li Da, and at night, he invites Zikas to practice with him. After all, in the training class, the only one who can spar with him without falling behind is Gu Li Da. After more than a month of mutual sparring, Jiang Feng and Gu Li Da become close friends. Zikas, Gu Li Da, come me quickly. At this moment, Jiang Feng, Zikas, and Gu Li Da are in Carp's villa. Jiang Feng stood there quietly with his eyes covered, trying to relax himself in order to train and perceive the color of Conqueror's hockey. Hikas and Gilead stood in front of Jiang Feng, both wearing mischievous smiles as they looked at him. Hikas had often been bullied by Jiang Feng in the past, and now he finally had the chance to take revenge. Naturally, he was more than happy to help Jiang Feng with his training. Gilead, having spent a long time with the mischievous Hikas, had also developed a more cunning mindset. In his previous life, Jiang Feng watched One Piece, where Rayleigh trained Luffy this way, helping him awaken his observation hockey. So Jiang Feng directly copied Rayleigh's method. Not to mention, this method was quite effective. In just over 2 months, Jiang Feng had already caught a glimpse of the path. Within a month, he would definitely awaken his observation hockey. One day, Hikas, don't slap my face. I still need him to flirt with girls. Ghoul-eyed, can you go a bit easier? You give me a pair of panda eyes every day. I'm about to turn into a big panda. Hikas and Ghoul-eyed pretended not to hear, exchanged sly smiles, and rushed towards Jiang Feng. Finally, this feeling is I can feel it. I can finally hear it. Jiang Feng exclaimed excitedly. It turned out that one of the two was right in front of Jiang Feng, stealthily approaching him. Judging by the sound, it should be Hikas. Hikas walked up to Jiang Feng with a mischievous grin, almost laughing out loud. He raised his fist and swung it toward Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng casually grabbed Hikas's fist and said, "So it was you little brat, who has been slapping my face all this time. Not good, Ghoul-eyed. Hurry and save me. Big brother, I was wrong." Hikas realized that the situation was not looking good. Jiang Feng gave Zikas a good beating, saying, "Why do you keep hitting my face? Just because I look a bit handsome? Who have I offended?" In Jiang Feng's eyes, the ancient force behind him flashed with brilliance. Has he awakened? Even earlier than me. No wonder he is my friend and rival. Jiang Feng awakened his observation hockey in a total of 3 months, while Gulida took over 4 months. 6 months later, in the training ground of the Navy headquarters. Jiang Feng and Gulida stood face to face, both with serious expressions, fully focused on each other's fists, which were wrapped in a peculiar aura. This aura was the armament hockey. With a thought, Jiang Feng controlled this aura, attempting to condense it. As he did, the aura began to compress and gather under his control. When it reached a certain level, a pitch-black color started to appear on Jiang Feng's fist, eventually covering it completely. Upon seeing this, Gulida's fist, which had also begun to turn black, soon shattered completely. Jiang Feng looked at Gulida after his failure and teased, "It seems I'm still faster than you this time. Don't be discouraged. You should know you're going to be the second successful man in the class." Gulida rolled his eyes. "Feng, I really think you have no talent for comforting people." Jiang Feng laughed heartily. As for the Conqueror's hockey, Jiang Feng had asked Zephyr, who told him that he couldn't use it because his mental strength wasn't sufficient yet. Yesterday, he received a notification from Zephyr that all students who had awakened their hockey would follow him to take down a pirate crew. Zephyr didn't specify which pirate crew it was. He said he would tell everyone when they reached their destination, to be in the best condition for the mission. Jiang Feng went to bed early yesterday. He fell asleep right after training in the afternoon and slept until the next morning, waking up feeling exceptionally light and comfortable all over. Early in the morning, he heard Gulida's voice, "Luo Feng, I'm here to find you." Stepping out of the room, Jiang Feng saw Gulida yawned and asked, "Why are you here so early? What time is it?" Gulida, with an excited expression, said, "Jiang Feng, let me tell you, I was so excited to hear about the mission yesterday that I couldn't sleep all night. Just thinking about fighting pirates makes me really thrilled." Jiang Feng wanted to pat Gulida on the shoulder, but realizing he couldn't reach, he lightly punched Gulida on the chest and said, "Don't worry, there will be a time for you to show your skills." After packing up their things, Jiang Feng and Gulida arrived at the Navy headquarters. Standing in front of a fortress at the Navy headquarters, under the tall fortress walls, large naval warships were docked, giving off an extremely solemn atmosphere. Jiang Feng and Gulida saw a large warship, where some Navy personnel were busy transporting various supplies. "This should be the warship we are going aboard." Soon, Jiang Feng and Gulida arrived at a bay next to the warship and noticed that elites were arriving one after another. After 9 months of training, more than 20 people had already cultivated their domineering aura. On the warship, besides the trainees from ZFA's training class, there were also a few trainees from other ordinary training classes, but only 4 or 5 of them. There were also some Navy officers, navigators, and ordinary deckhands on the warship, who were responsible for recording the trainees' performances, steering the ship, and handling miscellaneous tasks. Jiang Feng and Gulida stood on the deck, gazing out at the sea. This was Jiang Feng's second time on a warship, and he wasn't as excited as the first time. 90% of the world of One Piece is made up of the sea. Therefore, many men on the sea do not eat devil fruits. The likes of Roger, Rayleigh, and Carp are examples of this. Without a devil fruit encyclopedia, eating a devil fruit is a gamble of courage. If one is lucky, they become a powerful figure. If not, they ruin their life. Looking at the endless sea, Jiang Feng decided that after graduation, he would enjoy himself on the sea. Teacher Zephyr. Hearing that Zephyr had arrived, Jiang Feng turned around and saw all the naval officers and cadets saluting and greeting Zephyr. Jiang Feng also bowed. Zephyr looked at the navigator of the warship and asked, "How's the preparation going?" "Report, everything is ready." "Good." Zephyr nodded, looking at everyone, and said, "This time our mission is to eliminate the poison spider pirates who recently announced their allegiance to the Flying Lion. The Flying Lion has issued a recruitment order in the New World, gathering all pirate crews to form a pirate alliance. Many pirate crews have responded to the Flying Lion's call, and our Navy's task is to prevent pirates from the first half of the Grand Line from entering the New World and joining forces with the Flying Lion. Once the Flying Lion's power becomes significant, our Navy will be in a passive position. Considering that this is your first mission, I chose a relatively weaker pirate crew, the Poison Spider Pirates. Naval intelligence indicates that the Poison Spider Pirates are currently in the South Sea and plan to enter the New World in a few days. So we're setting off for the South Sea now. Everyone, stay alert." After hearing Zephyr's words, Jiang Feng immediately thought of the Battle of Edward at Sea. The Flying Lion aimed to unite numerous pirate crews to force Pirate King Roger to join his power. The Flying Lion believed that with a weapon capable of destroying the world, which Roger knew the whereabouts of, combined with the pirate crews he controlled, he could completely rule the world. Unfortunately, Roger rejected the Flying Lion's proposal. Just when the Roger pirates were surrounded, they were saved by the sudden storm. The Flying Lion suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Edward, with half of Shiki's fleet sinking to the bottom of the sea, and he himself was severely injured. As Jiang Feng was lost in thought, Zephyr's voice rang out again. The captain of this pirate crew has a bounty of 150 million berries. Upon hearing Zephyr's brief introduction, Baz-8 and the other elite's expressions became serious. Any pirate with a bounty over 100 million is a notable figure in the first half of the Grand Line, and no one expected to encounter such a level of character on their first mission. In contrast, Jiang Feng remained calm. He had never seen a pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries. However, he had encountered a pirate named Keel, whose bounty was close to 100 million berries. While on the way to the naval headquarters with Carp, some pirates are powerful, and the Navy sets bounties based on their threat level. Other pirates, while not particularly strong, accumulate bounties over time due to their numerous crimes. Keel was one of the latter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Jiang Feng, who had just broken through the first threshold. Zephyr looked at the cadets with a serious expression. For new recruits who had never seen blood, the first direct confrontation with pirates was a crucial initial battle. Zephyr was particularly concerned about the cadets' performance in this battle. If they couldn't get through this hurdle, they wouldn't be able to become excellent Navy members, and Zephyr might directly kick them out of the training class. Fighting pirates is different from competing in a ring. In a ring, one can surrender, but in a fight against pirates, one must be prepared to be killed by the opponent. Before joining the Navy, few people had ever fought pirates, and some military second-generation members had never even seen a real pirate. This led to new recruits not being able to unleash their full strength in their first battle, often only able to exert 80% of their ability. Some people remain calm during their first kill, while others tremble in fear. Zephyr organized this mission to help everyone overcome their psychological barriers. With Zephyr watching, there would likely be no casualties. If they had to face this challenge independently, it would probably be a life-or-death situation. Zephyr looked at everyone very seriously. This is a real battle. You must be aware of it. Although I will intervene in life-threatening situations, it also means you lose the opportunity to become strong. Do you all understand? Upon hearing Zephyr's words, everyone initially showed signs of tension on their faces, but then their expressions turned resolute, and they shouted in unison, "Understood." They wanted to release the suppressed feelings within them. Unlike the other elites, after experiencing the battle with the Keel pirates, Jiang Feng had long since overcome his internal barriers. Now he was eager to find a few pirates to practice against. After Zephyr briefly introduced the mission, he left the deck of the warship and entered the cabin. I didn't expect our first encounter would be with a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. We won't die in battle, will we? One elite appeared exceptionally nervous. Don't be a jinx. With Teacher Zephyr here, we won't be in any danger. Another elite said, but from his eyes, it was clear he wasn't entirely confident either. After Zephyr left, everyone began to voice their worries to one another. Baz-8 looked proud, saying, "Isn't it just fighting pirates? I've often gone on missions with my father since I was young. I've long been accustomed to scenes of corpses piled high." Foam, you've only been in the Navy for a little over a year. You haven't seen a real pirate, have you? A rookie like you can just watch from the sidelines if you're really scared. Just don't let your guard down and lose your life. Baz-8, you're going too far. Gully-da, nearby, saw Baz-8 insulting Jiang Feng and raised his hand, wanting to retaliate, but Jiang Feng stopped him. Jiang Feng didn't mind Baz-8's mockery, saying, "Baz-8, with your little strength, you dare to speak so grandly to me? When we reach the South Sea, you better maintain your beast form. Otherwise, a mere pirate crew member could take your life. You bastard." Baz-8 exploded in anger. Baz-8 often boasted about his foundational strength, which was close to the limits of an ordinary person. But after encountering Jiang Feng and Gully-da, the strength he was proud of became secondary. Whenever he heard others compare his strength to theirs, Baz-8 would become furious. The basic qualities of Jiang Feng and Gully have long been no secret in the training camp. Gully is tall and strong, which Baz-8 can understand. But what about Jiang Feng? His physique is not even as strong as his own, yet his basic strength is twice that of his own. Jiang Feng paused for a moment, a hint of playfulness in his tone, and said, "Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time." After hearing Jiang Feng's words, the elites looked on with curiosity. Gully first looked at Jiang Feng in confusion and asked, "Jiang, what do you want to say to him?" Then he wore a mischievous smile and added, "It can't be right." After hearing Gully's words, Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. "Huh, you little rascal, being with Hika's. How come I've only seen him influence you and not the other way around?" Jiang Feng turned around and looked at Baz-8 with a serious expression. "Actually, I want to tell you for a long time, after you transformed, you really look fucking ugly." Jiang Feng finished speaking with a relaxed expression. Some things just can't be kept bottled up inside, and saying them makes one feel at ease. After speaking, Jiang Feng walked into the cabin to find Zephyr, as he had a few questions to ask him. The others were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Bazat's face turned pale. I'm going to kill you. Bazat's friend quickly stopped him, reminding him that Zephyr was right there in the cabin. The South Sea is the area with the strongest overall pirate power among many seas. From the Navy headquarters to the South Sea, one only needs to travel along the Redland continent, cross the sea horizontally, and then traverse a windless zone to reach the South Sea. The first half of the Grand Line is relatively peaceful compared to the New World. After all, powerful pirates tend to enter the New World. There are two ways to enter the New World. One is to request the consent of the world government, which is the safest choice. The other is to dive 10,000 meters underwater to reach Fishman Island. As there is a gap in the Redland continent that leads directly to the New World, this choice carries certain risks. However, most pirates choose to pass through Fishman Island. To reach Fishman Island, one must traverse 10,000 meters underwater. Thus, pirates often go to the Sabeti archipelago to coat their ships. Few pirates are willing to confront the Navy at the Sabeti archipelago, as it is not far from the Navy headquarters. Without sufficient strength, clashing with the Navy is almost like looking for death. After leaving the Navy headquarters, they did not encounter a single pirate along the way, and the warship sailed straight into the windless zone. Entering the cabin, Jiang Feng saw Zephyr making some records, and he slowly walked over. Zephyr sensed someone approaching, looked up, and saw Jiang Feng. Kid Feng, are you here for something? Teacher Zephyr, I remember you told me that I can't use Conqueror's Haki because my mental strength isn't enough. So I want to know how to improve my mental strength. Mental strength is crucial. The stronger the mental power, the more spatial energy Jiang Feng can perceive, and the greater the destructive power of the spatial blades he creates. Moreover, mental power is related to the control over Haki. Therefore, Jiang Feng was eager to know how to enhance his mental power, as strengthening his mental power would mean improving his overall strength. After hearing Jiang Feng's question, Zephyr's expression darkened as he looked at Jiang Feng and asked meaningfully, Kid Feng, tell me, why are you so eager to become stronger? Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment. I want to become stronger, not to dominate everyone, but because I don't want to be powerless when someone tries to kill me one day. I don't want to be helpless when I see my friends and family suffer. I also don't want to be restricted even when talking about my own name. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, ZFA seemed to be reminded of sad memories. As a Marine Admiral, he couldn't even protect his own family. How ironic that was. The will to protect? After pondering for a moment, ZFA stood up and removed his glasses. Feng, follow me. At the highest level of the warship, in an extremely spacious and empty room, the two stood there. To enhance one's spiritual strength, aside from breaking through limits, there's another method. Do you remember how I helped you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? Jiang Feng was taken aback. A premonition rising in his heart. Could it be? Indeed, another method was to force the body to increase mental intensity. In the next sentence, ZFA's tone was extremely serious and heavy. During the upcoming training, I will constantly put pressure on you, Kid Feng. You'd better be mentally prepared. If you can't handle it, you could die suddenly. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment. He had already surpassed the elites of the same period. Was it necessary to take the risk? No, it was still not enough. Jiang Feng roared inwardly, come on. Teacher Zephyr. In an instant, a wave of pressure descended upon Jiang Feng, making him feel as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, and his breathing became difficult. This pressure wasn't as intense as the last time. Jiang Feng felt that Zephyr was doing this on purpose. Last time, it had been to push him into complete despair. But this time, it was to help him find hope within despair. A trace of shock flashed across Zephyr's face. As he hadn't expected Jiang Feng to master the Conqueror's Haki so quickly, his mental strength had increased by at least 30% over the past few days. Zephyr had been helping Jiang Feng enhance his mental strength, and on the first day, Jiang Feng had once again activated the Conqueror's Haki. By the third day, Jiang Feng was able to activate the Conqueror's Haki on his own, though he succeeded only 3 times out of 10 attempts. By the 5th day, Jiang Feng had initially mastered the Conqueror's Haki. In fact, Zephyr had originally held no expectations for Jiang Feng, as even Garp had only started to grasp the Conqueror's Haki after breaking through his second limit. Jiang Feng took the initiative to approach me to inquire about cultivating the Conqueror's Haki and expressed his determination to become stronger, making it difficult for me to refuse. So, I thought a method to enhance mental strength, hoping it would discourage Jiang Feng, who knew this kid, being young and fearless, would actually give it a try. At first, Zifa had a casual attitude, But upon seeing Jiang Feng's rapid progress, he became serious. The results were remarkable, leaving Zifa shocked. The strength of mental power is innate and difficult to develop later. Enhancing mental power is not just about having good talent, but largely depends on one's willpower. Most people can endure physical pain, but very few are willing to face mental suffering. Zifa carefully observed this junior. He had taught countless geniuses, but in his memory, he found no one more hardworking and determined than Jiang Feng. While talent is undoubtedly important, Zifa values effort even more. No matter how great the talent, without hard work, one cannot become strong. After teaching so many batches of students, Zifa had seen too many talented individuals who wasted their potential through lack of effort. Previously, knowing that Jiang Feng possessed SS-level talent, Zifa believed he might surpass the Admirals. But now, seeing Jiang Feng's dedication and hard work, Zifa is certain that Jiang Feng's future achievements will definitely surpass his own. Jiang Feng couldn't contain the joy in his heart and said, "This is all thanks to Teacher Zephyr. Now your Conqueror's Haki can be activated, but can't be controlled at will. Remember to use it cautiously and don't accidentally harm your companions." "Yes, Teacher Zephyr." Jiang Feng followed Zephyr out of the cabin, and the next moment, Zephyr's expression suddenly froze. His gaze fixed in a certain direction. Zephyr suddenly stopped, and Jiang Feng felt that something was unusual. Seeing Zephyr's serious expression staring into the distance, Jiang Feng followed his gaze and found that the sea was calm, with not even a ripple on the surface. It seemed this was the doldrums. The doldrums are the band-like areas on either side of the Grand Line, where there is no wind. This is very dangerous for ships still in the sailing era, and there are many sea kings living here. Just as Jiang Feng was about to ask Zephyr, the warship suddenly began to shake, and Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. As the warship shook more violently, two enormous figures suddenly appeared not far ahead. The once calm sea began to show waves and ripples. As the warship drew closer, the two gigantic figures became clearer, two sea kings. Even just a part of their bodies was several times larger than the warship Jiang Feng and the others were on. The two sea kings were entangled in a fierce struggle, and every roll they made sent huge waves crashing against the warship. Sea kings? This is the great terror of the doldrums. So big. The appearance of the sea kings startled everyone on the warship, and everyone rushed out of their rooms to gather on the deck. They looked at the two sea kings, their massive jaws wide open, tearing at each other, creating a scene of indescribable shock. The bottom of the Navy's warships is equipped with sea prism stone, which emits the scent of the sea, leading the sea kings to mistakenly believe that the warship is part of the ocean, so they won't attack it. But this is only true if the sea kings are in the water and haven't surfaced. Now that the sea kings had seen them, there was naturally no reason for them to let them go. The Navy passes through the doldrums in this way, and although Navy warships often traverse the doldrums, there hasn't been any report of a warship encountering a scene of sea kings fighting. As Jiang Feng and his group crossed the windless zone for the first time, they encountered a battle between two sea kings, and one could only say their luck was quite good. Soon, the ship's navigator looked at the towering waves crashing against the warship, his face serious as he asked Zephyr, "Mr. Zephyr, should we take a detour?" Zephyr glanced at the two sea kings and realized they had already noticed the group. They weren't attacking now simply because they were too preoccupied. They've spotted us. If we set sail and take a detour now, the two sea kings might attack the warship together. We can wait for them to injure each other before we strike. I think it's better to wait until one of them is dead before we act. After hearing Zephyr's words, the elites began discussing among themselves, each offering their suggestions. Suddenly, Jiang Feng heard Gunner's voice. "I think if we're going to fight, we should do it now. I don't want to take advantage of someone else's misfortune." Hearing Gunner's words, Jiang Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Although the other's approach was the safest, Jiang Feng did not agree with it. In Jiang Feng's view, if one wants to become strong, there are no shortcuts. Only by facing strong opponents can one become stronger. Hearing the elite's avoidance, Zephyr's expression darkened. It was only when Gunner spoke that Zephyr's demeanor softened a bit. With a stern shout, Zephyr's voice reached everyone's ears. You all disappoint me too much. You don't have the heart of a true strong person." Upon hearing Zephyr's reprimand, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Zephyr turned around to look at the two sea kings not far away. "Watch closely. Today I will give you a lesson on how to be a real man of the sea." Zephyr clenched his fists, a strange aura enveloping his arms, armament Haki. Instantly, a layer of black covered Zephyr's arms. Moonwalk. Zephyr stepped on the air, flickering in the air before directly appearing above the two sea kings. To the sea kings, Zephyr's figure was insignificant, and they did not pay attention to this small creature before them. But in the next moment, Zephyr suddenly punched one of the Sea Kings. Boom! The Sea King's head was smashed into the sea by Zephyr's immense force, causing its body and the surrounding ocean to collapse, generating a terrifying wave that nearly capsized the warship. Without pausing, Zephyr used Moonwalk again, flashing to the front of the other Sea King and delivering a heavy punch to its head. The Sea King's head and body were struck out of the water by Zephyr's tremendous strength, flying sideways for 20 meters before slowly sinking into the sea. In the distance, giant waves continued to crash, and the warship was almost flipped over by the waves. Just as the waves were about to overturn the warship, Zephyr's figure suddenly reappeared on the ship's deck, casually throwing a punch that instantly shattered the waves, turning them into a spray of water. Moments later, the sea finally returned to calm. All the elites, witnessing this scene, wore shocked expressions. Is this the power of Teacher Zephyr? So strong. The massive Sea King was taken down by a single blow from Teacher Zephyr. What incredible strength. It was unbelievable. Is this the power of hockey? I wish I could have Teacher Zephyr's strength. As soon as this thought was voiced, someone immediately echoed, "Don't worry, as long as we work hard. We will definitely possess strength like Teacher Zephyr." Hearing this, Jiang Feng shook his head, unconvinced. Zephyr's base strength was around 100 pounds, and he had already broken through the third limit. Jiang Feng guessed Zephyr's strength should be around 35 tons. Even if these elites had a chance to break through the third limit, having even 1/3 of Zephyr's strength would be remarkable. Zephyr's overwhelming power truly shocked Jiang Feng. In his previous life, Jiang Feng had seen many such scenes in anime. Even more shocking scenes were not rare, but those were fake, illusory, merely providing some visual enjoyment. Coming to the pirate world and experiencing such a shocking scene firsthand was truly exhilarating. Jiang Feng felt his body trembling uncontrollably, wanting to rush up and fight the Sea Kings. Unlike the other elites, Guderian expressed his desire to surpass Zephyr. Upon hearing Guderian's bold claim, the surrounding elites wore expressions of ridicule and disbelief. Only Jiang Feng knew that Guderian indeed had the potential to surpass Zephyr. This was because Guderian's base strength was similar to Zephyr's, both exceeding 1,000 Gene. After finishing all this, Zephyr turned to glance at Jiang Feng and said, "What you just saw was merely armament hockey. For those who have mastered Conqueror's hockey, there is no need to take action. Just relying on their aura can intimidate these Sea Kings and make them submit at their feet. Kid, your path of growth is still long." Hearing Zephyr's words, Jiang Feng became even more excited. He couldn't wait to master Conqueror's hockey. However, things did not end so simply. Suddenly, the sea began to surge, as it turned out that the two Sea Kings had not died. The two Sea Kings, enraged, had bloodshot eyes and opened their massive jaws, charging towards the warship. From a distance, one could clearly see that a large part of the Sea Kings' heads had caved in, with horrific wounds. The other elite students were taken aback by this scene. However, Zephyr seemed to have sensed something long before, standing with his back to the Sea Kings. His expression calm. "What a troublesome guy," Zephyr murmured softly, and in the next moment, he activated Moonwalk, suddenly disappearing from the warship and appearing above the Sea Kings. Following this, the warship sailed smoothly without obstruction. In the first half of the Grand Line, the average strength of pirates in the South Sea region is the strongest, while the East Sea region is the weakest. With the warship advancing at full speed, it quickly passed through the doldrums and entered the South Sea region. Jiang Feng and his team's mission this time is to eliminate the Poison Spider Pirate Group. The captain of the Poison Spider Pirate Group is Lucas, a devil fruit user who has consumed the animal-type spider fruit. Lucas is not only a notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million, but he is also the newly emerged crime lord of the South Sea. A while ago, the Navy discovered traces of their activities in the South Sea, and after some investigation, learned that they planned to ally with the Golden Lion. A few days ago, the Navy's intelligence agency sent detailed information about the Poison Spider Pirate Group. It turns out that the Poison Spider Pirate Group has been entrenched in the South Sea for over a year, establishing their own power network, with their headquarters located in the most prosperous town in the South Sea. On the surface, they disguise themselves as ordinary merchants, but in reality, they engage in dark businesses such as slave trading and arms trafficking. Such a large-scale pirate group, once they join the Golden Lion Pirate Group, will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Navy. At this moment, the warship is approaching the small island where the Poison Spider Pirate Group is located. Jiang Feng and the others stood on the deck of the warship, gazing at the distant small island. where they could already see the outline of the entire island. The group's thoughts were complex and heavy, as this place would either be their land of fame or their burial ground. If they encountered resistance while approaching the island, it would surely be from pirates. Remember not to hold back, as these pirates won't reason with you and won't miss any opportunity to kill you. The Poison Spider pirate crew is not just led by their captain, Locas, but also includes several pirates with bounties exceeding 80 million, along with hundreds of regular pirates. So you must be especially careful. Additionally, the battlefield is always changing, and no one knows what unexpected events may occur next. How you calmly handle these surprises will also be one of your tests. I want to say more. Just remember that from now on, you can only rely on yourselves. Zephyr stood on the deck of the warship, his expression serious, speaking to the elites who had gathered and were ready to depart. There were only about 30 combatants on the entire warship, yet they were facing hundreds. The warship slowly approached the island, and everyone's mood grew increasingly tense. The island had a watchtower where several sentries stood, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, one of the sentries noticed a Navy warship approaching the island and turned pale. Shouting towards the ship, "Look, is it a Navy warship? Is it just passing by or—" "No, they're coming for us. Hurry and report to the captain." One sentry's face changed dramatically. At that moment, in a luxurious hotel on the island, some gentlemen and ladies dressed in suits and gowns were holding a ball, each wearing a proud smile, occasionally sipping red wine. But they were unaware that beneath this opulent hotel were various types of slaves. There were frail old men in their 50s and 60s, as well as young laborers. There were even children aged 7 or 8, hiding in corners, sitting on the ground, hugging their knees and quietly crying. Their small bodies trembled from cold. These slaves wore ashen faces, wailing and struggling. But it was all in vain and would only result in brutal beatings. At that moment, in a very lavish room on the top floor of the tavern, a young man with black curly hair was sitting in a chair, flipping through this month's accounts. This person was Locas, the target of Jiang Feng and his team's mission. Opposite Locas sat a thin, lecherous-looking man, who gazed at Locas with a fawning expression, saying, "Boss, last month's accounts." Locas slammed the account book onto the table, his face filled with anger. Last month's profits had clearly decreased significantly. "Tell me why." "Boss, you can't blame us. It seems the Navy has been keeping an eye on us lately, so the brothers are afraid to be too conspicuous," the lecherous young man said nervously. "The Navy? We have already connected with the Golden Lion. As long as we enter the New World and join under the Golden Lion's banner, the Navy won't dare to touch us." Just as Locas finished speaking, a flustered subordinate rushed in. "Boss Locas, it's bad. The Navy is coming." Upon hearing this, Locas's expression changed drastically. "Are they coming for us?" "It seems so. They found us here so quickly. Damn it." Locas's expression turned ugly as he looked up at the subordinate who had come to report. "Since we've been exposed, we have no choice but to fight them. Let the brothers get ready. Today, we will make sure these Navy men come and never return." "Understood." As soon as the warship reached the shore, Zephyr's figure disappeared. It was unclear whether he had returned to his room or had already landed on the island. Without Zephyr, the group seemed to lose their backbone, becoming flustered. Seeing everyone at a loss, Jiang Feng spoke up, "Since we've arrived, let's get off the ship quickly. I believe Teacher Zephyr is observing us from the shadows." After hearing Jiang Feng's words, everyone hurriedly disembarked. More than 30 elites, including Jiang Feng, all got off the ship without exception. However, as soon as they landed on the island, they were surrounded by hundreds of pirates armed with firearms and various weapons. Everyone awakened their observation haki, able to dodge bullets, so firearms posed little threat to them. It was only Locas who could mobilize hundreds of pirates to surround them in such a short time. "It seems we've been discovered." The hundreds of pirates looked at the Navy before them, each holding different weapons. Some even came without weapons, and their formation was loose and lacked discipline. Most notably, their faces were youthful, indicating they were new recruits. "The Navy really looks down on us, sending a bunch of kids to wipe us out." One pirate discerned Jiang Feng and the others' identities. "Ha! Hearing the Navy is coming scared me half to death, but it turns out to be a bunch of little brats." They had seen the Navy before, but they had never encountered Navy like Jiang Feng's, with no formation and acting independently, looking like a scattered mess. Coupled with their youthful faces, the pirates quickly concluded that the Navy in front of them were all rookies who hadn't been in the Navy for long. One of the leaders thought the same, but felt it was strange. He had never heard of the Navy providing warships to new recruits. Regardless of whether they are rookies, let's quickly eliminate them. Boss Locas said that taking down a Navy head is worth 10,000 berries. With the leader's command, the pirates instantly erupted, opening fire on Jiang Feng and the others. Oomph. You think of us as little minions. I'll kill you. Bazat said angrily. As the bullets flew, nearly everyone dodged them. Firearms posed no threat to the elite who had broken through their first limits. Whoosh. Almost in an instant, more than 10 people surged into the pirates' ranks, like wolves among sheep, leaving the pirates with no power to resist. Bang! Bang! One pirate after another was knocked to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Feng saw several elites, their faces covered in blood, staring blankly at their blood-soaked hands, which trembled violently. Jiang Feng knew that this was their first time killing someone, and this challenge could only be overcome by themselves. It seemed that there were quite a few pirates on the island. They must not let them escape. Okay, someone's suggestion was instantly approved, and soon over 30 elites formed groups with those they knew, in 3s and 4s, while only Jiang Feng and Gulai formed a duo. The group rushed to the town and saw pirates in groups walking down the street, while the townspeople tightly shut their doors. Occasionally, a few civilians who couldn't make it home in time were directly killed by the pirates. After all, pirates are pirates. Killing never requires a reason. Jiang Feng's mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary elites, so he can sense the intense unease among the people on the street. In the world of pirates, most pirates only recognize money and not principles. In their eyes, as long as they can seize money, killing is just a routine matter. There are not many people like Luffy, Whitebeard, and Roger who set sail purely for their dreams. Jiang Feng arrived in the pirate world and has long changed his views from his previous life. Being a good person in the pirate world? Are you joking? Don't you want to live? Jiang Feng never thought about being a good person, whether good or bad, as long as he follows his heart in what he does. That's enough. As long as he feels at ease with himself, that's enough. Navy or pirate, justice or evil. Is there really an absolute in right and wrong? Jiang Feng turned around and said to Gulai, there are too many of them. Let's not confront them head on. We should find someone to ask where Lucas is. If we kill Lucas, these pirates will be like a scattered sand, unable to stir up any storm. I understand, capture the thief first and capture the king. Jiang Feng specifically found a weak, nervous, and frightened pirate. As for the reason, it's simple. This kind of person is afraid of death. Tell me where Lucas is, and I'll let you go. You really will let me go? The pirate's voice trembled. Jiang Feng looked at the pirate and said sincerely, I don't think you're a ruthless pirate. Tell me, and I will spare your life. The boss is at the top of the dead-end tavern, in the innermost room. I said, please, spare me. Jiang Feng ignored the pirate. Gulai, please let him sleep for a while. Understood, watch me. After that, Jiang Feng and Gulida walked towards the large hotel in the center of the small island, passing through the street where a large group of pirates appeared. With a few swift moves, Jiang Feng and Gulida dealt with the pirates in front of them. However, after finishing one group, another wave of pirates attacked. It seemed endless. Gulida gathered his spirits and said, I'm going to unleash my special move. Gulida looked at Jiang Feng with confusion. How come I don't know what special move you have? Jiang Feng had a proud look on his face. You little brat. There's still many things you don't know. A man as cultured as I am is not someone you can easily see through. Conqueror's haki suddenly unleashed a powerful aura that erupted from Jiang Feng and spread outwards. All the pirates caught in its sweep fell to the ground, unconscious without exception. Gulai squatted down, feeling dizzy. Why do I feel so lightheaded? Jiang Feng had long guessed that Kili'ide would not be knocked out by him. After all, Kili'ide's physical fitness was evident. At this moment, at the top of a luxurious hotel in the town, unnoticed by the pirates, a strong man in a Navy uniform was standing there. Zifa had come here at some point, overlooking the battle situation on the entire island. Just now, Jiang Feng used his Conqueror's haki, which Zifa happened to see. This kid has a decent grasp of haki. Fortunately, his personality is not like Carp's. That old man Carp is good at everything, but he loves to mess things up too much. The current situation on this island was beyond Zifa's expectations. He initially thought it was just a small pirate group, but he didn't expect the poison spider pirates to have developed to this extent. In just over a year, they had grown to such a scale. If it weren't for this large-scale encirclement of pirates heading to the New World, they might not have been discovered. Zifa's expression was serious as he looked at the groups of pirates on the street. If these pirates were allowed to develop further, they would surely become a major threat in the future. This time, they had to be eradicated. In fact, Zifa had long stopped dealing with these matters. His current identity was that of a Navy instructor teaching new recruits. However, Zifa was a former Marine Admiral, and with a sense of justice in his heart, he could not ignore this situation. Zifa's current inaction was to use the pirates to train his students. Once the practical mission was over, if the recruits failed to eliminate the pirates, he would step in personally. Seeing their unconscious companions, the pirates were puzzled with their strength and status. They had never encountered Conqueror's hockey. What kind of fruit ability was this? They had never heard of it. Is this really a Navy recruit? Even the slow-witted pirates should have realized that the Navy they were facing was not ordinary. There were not this many strong Navy members in the South Sea. They must have come from the Grand Line to encircle us. The few cadres of the poison spider pirates spoke with a serious tone. They had also ventured in the Grand Line and were bountied pirates of around 80 million, so they were not afraid of the Navy. They had gathered at the tavern to discuss countermeasures as soon as the Navy landed on the island. After hearing the cadre's words, Lucas stood up, looking coldly at the cadres present. They had only been in charge here for a year and had already been exposed. They had always avoided conflict with the Navy to avoid drawing their attention. Now, not only had they been discovered, but the Navy was also sent to encircle them. Call all the brothers over. Let's show these Navy members our strength today. If this matter is not handled well, do you think the Golden Line will take us in? Everyone's expression tightened upon hearing this. Lucas walked to the window, glanced at the street, and revealed a cold smile. It's just a few dozen Navy members. If you can't handle them, then you might as well stop being pirates and find a tofu to crash into. They were considered somewhat famous pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Otherwise, the Golden Lion wouldn't have extended an olive branch to them. Let's go. Let these Navy members experience the strength of us pirates. Let's take them down. On the street, a fierce battle broke out between the pirates and the elites, with countless houses being destroyed as the ferocious pirates continued to roar. Although the combat power of the pirates was not as strong as that of the Navy, they were numerous, and the Navy gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, Jiangfeng and Kili'ide were pushing through, unstoppable, and after crossing several streets, they finally saw the Cass Hotel just a short distance ahead. That pirate just said Lucas is on the top floor of this hotel, right? Yes, he did say that. Kili'ide looked at Jiangfeng with curiosity, not understanding why he asked such a question. That's good. Jiangfeng smiled slightly. Follow me, Moon Step. Jiangfeng stepped on the air, continuously rising, and after a few steps, he had jumped onto the roof of the tavern. Seeing this, Kili'ide quickly followed. Upon reaching the rooftop, Kili'ide couldn't help but speak up. Rofeng, why not take the stairs? Take the stairs? If Lucas's subordinates find out we've come, they'll definitely come to block us, and we won't be able to see Lucas then. Don't you always want to fight him? Now it's your chance. He's in the room right below you. Also, remember our agreement. Lucas's bounty will be split evenly between us. Hearing this, Kili'ide's face lit up with excitement. Got it. Watch me. Armament hockey. Kili'ide's fist was instantly covered by a layer of black. Next, Kili'ide slammed his fist hard against the rooftop. Boom! With a loud noise. The rooftop cracked under Kili'ide's immense strength, the crack spreading out like a spider web from beneath his fist, and then the rooftop collapsed with a thunderous sound. There an enemy attack. Jiangfeng and Gulita fell into the room of Locas. Jiangfeng raised his head and saw a figure in front of him, a young man with black curly hair. Exactly like the portrait on the bounty notice that ZFA had given him. His identity was naturally self-evident. Looking at Lucas, Jiangfeng said in a daze, Lucas, the pirate with a bounty of 150 million, a Zoan-type spider fruit user. Facing the bounty of over 100 million on Lucas, Jiangfeng remained calm, his eyes revealing the demeanor of a hunter viewing his prey. New Navy recruits, you've investigated me so thoroughly, what do you want? You don't plan to kill me, do you? Lucas looked at Jiangfeng and the others with a playful expression. Then his expression suddenly turned cold. Kill them for me, and then hang their bodies outside the window. Understood, boss. The cadres of the poison spider pirates heard the boss's order and immediately picked up their weapons to attack the two. Gilad didn't want to fight Lucas one-on-one. Go ahead. I'll take care of these little minions. Luo Feng, thanks. I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back. On the way to the Lucas Hotel, Gilad had expressed his desire to have a one-on-one fight with Lucas. As a good brother of Jiangfeng, once Gilad spoke up, Jiangfeng had no reason to refuse. There were 4 cadres from the poison spider pirates standing in front of Jiangfeng, 3 men and 1 woman. One man appeared to be a swordsman, while the other 2 were unarmed, making it hard to gauge their strength. The only woman wielded a long whip. I say, you 4 shouldn't be fiddling around there. Aren't you tired? Hurry up and attack. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to waste with you little minions, got it? Sharp-toned. Let me see if I don't tear you apart. One of the cadres was furious. Armament hockey. Shuanpa. Jiangfeng instantly appeared in front of that cadre and landed a heavy punch right on his face. Bang! With over 5,000 pounds of force. He sent that cadre flying, smashing through the window and out. This Navy kid is not simple. Let us all attack together. Seeing Jiang Feng effortlessly knock their companion away, the remaining 3 cadres' expressions changed drastically. 2 of the men, one a swordsman and the other a boxer, positioned themselves on either side to surround Jiang Feng, planning to ambush him. The remaining woman stood behind Jiang Feng, ready to strike with her long whip. Jiang Feng said with a playful expression, "What is the point of this? If you leave now, I'll 1T stop you." Oomph. Do you think we are afraid of death? From the day we became pirates, we have long since disregarded life and death. Hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded. You have guts, then go ahead and meet your end. Xuanbu. In an instant, Jiang Feng appeared in front of the boxer, delivering a powerful punch straight to the boxer's abdomen. The boxer was sent flying by Jiang Feng's strike, and immediately after, Jiang Feng gently tapped the ground with his left foot, his body slightly leaping up, and with a sweep of his right leg, he kicked the boxer out of the window. After doing all this, Jiang Feng turned around and said relaxedly, "Next, who is coming? Watch me slash." The swordsman suddenly drew his sword, forcefully pushed off the ground, leapt high into the air, gripping the long sword tightly with both hands, and aimed a downward slash at Jiang Feng. Seeing the swordsman suddenly appear before him, Jiang Feng remained calm. Child's play, armament hockey. In an instant, a layer of mysterious black covered Jiang Feng's right hand. He extended 2 fingers and caught the incoming long sword between them. The swordsman's expression changed drastically as he struggled to pull out the sword, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it even a little. Now you understand the gap in strength, huh? Just obediently go to your death. Jiang Feng suddenly exerted force, twisting his fingers, and broke the swordsman's long knife into 2 halves. Clang! The broken long knife fell to the ground. In the next moment, with his fingers covered in armed hockey, Jiang Feng directly pointed at the swordsman's neck. The swordsman had an expression of disbelief. The gap in strength was so large. Why was such a strong Navy wearing the attire of a recruit? How could the Navy have such a powerful recruit? The swordsman covered his throat with one hand and pointed at Jiang Feng with the other. The female officer, seeing that her companions had been killed in just a few minutes, changed her expression dramatically and jumped out of the window to escape. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to chase after the fleeing female pirate. These officers of the Poison Spider Pirate Group had only broken through the first limit. Now, they didn't even know how to use hockey. Jiang Feng dared to say that he could take on 100 of them. What about Gilad and Locust? Jiang Feng looked around and didn't find the 2 of them. It seemed that shortly after they started fighting, there had been no movement. Damn, why did I only notice this now? Gilad, could something have happened? Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the ground, and Jiang Feng was taken aback. They can't be below, right? Following the direction of the sound, Jiang Feng saw signs of a collapse in Lucas's room in the distance. Yes, that's it. Xuanbu. Jiang Feng rushed to the collapsed area, peered in, and exclaimed, "Wow, these 2 really know how to make a mess." They actually fought all the way from the top floor to the bottom. Jiang Feng jumped down without hesitation, and just before landing, he used Instant Step. With Instant Step, it's convenient. He no longer fears falling from great heights. When he reached the bottom layer, Jiang Feng faintly heard a whimpering sound. Following the sound, he suddenly came across a large spider web. How could there be a spider web here? Wait, what is that thing? Jiang Feng saw a large creature tightly wrapped in spider silk on the spider web, resembling a silkworm cocoon, and the whimpering sound was coming from there. Instant Step. He jumped onto the spider web and slowly peeled away the silk that was wrapped around the creature's head. Gulad, how did it end up being you? Where's Lucas? Feng, hurry and save me. The more I struggle, the tighter the silk gets. I can't break free. At this moment, Gulad's face was flushed red. If Jiang Feng hadn't arrived in time, Gulad might have suffocated to death. Jiang Feng tried to break the spider silk, but the toughness of these silks was extremely strong. With Jiang Feng's strength, he could only break a few strands at a time, while the spider silk wrapped around Gulad's body was no less than 10,000 strands. Yes, got it. Spatial blade. Jiang Feng created a small black blade of space about 10 centimeters long, controlling it to continuously cut the spider silk that was entangling Gulad. After a moment, I'm finally free. Feng, I thought I would never see you again. Gulad, now free, excitedly hugged Jiang Feng. Go away. Get away from me. I'm a serious man. Jiang Feng pushed open the door to Gilad. Quickly tell me, how'd you end up like this? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's inquiry, Gilad's expression first showed regret, then turned to anger. Locust, that guy is a Zoan-type devil fruit user who can transform into a spider. At first, he hadn't transformed and was no match for me. Even though he had already broken through the second limit, his strength was still inferior to mine. After fighting for a while, Locust realized he couldn't defeat me and transformed. His strength didn't really increase much after the transformation, but his abilities were too troublesome. I fell into his trap. Who knew he could not only spit out spider silk, but also have small spiders emerge from his body? These little spiders were all bright red, and it was their bites that drained my strength and got me tied up. He used the spider silk to wrap me up and told me that the more I struggled, the tighter it would become. He intended to crush me into a pulp alive. At this point, Gulid showed an angry expression. Feng, let's go find him and take revenge. Jiang Feng looked at Gulida with annoyance and said, do you know where Lucas is? Lucas isn't at the hotel. With his personality, he wouldn't run away. So where would he go? Do you think Lucas might go look for Bazat and the others? Hearing Gulida's words, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Since Lucas thought both he and Gulida were dead, he would naturally go look for other elites. Let's go find Lucas. After leaving the tavern, Jiang Feng saw countless houses engulfed in flames, with raging fires sweeping in all directions. These burning houses were caused by cannonballs used by the pirates. In their attempt to kill the Navy, the pirates spared no effort and didn't care about the lives of civilians. Damn it! Jiang Feng shouted upon seeing the plight of the civilians. In the town, during the battle between the Navy and the pirates, the ones who suffered the most were always these civilians. On the streets, pirate corpses were scattered everywhere, and occasionally, one could see the bodies of ordinary civilians. Why was this happening? Was it the pirates' fault? Or the Navy's fault? Or was it the world's fault? After passing through several streets, Jiang Feng and Gulida saw a huge spider web, about 5 meters in diameter, appear ahead. On the spider web, dozens of cocoons tightly wrapped in spider silk could be clearly seen. Yes, this is the place. Gulida, you go rescue them. I'll go find Lucas. Okay, Feng. Be careful, Gulida said with a worried expression. I'll save them, and then come help you. Jiang Feng replied. Shuanbu. Jiang Feng rushed towards the direction of the battle. Upon reaching the battlefield, Jiang Feng saw the elites in a sorry state, gasping for breath, their clothes tattered, and their bodies stained red with blood. Each elite bore expressions of anger and resentment, glaring at Lucas. In contrast, Lucas looked disdainful as he surveyed the crowd before him. Weren't you all very arrogant just now? You killed so many of my subordinates. I will slowly torture you to death, one by one. At this moment, Lucas looked completely different from when Jiang Feng had seen it before. His entire body was covered in a layer of black, chitinous exoskeleton, and 2 short antennae had sprouted from his head. Most notably, for black appendages, about 2 meters long, emerged from his armpits. From a distance, Lucas now looked like a giant spider. Is this what Lucas looks like after beastification? Truly worthy of being the big boss. He is indeed not simple. Lucas noticed Jiang Feng in the distance and said, You're not dead. What about my subordinates? Jiang Feng shrugged, displaying an expression as if looking at an idiot. I'm right here in front of you, of course. Your subordinates are all dead. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Lucas was furious and charged at Jiang Feng. Blade of space. Jiang Feng watched as Lucas charged towards him, intending to take the initiative and seize the upper hand. He raised his right hand and lightly drew a line in the air. A black blade, several meters wide, flashed through the air, sending several black shadows towards Lucas, carrying a powerful tearing force within it. Seeing this scene, Lucas's expression changed, and without hesitation, he jumped off the ground, narrowly avoiding the oncoming black blade. The black blade swept through, directly slicing the house behind Lucas in half, causing it to collapse. Although Lucas avoided the black blade, he was trapped under the fallen debris of the house. With a bang, Lucas broke free from the rubble pressing down on him. You little brat, you've angered me. Prepare to die. Lucas's face instantly turned grim, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes, his tone filled with menace. In the next moment, Lucas jumped up, fists clenched, 4 appendages poised behind him, and charged directly at Jiang Feng. Facing the charging Lucas, Jiang Feng waved his hand casually, and another spatial blade shot out. But Lucas flipped in midair to dodge Jiang Feng's strike. Unexpectedly, he was quite agile. Spider spits gold. Unbeknownst to Wen, Lucas had already reached Jiang Feng's front, moving his mouth as if chewing something, then spat out a small clump of golden spider silk, which flew towards Jiang Feng at an incredible speed. Instant step. Jiang Feng dodged with but unfortunately, he was still a moment too slow. His right arm was scratched by the spider silk, leaving a line of blood. The spider silk brushed past Jiang Feng and struck the wall behind him, piercing straight through it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, What strong penetrating power! Lucas arrogantly said, Navy brat, the ordinary spider silk I spit out can penetrate a 5 centimeter thick steel plate. Not to mention, I've also infused it with hockey. Just wait. I will turn your body into a sieve. Jiang Feng had a serious expression, using instant movement to barely dodge Lucas's spider silk. Always evading would not lead to victory. He needed to take the initiative to strike. Instant movement. Jiang Feng suddenly appeared in front of Lucas and delivered a powerful punch, sending Lucas flying. After landing the hit, Jiang Feng did not show any signs of relaxation on his face. Although the punch had indeed struck Lucas, Jiang Feng knew that he hadn't injured him. Lucas was protected by a hard chitinous shell, and with Jiang Feng's current strength, he couldn't break through that shell. Lucas stood up, looking disdainful. Is this all the power a Navy brat has? You can only give me a light scratch. After saying that, Lucas charged forward, launching a fierce assault on Jiang Feng with both fists and 4 additional limbs. Good opportunity. Spider binding. Jiang Feng accidentally triggered an attack as Lucas suddenly spat out a large mass of golden spider silk. The spider silk spread in the air, forming a larger spider web that directly enveloped Jiang Feng. Instantly, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, and Jiang Feng's face changed dramatically. Not good. Lucas did not give Jiang Feng any chance to react and instantly spat out several strands of golden spider silk, completely wrapping Jiang Feng up. Navy brat, I see you must be the strongest among them, so I'm giving you special treatment. You should know that creating this golden spider silk is extremely difficult, and I don't have much left in my body. Most of it is now used on you. The toughness of this golden spider silk is twice that of the white spider silk, so just enjoy it slowly. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Lucas wore a satisfied expression. He enjoyed wrapping people in spider silk and watching them slowly being crushed into meat paste. This strange pleasure always excited him all over. Pervert, let me out. The sudden crisis had made Jiang Feng lose his rationality, completely disregarding the fact that the more he struggled, the tighter the spider silk became. The surrounding elites saw Jiang Feng trapped, and their faces changed dramatically as they grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Lucas. As the spider silk tightened with each struggle, Jiang Feng gradually regained his composure, muttering to himself, calm down, calm down. Jiang Feng was wrapped in spider silk, his entire body stuck and unable to move. In this cramped space, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Everything around him was dim, and Jiang Feng couldn't help but think of a kind of punishment from his past life, where a person was placed in a black box roughly the same size as themselves. Inside such a box, breathing became difficult, and it was easy to become anxious. Coupled with the surrounding darkness, the sense of tension was magnified infinitely, making it hard for anyone to endure. Jiang Feng felt the same way at that moment. He wanted to remain calm, but an overwhelming sense of crisis surged in his heart, disturbing his mind and preventing him from focusing. The spider silk tightened further, forcing Jiang Feng to tense his body. The dual pressures of physical and mental strain tormented him. Suddenly, Jiang Feng felt a powerful force continuously surging up. Jiang Feng was excited, not expecting to turn misfortune into fortune. Under unprecedented pressure, Jiang Feng finally broke through the second physical limit, meeting the first condition for applying for early graduation. Just after breaking through the second limit, Jiang Feng didn't have time to fully experience it before he had to face the crisis in front of him. Every time he breaks through a limit, his physical strength doubles, and the upper limit of his strength also increases, rising to 1 to 5 times the original. At this moment, Jiang Feng's strength had increased to over 12,000 gene, which is 6 tons. The upper limit of his strength had increased by about 4 times from over 6,000 gene to over 24,000 gene, which is about 12 tons. The first breakthrough increased his strength by about 5 times, and the second breakthrough increased it by about 4 times. Jiang Feng believes that this is due to the consumption of potential. Every time one breaks through their limits, it drains the body's potential. Until the potential is exhausted, one can no longer break through. Now Jiang Feng finally understands why the Navy conducts potential tests on trainees before selecting them. When the body breaks through its limits, all physical qualities significantly improve. Strength goes without saying. At this moment, the most intuitive feeling Jiang Feng has is the increase in his body's defensive power. The spider silk that once tightly wrapped around him could still cut through his skin, but now the silk enveloping his body only brings some discomfort. Jiang Feng is no longer afraid of the pressure from his spider silk. It seems to have reached a certain limit and has stopped constricting. On the way here, under ZFA's relentless training, Jiang Feng's mental strength has been honed far beyond that of ordinary people, and after breaking through the second limit, his mental strength has increased more than twofold. Now Jiang Feng's mental intensity can be said to be stronger than that of Loka's, an experienced individual who has long broken through the second limit. The improvement in mental strength makes Jiang Feng eager to start trying out armament hockey. As early as when he first awakened armament hockey, Jiang Feng practiced extensively, and the feeling of condensing hockey is already deeply ingrained in him. Now, attempting to cover his entire arm with armament hockey feels familiar and is not difficult to accomplish. Armament hockey. Jiang Feng began to control the mysterious aura, attaching it to his fist, then to his entire arm, hardening it. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious aura that enveloped his entire arm started to slowly condense. When it covered most of his arm, it suddenly burst apart. I was too anxious. Let's try again. Finally, I did it. Jiang Feng had an excited expression on his face, feeling the armed color hockey attached to his arms, and he felt full of power. Ordinary individuals who break through the second limit can only cover one arm with armed color hockey, but Jiang Feng was able to cover both arms, which demonstrated the difference in mental strength. Then, with a serious look on his face, Jiang Feng clenched his fists, tensed his entire body, and suddenly exerted force. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden spider silk wrapped around Jiang Feng's body was torn into countless fragments by a tremendous force, and he was finally free. Now free, Jiang Feng saw that there were only 3 or 4 elites left entangled with Lucas, while the others had been wrapped up in spider silk by Lucas. A flicker of anger flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Fortunately, he was only wrapped up and not directly killed. Otherwise, the Navy would suffer a huge loss this time. In the distance, Lucas saw Jiang Feng break free from the spiderweb, his face filled with shock. How could this be? No one has ever escaped. The remaining elites finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Feng was unharmed. This guy has broken through the second limit. How infuriating. Among the remaining elites, only Bazat noticed that Jiang Feng's arms were covered in armament hockey. In the distance, Bazat stared blankly at Jiang Feng. It was this guy who had made him extremely uncomfortable since the day he joined the Navy. In terms of identity, Jiang Feng was the nephew of the Navy hero carp. In terms of strength, Jiang Feng's base power was double his own. In terms of devil fruit abilities, Jiang Feng's devil fruit was the rare paramecia-type space fruit, while he had a regular mantis fruit. The appearance of Jiang Feng seemed like a joke played by the heavens on him. Thinking that he was about to be saved by Jiang Feng, his emotions were extremely complicated, and he didn't even know how he would face this person. Lucas came back to his senses from a brief shock and said, "Navy kid, I can only say you have a great fate. This time, I will kill you directly, giving you no chance to live." Jiang Feng let out a cold snort. "Humph. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't have the chance again." The information collected by the Navy is all from a year ago about Lucas, and it doesn't mention that Lucas has these abilities. Otherwise, Zephyr wouldn't have chosen the poisoned spider pirates. Jiang Feng thought to himself, "I must never underestimate anyone in the future. While I'm making progress, others are also progressing. A year's time is enough for a person's strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. The Lucas before me is a prime example. In just 1 year, he has developed so many troublesome abilities." Seeing that Jiang Feng had no intention of attacking, Lucas suddenly stood up and leaped in front of Jiang Feng, his 4 appendages slicing through the air with sharp lines, all aimed at Jiang Feng's vital points. When Lucas suddenly attacked him, Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. With his hands covered in armament hockey, he suddenly reached out towards the air and grabbed Lucas's 4 appendages. Jiang Feng suddenly exerted force, spinning Lucas around, 1 circle, 2 circles, and then he suddenly let go. The high-speed rotating Lucas flew out directly. Bang! Bang! Lucas's body smashed through several walls, creating a series of sounds. Instant step. Seeing Lucas stop, Jiang Feng flashed and appeared in front of him, saying, "Stand up." Lucas slowly stood up, steadying himself, although his black chitinous shell was covered in dust. It was intact. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng concluded that Lucas was completely unharmed. Facing Jiang Feng, Lucas moved his neck and disdainfully said, "Navy kid, your attack is completely ineffective against me. It seems you've broken through the second limit, but do you really think just because you've recently broken through the second limit, you can break my defenses?" After hearing Lucas's disdain, Jiang Feng looked at him with a playful expression. "Oh, really?" Lucas regarded Jiang Feng as an ordinary person, as Jiang Feng's height and build suggested that most would assume his base strength was at most 500 pounds. "Then you can have a good taste of my fist. Armament hockey." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Feng's fist landed solidly on Lucas's abdomen, sending him flying. This time, Jiang Feng felt that his punch was quite powerful, He had just vaguely heard the sound of Lucas's chitinous shell cracking. Instant step. Jiangfeng landed another solid punch on Lucas. Jiangfeng's punches were like a tiger's, striking Lucas again and again. The chitinous shell on Lucas's body began to crack wherever Jiangfeng hit him. At this point, Lucas looked utterly disheveled, with spiderweb-like cracks covering his entire chitinous shell. Lucas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, steadied himself, and said, "Navy brat, your strength is indeed impressive. I haven't seen a talent like you in a long time. Actually, I have another hobby, which is to kill so-called geniuses." As he spoke, Lucas moved his neck. A talent that hasn't fully developed is nothing at all. Jiangfeng snorted coldly, still speaking arrogantly even when death was imminent. Jiangfeng noticed that there was no hint of panic on Lucas's face and speculated that Lucas still had a trump card up his sleeve. Golden armor. Lucas continuously spat out golden spider silk from his mouth, which began to wrap around him. Moments latte. Lucas's entire body was tightly encased in the spider silk. Unlike when it wrapped around Jiangfeng, these spider silks were evenly distributed on Lucas's body. From a distance, it appeared as though Lucas was wearing golden armor. The most striking feature was the 4 appendages behind Lucas, each tipped with long, slender spikes. After completing this, Lucas looked at Jiangfeng with a face full of arrogance. "Navy brat, my spider silk is not just for binding people. The golden spider silk, though difficult to produce, has many uses. It can soften or harden. The spider silk wrapped around my body is extremely resilient and can completely neutralize most of your strength, while the spikes on the appendages will pierce right through your body. Navy brat, witness my strongest form, and then you can go die." Jiangfeng was amazed to see Lucas unleash his full power. Indeed, there are no useless devil fruits, only people who cannot use their abilities. Lucas suddenly dove down, his 4 appendages raised high in the air, all the spikes aimed at Jiangfeng's heart. Closer now, Lucas charged right in front of Jiangfeng, and the 4 appendages thrust forward with a fierce momentum, the spikes shooting towards Jiangfeng's heart like arrows released from a bow. In a moment of desperation, Jiangfeng instinctively reached out with his left hand, intending to use armament hockey for defense. Sizzle. The spike pierced Jiangfeng's arm but did not go through. Jiangfeng endured the pain and suddenly punched Lucas in the face, causing Lucas to stagger back a few steps. Jiangfeng felt that his fist hit like it was striking cotton, with no sense of harming Lucas at all. Lucas had armed color hockey attached to his spikes, which is why the spikes pierced Jiangfeng's arm. Jiangfeng had only recently broken through the second limit, so the strength of his armed color hockey was limited. If he were given another year, Lucas's spikes would definitely not be able to break through Jiangfeng's defense. At this moment, Jiangfeng realized that he had never understood armed color hockey before. It wasn't about covering a larger area, but rather about concentrating it better. In fact, after breaking through the second limit, with continuous training, one's spiritual power would also increase, and most people in the later stages could cover both arms with hockey, or even more areas. But they chose not to do so, and the reason was simple. Using all the hockey that one could control to arm one arm would create a defense as solid as iron, while using all the hockey to arm the entire body would create a defense as thin as paper. Now Jiangfeng secretly regretted not improving the quality of his armed color hockey immediately after breaking through the second limit, which led to his inability to defend against Lucas's attacks. Looking at Lucas, Jiangfeng's expression turned serious. Would he have to use the space blade again? With his current strength, the only way to kill Lucas was to use the space blade, and not just any ordinary space blade. Only by recreating the space blade that had gone out of control that day on the arena could he bring Lucas to his end, but doing so would implicate others. Just as Jiangfeng was caught in a dilemma, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Kid Feng, I just saw your performance. Now leave the rest to me." Seeing Zephyr walk towards him, Jiangfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Zephyr." Lucas, upon seeing Zephyr approach, was filled with terror, black-legged Zephyr. Then a bitter, desperate expression crossed his face. Lucas finally understood who he was facing. With Zephyr personally leading the charge, these people were undoubtedly the most promising newcomers in the Navy, destined to be high-ranking officials in the future. Lucas realized he truly had no way out this time. Arm color shave. Zephyr suddenly appeared in front of Lucas, his black-wrapped arm adorned with reddish patterns, and with a powerful punch, struck Lucas squarely in the face. Lucas did not dodge, or perhaps he simply couldn't. Zephyr's punch shattered the golden spider silk covering Lucas's face, and over 30 tons of force sent Lucas flying. A series of crashing sounds echoed in the distance, and Jiangfeng felt certain that Lucas was dead. since Zephyr joined the Navy and experienced the tragedy of his family. He had engaged in countless battles and captured countless pirates, but he had never easily killed a pirate. However, ever since his family was brutally murdered, Zephyr no longer showed mercy to pirates. The nearby pirates, seeing their leader dead, immediately lost their backbone and fled in all directions. The boss is dead. Run. Zephyr turned to look at Jiang Feng. Kid Feng, I have another task for you. Go to the hotel and release the slaves locked beneath it. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Jiang Feng arrived at the hotel and searched for a long time before finding a secret passage. He walked down the passage. At the end of the passage, Jiang Feng saw a huge prison filled with iron cages scattered on the ground and hanging in the air. Inside the cages were not anything else but people, living people, old men, children, women, whose faces were ashen and trembling. Outside the cages, pirates guarding the slaves occasionally released a few slaves, beating them for their own amusement. Suddenly, Jiang Feng saw a pirate open a small cage, and upon closer inspection, he found that hiding inside was actually a little girl. The girl was hugging her knees, her tiny body trembling, and Jiang Feng could faintly hear her whispering, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Jiang Feng was furious and kicked open the iron door. Bang! The pirate guarding the slaves heard the noise, but didn't have time to react. The next moment, instant step, Jiang Feng appeared, trying to pull the little girl away from the pirate in front of him. In a fit of rage, he delivered a punch that struck the pirate's head. The immense force of 6 tons shattered the pirate's skull, splattering blood and brain matter all over Jiang Feng. The smell of blood completely ignited Jiang Feng's killing intent. You all deserve to die. Blade of space. He conjured one black blade after another, each 30 centimeters long, and sent them towards the surrounding pirates. The black blades resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and wherever they went, lives were extinguished. Some pirates were cut in half, others had their heads severed, creating an extremely bloody and brutal scene. The surviving pirates and slaves trembled in fear at Jiang Feng's fierce expression, crying out in terror, "Demon, demon." Jiang Feng glanced at the surviving pirates and said coldly, "You all deserve to die." Zephyr rescued the elites entangled in spider silk by Lucas, and together with the elites, they headed to the Cass Hotel. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already killed all the pirates guarding the slaves, and not a single one of the dead pirates was left intact. The entire basement was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the slaves, witnessing this scene, began to feel nauseous and vomit. At this time, the slaves looked at Jiang Feng with expressions of gratitude, fear, and dread. Jiang Feng lowered his head, looking at the small figure hiding in the cage. He cleaned the bloodstains on his hands and reached out, wanting to pull this little guy out. When Jiang Feng's finger touched the little creature, its body trembled even more violently. Jiang Feng deliberately controlled his voice, making it calmer and gentler. "Don't be afraid. The bad guys have been driven away. You're safe now. Come out quickly." Jiang Feng spoke while gently stroking the little one's back, trying to ease its guard. As if sensing the warmth from Jiang Feng's hand, the little one's body stopped trembling, slowly turned around, and stepped out. Jiang Feng tightly hugged the little girl in front of him, resting her head against his chest. He didn't want her to see the bloody scene. Zephyr and the elites arrived at the basement, and upon seeing the scattered remains, even those who had just killed and were no longer afraid of death couldn't help but start to vomit. The elites looked at Jiang Feng in astonishment. Could this really be the kind-hearted boy who never acted like a genius? Guride felt that he was truly getting to know Jiang Feng for the first time today. Bazate also wore a shocked expression. He had been out with his father dozens of times, but had never witnessed such brutal slaughter. Zephyr saw this scene and had already guessed what had happened here. Feng kid, remember, having too much killing intent can easily lead one astray. I don't want you to become a murderer in the future. Jiang Feng's expression was resolute as he looked at Zephyr and said, "Teacher Zephyr, don't worry. It won't happen. Everyone has an angel and a devil living in their hearts. We cannot drive the devil out completely. We can only confront it, and only by maintaining a good balance can we avoid being swayed by the devil." This time, the Navy suffered significant losses, over 30 elites, nearly a quarter of their number, leaving just over 20. Just one mission resulted in such heavy casualties, and Jiang Feng now realized that Zeph's second graduation requirement was no simple task at all. The next day, the remaining elites boarded the Navy's ship, preparing to return to the naval headquarters. As for the rescued slaves, most of them were ordinary civilians, captured and sold by the poisoned spider pirate group. After the Navy took them in, they would arrange for their return home. This trial mission could be said to be coming to an end. On the Navy's ship, a handsome young boy sat in front of a little girl, who was shyly looking at him. The little girl was the one Jiang Feng had rescued. Jiang Feng learned from the little lowly that her name was Fia, and she was 4 years old this year. She was originally the child of a wealthy businessman in the South China Sea. A month ago, the Poison Spider Pirate Group raided the businessman's home and killed his entire family. The old butler of the businessman tried to escape with the little lowly in the chaos, but he failed and was captured on the way back. He was beaten to death. As for the little lowly, she looked quite cute and presentable, and Lucas planned to sell her to a noble with special preferences. With no home to return to and no one to rely on, the little lowly had been clinging to Jiang Feng ever since he saved her. Jiang Feng originally planned to send Fia to the Navy's orphanage, but after spending a few days together and developing some feelings, he felt it would be too cruel to do so. Looking at Fia, Jiang Feng couldn't help but recall his childhood on Earth, when his younger sister would always follow him around, tugging at his pants. He used to think that the days spent with his family were quite ordinary. Now, having crossed over to the pirate world and facing harsh training and life-and-death battles every day, he realized how precious those warm moments were. Therefore, Jiang Feng decided to take little Fia as his own sister. Jiang Feng looked seriously at the little lowly in front of him. From now on, you will be my little sister, and your name will be Monkey Fia. Guli Da, who was beside him, listened with a puzzled expression and asked Luo Feng, "Why is it Monkey and not Monkey D?" Jiang Feng looked at Guli Da, his tone revealing a sense of mystery, and said, "This character is not something just anyone can bear. It represents not only a belief, but also an ancient bloodline." The little lowly had a puzzled expression. She didn't understand what the two older brothers were talking about. All she knew was that she would have brothers from now on and would no longer be an orphan. After settling Fia, Jiang Feng went to the top deck of the naval warship and entered an empty training room. After the battle with Locas, he had exposed many issues, such as insufficient strength in his armament hockey and underdeveloped abilities. To increase the strength of his armament hockey, he needed to first enhance his mental power, which couldn't be accomplished overnight. So he decided to put that aside for now. Instead, he would focus on developing his time-space abilities. After breaking through the second limit, Jiang Feng's body could support the use of stronger abilities. The more time energy he accumulated, the more he could extend the lives of those who were about to die by up to 4 years. It had been 3 days since he returned to the naval headquarters, and during these days, Jiang Feng had been trying to develop his time-space mark. The spatial ability was the first one Jiang Feng mastered and developed the most, and it was also the one he understood the deepest. Therefore, he chose to develop the spatial mark first, which would surely be more effective. Jiang Feng understood that the space-time imprint was like a blank piece of paper. How to use it and what to do with it depended entirely on the user's development. It could serve as a means of marking or be used to store spatial energy. In just a few days, Jiang Feng developed 3 space imprints. The first was a positioning space imprint, inspired by the Flying Thunder God technique from the Naruto world. The 4th Hokage gained great fame in the ninja world with his incredible body flicker technique, earning the title of Golden Flash. With Jiang Feng's current mental strength, he could sense a spatial range within 50 meters. This meant that Jiang Feng could teleport freely within that distance. Although this level of ability was impressive, it still fell far short compared to the Flying Thunder God. Therefore, Jiang Feng attempted to develop a positioning imprint and unexpectedly succeeded. Once a location was marked by the positioning imprint, Jiang Feng could sense it from 5 kilometers away. After sensing the imprint, he could use spatial exchange to teleport himself there. The second imprint allowed control over the opening and closing of a subspace, functioning like a key. Ever since Jiang Feng gained his spatial abilities, he had the idea of creating a storage space, but he struggled with how to do it. However, the emergence of the space imprint resolved Jiang Feng's dilemma. For a space ability user, creating a storage space wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in controlling it and allowing it to open and close freely. In the world of pirates, holding a storage space that couldn't be controlled freely was tantamount to courting death. The second imprint developed by Jiang Feng perfectly solved this issue. By engraving the imprint within the storage space, it would record the mental fluctuations of the first person to interact with it, and only that specific mental fluctuation could unlock the storage space afterward. The third imprint was one that could store spatial energy for a long time. Normally, Jiang Feng would store spatial energy within this imprint. When he needed to use it, he simply had to trigger it with his mental power. Once activated, the imprint would create a spatial turbulence around it, randomly teleporting everything in the vicinity 1 kilometer away. In future battles, Jiang Feng will inevitably face moments of exhaustion, and at such times, Using the marks can help him escape from danger. The development and use of these 3 marks are enough to bring about a tremendous change in Jiang Feng's strength. Fully developing new abilities requires completing 3 steps. The development of the spatial mark is just the first step. The second step is to find materials that can carry these marks. And the third step is to inscribe the spatial mark onto the materials. Not just any material can carry spatial energy. Only materials with spatial attributes can bear spatial energy. Jiang Feng thought about looking for treasures in the Navy's military merit treasury. After all, the Navy is the largest force in the pirate world, rich in resources, and has undoubtedly collected countless rare and exotic treasures over the years. When he thought of the military merit treasury, Jiang Feng immediately thought of GARP. GARP has made tremendous contributions to the Navy over the years, and he must have accumulated quite a lot of military merits. The title of Navy Hero is not given lightly. GARP didn't want Jiang Feng to rely too much on external forces, so he never provided Jiang Feng with the powerful weapons developed by the Navy. However, he never hesitated to spend on daily consumption and enhancing his own strength, never placing any restrictions on Jiang Feng. One day, Jiang Feng was playing with Faya in GARP's villa when he heard GARP's hearty laughter from afar. As GARP approached, Jiang Feng curiously asked, "Uncle GARP, what has made you so happy?" GARP laughed heartily and said, "The Golden Lion in the New World attacked Roger with dozens of pirate ships. Unexpectedly, a sudden storm struck, sinking all of the Golden Lion's fleet and causing him to lose about half of his forces. Meanwhile, Roger suffered no losses and escaped. Ha! He truly is my worthy opponent," GARP said, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. "By the time I arrived, Roger had already escaped. I was hoping to have a fight with him, but it seems I won't have the chance." After hearing GARP's words, Jiang Feng realized he was talking about the Battle of Adao Sea. He didn't expect it to happen. It seemed that Roger's surrender and the start of the great age of pirates were not far off. GARP picked up Faya and asked, "Have you thought about Grandpa GARP?" "I have," the little one replied in a babyish voice. "Oh no, Grandpa GARP, your beard poked me." The little one made a face of disgust, pushing GARP's face with her small hand. Ha! Jiang Feng brought Fia back, and GARP did not object. GARP expressed deep sympathy for Fia's experience. Fia called Jiang Feng brother and GARP grandpa, which made GARP. According to Fia, anyone with white hair should be called grandpa. GARP wasn't a rigid person, so he let her be. Jiang Feng wanted Uncle GARP to help him find materials with spatial attributes. "Uncle GARP, have you heard of any ores or other things with spatial attributes?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng's question, GARP realized it was related to Jiang Feng's abilities. Spatial attributes? There should be some in the Navy's military merit repository. "I'll take you there tomorrow. You can look for yourself." "Okay, Uncle GARP." The next day, GARP took Jiang Feng to the back mountain. The Navy had hollowed out a large mountain to establish a treasure vault for storing valuable resources, such as devil fruits, forbidden weapons, and some special treasures. The mantis fruit of Bazat was exchanged by his father using his military merits. The forbidden weapons were developed by the Navy as ultimate weapons for exterminating pirates. Although their lethality was far less than that of legendary ancient weapons, they were still enough to kill ordinary rear admirals. The Navy managed forbidden weapons extremely strictly. Exchanging for such weapons required a massive amount of military merits, as well as submitting an application for the marshal's approval. As for treasures, they mostly consisted of special plants, ores, and even some whose uses were unknown even to the Navy. Jiang Feng was surprised to find that the only ones guarding this Navy treasure vault were merely a colonel and a few majors. But thinking about it, the Navy's treasure vault was located at the Navy headquarters, and in the entire pirate world, there really wasn't anyone brave enough to rob this vault. A major at the entrance saw GARP and Jiang Feng approaching the vault and immediately stepped forward to greet GARP. "Mr. GARP, what brings you here?" GARP glanced at Jiang Feng and said lightly, "I'm here to exchange some things for this kid of mine. Feng, if you need anything, just tell him. Don't be fooled by his youth. He's been here for almost 10 years and knows everything about the items in the Navy's treasure vault. Mr. GARP is too kind." Jiang Feng looked at the major with a glimmer of anticipation and said, "Major, I wonder if there are any or with spatial attributes in this treasure vault." The major pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening as he replied, "There is indeed one. This piece of or was confiscated from a pirate a few years ago, and it's about the size of a wash basin. Its remarkable feature is that it possesses a 2-meter storage space. At first, many people were eager to get it, but they eventually gave up because it was inconvenient to carry." Hearing the major's words, Jiang Feng was extremely excited. The second step of developing his new ability was complete. The major led GARP and Jiang Feng into the treasure vault. Upon entering the vault, Jiang Feng was instantly stunned. At the back of the vault, there were piles of gold and silver treasures. On the right side of the vault, there were hundreds of shelves, each holding unique plants. Similarly, on the left side of the vault, there were also hundreds of shelves, each displaying dozens of oddly shaped ores. In addition, there were some storage rooms, and Jiang Feng guessed that weapons, such as forbidden weapons and large knives, were kept there. The Major brought Jiang Feng to a shelf on the left side, and Jiang Feng's attention was immediately drawn to a strangely shaped ore. From the ore, Jiang Feng could sense that it contained spatial energy, and when he scanned it with his mental power, he discovered an independent space of about 2 cubic meters. The fact that it formed an independent space without any processing indicated that this ore had an extremely high purity. Jiang Feng had struck gold this time. Just as he was about to leave with the ore, he suddenly spotted a black stone. This stone was about 1.5 meters long and approximately 5 centimeters wide. Jiang Feng speculated that this was the sea floor stone. Jiang Feng smiled lightly and said, "Major, please help me hold this." The Major looked at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he needed the sea prism stone for. He had heard that GetsLove's nephew was a user of the space fruit ability. When could an ability user also use sea prism stone? In fact, when Jiang Feng saw the sea prism stone just now, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to make a sword out of the sea prism stone. In the original story, Smoker had a weapon made of sea prism stone, which made Jiang Feng envious. Although the sea prism stone is hard, it can still change shape after careful polishing. In the Navy, there's only one person capable of making weapons from sea prism stone, and that is Dr. Vegapunk. Jiang Feng felt that if he went to find Dr. Vegapunk, the doctor would definitely ignore him, so he needed to ask Garp to intervene in this matter. Jiang Feng chose to make a knife from sea prism stone mainly to complement his spatial abilities. With his ghostly teleportation combined with the sea prism stone, Jiang Feng will become a nightmare for all devil fruit users. In fact, after arriving in the pirate world, Jiang Feng carefully considered what kind of strong person he wanted to become. Should he be like Garp or Zephyr, focusing solely on hockey, or should he be like Whitebeard, developing his abilities to the extreme, or perhaps become a great swordsman like Mihawk? One's energy is limited, and it is impossible to balance too much. Therefore, Jiang Feng chose the first two options and gave up on becoming a swordsman. In the pirate world, there are 3 levels of swordsmen: ordinary swordsmen, sword masters who comprehend the breadth of all things, and great sword masters who have perfected the way of the sword. For an ordinary swordsman to become a sword master, the first step is to comprehend the breadth of all things. This is a hurdle that every swordsman aspiring to become a sword master must overcome. Those familiar with the One Piece storyline know that for a sword master, even without using haki, wielding a simple wooden sword, they can easily cut through steel. This illustrates the difference between a sword master and an ordinary swordsman. There exists an insurmountable chasm between the two. If Jiang Feng wants to learn the way of the sword, he must first choose a supreme sword. Without a supreme sword, he wouldn't even dare to challenge Mihawk to a duel. After leaving the Navy's treasury, Garp took the sea prism stone and a rough sketch drawn by Jiang Feng to find Dr. Vegapunk, while Jiang Feng went directly home with the spatial ore. The sketch that Jiang Feng gave to Garp was designed by Jiang Feng himself on the spot. The prototype of the sword is mainly based on the Kusanagi sword from the Naruto world. The appearance is roughly the same, but some materials that isolate the influence of sea prism stone were added to the hilt, primarily to avoid others discovering that he is not a devil fruit user. After returning home, Jiang Feng carefully observed the spatial, or feeling the spatial energy on it. From the distribution of spatial energy throughout the ore, it can be seen that the energy becomes denser from the outside to the inside. Jiang Feng suspects that there's another mystery inside the space, or the blade of space. Jiang Feng created a black blade and cut off all the outer layers of the ore, revealing a fist-sized piece of black stone as smooth as jade in front of him. Looking at the stone, Jiang Feng was certain that it was an excellent material for making space equipment. As for the cut-off pieces, they could easily be melted into iron to create some ironware that could conduct spatial power. In the evening, Garp returned to inform Jiang Feng that Dr. Vegapunk would need 6 months to create the sea prism stone weapon designed by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was already very satisfied with this. Once he obtained the weapon, he could boldly confront devil fruit users. In the morning, Jiang Feng took the scraps of the space ore to the town. He saw an ant exercising by the roadside and approached her, asking, "Excuse me, is there a top-notch blacksmith in the town?" The ant, hearing Jiang Feng's question, remained calm, as she had lived in the area for many years and was used to people asking her similar questions. The best blacksmith in town was called Mukhi. Their family had been blacksmiths for 3 generations, and their shop had been passed down for 100 years. Seeing Jiang Feng in his Navy uniform, the aunt's eyes lit up. Young man, you're looking for a blacksmith to forge a weapon, right? You've come to the right person by looking for the Mukhi family. The blacksmith master of this generation is definitely better than the previous 2. Many Navy officers have sought him to create weapons. 4 Navy officers wanting a reliable weapon. One way is to use military merit to have a top blacksmith forge it. The other way is to spend their own money to find a blacksmith on the street. Jiang Feng has only completed 1 mission so far, and his military achievements are not many, so he cannot waste them. Fortunately, during the last encirclement, he killed 3 pirates worth 80 million berries each, allowing Jiang Feng to make a small profit, and now he has over 100 million berries in hand, which seems to have lifted his spirits, making him less hesitant in spending money. After hearing the aunt's words, Jiang Feng couldn't help but become curious about what is so special about this generation of blacksmith masters that makes the aunt hold them in such high regard. Jiang Feng followed the path pointed out by the aunt, crossing 4 streets, and finally saw a shop named Mukhi Ironworks. As he entered the shop, Jiang Feng noticed the neatly arranged standard weapons on the shelves, glimmering with points of light. Just seeing the appearance of these weapons made one unable to resist the desire to possess them. The feeling these weapons gave was that they were not tools for killing enemies, but rather artworks for appreciation. At that moment, a thought flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. Is this really something that can be crafted by human hands? After hearing the aunt's words, Jiang Feng was just a bit curious. But after seeing these creations, he was already eager to know more. Is Master Mukhi here? Jiang Feng called out as he saw no one in the shop. Do you need something? A youthful voice came from behind him. Jiang Feng turned his head and was surprised to see a young man, indeed young, with an age and height similar to his own, a refined complexion, and looking somewhat frail. Upon seeing the young man who responded to him, Jiang Feng's first reaction was disbelief, the second reaction was still disbelief, and the third reaction was, is this really a blacksmith? With such a frail body, he couldn't even lift a hammer, let alone forge iron. Are you joking with me? Seeing Jiang Feng's incredulous expression, the young man spoke up, first introducing himself. My name is Muji, the 3rd generation heir of Mukhi Ironworks. If you want to forge a weapon, you need to pay a deposit first. Then provide me with a weapon sketch. You can bring the money tomorrow to pick up the weapon. Jiang Feng frowned, not even looking at the sketch, yet confidently claiming he could finish it by tomorrow. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's question, the young man flashed a hint of pride on his face and said, that's right. Jiang Feng wore a serious expression and said, Humph, I don't believe you are any master. Bring out the real master. I don't have time to play with a little brat like you. At first glance at the boy, Jiang Feng began to doubt him. Which outstanding blacksmith hasn't spent decades honing their skills to achieve success? Blacksmithing is a technical craft, and without the accumulation of time, it's hard to grasp its essence. In contrast, the boy was thin and weak, with fair and clean hands that showed no calluses. It was evident that he had never worked with iron. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's skepticism, the boy looked angry and said, you can leave. This shop doesn't accept your business. Oof. I'm here to find master, not you. If you won't go get the master, then I'll go in and find him myself. You stop right there. The boy blocked Jiang Feng's path. If you don't leave, I'll make my move. Don't think I'm afraid just because you're from the Navy. Hearing the boy's threat, Jiang Feng laughed. Come on, go ahead and punch me in the chest with your little fists. You, iron bind. In the next moment, Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. He saw dozens of strange, soft ropes with a metallic sheen suddenly appear beneath his feet, wrapping around him. Then, the soft ropes instantly hardened, tightly securing him to the ground. A devil fruit, and it was a Logia-type metal fruit. At that moment, Jiang Feng's mind was consumed by this single thought. It felt as if 1,000 galloping horses were racing through his heart. To see a Logia-type metal devil fruit in a blacksmith shop. When did devil fruits become so cheap? Is there more? Bring me a whole basket. Armament hockey. Just as Jiang Feng was about to break free from his restraints, an old man appeared. Muji, stop messing around and let the guest go. Upon hearing the old man's words, the boy withdrew his ability, snorted coldly, and walked behind the old man. The old man smiled warmly at Jiang Feng. I wonder if this young brother came to our little shop to forge some tools? I apologize for the earlier offense. I hope you won't take it to heart. Jiang Feng saw the old man with a kind expression. Sir, you're being too serious. It's understandable for young people to have a bit of a temper. Humph. Muji, who was standing behind the old man, snorted. Sir, I would like to ask you to forge some weapons. Here is the sketch. The sketch that Jiang Feng gave to the old man was naturally the style diagram of the flying thunder god Kenai drawn by Jiang Feng himself. Jiang Feng really liked the appearance of the flying thunder god Kenai, so he directly drew an original version of it without any modifications. The old man looked at the sketch with a strange expression on his face as he stared at Jiang Feng. Young man, I've been crafting tools for over 40 years, and I've never seen such a peculiar weapon. Seeing the old man's confusion, Jiang Feng smiled and said, Old sir, just focus on making it. These weapons will definitely be useful to me. All right, if you don't say much, I won't ask more either. Come back in a week. After paying the deposit and finalizing the deal, Jiang Feng curiously asked, Old sir, does your grandson also craft weapons? The old man looked at the hammer with disappointment and shook his head helplessly, saying, he doesn't know how to make any weapons. This kid has never liked crafting weapons since he was young, and ever since he got the devil fruit, he hasn't touched a hammer at all. When I ask him to make me a weapon, he simply uses his fruit powers to create one for me. It really frustrates me. I feel like our Miyuki family's craftsmanship is going to be ruined by this brat. After hearing the old man's words, Jiang Feng understood why Muji was so confident that he could help him craft the weapon in a day. The natural-type metal fruit allows him to manipulate gold elements, which means he can easily create a weapon from all the free metal particles. Old sir, have you considered letting Muji join the Navy? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the old man quickly waved his hand and said, Muji cannot join the Navy. He is the only hope of our Miyuki family. I don't want him to go throw his life away. Jiang Feng finished speaking and specifically observed Muji's reaction. Jiang Feng clearly caught a glimpse of eagerness that had just flashed in Muji's eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. In the past 6 months, Jiang Feng had developed spatial equipment, and the new spatial abilities had also been completed. Jiang Feng cut a small piece of spatial stone and carefully polished it into a round, pea-sized particle. Then he infused spatial energy into the stone, breaking down the injected spatial energy into tiny black particles. Using his mental power, Jiang Feng controlled these small particles to collide with each other. When the black particles collided, they generated a special repulsive force, creating a space within the stone, which would continue to expand until it reached its limit. Once the limit was reached, if the repulsive force increased, the stone would be damaged. The space that was created would gradually disappear due to the lack of a carrier. This is because the world also self-regulates. For example, Jiang Feng's spatial blade creates a small opening, and the surrounding spatial energy will slowly repair this opening. The same applies to the created storage space. Without a carrier, the spatial energy will restore it to its original state, essentially reverting it to a point in space. After numerous attempts, he successfully created 10, with half of them being successful. The failures were due to Jiang Feng losing control, exceeding the limit, which led to the damage of the stone. After completing this, a third of the fist-sized stone was gone. Among the 5 successful stones, only one was a spherical space with a diameter of about 10 meters, while the others were 3 with diameters of around 5 meters and 1 with a diameter of about 1 meter. Jiang Feng plans to give this 1 meter diameter storage space to FIA. Jiang Feng had a pendant made from Muji, embedding a storage stone into it. Ever since he saw that Muji was interested in joining the Navy, Jiang Feng had been visiting him from time to time. Muji also expressed his desire to join the Navy, but his grandfather disagreed. As they spent more time together, Jiang Feng and Muji became friends. Fia, come here quickly and see what Brother Feng has brought you. The little one trotted over to Jiang Feng, her big watery eyes looking at him with anticipation. Brother Feng, what do you want to give me? Look at this pendant. Jiang Feng crouched down and put the pendant around Fia's neck. The little loli held the pendant in her small hands, looking around and admiring the dazzling light sparkling from it, extremely happy. Thank you, Brother Feng. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, little Fia. Look closely at this pendant and tell me, what do you see inside? The little loli looked at her Brother Feng with curiosity. Isn't this just a pendant? What else could there be? It's empty inside. The little loli looked surprised. It's done. It seems ordinary people can also see this storage space. Jiang Feng was still worried that Fia was too young and not mentally strong enough to see the storage space. But it seemed he was overthinking it. The next step was the most critical one, engraving the mark. Jiang Feng used his mental power to control spatial energy into the storage space, engraving a spatial mark. It worked. At the moment the mark was successfully created, Jiang Feng's consciousness exited the storage space. He had already imitated the 3 major spatial marks countless times in his mind, which is why he succeeded on the first attempt. Xiao Fia, take a look now. Okay, Brother Feng, it feels so strange. It's like I can control it. I can open it when I want to and close it when I want to. Hee, so magical. After that, Jiang Feng's expression became serious. Xiao Fia, don't show this pendant to anyone, understand? Seeing Jiang Feng's serious face, Xiao Fia immediately became serious. Got it, brother Feng. Looking at the stone in his hand, which contained a space of about 10 meters in diameter. Jiang Feng felt that the space was too small and hesitated about whether to use it or if he needed to do something else. While thinking, a bold idea suddenly came to mind. If I use spatial material to make spatial equipment, then my body would be the best material, right? Can I open a storage space in the bone of my finger? With that thought, Jiang Feng began to act, with spatial energy continuously pouring into the third joint of his left hand's ring finger. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain, and then Jiang Feng sensed a tiny space in his finger bone, as small as a dot. The spatial energy not only poured in, but transformed into tiny black particles that began to collide, gradually expanding the space. It wasn't until he felt a series of sharp pains in his finger that Jiang Feng stopped his actions. Looking at it, there was now a spherical space of about 50 meters directly within his finger bone. It worked. Next, in the following days, Jiang Feng engraved the positioning mark onto the Flying Thunder God Kanai. Jiang Feng placed a Flying Thunder God Kanai in his room for convenience when he goes home in the future. In fact, when customizing the Flying Thunder God Kanai, Jiang Feng had already told the old man to make some small iron plates from the remaining materials. Jiang Feng engraved the marks that store spatial energy onto these iron plates. Once activated by mental power, the marks on the plates will create a spatial turbulence that transports surrounding objects 1 kilometer away. These items can be said to be used one less for each one used, unless Jiang Feng finds spatial or again. Jiang Feng also provided Carp with a storage space of about 5 meters in diameter, but it is unknown where Carp placed it. In the evening, at Carp's villa, Jiang Feng saw Carp hurriedly walking out, and at that moment, Carp had a serious expression on his face. Jiang Feng could sense an invisible pressure coming from Carp, and he was sure that Carp was very angry and could explode at any moment. Having been with Carp for nearly 2 years, Jiang Feng had never seen Carp with such a heavy expression, which indicated that something big was about to happen. Jiang Feng stepped forward and asked, "Uncle Carp, what happened?" Carp, seeing Jiang Feng in front of him, reigned in his aura, his expression extremely complex: disbelief, doubt, helplessness, and powerlessness. After a moment of silence, Carp said solemnly, "Just now, Sengoku told me that Roger has surrendered." Upon hearing Carp's words, Jiang Feng was initially shocked, but then he calmed down, thinking to himself, what should come has come. Now Jiang Feng finally understood why Carp's expression was so complicated. Roger is about to arrive at the Navy headquarters. I want to go see him. Uncle Carp, take me with you. Follow me. Jiang Feng followed Carp to the port, and Carp didn't say a word along the way. A warship slowly docked at the port, and a man with sea stone handcuffs walked out, followed by 3 rear admirals. The man stepped off the warship, saw Carp, and laughed loudly. "Ah, Carp, we meet again." Jiang Feng looked at the man in front of him and felt a sense of boldness and dominance emanating from him. Although he was the pirate king, there was a unique charm about him that made people unconsciously feel fond of him. Upon seeing Carp, there was nothing else but a hearty laugh. From Roger's smile, Jiang Feng could sense no bitterness or helplessness at all. A man on the brink of death could still show such a genuine smile. Jiang Feng could only say, as expected of the pirate king, as expected of Roger. The next day at noon, Carp walked into the courtyard and said, "Feng kid, come out quickly. Your weapon is ready." Jiang Feng stepped out and took the long sword from Carp's hand, gripping the hilt with his right hand and placing the sword horizontally in front of himself. The blade was about 1.2 meters long, and the hilt was wrapped in a special layer of black material to isolate it from the sea stone. The blade was polished to be very thin and smooth, and most importantly, the edge was extremely sharp. Let's call it the Black Feather Sword. "Thank you, Uncle Carp." Carp smiled slightly. "When did you start being so polite?" After that, Jiang Feng sheathed the Black Feather Sword and looked at Carp seriously. "Uncle Carp, I want to see Roger." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Carp's expression instantly became serious. "See Roger? What do you want to see Roger for?" "Roger, as a pirate, has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle. I'm curious why he chose to surrender. Setting aside his identity as a pirate, Roger is a strong man, just like Uncle Carp. A figure like him is certainly worth meeting. Uncle Carp, if you don't take me, I'll find another way to see Roger." Carp knew his nephew's temperament. Once he decided on something, even 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. If he didn't take him, there was a high chance he would use his spatial abilities to get in, causing trouble and getting a scolding. Why did Roger surrender? Even that old guy Sengoku can't figure it out. Probably only he knows. Do you think Roger would tell us the reason for his surrender? The reason for Roger's surrender is no longer important. What's important is that with Roger's death, the era of pirates will come to an end. In a few days, I will go to see Roger. You can come with me, but remember, you only have 20 minutes. After hearing Carp's words, Jiang Feng understood that the Navy unanimously believed that as long as they killed Roger, it would serve as a warning to the pirates at sea. It was equivalent to telling the pirates that even becoming the Pirate King wouldn't allow them to escape death, instilling fear in them and discouraging them from going to sea. Only Jiang Feng knew that Roger's death would mark the beginning of the great age of exploration. Following Carp, they entered a heavily guarded prison where Roger was held in a solitary room on the bottom floor. Since Roger arrived at this prison, the Navy had dispatched 3 rear admirals to guard the area. Although Roger had surrendered, the reasons for his surrender were unclear, and to be safe, the entire naval headquarters was on high alert. Following Carp smoothly, they reached the room where Roger was held. Carp went in himself, leaving Jiang Feng outside to guard. About half an hour later, Carp came out, saying, "Kid Feng, you can go in now. Remember, you only have 20 minutes. Got it, Uncle Carp?" Jiang Feng adjusted his excited emotions and walked into the prison, where a tall figure had his back turned to him. "I heard from Carp that a little guy wanted to see me." Roger turned around, smiling at Jiang Feng. "Navy kid, I'm curious why you want to see me." The world government has been entrenched in the world for over 800 years, with deep-rooted power and countless hidden means. Moreover, there are many strong individuals, the most representative being the 5 elders. The 5 elders are the highest leaders of the world government, chosen as representatives by over 170 member countries. Their strength is unimaginable. Jiang Feng speculated that the power of the 5 elders might be on par with Roger, Whitebeard, and Carp, or even stronger. The 5 elders have always advocated for and protected the interests of the celestial dragons, as their interests have long been intertwined with those of the celestial dragons, prospering together and suffering together. Jiang Feng wants the Navy to have absolute say in the world government in the future, able to act according to its own will, rather than just being a sword in the hands of the 5 elders, a tool for the celestial dragons to do as they please. For this purpose, one day in the future, Jiang Feng will inevitably declare war on the 5 elders and the entire world government. To be honest, facing 5 monsters as strong as Carp, or even stronger than Carp, Jiang Feng is not confident. Therefore, Jiang Feng plans to start building his own power from now on. Jiang Feng believes that if one can live, no one would choose to die, not even Roger. On the other hand, Roger is a descendant of the D clan, and both Monkey D, Feng, and Roger carry the ancient bloodline of the D clan within them. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Roger fell into deep thought. Moments later, he opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Feng, his gaze revealing profound depth, truly a descendant of the D clan. After saying this, Roger did not give Jiang Feng a response. "Navy brat, do you understand the D clan? Do you know the power of the world government?" Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Roger. "Mr. Roger, if you're willing to introduce the D family, I'm all ears." Roger glanced at Jiang Feng thoughtfully. "The D family? Once you have the strength of someone like me or Garp, you'll naturally know. However, I can tell you that the D family has a deep grudge against the world government." What Roger said was basically in line with Jiang Feng's guesses. These big shots love to tease people. It seems that to uncover the secrets of the D family, one must find the true history. Roger continued, "If you want to fight against the world government, I advise you to give up." "I'm serious, Jiang Feng. You have no chance against the world government, and I don't want to see you throw your life away. Garp probably doesn't know your thoughts, otherwise, he would stop you even if it meant breaking your legs." After hearing Roger's words, Jiang Feng looked puzzled. Uncle Garp indeed doesn't know my thoughts. Jiang Feng never intended to tell Carp these thoughts. Who knows how Carp would react upon hearing them? Looking at the puzzled Jiang Feng, Roger slowly said, "Many years ago, the World Conquest selected 5 individuals to represent the world government, organizing the suppression of those who resisted its voice. These 5 emerged dramatically, employing extremely cruel methods, and within less than a year, they forcefully suppressed all organizations, races, and nations attempting to resist the world government. These 5 are the 5 elders, who had already mastered the highest authority of the world government many years ago. Their strength is not to be underestimated. If you want to deal with the world government, you must face them." Upon hearing Roger's words, Jiang Feng was shocked and said, "The 5 elders, are they really that strong?" Every time a human breaks their limits, their physical quality improves. Their physical attributes can be said to have reached the peak of what humanity can achieve, and their strength has completely surpassed the limits of your imagination. After hearing Roger's words, Jiang Feng finally understood just how powerful the 5 elders were. No wonder Roger said that going on his own was simply asking for death. After finishing, Roger looked at Jiang Feng with a playful expression and asked, "Do you still want to confront the five elders?" Jiang Feng looked at Roger with determination, not the slightest thought of giving up. Without dreams, what's the difference between a person and a salted fish? So what if it's the five elders? Sooner or later, I will deal with them. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting little brat like you. To be honest, I'm really tempted and want to join you in causing a ruckus. It's a pity, Roger said with a look of regret. I really want to agree to you, but my time is running out. I have something important to do. Jiang Feng knew that Roger had an incurable disease, which is why he said those words. As a time traveler, Jiang Feng also understood what Roger intended to do. After talking with Roger for a while, he learned about the terrifying power of the world government. The five elders stood before him like a towering mountain. What he needed to do next was to increase his strength. Upon learning about the strength of the five elders, Jiang Feng suddenly felt immense pressure. Now he finally understood why Roger wanted to start the great age of pirates. Roger was betting everything on the future. At that moment, somewhere in the sea, the Golden Lion heard that Roger had been captured and was furious, saying, "Incompetent Navy, do they really think they can capture Roger? I don't believe it." The roar of the Golden Lion echoed through the sky. At that moment, the Golden Lion had lost his reason, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, mixed with the overwhelming conqueror's haki, which knocked the pirates on the ship unconscious. What a joke. I don't believe a man like Roger would submit to the Navy. With Roger's strength, no one could capture him. I'm going Marineford. The Golden Lion turned back to look at his subordinates who had fainted from his aura. His anger intensified. A bunch of useless fools. Using his devil fruit ability, the Golden Lion threw all the unconscious pirates into the sea while he controlled the pirate ship to float up and fly towards Marineford. A few days later, "Damn Navy, come out!" A roar resounded throughout Marineford, and a massive golden pirate ship appeared in the sky. Alarm sounded, and Navy soldiers armed with swords and guns rushed out from the buildings. Although Roger had surrendered, the reason for his surrender was unclear. After Roger's surrender, the Navy recalled all combat forces and gathered them at the Navy headquarters to respond to the sudden change. Just a day ago, the Navy Commander-in-Chief Sengoku, leading the strongest combat force of the Navy, escorted Roger to Lobetown. Accompanying him were the future 3 admirals, the Navy's Chief of Staff Tsuru, and several vice admirals and rear admirals. Currently, the only combat power available at the Navy headquarters was Sengoku and Garp. In fact, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had already possessed admiral-level strength. They just lacked enough military merit to be promoted to admiral. On the way, upon hearing that the Navy planned to execute Roger in the East Sea, the Golden Lion became even more furious. "You better explain yourself. It's impossible for you to capture Roger. Moreover, how dare you execute a man like Roger in the East Sea, the weakest sea area? Today, I'm going to overturn the entire Marineford." In the next moment, Shiki, with blood-red eyes, leaped from the pirate ship and landed on the streets of Marineford. Drawing his swords, the cherry blossom and the deadwood, he swung them, killing all the Navy soldiers in front of him. "Incompetent Navy, how dare you attempt to end the pirate era?" Boom! The sky was overcast, thunder flashed, and heavy rain poured down. Garp appeared on the street at some point, tugging at his collar, his expression very grim. "Shiki, I didn't expect you to dare break into the Navy headquarters, you lunatic. But since you're here, don't even think about leaving. I'm going to imprison you, this wicked pirate, for life." Garp was filled with anger. The East Sea was weak, and it represented peace for him. In the past 2 days, Garp had felt extremely suppressed, and the Golden Lion invading the headquarters completely triggered his outburst. "Marineford is the Navy's headquarters. Shiki, how dare you threaten to destroy it? No matter what, I won't let you go today." Sengoku's muscles tensed, and a powerful aura rose from him. With a heavy tone and a face full of anger, Sengoku looked at Shiki. From a distance, Jiang Feng observed the 3 confronting each other, feeling their auras even from dozens of meters away. Jiang Feng originally planned to go to Rogue Town. After all, he wanted to send Roger off for the last time. The reason he didn't go was entirely because of the Golden Lion. Jiang Feng had some thoughts about the Golden Lion and wanted something from him. The Golden Lion looked at the 2 old rivals blocking his way. Laughing, "Kapu Sengoku, come at me. Let me see what you incompetent Navy officers are really capable of to have caught Roger." With a wave of his hand, the pirate ship hanging in the air suddenly descended. Armament haki, Buddha form. Kapu's body was instantly covered by a layer of mysterious black, with red patterns emerging on top, while Sengoku's body transformed into a golden Buddha. Sengoku's face was filled with anger, shockwave. The visible ripples directly attacked the pirate ship. Boom! With a loud bang. The massive pirate ship was shattered into pieces, debris raining down from the sky. Soru. Kapu swiftly appeared in front of Shiki, an angry strike. As he threw a punch, it felt as if space itself was being shattered, accompanied by tearing sounds. Facing Kapu's punch, Shiki remained calm, armament hockey. Shiki coated his swords, the cherry blossom and the deadwood, with armament hockey, crossing them in front of him. Bang! With a loud noise, Kapu's punch struck Shiki's dual swords, sending Shiki flying. Utilizing the power of the float fruit, Shiki hovered in the air, excitedly looking at Kapu. Ha ha, Kapu, your punches are still as powerful as before. Let me show you my move, Lion's Maw. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around Kapu seemed to come alive, transforming into a majestic lion that lunged at Kapu. Kapu was very familiar with the Golden Lion's ability, showing no fear. He pounded his fists against the lion, each punch shattering a lion. Golden Lion, don't embarrass yourself with such tricks. Moonwalk. Kapu stepped on the air beneath him, leaping up, and after 2 quick steps in the air, he appeared in front of Shiki. Suddenly, loud booms echoed. The two engaged in fierce combat in the air, and Jiang Feng could clearly sense the overwhelming power emanating from them. This was Conqueror's Haki. They had mastered it to the extreme, with every attack infused with Conqueror's Haki. Just the Haki leaking out during their battle was enough to stun the ordinary sailors on the streets. Conqueror's Haki has a deterrent effect. Those with weak mental strength will be directly intimidated, leading to a momentary daze. In battles between experts, victory often comes in an instant. A small moment of distraction could cost a life. After a while, Sengoku finally joined the fight. Kapu, Sengoku, and the Golden Lion were all on the same level of strength, and none of them dared to say they could defeat Shiki alone. Only by joining forces could they subdue Shiki. The three's battle nearly destroyed half of Marineford before a victor was determined. The Golden Lion was defeated, handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, and imprisoned and impelled down. When Jiang Feng left the location mark on the Golden Lion while he was unconscious, those who do not possess spatial abilities would absolutely not discover this mark. Roger surrendered, and the Golden Lion was captured. Suddenly the entire sea seemed to fall silent. During this time, the atmosphere in the Navy was extremely oppressive, as they had announced to the world that the Pirate King Roger would be executed soon in Logtown. After the news spread, forces from all over the world focused their attention on Logtown. Pirates, the world government, and members of various organizations all rushed to Logtown, wanting to witness this moment in history. With various forces gathering in Logtown, the Navy was responsible for maintaining order, and in the following days, Navy forces gradually made their way to Logtown. Jiang Feng was among the last group to rush to Rogue Town, with the Navy headquarters left in the hands of Carp, Sengoku, and several other vice admirals. Although all factions were focused on Roger, there was no telling if some fool might seek fame by attacking the Navy headquarters at this time. After all, most of the Navy's combat power was in Rogue Town. When Jiang Feng arrived at Rogue Town, he saw about 100 ships of various sizes. Roger, the man at the pinnacle of the world, known for possessing the wealth of the entire world, was about to be executed. Many were curious about where he had hidden his treasure. Somewhere in the sea, on a massive pirate ship, a tall man was gazing in the direction of Rogue Town, murmuring, "Roger, is this your choice?" In a certain part of Rogue Town, the first mate said, "Captain, he is dead." A young man with red hair, his face filled with sorrow, spoke up. A boy with a red nose behind him patted his shoulder and shook his head, equally sorrowful. "This is Roger's choice. We should respect it," said a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking at the two with a face full of disappointment and helplessness. The sky was overcast, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. The man who conquered the entire sea, who had wealth, fame, and status, the man who possessed the world, was dying on the execution platform at that moment. Upon hearing that Roger had placed everything at the end of the Grand Line, the crowd below began to cheer, deciding to set sail in search of the legendary treasure. The era of great sailing had begun. Jiang Feng, standing in the crowd, was completely stunned by Roger's death. A man as strong as Roger had chosen such a death. Below, Jiang Feng also saw the young Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and other future stars, all full of vigor and filled with visions for the future. The end of one era often signifies the rise of a new one. In prison, upon hearing Roger's words, Jiang Feng also understood why Roger did not wish to make the true history public. Roger's words still echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. The true history recorded the blank 100 years, which included the grievances between the D-Clan and the world government. The reason the world government did not want the true history revealed was that once the world learned the truth, it would undoubtedly provoke a war. A rebellion against the world government. A war involving the entire world. I cannot let one truth cause this hard-won, stable world to fall into turmoil again. But I do not have the right to decide for the entire world. They all have the right to know the truth of history. Therefore, I placed the truth of history at the end of the world, waiting for the next person to discover it. A true person who can guide the world in the right direction. After listening to Roger's words, Jiang Feng finally understood what the true history meant. No wonder even the high-ranking Navy officials, who had no fondness for the celestial dragons, did not wish for the true history to resurface. This was no longer a matter of justice. The reappearance of the true history would undoubtedly lead to turmoil in the entire world. Could it be that merely because of some excessive acts committed against the D-clan by over 20 royal families who established the world government 800 years ago, a war involving the entire world should be initiated? Who, besides a madman, would arbitrarily provoke war? Jiang Feng boldly speculated again that if he mastered the historical texts, would he hold the key to the world government and have a reason to go to war with them? After coming to the pirate world and becoming a navy, Jiang Feng never thought about overthrowing the world government. He only wanted to confiscate the privileges of the celestial dragons. Only by standing at the height of the five elders, or even higher than them, could new rules be established. As for those wicked pirates, the answer is simply kill. After Roger's death, the Navy did not exploit his corpse. This was a sign of respect for a powerful figure who had dominated the world. The Navy planned to bury Roger's body in the back mountain of Lowtown the next day, marking the end of the life of the strongest figure of an era. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the night was quiet, and most of the Navy were asleep, with only a few on night watch outside. Jiang Feng lay on the bed and suddenly saw two shadows flash by the window. He quickly got dressed and rushed out of the room. Who could it be? Jiang Feng saw two figures sneaking into the room where Roger's body was placed, and he quickly flashed in as well. A faint voice came from a distance. "Shanks, are we really going to steal the captain's body? There are so many Navy soldiers here. If we get caught, it'll be a disaster." A red-nosed boy followed behind a red-haired boy, walking cautiously, afraid that the sound of his footsteps would attract the Navy. The red-haired boy turned around, patted the red-nosed boy's shoulder, and laughed. "Buggy, why are you so timid? You're already a chop-chop fruit user, and you're still so afraid of dying." Upon hearing this, Buggy's face turned angry. "Shanks, this is all your fault. I've turned into a landlubber now. How am I supposed to find my treasure? You still owe me a treasure map." Shanks rolled his eyes at Buggy. "I know, I'll give it to you later." Seeing Shanks and Buggy, Jiang Feng looked around and noticed that Rayleigh hadn't arrived, feeling a bit relieved. It seemed that the two of them were acting on their own without Rayleigh. Shanks still didn't have the strength of an emperor and was just an inconspicuous pirate. Shanks was overjoyed to see Roger's body and prepared to collect it. "Shuanbu." Jiang Feng suddenly appeared in front of the two and smiled. "What do you want to do?" "Shanks, we've been discovered. We should hurry and escape." "No, I want to take the captain's body." Buggy looked at Shanks in horror. "Shanks, run. The Navy is coming." Shanks ignored Buggy, glaring fiercely at Jiang Feng. "Don't block my way, Navy. What's wrong? You want to fight me?" Jiang Feng looked at Shanks with amusement. "I advise you to run while the Navy hasn't arrived yet. I don't think Roger would want to see you die at their hands. Roger is already dead. The Navy will bury Roger's body in the back mountain and won't disrespect it." Red-haired ignored Jiang Feng's advice, drew the long knife from his waist, and charged at Jiang Feng. "Bastard, no one is stopping me from taking Captain Roger's body today. Captain Roger's body should not be buried in a place like this." At this moment, Shanks' eyes were bloodshot, clearly furious to the extreme. Seeing Shanks' angry face, Jiang Feng knew that saying more was unnecessary. The only way to stop the fight was to fight. Black feather sword. Jiang Feng took out the black feather sword from his storage space. The moonlight shone on the dark, smooth blade of the sword, reflecting an unusual glow, with a chill surrounding the blade. As he saw the broad sword coming at him, Jiang Feng moved, suddenly swinging the sword in a horizontal slash. A black sword shadow shot out, crossing a distance of 2 meters in an instant, meeting the broadsword. The red-haired warrior's weapon was quite peculiar. His sword was different from the long swords and pirate tales, with a blade just over a meter long, but twice the width of Jiang Feng's black feather sword. As the blades collided, a sound reminiscent of metal being cut echoed. Catching Shank's strike, Jiang Feng could clearly feel the immense force transmitted through his hand. Shank's strength was surprisingly on par with his own. No wonder he would become one of the 4 emperors in the future. Jiang Feng looked at Shanks calmly. "Red-haired, although your slashes are fierce, if that's all you have, You won't be able to take Roger's body from me. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Shank's anger intensified. He swung his sword repeatedly, launching a relentless series of attacks with his short blade at Jiang Feng, not giving him a moment to breathe. The sounds of clashing metal echoed continuously, with sword shadows occasionally sweeping across the ground, leaving straight sword marks behind. Suddenly, Jiang Feng held his blade in front of his chest to block one of Shank's strikes. Then with a sudden flash, he appeared behind Shank's and swung his sword, the black blade aimed at Shank's back. "Shanks, watch out!" From a distance, Buggy saw this scene and his expression changed. He immediately used his ability to control an arm, holding a short sword to block Jiang Feng's strike. "Shanks, let's get out of here. If we're caught now, I think Captain Roger won't rest in peace." After hearing Buggy's words, an enraged Shanks finally regained some rationality. With their current strength, even with Buggy, they wouldn't be able to capture the Navy in front of them in a short time. The entire Navy was coming over, and he and Buggy would definitely not be able to escape. It could even implicate Uncle Rayleigh. Shanks looked serious, his eyes filled with endless ferocity as he glared at Jiang Feng. "Navy, remember me. If you dare to desecrate the captain's body, I, Shanks, swear I will overturn the entire Navy." Upon hearing Shanks' threat, Jiang Feng remained calm. Shanks would surely become one of the 4 emperors in the future, and his strength would not be weak. He would indeed make the Navy wary. However, while Shanks was improving, Jiang Feng was also improving, and he didn't believe his progress would be slower than Shanks. At that moment, a magnetic voice came. "You two brats. It was agreed that we would come to Lowtown just to send Roger off for the last time. Why did you come here to cause trouble?" A tall, middle-aged man appeared, with short golden hair, wearing glasses, dressed in a purple-brown coat, and carrying an extraordinary side sword at his waist. Jiang Feng knew that this was Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. "Vice-captain, you finally made it. We want to retrieve Captain Roger's corpse. But this guy has been blocking our way," Buggy said with a distressed expression, pointing at Jiang Feng. Rayleigh turned around, his expression showing some surprise, and he looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. A young Navy officer. Although Rayleigh's tone was gentle, Jiang Feng felt an immense pressure. Rayleigh's aura was no less formidable than that of Roger or Garp. Jiang Feng looked at Rayleigh, his expression calm, and said, "Mr. Rayleigh, Roger is already dead. So why must you do this? Our Navy will not disrespect Roger's corpse. If anyone has any thoughts, I will be the first to disagree." Rayleigh gave Jiang Feng a deep glance. "Shanks, Buggy, let's leave Logtown quickly. The Navy has already started to seal off the area." Watching Rayleigh's retreating figure, Jiang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after the 3 left, a Vice Admiral arrived. The first one Jiang Feng saw was Akiji, followed by Kizaru and Akainu. The future 3 admirals were all present. Akiji looked at Jiang Feng and asked, "Feng, what happened here?" "Just now, some crew members of the Roger Pirates tried to steal Roger's corpse." After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Akainu, who was behind Akiji, spoke up. "Roger Pirates' crew still dares to show up? Pass the order down, seal off Logtown. I want to catch them all." Akainu clenched his fists tightly, hot magma dripping from his fists onto the ground, scorching it. Akainu looked at Kizaru, who was beside him, looking lazy, and said, "Kizaru, you are the fastest. Go to the port and stop them." "The Roger Pirates? How terrifying, daring to steal Roger's corpse on the Navy's territory. Only Mr. Rayleigh could do that back then." A lazy voice responded, and in an instant, Kizaru transformed into countless light points, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, before turning into a golden flash and darting off into the distance. Jiang Feng watched the departing Kizaru and murmured, "Is this the glint fruit? I wonder which is faster, the speed of light or my Shumpa. I'm really looking forward to it." At this moment, Akainu shifted his gaze to Jiang Feng, looking at him seriously. "You are Carp's nephew, aren't you? I hope one day you won't stand on the opposite side of the Navy. Otherwise, even if you are Carp's nephew, I will carry out justice to the end." Akainu didn't like the Carp family because each member had a distinct personality. Carp himself was a bit reckless at times, but remained loyal to the Navy. However, Carp's son had left the Navy, and although Akainu didn't know what Dragon was up to, he understood that Dragon would not return to the Navy and had become a potential enemy. Now, Jiang Feng, who had just entered the Navy, was detected to have an S-class talent, surpassing even his own. Another uncertainty from the Carp family had emerged, and thinking of this made Akainu feel a bit heavier in his heart. With a frosty expression, Akainu shot Jiang Feng a cold glance, and then hurried towards the port of Rotown with Akiji. Hearing Akainu's words, Jiang Feng felt a tightening in his heart. He was indeed being watched by Akainu. As for Akainu's warning, Jiang Feng paid it no mind. He had never considered betraying the Navy. He only wanted to change the world from within the world government. Jiang Feng did not dislike Akainu. He simply believed their ideals were incompatible. Jiang Feng would never acknowledge Akainu's absolute justice. Watching the Navy rushing towards the port of Lo Town, he activated Shuanpa. Jiang Feng followed suit. Although he knew that the Navy would definitely be unable to stop Rayleigh, he still went along, as the matter had arisen because of him. Rayleigh was currently at the peak of his strength, while the future 3 admirals were still in their developing stage. 20 years later, the aged Rayleigh would have undoubtedly lost some of his strength, yet he could still fight evenly with Kizaru, who had developed his abilities to the peak. This shows just how strong Rayleigh was. Even if the future 3 admirals teamed up today, they might not be able to capture Rayleigh. Jiang Feng used the Shuanpa to arrive at the port of Rotown first. Bucky, Shanks, you go ahead, I'll hold them off. First mate, if we're leaving, we leave together. Rayleigh looked at the 2, who were worried about him, and smiled. You go ahead, if I want to leave, they can't stop me. After sending Shanks and Bucky onto the ship, Rayleigh drew his sword and stood alone against all the Marines. The surrounding Marines rushed forward, encircling Rayleigh. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's expression remained calm. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly condensed around him, then erupted outward. The Conqueror's haki spread in all directions, causing all the Marines affected by it to faint. How terrifying! No wonder he's the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Only Lord Rayleigh could release such a terrifying Conqueror's haki. A lazy voice appeared not far from Rayleigh. As the voice fell, countless small light spots coalesced into a tall, slender young man, dressed in a yellow, striped suit. Speaking in an extremely slow, comical manner, looking quite lewd. Rayleigh smiled at Kizaru Borsellino, a promising Marine. Huh? But if you want to stop me, you're still a bit short. What a terrifying aura. I know you're strong, Mr. Rayleigh, but I still want to give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru flashed to Rayleigh's front. Amatsukiyumi's sword. Kizaru accumulated photons in his hand, forming a sword of light. A golden flash passed, and Kizaru was already in front of Rayleigh. Facing Kizaru's sword, Rayleigh remained calm. Armman haki. Astondi, amistoyu aura enveloppé de relégué sword. With a casual swing, he effortlessly blocked Kizaru's attack. Kizaru's attack was not only fast, but also had very tricky angles. Most people would have been overwhelmed, but Rayleigh faced Kizaru's attack with ease and no pressure. Suddenly, Rayleigh lunged forward and swung his sword with force. A cold light flashed, leaving a blood mark on Kizaru, who quickly created distance, looking serious as he regarded Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled at Kizaru. Borsellino, I wonder if anyone has told you that you rely too much on your devil fruit abilities. A flash of anger crossed Kizaru's face. Lord Rayleigh, you're really as annoying as Teacher Zifa. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru transformed into photons and leaped into the air, turning into countless dazzling rays attacking Rayleigh. Facing the sudden high-speed rays, Rayleigh remained unfazed. With his right hand holding the sword, he swung it fiercely, and a colorless sword aura burst forth, resembling a crescent moon hanging in the air, blocking the incoming rays. However, at that moment, 2 voices suddenly came. Ice Capsule. Dogbite Red Lotus. Hearing these 2 voices, Jiang Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Rayleigh. Dozens of cold air projectiles and a massive magma in the shape of a dog, one cold and one hot, surged towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh waved his sword again, and the colorless sword aura appeared once more, blocking the ice and fire. Ah, no wonder you Mr. Rayleigh, just like Mr. Carp, truly ridiculously strong, Akiji smiled. Akainu looked serious, staring at Rayleigh. On the sea, we don't need pirates. I will carry out my justice to the end, Mr. Rayleigh. Today you will stay. Ha ha. All 3 of the most promising individuals in this generation of the Marines have come. It seems we are in for a big battle today. The 3 confronted each other, each elevating their aura to the extreme. Hellhound. 2-pronged spear. Amatsukiyumi sword. The battle instantly began, with blue, red, and yellow lights flashing in the sky. The future 3 admirals teaming up, subtly overpowering Rayleigh. In just a few minutes, the entire port of Rotown was nearly destroyed, and the flames of battle began to spread into the town. At this time, the entire Rotown was awakened, and many people from various factions came to the port to witness this battle. Everyone stopped. A voice filled with authority rang out. As the voice fell, a middle-aged woman appeared on the battlefield. Ms. Tsuru, are you going to stop us from capturing Rayleigh? I cannot agree to that, Akainu said seriously. Looking at the Marine Chief of Staff, Tsuru, cannot agree? Do you want to destroy the entire Rotown? Do you know how many innocent civilians are here? Hearing this, Akainu fell silent. Right now, Akainu was neither an admiral nor the fleet admiral. There were some matters he could not decide. The matter of Roger had finally come to a close. With Roger's death, it no longer made sense for the Marines to stay in Rogue Town, and in a few days, the Marines would gradually return to Marine headquarters. In Rogue Town, a brief confrontation with Shanks made Jiang Feng realize an important issue. He had always treated the Black Feather Sword merely as a tool to defeat Devil Fruit users. He had never regarded the Black Feather Sword as a sword, a weapon to defeat opponents. He had always relied on his spatial abilities and had no understanding of swordsmanship. Holding a sword, but not knowing swordsmanship meant that the sword would only become a burden. Realizing this, Jiang Feng decided to learn swordsmanship. Jiang Feng practices swordsmanship not to become a great swordsman. His purpose is quite simple. Jiang Feng wants the Black Feather Sword to be a sword, not just a piece of exquisite Hailu stone. At this moment, Jiang Feng's swordsmanship was chaotic and disorganized, lacking any specific techniques, relying entirely on his brute strength to swing the sword, hacking away randomly with no method. It might work against those who didn't understand swordsmanship, but if faced with a skilled swordsman, it would be entirely different. Not knowing swordsmanship and challenging a swordsman with a sword was undoubtedly a way to diminish one's own strength. Jiang Feng recalled the battle with Shanks and summarized it slightly. Spatial ability is undoubtedly his foundation, but swordsmanship cannot be neglected either. Right now, when using a sword, he can only rely on brute force to swing it and forcibly unleash a sword aura. This is the most basic level, as long as the strength is sufficient. Anyone can do it. Jiang Feng urgently needs a swordsmanship master to guide him. His plan is to first master swordsmanship proficiently, and then combine it with his spatial ability to develop his own sword techniques. That said, finding a swordsmanship master is not easy. Mihawk is still young and not a warlord of the sea. Even if he found him, he probably wouldn't pay attention to him. Garp? Forget it. Garp has probably never touched a sword in his life. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Feng. If he can't find a swordsmanship master, he can look for the swordsmanship notes left by the Navy seniors. He should go find Uncle Garp. Jiang Feng thought of this and hurriedly ran to Garp's room. Bang! Jiang Feng pushed open Garp's door. Uncle Garp. The next moment, crash. Jiang Feng was knocked out by Garp. Kid Feng, I never taught you to knock before entering, did I? Jiang Feng stood up, pouted, and for a moment, in his excitement, forgot that he hadn't knocked on the door. Actually, he just wanted to surprise you. Garp looked at Jiang Feng with a blank expression. However, Jiang Feng decided that next time before entering Garp's room, he would knock on the door first. What if Garp was practicing some kind of hand speed exercise and he caught him in the act? That would be too awkward. Garp looked at Jiang Feng and said, "Go ahead, what do you want from me?" Jiang Feng looked at Garp with anticipation and said, "Uncle Garp, I want to improve my swordsmanship, but there's no one to guide me. I know you are not proficient in swordsmanship, so I would like to ask you to help me find a swordsmanship manual left by a naval swordsman master." After listening to Jiang Feng's words, Garp pondered for a moment, sighed, and took out a book on swordsmanship essentials from the drawer in the cabinet and handed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at Garp with surprise and said, "Uncle Garp, what is this?" At that moment, Garp revealed a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "This is what I prepared when Dragon joined the Navy, but unfortunately he never used it." Jiang Feng finally understood why Garp looked melancholic at that moment. Garp was reminded of Dragon, his only son, for whom he had prepared everything when Dragon joined the Navy. Unfortunately, Dragon left the Navy. Jiang Feng was certain that Garp understood Dragon's thoughts. He didn't stop him because Garp was not only a Navy hero but also a father. As a father, what reason would he have to stop his child from pursuing his dreams? In the original story, Garp strongly opposed Luffy becoming a pirate. However, when Luffy became a pirate and met Garp in Water 7, Garp still let him go. From this perspective, Garp never restricted his juniors from chasing their dreams. Looking at the booklet in his hand, Jiang Feng's expression shifted from surprise to seriousness. He would study swordsmanship diligently. This Swordsmanship Essentials was a compilation of all the sword techniques that had appeared, organized, and refined by the Navy. With the powerful intelligence agency of the world government, they had collected countless materials on sword masters over the years. The Navy had completed this compilation long ago. This Swordsmanship Essentials recorded the techniques, sword intent, and insights of all the great sword masters that had appeared. For Jiang Feng, the sword intent and insights of the great sword masters were only for reference. What he truly cared about were their techniques. Jiang Feng directly ignored the unnecessary content and focused on the techniques of the great swordsman. With these techniques, Jiang Feng could refine his swordsmanship. As for comprehending the sword intent, Jiang Feng had never considered it. The path to becoming a great swordsman is difficult and winding. Only by comprehending the sword intent does one have the chance to become a great swordsman. It's already remarkable if 1 out of 1,000 swordsmen can comprehend the sword intent. Moreover, to become a great swordsman, one must have a passion for the way of the sword. How can someone who has no sword in their heart comprehend the sword intent? Jiang Feng is not doubting his talent. He simply lacks the energy to practice swordsmanship. Nowadays, Jiang Feng is not even considered a swordsman. He is just an ordinary person who can swing a sword with brute force. To practice swordsmanship, one must have their own sword techniques and be able to control the sword at will before they can be called a swordsman. Although a swordsman's attacks may not have great destructive power, they have already made the sword a part of their body. An ordinary swordsman must comprehend the breadth of all things to become a sword master. Only after becoming a sword master can one comprehend sword intent. And once sword intent is understood, they can cultivate their own sword path until mastery is achieved, becoming a great sword master. There are no shortcuts in practicing swordsmanship. One must understand and cultivate it themselves, as everyone's sword path is different. What Jiang Feng needs to do next is to first master the use of the black feather sword, becoming a qualified swordsman, and then comprehend the breadth of all things to become a sword master. After that, Jiang Feng will stop there. Jiang Feng never intended to comprehend the sword intent. Or rather, he simply couldn't comprehend it at all. This is because the spatial abilities had already left a deep imprint in Jiang Feng's heart. Jiang Feng chose his abilities and gave up on the sword path. In the future, he will only focus on deeply developing his spatial and temporal abilities. As for swordsmanship, he will not deliberately practice it. However, Jiang Feng will develop some cool spatial sword techniques that perfectly combine his spatial abilities with swordsmanship. The essence of swordsmanship contains all the techniques used by great swordsmen. Each great swordsman has already reached the pinnacle of the sword path. Although their sword paths are completely different, their sword techniques are quite similar. The techniques of great swordsmen have long been simplified, as the saying goes. The greatest path is the simplest. Although the sword techniques of great swordsmen appear ordinary, simple, and unadorned, it is precisely this extreme simplicity in each move that transforms their 10-fold strength into 12-fold. Looking at this book of swordsmanship essentials, Jiang Feng's expression changed from indifference at the beginning to being completely absorbed in it. He realized that the sword could be used in this way. After more than 10 days of repeated practice, Jiang Feng's sword skills are no longer as awkward as before. The techniques of great swordsmen are incredibly exquisite, and the swordsmanship essentials are documented in great detail, allowing Jiang Feng to make rapid progress in just over 10 days. Jiang Feng has already developed his own swordsmanship, capable of both offense and defense, with a balance between the two. All that remains is to refine it in the future. Looking at the black feather sword in his hand, Jiang Feng feels that the black feather sword is no longer just a sea stone used to restrain devil fruit users, but rather a part of his own body, a manifestation of his being. After becoming a swordsman, the next step is to comprehend the breadth of all things and become a swordmaster. Thinking of the breadth of all things, Jiang Feng can't help but recall the scene in his memory where Zoro comprehended this concept. Zoro spent a tremendous amount of time and effort to understand the breadth of all things, taking the first step on the path of the sword. Compared to Zoro, Jiang Feng finds it much easier, as the essence of swordsmanship contains detailed records of the breadth of all things. Simply put, the breadth of all things refers to the different states of various entities. Different things exist in different forms. For example, air is invisible and intangible. How can one cut through it? To cut through air, one must first perceive it, feel its existence. Only by sensing the flow of air and its essence can one cut through it. Is it considered cutting through air when one casually swings the sword? Of course not. True cutting through air means creating a vacuum with a single strike. Understanding the breadth of all things is essentially grasping the essence of all things. The prerequisite for achieving this is a strong mental power and focused spirit. Indeed, it sounds simple, but achieving complete mental focus is very difficult. Ordinary people find it hard to concentrate due to the many distracting thoughts in their minds, making it challenging to focus on any task. Only when you cast aside all distractions and concentrate all your spirit on sensing something can you possibly perceive its essence. Feeling the breadth of all things is a wonderful state. Only in this state can you cut through everything you wish to sever. So it turns out that comprehending the breadth of all things is a state, an ineffable state that can only be understood through personal experience. This state can only be realized through one's own understanding. Once grasped, the door to the sword path opens for you, and if not, it can only be said that you are fated to be distant from the sword path. Jiang Feng looked at the annotations on the breath of all things and the essentials of swordsmanship, nodding frequently and mumbling to himself, indeed. This book on swordsmanship has been around in the Navy for some years now, having been perused countless times by the talents of various eras, with their insights recorded within. The content of the essentials of swordsmanship is extremely detailed, making it understandable for almost everyone. However, understanding and doing are two different matters. Being able to comprehend does not necessarily mean one can achieve it. Ordinary swordsmen, despite having learned swordsmanship since childhood and having a deeper understanding of the sword than the average person, may still not grasp the breadth of all things. Persistence and effort are certainly important, but the most crucial aspect of cultivating the sword path is talent. A gifted swordsman might comprehend it without even knowing what the breadth of all things is. In contrast, a swordsman of average talent often requires years of continuous practice, refining their mind and eliminating distractions before they can finally grasp the breadth of all things. This threshold has stopped countless young men aspiring to become swordmasters. Is it possible to have a mind free of distractions? Jiang Feng closed his eyes after finishing the essentials of swordsmanship, briefly reviewed the content of the essentials, and then set the essentials aside. Jiang Feng, under the torment of ZFA, had long surpassed the mental strength of an ordinary second-tier limit breaker, so it wasn't difficult for him to focus completely. Let's begin. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in front of a large stone in the yard, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing and emotions, letting go of all distracting thoughts in his mind. At first, Jiang Feng encountered difficulties in calming his mind, as distracting thoughts constantly emerged, interfering with him. However, he forced himself to concentrate, eliminating each distracting thought one by one. Gradually, he became unaware of the passage of time, and his mind became ethereal. Suddenly, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. They were as clear as water, and there was no trace of emotion in his gaze. Everything in the world seemed to have come to a standstill, with no sound around him. The only thing he could hear was the fundamental rhythm of all things. This was a very peculiar state, with his attention fully focused on one point, not thinking of anything else. Was this the state of being free from distractions? In this extraordinary state, Jiang Feng felt his brain was clearer than ever before. Questions that had previously puzzled him were effortlessly resolved at this moment. At this time, Jiang Feng looked at the large stone in front of him. It was no longer a lifeless object, as he sensed a mysterious wave emanating from it. It was then that a strange feeling suddenly arose in Jiang Feng's heart, as if a voice from the void was telling him that as long as he severed this mysterious wave, he could break the large stone, and the feeling grew stronger. Black feather sword. A black long sword appeared in Jiang Feng's hand, and he effortlessly swung it in a slashing motion towards the large stone, his mental energy locking onto that mysterious wave. With a crisp sound, the more than 2-meter-high large stone was neatly cut in half by Jiang Feng. Just now, he had only used 20% of his strength. In the past, this amount of strength would have only shattered the stone into pieces, but now, it was cut cleanly in half. The broken edge of the stone was extremely smooth, as if it had just been polished, perfectly even. Seeing the scene, Jiang Feng finally understood why great swordsmen could effortlessly cut through mountains or even split a small island. It wasn't because their strength was incredibly powerful, but because they could see the essence of things more clearly. If a swordsman sees through the essence of all things and understands the rhythm of everything, there will be nothing in the world that he cannot cut. An ordinary swordsman cuts through a stone using the sharpness of the sword, while a great swordsman severs the mysterious connection between the elements that compose the stone. Jiang Feng felt that understanding the breadth of all things and the observation haki had some similarities. Understanding the breadth of all things is about grasping the rhythm of everything, while observation haki is about understanding people's movements. If discussed in detail, understanding the breadth of all things is even a level above observation haki. Their essence is the same, but their directions are different. Understanding the breadth of all things focuses more on finding the weaknesses of things, while observation haki emphasizes predicting the next actions of things, each having its own characteristics. Seeing his gentle sword neatly cut a stone into 2 pieces, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Feng's clear eyes, and also helped him relax mentally. I did it. Is this the understanding of the breadth of all things? Understanding the breadth of all things is a state. Once mastered, it will not be forgotten. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, it's hard to grasp, but once learned, it feels particularly simple. Jiang Feng put down the black feather sword and looked at the broken stone blocks, suddenly realizing something. He had achieved that while being fully concentrated. However, it would be difficult to maintain such concentration during combat. It seemed he needed to work on this aspect in the upcoming period. The strength of a swordsman's strike can be measured mainly from two aspects. The first aspect is the strength of the swordsmanship will, which refers to the strength of mental power and the level of mental focus while wielding the sword. The stronger the mental power and focus, the stronger the strike will naturally be. The second aspect is the understanding of the essence of things. All things in the world are composed of a special kind of energy. Although different things have different forms of composition, one thing remains unchanged. They are all made up of special power. What the swordsman needs to cut through is this power. No matter what the object is, its interior contains this special power, which is the essence of the thing. By cutting through this power, one naturally destroys the object itself. Next, Jiang Feng thought of a simple method to enhance his concentration while wielding the sword, which is to keep swinging the sword continuously. As the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone, and a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. To master a skill proficiently, one must accumulate little by little. The simplest way to achieve this state of proficiency is to swing the sword day after day, achieving a unity of man and sword, allowing the sword to move with the heart, and making his body familiar with this state. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief, so next, he would try to focus his mind and swing each sword. In the following time, Jiang Feng's practice consisted of the simplest form of swordplay, wielding a sword with both hands to slash. However, during the slashing process, he had to forcibly concentrate his mental energy. Initially, Jiang Feng planned to spend a month mastering this state, but unexpectedly, he achieved it in just over 10 days. It seems this is the advantage of having stronger mental energy than others. During these 10 days, Jiang Feng practiced entirely on his own, not even visiting Zifa's training ground. Karp knew that Jiang Feng was training with the sword and didn't say much about it. The sun shone brightly in Karp's courtyard. In the courtyard, Jiang Feng stood in an open area, holding the black feather sword with both hands, continuously swinging the sword. With each swing, a colorless sword aura would cut across the ground, leaving a sword mark. Little lowly Fia sat at one end of the courtyard on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds while waving her small hand to cheer Jiang Feng on. Go, brother Feng. For the adorable little lowly Fia. Not only did Jiang Feng dote on her, but Karp also treated her with great affection. Karp's attitude towards Fia was completely different from how he treated the original Luffy. Whenever the little one made Karp angry, as long as she looked at him with her big, watery eyes in a pitiful manner, Karp would be at a loss for what to do. If it were Luffy, he would directly respond with his iron fists. At this moment, even though Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat, he maintained a resolute expression on his face, completely forgetting the soreness in his body. After more than 10 days of practice, Jiang Feng had already reached a point where he could concentrate and wield the sword with full force in any state. After swinging the sword a few more times, Jiang Feng stopped, feeling that he was almost ready to move on to cutting practice. More than 10 days ago, Jiang Feng had comprehended the breadth of all things, slicing a stone perfectly in half with a single sword strike. After that, he also cut through steel and diamond. Now, Jiang Feng was practicing cutting through the air. The first time he saw the phrase cutting through the air was in the essence of swordsmanship, which left him puzzled at the time. Can air really be cut? Upon closer examination, he understood that every sword strike made by a swordsman is essentially cutting through air. Ordinary swordsmen rely on brute force to swing their swords, using great strength to propel the sword, which moves at high speed, causing the sword to cut through the air and create sword energy. On the other hand, a sword master must first understand the essence of air, perceive its rhythm, and then cut it. The deeper the cut, the stronger the sword energy produced. Cutting through the air is limitless. The deeper the understanding, the stronger the sword energy. If someone were to comprehend the rhythm of air to the extreme and swing a sword, they could potentially unleash a strike that spans the entire world. Sword masters focus on the artistic conception, while ordinary sword masters rely on good weapons, and great sword masters rely on their understanding of the sword path. For great sword masters, everything is a weapon. A great sword can certainly enhance a sword master's strength, but that is merely an embellishment. The understanding of the sword path is fundamental for a great sword master. Now, Jiang Feng was already a sword master, but he did not plan to further become a great sword master. Spending a lot of time comprehending sword intent was not as productive as further developing his time-space abilities. Days later, in Karp's courtyard, Jiang Feng declared, "Dark path, remnant moon slash." As soon as the words fell, a 2-meter-long space crack appeared in midair, pulling everything around it up and sucking them into the crack, where they were completely shattered. Indeed, this was the space sword technique Jiang Feng had spent 10 whole days creating, inspired by the uncontrolled space blade from that day on the arena. The space blade primarily possesses powerful cutting capabilities. The Dark Path, Remnant Moon / utilizes the attraction and tearing force of the space crack. Jiang Feng amplified this attraction and tearing force infinitely. Now, no one who has not broken through the third limit can escape the pull of this space crack. Once sucked into the crack, they would be torn apart by the tearing force within. At the same time, Jiang Feng also developed another move, Dark Path, Full Moon Slash. Although the two moves differ by only one word, their effects and principles are vastly different. The Dark Path, Full Moon Slash emphasizes powerful annihilation power, decomposing countless spatial forces into small black spatial particles that collide with each other, creating strong repulsive forces between the particles. The shape of the Dark Path, Full Moon Slash, is spherical, composed of these violent spatial particles, which will decompose everything it encounters into microparticles, effectively turning it into nothingness. Standing to one side of the courtyard, Jiang Feng's eyes were calm as he gripped the handle of the black feather sword and suddenly swung it, moving at an incredible speed that was impossible to capture with the naked eye. A colorless sword aura suddenly shot out, cleaving a large stone in front of him in half. Now, Jiang Feng had made some progress in the realm of cutting through the air. With all his strength, he could now unleash a sword aura about 2 meters long, clearly visible to the eye, to deal powerful damage to an enemy with a sword aura. The strength of the sword aura is the primary factor, followed by the attack distance. A great sword master like Mihawk can unleash a sword aura capable of crossing an entire small island, instantly cleaving the island in half. While Jiang Feng can now unleash a sword aura with a range of only 2 meters, its strength is insufficient, and the aura dissipates in the air after moving 2 to 3 meters. This is entirely due to Jiang Feng's still insufficient understanding of the essence of air. Every beginning is difficult. Practicing the sword path is not something that can be achieved overnight. Jiang Feng put away the black feather sword and was just about to take a break when he heard Carp's voice behind him. "Feng kid, come here for a moment." Jiang Feng turned around and looked at Carp. Carp seemed to be in a good mood today. "Uncle Carp, is there something you need from me?" Carp smiled at Jiang Feng and said, "You little brat, you did well. In light of your outstanding performance during the recent operation to eliminate the poisoned spider pirate crew, the Navy's higher-ups have decided to promote you to colonel." Hearing Carp's words, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. It seemed he was one step closer to becoming a general. Seeing Jiang Feng's excited expression, Carp, fearing that he might become arrogant, scoffed, "You little brat, it's just a colonel. Look at how happy you are. You still have a long way to go." While speaking, Carp's gaze inadvertently glanced at the ground and noticed the area was covered with intersecting sword marks. He nodded slightly, realizing that this little brat had not been slacking off. Looking at the sword marks on the ground, Carp knew that Jiang Feng's swordsmanship had improved significantly over the past month. Although Carp was not a swordsman, he had seen countless swordsmen throughout his journey, and from these marks, he could infer the strength of Jiang Feng's current swordsmanship. Carp had allowed Jiang Feng to train on his own a long time ago. As strong individuals like Carp understood that to become stronger, one could only rely on personal exploration and follow their own path. During Jiang Feng's sword training, the sword energy continuously swept across the ground, causing dirt to splash everywhere. With each stroke, the ground was already riddled with deep gouges, making it a sight to behold. However, Carp paid no mind to it. After a moment, Carp suddenly became serious and looked at Jiang Feng with a grave expression. "Kid Feng, the Navy High Command has decided to give you a new mission, and you'll be leading the team this time." Hearing Carp's words, Jiang Feng's heart shuddered. Leading the team meant he would have full command of this mission. It was natural to feel a bit nervous for a first command, but at this moment, Jiang Feng felt not only nervous but also a bit excited. "Zifa won't be going with you this time, so you need to be careful. Your mission is to eliminate the Bone Pirate crew, and the mission location is the South Sea. I believe you are not unfamiliar with the South Sea." After saying this, Carp gave Jiang Feng a heavy look. "Kid Feng, regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, you must come back, understood?" "Yes, Uncle Carp. I will definitely return victorious." At the Navy headquarters port, a medium-sized warship was docked, and sailors were busy transporting supplies needed for this mission. Several Navy majors and some lieutenants were waiting on the ship. These majors and lieutenants had all climbed from the ranks of small soldiers to their current positions. They were not elites. As a result, some lieutenants were nearly 30 years old. In the Navy, the rank one holds is entirely dependent on strength. Elites are stronger and improve quickly, allowing them to rise rapidly, graduating at the very least as a lieutenant, while those with average talent can only accumulate military achievements slowly. The most brutal part is that the military achievements accumulated by ordinary soldiers over 2 to 3 years of life and death struggles may sometimes be less than what an elite gains from a single mission. Their task was to assist Jiang Feng in eliminating the Bone Pirate crew, and there were also some elites who had joined the Navy around the same time as Jiang Feng participating in this mission. Who do you think will be the colonel in charge of this mission? How would I know? There are many colonels promoted this year, and there have been many in previous years as well. Any of them could be. Several majors casually discussed, clearly unaware of which colonel would command this mission. They had executed pirate elimination missions many times before. The majors were hoping that the colonel in charge would be strong enough to ensure their safety during the mission. At that moment, the majors and lieutenants immediately stood in a neat formation as they welcomed the approaching colonel. When the colonel boarded the warship, the officers all displayed looks of astonishment. The colonel, draped in a colonel's cloak, appeared incredibly young, looking only about 17 or 18 years old. They had been in the Navy for over a decade and had never seen such a young colonel. Thoughts raced through their minds, questioning if this person was truly a colonel. This was the first time they had seen such a young Navy colonel, and some officers shook their heads in disbelief, feeling as if their years had been wasted, while others examined the young colonel with skeptical eyes. This young Navy colonel was Jiang Feng, who had earned the rank due to his outstanding performance during the Poison Spider Pirate crew incident. The elites accompanying Jiang Feng on the mission had also been rewarded. Bazate and Guride were now lieutenants. Today, Jiang Feng wore the standard colonel's uniform. He had originally intended to wear civilian clothes, but decided against it after considering that there would be other officers and elites present. As the commander, wearing casual attire would undermine his authority, so he opted for a more formal look. The Bone Pirate crew had suddenly risen to prominence in the past year, with a captain who had a bounty of 90 million berries. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Feng understood why he was being put in command. Pirates at this bounty level did not require Vice Admiral level strength to deal with. Recently, the South Sea branch of the Navy attempted to encircle them, but the Bone Pirate crew had broken through the encirclement twice and caused significant casualties to the Navy, leading to a major loss of face for them. For this reason, the Navy had raised the bounty on the leader of the Bone Pirate crew to 130 million berries. The commander of the South Sea Navy branch, unable to leave his post to deal with the Bone Pirate crew, had sent a request for assistance to the Navy headquarters. According to the latest intelligence, the Bone Pirate crew was still roaming the South Sea. Jiang Feng's mission was to eliminate them before they could enter the New World. Upon boarding the warship, Jiang Feng glanced at the saluting officers with a serious expression. When will the supplies be ready? The majors and lieutenants, still immersed in shock at how young Jiang Feng was, snapped back to reality upon hearing his question. Report. They are ready, and we can set off at any time. Then let's set off. After giving the order to depart, Jiang Feng turned and walked into the cabin. The officers on the deck felt as if they were dreaming. Still in disbelief, Jiang Feng's promotion to colonel actually shocked the entire Naval High Command and even caused quite a stir. Being promoted to colonel based on just one mission has no precedent in naval history. Jiang Feng does not believe that Garp or Sengoku helped him. The only speculation is that it was an order from a higher level of the Navy. Could it be that the 5 elders have started to pay attention to him? Only the 5 elders have the authority to promote him beyond the usual ranks. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Being noticed by the 5 elders, is it a blessing or a curse? Jiang Feng had only joined the Navy for a few years and was still in the learning phase, with no significant reputation. The officers among them, whose highest rank was merely major, had limited channels of information and were completely unaware of Jiang Feng's situation, so they did not understand him. A young colonel like him was indeed unheard of, and they found it somewhat unreliable. They speculated whether this colonel was a military second generation, coming here just to gain prestige and rack up military achievements, feeling that their chances this time were rather slim. A few junior officers voiced their doubts, but they had no authority to question the orders from the naval headquarters and could only grit their teeth and follow along. In contrast, the elite peers of Jiang Feng, who were in the same cohort, appeared relaxed, as they were aware of Jiang Feng's capabilities. However, seeing Jiang Feng rise rapidly while they hadn't even managed to secure a lieutenant position left them feeling somewhat discontented. Deep within the warship, in the innermost cabin, was Jiang Feng's room. All officers on the ship had their own independent rooms, while ordinary soldiers shared rooms with several people. At that moment, Jiang Feng was reviewing some documents, with a bespectacled major standing beside him. These documents detailed their target, the Bone Pirates, led by Captain Cabes, who had originally been worth 90 million berries and was now valued at 130 million berries. Cabes was a Zoan-type user of the bone fruit, capable of extracting his bones or extending them for combat, with bones that were extremely hard and a proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. After reading the information on the Bone Pirates, Jiang Feng smiled, finding the fruit ability quite interesting. He then looked at the major beside him and said, "Please send the information about the Bone Pirates to the Marines participating in this mission." "Yes, Colonel," the major replied. After he left, Jiang Feng stood up and hung his colonel's cloak on a hanger. The journey from here to the South China Sea would require crossing half of the first half of the Grand Line, which was indeed a long way to go. And this time should not be wasted. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged, using his mental power to control the spatial force, breaking it down into individual black spatial particles, then recombining them, repeating the process to practice his control over the spatial force. He couldn't practice swordsmanship on the warship, so he could only train his spatial abilities. Once he found the Bone Pirate crew and killed Cabes, he would earn another merit. Now, Jiang Feng also had to think about accumulating military merit. Although he was still some distance from breaking through the third level of the limit, it was always good to gather enough military merit in advance. What concerned Jiang Feng was that even if he accumulated enough military merit in the future, he might not necessarily become a general. The Navy only had 3 admiral positions, and the current Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had already made their mark. As long as the military merit was sufficient, they would naturally be promoted to admiral. By that time, even if Jiang Feng's strength surpassed the 3, the Navy might not grant him the title of admiral. Would he have to wait until after the Marineford War, when Akiji left the Navy? No, that would be too late. It seemed that becoming an admiral would require considerable effort. Moreover, Jiang Feng wanted more than just the position of admiral. He aimed for the position of fleet admiral. To achieve this, he had to create opportunities and take unconventional paths. The Navy's military merit system was strict, whether it was capturing pirates or completing missions. As long as what was done was beneficial to the Navy, military merit would be rewarded accordingly. However, capturing pirates was the fastest way to gain military merit. In the later stages of the New World, the bounties of the 4 emperors were extremely astonishing. Even the high-ranking officers of these pirate crews were worth a fortune, with bounties in the hundreds of millions or even over $1 billion. Just eliminating a 4 emperors' force could yield a massive amount of military merit. Of course, such pirate crews were not easy to eliminate. The 4 emperors represented a powerful force, and eradicating one meant officially declaring war against it. The 4 emperors' influence was vast, and the Navy would not dare to provoke them easily. Otherwise, the future Navy wouldn't have gone to such lengths to lure Whitebeard to their headquarters and kill him. Just as Jiang Feng finished his practice and prepared to rest, a commotion broke out outside. Jiang Feng hurriedly walked out of the cabin and came to the deck, where he saw the elites arguing with the officer. To Jiang Feng's surprise, the one leading the charge was actually Gulide. Everyone stopped with a furious shout. The people who were just arguing and about to fight immediately halted their actions. Jiang Feng frowned and asked me why before encountering the pirates. "You all turn on your own people first." After waiting for a moment and seeing no one respond, Jiang Feng said again, "What's wrong? Are you all mute now? Where did the momentum from the argument just go?" "Gulide, tell me why you wanted to argue with them." Gulide first looked troubled, then stared at Jiang Feng with determination. "I just can't stand them talking about you." A hint of curiosity flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. "What did they say about me?" "They said you only became a colonel because of connections. Otherwise, how could you have become a colonel at such a young age? But I know that you became a colonel through your own strength." After hearing Gulide's words, Jiang Feng finally understood that these officers were doubting his abilities. The elites of the same period knew their own strength, so they wouldn't say much, while these officers didn't recognize themselves at all and could only judge their strength based on subjective perceptions. However, this is understandable. This is about eradicating pirates, not playing around. As the highest combat power on the entire warship, if the colonel's strength isn't strong, how can they guarantee everyone's safety? At this moment, Jiang Feng couldn't help but look at Gulide with deeper appreciation, feeling very moved. The other arguing officers showed a hint of fear in their eyes. In the Navy, speaking ill of an officer is a serious offense. Looking at the officers who appeared fearful, a hint of sternness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He didn't intend to quibble with them, but Jiang Feng had thought about this issue on the way here, and fortunately, it happened now. If an internal conflict occurred during a battle with pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Jiang Feng was truly angry. "You don't believe it, right? Then I'll fight you until you do." For Jiang Feng, These officers were completely not his opponents. The strongest combatants were these few majors. Although they had long broken through the second limit, their potential was limited and they weren't very strong. The strength of these majors was even inferior to Jiang Feng when he had just broken through the second limit, let alone now. At this moment, Jiang Feng stood in the center of the deck and said with a serious expression, "I know some of you don't know me and doubt my strength. I can understand that. Now I'm giving you a chance to defeat me. It doesn't matter if it's one person or all of you together. As long as you can win against me, I will voluntarily resign from the position of colonel." The officers on the deck were first taken aback by Jiang Feng's words. Then some were tempted, but no one dared to step forward. Seeing that no one stepped up, Jiang Feng continued, "What's wrong? Where did the momentum from the argument just go? Upon hearing about the fight, you all shrank back. However, you can rest assured that today, whether you win or lose, this matter will not be spread outside." Just as his words fell, a voice broke the silence. Mochas want to challenge you." Looking at the young major in front of him, who was dressed in a major's uniform and had an ordinary appearance, Jiang Feng was sure that this young major was also an elite, but not from this cohort. After hearing Mochas' words, Jiang Feng wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at this first challenger with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, saying, "Finally, someone with a bit of backbone has appeared. Are you sure it's just you? You can call a few more people." Jiang Feng's casual and relaxed words were met with deep disdain in Mochas' ears. Mochas' expression instantly darkened, and he thought how annoying. One person is enough to deal with you. Jiang Feng smiled slightly and thought to himself, one person is fine. Let you show them what you can do. Having everyone go up is just a waste of time. Mochas snorted coldly and said, "Well then, let me see just how strong you, a young colonel, really are." As soon as Mochas finished speaking, he charged directly at Jiang Feng. Mochas' weapon was a standard longsword, and he held it with both hands, rushing in front of Jiang Feng and sweeping the longsword fiercely towards him. A sharp sound of slicing through the air immediately resonated, as Mochas aimed to seriously injure Jiang Feng with a single strike. However, in the face of Mochas' powerful attack, Jiang Feng stood still, his expression calm. In an instant, the armament hockey covered Jiang Feng's right hand. Facing this sudden strike, Jiang Feng extended his right hand and reached out into the air. With a light clang, Jiang Feng caught the blade of Mochas' longsword. Seeing this, Mochas exerted all his strength, trying to pull out the longsword. But the immense force coming from the sword was completely beyond his ability to move. Jiang Feng released the long sword and looked at Mochas with a playful expression, saying, "Is this what you call strength? To be blunt, it's really not impressive. Do you think an ordinary sword strike can hurt me? Are you looking down on me? Or do you think too highly of yourself? Show me your strongest attack, and maybe you'll have a chance. Otherwise, you might as well stop embarrassing yourself." After speaking, a hint of anger flashed across Jiang Feng's face. What did these people think they were? They completely disregarded him. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Mochas' face turned red. What was he just doing? Shouldn't one deal with an enemy with the fastest speed and the strongest strike? However, Mochas was also an experienced fighter and quickly adjusted his state. He still held the sword with both hands, using armament hockey. Seeing Mochas cover the entire sword with armament hockey, Jiang Feng knew that Mochas was serious this time, but being serious wouldn't bridge the gap in strength. Mochas held the sword with both hands, suddenly exerting force with both feet, charging towards Jiang Feng. This time, Mochas' speed was twice as fast as before. In the face of Mochas' renewed assault, Jiang Feng remained as calm as water, showing no signs of disturbance. Armament hockey instantly covered Jiang Feng's right arm. He did not charge forward or assume a defensive posture. He simply stood quietly, waiting for the strike to come. As Mochas' sword approached, Jiang Feng finally moved. In an instant, countless people felt a blur before their eyes, as Jiang Feng's fingers traced an eerie arc in the air, moving so fast that a black afterimage lingered in the air. Jiang Feng waved his hand casually, with only a slight movement of other body parts, as his fingers quickly traced an arc in the air from the lower left to the upper right. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Mochas' long sword was abruptly severed by Jiang Feng, with the broken half falling onto the deck. The scene fell into silence, making the sound of the long sword dropping onto the deck particularly clear. Jiang Feng's strike just now seemed effortless and casual, but hidden behind it were countless hardships. If a sword can unleash a sword chi, then why can't a finger? As long as the force is strong enough, even a finger can produce a sword chi. However, the lethality of a sword chi generated by a finger is too small, often resulting in a tenth of the effect for a full effort. It might be fine to show off in front of Mochas, a beginner swordsman, but to actually take it into battle with others would be asking for trouble. Jiang Feng's gaze glanced at the half-sword that had fallen on the deck. It was indeed a good sword, which was still very important for a swordsman. If Mocha's had wielded a large knife today, Jiang Feng wouldn't have dared to act tough. At that moment, Mocha's was completely stunned, looking at the broken sword in his hand, and he raised his head, somewhat bewildered, to look at Jiang Feng. Mocha's had never expected such a situation to arise, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Meanwhile, the young officers standing at one end of the deck were equally astonished, their faces showing shock, as they processed what they had just witnessed. This young colonel had effortlessly severed Mocha's long sword with just one finger. Although Mocha's was not the strongest among the majors, his skills were still commendable. Yet, he had been defeated so miserably, causing the several majors who had just been eager to try their hand to hesitate. Baz-8, one of the elite, wore a bitter expression. Ever since Jiang Feng had appeared and saved everyone during the last incident with the poisoned spider pirates, Baz-8 had lessened his prejudice against him. However, he still had not abandoned the idea of surpassing Jiang Feng. Now, seeing Jiang Feng's strength, Baz-8 began to doubt whether his persistence was misguided and whether he could truly compete with this prodigy. Jiang Feng looked at the crowd, each person casting him a complex gaze. He knew that he had achieved his goal. This time, Jiang Feng's overwhelming defeat of Mocha's was not to humiliate him, but merely to establish his authority. Looking at the people before him, Jiang Feng smiled with ill intentions. Since it had already begun, you might as well play a little longer. Jiang Feng can sever Mocha's sword with just one finger. This is not only because Jiang Feng has made some progress in his swordsmanship, but primarily because his haki is of a higher quality than Mocha's. If Mocha's haki strength is rated at 1, then Jiang Feng's haki strength is 5. After completely defeating Mocha's, Jiang Feng did not make any further moves, just standing quietly in place. Mocha's looked at the broken sword in his hand, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face as he tossed the broken sword aside. I lost. At this moment, Mocha's finally awakened from his earlier days. His gaze towards Jiang Feng shifted from disdain to awe and fear. Seeing Mocha's concede, the surrounding officers and elites couldn't help but shake their heads. Mocha's was defeated so easily because the gap in strength between the two was just too great. Who would have thought that this young colonel was so strong? I mean, how could the Navy headquarters casually appoint someone as a colonel? If Jiang Feng had used a large knife to easily sever Mocha's sword, everyone might have accepted it. But Jiang Feng only used one finger, and the effect was truly shocking. Now, Jiang Feng's strength, compared to a year ago, is like heaven and earth. Jiang Feng's current strength is as high as 9 tons, and his body can now accommodate 40 drops of time and space power each. He can sense spatial energy within 80 meters, meaning that within that range, he can teleport freely without regard to distance. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him, Jiang Feng taunted the crowd again. What's wrong? No one. You bunch of cowards still want to hunt pirates? Weren't you all so aggressive just now? Why do you now lack the courage to face me? Have you all gotten too comfortable in the Navy headquarters, turning into gossipers who only talk behind people's backs? After hearing Jiang Feng's mockery, the officers glared at him angrily. Colonel, we were wrong just now, but you can't humiliate us like this. I'll fight you. A burly man stepped out of the crowd, his major's uniform looking somewhat out of place on his powerful frame. This major was even broader than Guder, with a strong and muscular build, suggesting great strength. However, this did not mean his strength surpassed Guder's, as Guder had an extremely high talent for body refinement, while this major evidently lacked such talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been nearly 30 and only achieved the rank of major. Looking at the man before him, Jiang Feng smirked slightly. Aren't you going to use a weapon? The man snorted coldly in response. I have always used my fists, never weapons. Jean Gear is about to take the stage. This should be interesting. I know Jean Gear's base strength is 800 Jean, and he has now broken through his limits twice, so his strength should have reached 7 tons. I see that young Colonel's base strength is only about 500 Jean. Even if he knows some sword techniques, Jean Gear still has a chance to win. Jean Gear looked at Jiang Feng seriously. Young Colonel, I know you're strong. Otherwise, the Navy headquarters wouldn't have appointed you as a colonel. I'm stepping forward to ask you to take back your words. Hearing Jean Gear's words, Jiang Feng looked at him with a half-smile. Oh, if you want me to take back my words, you can. Defeat me, and I will apologize to you. As Jiang Feng's words fell, Jean Gear lunged towards him, his figure like a tiger, fierce and aggressive. And in an instant, he was in front of Jiang Feng, throwing a punch directly at his face. Faced with Jean Gear's heavy punch, Jiang Feng remained calm, slightly shifting his body back, and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided, and Jiang Feng took 3 steps back while Gear stumbled back 7 steps before stabilizing himself. Gear was shocked. How could this be? How could your strength be so great? I don't believe it. Armament Haki. Gear covered his arms with Armament Haki and charged at Jiang Feng again. Suddenly, a series of sounds of fists colliding filled the air, neither of them willing to back down. After a moment, they finally stopped. Gear's arms were covered in bloodstains, while Jiang Feng's arms were completely unharmed. Indeed, Jiang Feng's powerful fist wind had directly cut multiple wounds on Gear's arms. Although Gear had covered his arms with Armament Haki, Jiang Feng's was even stronger. If Gear's Armament Haki was a layer of iron, then Jiang Feng's was a layer of titanium alloy. Looking at the bloodied Gear, Jiang Feng remained expressionless. Do you want to continue? I can still play with you for a while. Gear stared blankly at his arms, realizing that despite using Armament Haki, he was still injured. During the previous battle, he had already exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't shake the Major in front of him. It was clear that this Major's strength was above his own. Gear withdrew his Haki, looking at Jiang Feng with a heavy expression. You are very strong. I admit defeat. What? Gear admitted defeat? I must have misheard. The surrounding ensigns looked at Gear in disbelief. Gear is the strongest among us. If he lost, then what about us? Seeing the chaos among the ensigns, Jiang Feng spoke up. Is there anyone else? Anyone else wants to challenge me? As I said, you can come and meet together. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, an ensign stepped forward. I want to fight. Losing is not shameful. Retreating without a fight is shameful. One by one, the remaining ensigns stood up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng nodded. Those who can't even face failure, what can they do? Good, you still have some courage. You are very fortunate. You made the right choice. If you hadn't stepped up just now, I would not only have beaten you all, but also thrown you into the sea, making you swim back to the Navy headquarters on your own. My ship doesn't need cowards. Armament Haki. Jiang Feng's arms were covered with dominance, and he appeared in front of these officers in an instant. Almost at that moment, the sound of swords ringing echoed in the arena, as one long sword after another was severed by Jiang Feng, and one figure after another was sent flying by him. The crowd wielded different weapons, but the result was the same. They were all knocked away by Jiang Feng. Moments later, all the officers on the ship were lying on the deck. Jiang Feng stood in the center of the deck with his arms crossed, looking at the people lying on the deck. Is there anyone else? Seeing that no one responded, Jiang Feng turned around to look at the elites. The elites, upon seeing Jiang Feng turn around, took a step back, their faces filled with vigilance as they stared at him. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Feng helplessly shook his head, wondering, am I really that scary? Mitchell, contact the naval headquarters and have them send over a batch of standard longswords. As for the reason, just say the previous longswords were of such poor quality that they got ruined. After speaking, Jiang Feng walked into the cabin, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. The warship was moving at full speed. The warship's power system was personally designed by Dr. Vegapunk, providing immense thrust. Therefore, naval warships are much faster than other ships. Soon, the warship entered the comm belt, a necessary route from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. Once the warship entered the comm belt, the ensigns and elites on the deck became alert, their expressions tense. Even the elites who had previously experienced an attack from Sea Kings began to silently pray not to encounter any Sea Kings again. Since Jiang Feng forcefully suppressed the ensigns last time, their perception of him had changed. They now looked at him with respect and trust, no longer with disdain and disbelief. And they did not hesitate to follow his orders. The biggest internal conflict within the entire warship had been resolved. In fact, there are rarely any dangers on the way to the South Sea. Generally, pirates would avoid naval warships and would not actively attack them. The greatest crisis on the way to the Four Seas is not encountering pirates, but occasionally meeting Sea Kings while passing through the comm belt. Sea Kings do not care whether you are from the Navy or not. Jiang Feng had been through the comm belt a few times and remembered the last time he was here was when he returned to the naval headquarters from Logtown. During his several passes through the comm belt, he only encountered Sea Kings when following Zephyr to the South Sea. In fact, Jiang Feng did not wish to encounter Sea Kings. He could deal with smaller Sea Kings, but once he faced a large Sea King without breaking through the third limit, there would be no chance of survival. Jiang Feng might be able to escape using his spatial abilities, but what about the others? This time, without teacher ZFA around. If they encounter a Sea King, they can only rely on themselves. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's expression became a bit more serious. It is unclear whether it was Jiang Feng's bad luck or if the heavens were just playing tricks, but shortly after the warship entered the comm zone, a Sea King suddenly leaped out of the water. Although this Sea King was not as large as the one encountered last time, its entire body was still nearly half the size of the naval warship, blocking the ship's path. Jiang Feng looked at the Sea King, which appeared to be a small-sized one. He did not sense any oppressive aura from it. This Sea King was just a bit large, with a youthful complexion, and not at all ferocious. It seemed to still be in its juvenile stage. The Sea King that appeared in front of the naval warship showed no murderous intent, which finally relieved the tension among the previously grim-faced crowd. Observing the Sea King before him, Jiang Feng had no intention of taking action. Killing an unarmed juvenile Sea King was akin to killing a defenseless child, and that was not Jiang Feng's style. Jiang Feng turned around, looked at everyone, and said, "Turn the ship around and go past it. No one should attack it." Just as the naval warship was about to go around the Sea King, the Sea King moved. The young Sea King stretched out its slender head, looking at the naval warship and observing everyone. Its large eyes were clear as water, sparkling with curiosity. The warship went around the Sea King and continued on its way. Surprisingly, the Sea King did not attack the warship. It just followed the warship as if it had encountered a favorite toy. Jiang Feng let the Sea King follow the warship, knowing that it would eventually return when it got tired of playing. After about half an hour, the Sea King finally gave up and decided to turn back. Seeing this scene, everyone smiled and expressed their amazement, laughing, "Haha, this is really interesting. I thought I was going to die." Today's events were truly unprecedented. Passing through the doldrums with the company of the Sea King was something I could brag about for a year. TCH, I don't know who was just now. Almost scared to death. Watching the Sea King swim away, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "I originally thought Sea Kings were all fierce and cruel, but it turns out there are some interesting little guys." Just as Jiang Feng thought things were coming to an end, he suddenly saw a huge shadow swimming towards the juvenile Sea King below the surface. Jiang Feng's expression changed dramatically. Not good. Black feather sword. Jiang Feng took out the black feather sword, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a sword energy shot out, striking towards the massive figure beneath the surface of the sea. The sea was instantly split open, leaving a scar on the enormous figure, and the surface of the water was instantly stained red. When encountering a Sea King-class creature in a windless zone, if they are far away, one can easily change direction to avoid them, as Sea King-class creatures typically do not pursue from a distance. However, if they are within close range, the situation is quite different. The Sea King class will launch a frenzied attack on naval warships until they destroy the entire vessel. As Jiang Feng saw the Sea King class creature beneath the surface and suddenly attacked the juvenile Sea King class, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Jiang Feng could have chosen to accelerate and leave the calm belt while the two Sea Kings were fighting. However, he abandoned this most sensible choice and chose to draw his sword instead, a decision he couldn't fully understand himself. Perhaps he was moved by the clear eyes of the juvenile Sea King. With a roar, the Sea King surfaced, its eyes bloodshot and its expression terrifying. Looking at the Sea King before him, Jiang Feng knew trouble was brewing. This Sea King was covered in scars, clearly a battle-hardened creature that often fought with others and survived. The sudden appearance of the Sea King next to the warship caused a huge commotion, almost capsizing the entire vessel, prompting the Navy personnel on board to rush to the deck. Everyone's faces turned grim as they faced the Sea King up close, their bodies trembling and expressions filled with shock. They truly felt they were doomed. Although the people on the warship had been through the combelt, most had never encountered a Sea King. If it were the earlier small Sea King, they might have had the courage to face it. But the creature before them was not a small Sea King. It was a medium-sized Sea King, a seasoned veteran of battles. Even from dozens of meters away, they could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Sea King. Against such a massive creature, larger than the warship itself, the ship's artillery was utterly ineffective. Fighting with weapons? That was a joke. Ordinary attacks would merely tickle the Sea King. Jiang Feng's recent sword strike, though seemingly strong, had only left a small cut on the Sea King. The worst part was that this medium-sized Sea King had already set its sights on the warship, leaving no chance for escape, only the option to fight to the death. Just when everyone was frowning and contemplating how to survive the crisis, the juvenile Sea King hurriedly swam to the side of the warship, excitement showing on its youthful face, finally having caught up with its big toy. Then, sensing hostility from the massive creature, a hint of fear flashed in its clear eyes for the first time, and it hid behind the warship, peering out curiously with its slender head. Seeing this, Jiang Feng could only smile bitterly at this adorable creature. At some point, he had begun to feel that this juvenile Sea King was intelligent. Though its intelligence was low, Jiang Feng was sure that this little Sea King was not ordinary. It was too special. The Sea King emerged from the water, its eyes red with rage. Just moments ago, it had seen a juvenile Sea King swimming on the surface, intending to feast on it, only to be suddenly attacked by another creature. In this sea area, no creature had ever dared to provoke it before. Today, however, a creature had the audacity to attack it. Although the attack was harmless, it could not tolerate such provocation. Seeing that the Sea King had not yet moved, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, their eyes fixed on the Sea King, hands resting on their weapons. Once the Sea King went berserk, they would immediately counterattack. Suddenly, the Sea King moved, rising from the water and staring at the warship. Although it didn't know what kind of creature this monster was, one thing was certain: it was this monster that had attacked it. With a roar, the Sea King raised half its body above the surface, causing huge waves that nearly capsized the warship. At this moment, they realized that the Sea King was over 50 meters long, its head resembling that of a crocodile, with 4 limbs. As soon as the Sea King surfaced, it attacked the warship, swinging its forelimb forcefully at the naval vessel. The forelimb was about 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters thick. Watching the enormous shadow descending from the sky, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure, as if the massive shadow was pressing down the entire sky. Faced with such a strike, they completely lost the ability to think, all of them holding their weapons, eyes blankly staring at the shadow above. Under this terrifying pressure, their bodies felt as if they were frozen, with no thoughts of resistance arising in their minds. In that moment, they realized just how small they were and how insignificant their strength was, their hearts filled with cold despair. However, at that moment, Jiang Feng moved. He could not allow the Sea King to destroy the warship. Armament Hockey, Soru. Jiang Feng instantly wrapped the black feather sword with armament hockey, and with a powerful push off the air, he appeared beneath the forelimbs of the Sea King in a few flashes. At the same time, Jiang Feng swung his sword and struck fiercely, the blade directly hitting the forelimb of the Sea King. The immense pressure that had been suffocating suddenly vanished at that moment. The next moment, a loud tearing sound echoed in the air as Jiang Feng's sword energy tore a massive wound about 3 meters long and 1 foot deep into the forelimb of the Sea King. Instantly, it was as if blood rain fell above the battleship, staining the entire deck red. That last strike not only injured the Sea King, but also sent its forelimb flying, as it couldn't be allowed to destroy the Navy's ship. Of course, Jiang Feng was also heavily slammed onto the battleship's deck by the Sea King's attack. The Sea King was completely enraged by Jiang Feng, its eyes turning blood red, almost dripping blood. Jiang Feng didn't care whether the Sea King was angry or not. He showed no signs of hesitation as he landed on the deck. Almost at the moment, the Sea King's forelimb fell into the sea. Instant step, Jiang Feng suddenly appeared in front of the Sea King, swinging his sword to unleash several colorless slashes. In an instant, deep and hideous wounds appeared on the Sea King's body. The Sea King glared at Jiang Feng, opening its massive bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow him whole. Instant step. This time, Jiang Feng flashed to the back of the Sea King, delivering several more slashes to its back. By repeatedly using instant step, Jiang Feng could easily hover in midair. Suspended in the air, Jiang Feng looked down at the Sea King below and realized that ordinary slashes were completely ineffective. There was no time to waste. If he delayed any longer, it was very likely that other Sea Kings would be drawn to the scene. Jiang Feng tightly gripped the black feather sword, first gathering his strength, then swinging the sword out, tracing a marvelous arc in the air with a one-sword flow. Dark path, crescent moon slash. With this strike, Jiang Feng showed no intention of holding back. He nearly exhausted all of his spatial power, and a black spatial rift suddenly appeared in the diagonal upper area of the Sea King. This was one of the spatial sword techniques Jiang Feng had developed, a dark and profound spatial rift suspended in mid-air, from which one could see twinkling stars if looked at closely. The entire rift was about 20 meters long, and the moment it appeared, the gravitational pull from within the rift began to tug at the Sea King, completely locking it in place. The Sea King's massive body was entirely blocking the front of the warship, which is why the ship was not pulled in. Jiang Feng returned to the deck, his expression serious, and said, "Quick, leave this area." The Sea King seemed to sense a certain crisis and began to struggle, trying to escape this sea region. But all was in vain. Its struggles had no effect. Moments later, the Sea King was pulled out of the water and into the spatial rift. As the Sea King entered the rift disappeared as well. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. The crisis was averted. This technique was indeed powerful, but it was difficult to control. Using it might harm his own side, so it must be used cautiously in the future. At this moment, Jiang Feng was certain that the Sea King sucked into the spatial rift was definitely dead. Even if the Sea King was not torn to shreds by the violent spatial power, it would be lost in the endless void. The doldrums returned to calmness. The sea's surface undulating gently, as if nothing had just happened. The people on the warship were all in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The scene that had just unfolded was completely beyond their comprehension. Is this still a swordsman? What a strange move. Among them were many who followed the path of the sword, believing they had a certain understanding of it, but after witnessing Jiang Feng's sword technique, they suddenly began to doubt themselves. Do I really understand the sword? Perhaps what I learned before was a false sword. Gulp. Everyone looked at Jiang Feng at the front of the deck, swallowing hard. So strong. Is this truly the strength of a colonel? Moments latte. Someone finally snapped out of the shock, instinctively glancing at the place where the Sea King had disappeared. A colossal creature had just vanished without leaving a trace. The scene was so bizarre that thinking about it sent shivers down everyone's spine. If it weren't for the clear blood visible on the deck and in the water, they might have begun to doubt whether they had just been dreaming. At this moment, regardless of whether they were junior officers or elites, everyone looked at Jiang Feng with different eyes, filled with awe. Jiang Feng sheathed the black feather sword. The effect of that last strike was unexpectedly good. All the negative emotions he had felt from the beginning until now were swept away with that one sword strike. Jiang Feng is in a great mood. Jiang Feng turned around to look at the adorable creature hiding behind the warship. This guy gave off a feeling like that of a child, a wise sea creature. After cleaning up the bloodstains on the warship, everyone's gaze turned to the little sea creature. It was this little guy that almost turned everyone into food for the sea creature. The little sea creature had a long neck, and its head resembled that of a giraffe from a previous life, while its body looked less like a fish and more like a mammal. Its big eyes were as clear as water, swimming around the warship and occasionally spraying water at everyone playing around. The group, who had just escaped the brink of death, were all amused by this little cutie, and the tense atmosphere instantly vanished. Jiang Feng looked at this little cutie and had the idea of taking it as a pet, but he ultimately gave up. Right now, he couldn't even control his own fate, so how could he find the time and energy to care for anything else? Jiang Feng left a spatial mark on the Sea King class and ordered the navigator to set sail at full speed. However, just as the naval warship was about to depart, the entire sea surface began to shake. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Could it be that another Sea King class was coming? Jiang Feng lowered his head and looked at the surface of the sea, only to see a gigantic dark shadow slowly rising. The shadow grew larger and larger, and it was hundreds of times bigger than the sea creature just now. What on earth is this? At this moment, Jiang Feng's entire mood soured. One wave had not yet settled when another rose. The sea creature was simply not something that humans could defeat. The warship was tossed back and forth, and everyone swayed along with it, unable to stand steady. Suddenly, the entire warship was lifted out of the water by the sea creature and shot into the sky. The warship ascended rapidly, and everyone immediately felt a throbbing pain in their heads. After a moment, the warship stopped shaking, and the terrified crowd finally steadied themselves. Nervously looking around, Jiang Feng knew that the warship was currently on the head of a Sea King, which was extraordinarily large. The entire warship was no bigger than one of its eyeballs. Looking at the Sea King, Jiang Feng felt an unusual familiarity. Indeed, this Sea King was simply a larger version of the little cutie. This should be the mother or father of the Sea King. Watching the little cutie beside the warship cheerfully calling out, Jiang Feng was even more certain of his guess. Just as he was thinking about how to face the current crisis, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Young human, thank you for saving my child. This voice did not appear in Jiang Feng's ears, but directly in his mind. It was a heart voice, or perhaps mental communication. Looking at the others, who still had tense and vigilant expressions, Jiang Feng was sure that only he could hear this voice. The ability to communicate with all things is generally mastered only by those who have broken through the 4th level of limits. Roger had been at the peak of the 3rd level for many years. Although he was only one step away from the 4th limit, he had only comprehended the ability to listen to the hearts of all things. In fact, this ability is mainly related to mental strength. As long as one's mental power is strong enough, one can comprehend it even without breaking through the 4th limit. Jiang Feng's spiritual power is much stronger than that of an average person, but it has not yet reached the level where he can comprehend listening to the heart's voice. At this moment, Jiang Feng can hear the heart's voice of the Sea King class entirely because the Sea King class is forcefully communicating with him. Who are you? Jiang Feng did not know how to communicate with the Sea King species, so he could only think about what he wanted to say in his heart, believing that the Sea King could hear him. It had been over 800 years. He remembered that the last time he communicated with humans was 800 years ago when he was still young, and it was a human warrior who actively engaged him in conversation. Hearing over 800 years, a hint of shock flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, but he soon understood. Considering the long lifespan of the Sea King species, he possessed the power of time, virtually having endless time. Was 800 years really long? We're the royal family among the Sea Kings, usually residing in the deepest part of the doldrums. We do not appear unless summoned by a person. If it weren't for this little guy sneaking out, I wouldn't be here. Upon hearing the Sea King mention a person's summons, Jiang Feng immediately thought of the mermaid princess. Bai Xing, one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. It is said the mermaid princess Bai Xing has the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings. However, Jiang Feng felt that Bai Xing's ability was a racial talent, definitely not the observation hockey. Is it the mermaid princess? Jiang Feng asked casually. Jiang Feng could sense that the Sea King was experiencing noticeable fluctuations in its spirit after hearing his question. Young man, it seems you are not simple at all to know about this matter. You wouldn't be from that tribe, would you? Recently, a human who can hear our thoughts appeared on the sea, and I think he is also from that tribe. Only that tribe could exhibit such excellent observation hockey. After hearing the Sea King's words, Jiang Feng realized that it was referring to Roger. Our tribe has some connections with the Merfolk tribe's ancestors. It's a long story, young man. I'll tell you about it next time if I have the chance. Now, I have to go back. After the Sea King finished speaking, it suddenly dove down, swallowed the little cute creature, and swam away. The sea was turbulent, with huge waves crashing against the warship. Watching the Sea King's departing figure, Jiang Feng's expression became more serious, and he grew increasingly curious about the blank century of history. This was the true Sea King. Seeing this Sea King made him feel that the one he had killed before was just a tiny shrimp. This time, Jiang Feng truly felt the terror of the ancient weapon. One such Sea King was already despair-inducing. If White Star summoned a group of them, even the Navy and the 4 emperors would probably be in despair. The giant Sea King left an indelible shock on everyone, and the entire journey became exceptionally quiet, as if everyone had not yet awoken from the shock. After this incident, it's likely that some junior officers and elites would be too afraid to pass through the comm belt. A Sea King of such size, something they had never even heard of, yet they were still alive. Someone muttered something, and the bodies of the others trembled slightly. A Sea King of this level was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. The attack on the warship by the Sea King was merely a chance event, and the rest of the journey went smoothly without any obstacles. This time, Jiang Feng and his group were heading to a location near the Grand Line. It was undoubtedly a long journey from the Navy headquarters to here. Even with the Navy warship's propulsion, moving at full speed without any hindrances would still take 7 to 8 days. Moreover, they would need to stop along the way to replenish water, food, and other daily supplies. Time was pressing, and they had to eliminate the Bone Pirate crew before they entered the New World. Once the Bone Pirate crew entered the New World, it would mean that Jiang Feng and his group would not be able to complete this mission. The Navy would absolutely not allow Jiang Feng and the others to enter the New World. Most pirates in the New World had broken through the second limit, and any pirate crew with some fame had a great pirate who had broken through the third limit station there. Jiang Feng and others now entering the New World is like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The pirates in the New World are not like those in the first half of the Grand Line, who would avoid the Navy upon seeing them. Some pirates in the New World often destroy Navy fleets to prove their strength. After a long journey, they finally pass through the doldrums and reach the South Sea. The South Sea is the region with the strongest average strength of pirates, with numerous islands. The islands in the pirate world are divided into 3 categories: small islands, medium islands, and large islands. As long as there are inhabitants and a complete ecosystem, it can be considered a small island. A medium island is about 10 times the size of a small island and must have at least 1 town. Low Town is located on a medium island. Large islands are even bigger, capable of accommodating at least 1 country. The Alabasta Kingdom is established on a large island. All large islands are basically managed by the world government, with the Navy directly involved in their management. Each large island has a small Navy branch. The world government has over 170 member countries, almost controlling the entire pirate world, and is known as the strongest power in the pirate world. However, there's one place they cannot control: the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates are weaker, and the Navy can still control the situation. But in the second half of the Grand Line, powerful pirates roam the seas, and some pirates are even ones that the world government is reluctant to provoke. The reluctance to provoke does not mean that the world government fears these pirates. A single pirate crew is not frightening. What is terrifying is when these pirates band together and form a force. The world government is hesitant to decisively carry out a large-scale crackdown on pirates worldwide. First, due to insufficient military strength, and second, because they fear the pirates uniting. It is also these concerns that led to the formation of the 4 Emperor's Powers and the establishment of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Inside the naval ship's cabin, Jiang Feng was sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, entering a meditative state. Jiang Feng's meditation was not like the methods of cultivating mental strength found in novels. Jiang Feng's meditation was simply to calm his mind, as it allowed his brain to become clearer and enabled him to think more rationally about problems. Suddenly, Jiang Feng opened his eyes because he heard footsteps. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside. Come in. In the next moment, a major pushed open the hatch and entered the cabin, reporting to the colonel that they had discovered the pirate ship of the Bone pirate crew ahead. I understand, Jiang Feng said calmly, showing no signs of disturbance. The Bone pirate crew was led by a captain of moderate difficulty, and the other crew members were merely a disorganized bunch, posing no threat. Along the way, he had not encountered any conflicts with pirate crews. Instead, he had come across several pirate groups. However, seeing the naval warships, they had all taken detours, and Jiang Feng had also chosen not to pursue them. In fact, most of the time on this journey, Jiang Feng had been focused on cultivation. As for other trivial matters, he had left them to the lieutenants and elites to handle. Jiang Feng stood up and said, "Chase them." The major understood Jiang Feng's meaning as he saw his relaxed demeanor. Since they had encountered the mission target, there was no reason to give up. They charged straight ahead. After experiencing the Sea King attack, everyone had deeply realized Jiang Feng's terrifying strength. Even a Sea King several times larger than a Navy warship had been defeated by Jiang Feng with a single sword strike. Why would they fear a mere small pirate? That eerie sword strike still echoed in their minds. They felt a genuine reverence for this young colonel and would have no doubts about Jiang Feng's orders. Yes, the major replied firmly and turned to leave the cabin. Run fast. A Navy warship is coming towards us. One of the crew members of the Bone pirate crew saw the approaching warship and turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing the Navy warship, the pirates were thrown into a panic. Quick, back to the island. The captain is not here. We are no match for them. The navigator of the Bone pirate crew immediately turned the ship towards the nearest medium-sized island. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng smiled and accelerated to catch up. His fists had nearly rusted from inactivity over the past few days. It was time to stretch them out. A few minutes later, a loud crash sounded as the warship slammed into the pirate ship. Fire! Black cannonballs rained down on the pirate ship, causing sparks to fly everywhere. And soon half of the pirate ship was engulfed in flames. Within just a few minutes, the pirate ship was already in ruins. Kill. Next, the ensigns and elites on the warship jumped onto the pirate ship and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the pirates. Jiang Feng stood at the top of the warship, surveying the situation, hoping to find the captain of the Bone pirate crew, Caves. After all, only Caves among these people could fight him. What puzzled Jiang Feng was that Caves did not appear. Was he not on the pirate ship? Xuanbu. Jiang Feng suddenly appeared on the pirate ship. Storm Kick and Finger Gun unleashed a series of colorless slashes, leaving numerous wounds on the pirates. With each finger strike, a blood hole appeared on a pirate's body. After joining the battle, Jiang Feng realized that these pirates were nothing more than a rabble. Most had only just broken through the first level of limits. And some were even ordinary people. The Navy suppressed the pirates with overwhelming superiority, and the lieutenants and elites only suffered minor cuts. In contrast, hardly any pirates survived. Those who did were few and looked ashen-faced, for they knew they would lose their freedom from now on. Jiang Feng looked at a battered pirate and asked, "Where's your captain? What about the other officers? Where are they?" The pirate's voice trembled. "I won't tell you. Bazat, I have a task for you. I want to know where their captain is." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, a hint of reluctance flashed in Bazat's eyes, followed by a glimmer of fervor. It turned out that their stronghold was nearby, and they were currently occupying a medium-sized island close by. This medium-sized island was the most prosperous in the area, with 4 small towns, one of which was a trade center, extremely bustling. The reason the Bone pirate crew did not enter the New World was that they had already reached an agreement with a large pirate crew from the New World. As for which pirate crew it was, that was unknown. A small peripheral pirate could not know too many secrets. After hearing Bazat's report, A hint of appreciation flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Although Bazat was extremely arrogant, he was not without merits. At least he was more ruthless than others. The most important thing for the Navy is to hold on to justice and do just deeds, but that does not mean becoming a saint. Talking emotions and reasoning with pirates? Don't be ridiculous. The fact that Bazat was able to extract so much important information from the pirate showed that he had tortured him quite a bit. I hope that once we land, the captain of the Bone Pirate crew, Cabes, 1T disappoint me. Jiang Feng looked at the medium-sized island in the distance and murmured. The Bone Pirate crew and the great pirates of the New World were secretly colluding, something that was not mentioned in the Navy's intelligence. Jiang Feng speculated that the Bone Pirate group had only reached an agreement with the big pirates of the New World before and had not taken any action. Recently, the Bone Pirate group suddenly became active. They not only defeated a Navy fleet in the South Sea, but also established their influence on a very prosperous island. According to the intelligence gathered by Bazat, although the Bone Pirate group had only arrived on this island for a dozen days, they had already completely taken control of this small island. It is absolutely impossible for the Bone Pirate group to control a medium-sized island in just a dozen days given their strength. However, they have managed to do so now, which indicates that there are big pirates from the New World helping them. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's mouth curved slightly upwards. Perhaps this big pirate is still on the island. Interesting, I want to see who this big pirate really is. The purpose of pirates occupying a small island is only one: to conduct dark trades, such as trafficking in slaves and arms. The Poison Spider Pirate group that Jiang Feng and others first eliminated is such an organization. Although burning, killing, and plundering can make money quickly, the risks are too high, and it often requires risking one's life. In contrast, these black trades yield quick profits with lower risks, and many pirate groups rely on these black trades to amass wealth. At this moment, they're getting closer to the island. Jiang Feng stood at the front of the deck, looking serious as he gazed at the crowd. It was now certain that the Bone Pirate crew was on the island ahead. I believe that once we land, they will launch an attack on us. I just want to say this: when dealing with pirates, never hold back. The people on the battleship deck had all participated in hunting pirates before. They were no longer rookies. They knew exactly what to do, so Jiang Feng didn't need to say much more. The battleship slowly sailed toward the island. On the island, there was a lookout tower. A sentry inside saw a battleship approaching, and his face changed dramatically. It was a naval warship. "Quick, tell the boss, the Navy is coming." The sentries' faces turned pale, and they quickly sprang into action. At that moment, in an inconspicuous house at the center of the island, a man was sitting on a sofa while another man stood respectfully beside him. Although the house was unremarkable, the interior was extremely luxurious. The man standing beside him had black short hair, a slender build, and several gruesome scars on his face. This man was Capes, the captain of the Bone Pirate crew. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa had a ponytail and two braids, a strong physique, a metallic jaw, and wore two ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. Capes looked at the man on the sofa with great respect. "Sir, we have taken control of the entire island. I'm doing my best to collect the devil fruits you asked for." The man on the sofa coldly glanced at Capes. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you can't handle this matter, we will find another pirate crew to cooperate with, and you can imagine what will happen to you." Hearing this, Capes trembled all over. The person before him was a ruthless killer. He dared not go against his wishes. "Yes, I understand." Just then, a sentry rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad. The Navy has arrived." Capes' face changed drastically. "Are they coming for us?" "Yes, it seems so." Capes' expression instantly turned grim as he anxiously looked at the man on the sofa. "Sir, this..." The young man snorted coldly. "Oomph. Our captain doesn't want to be seen by the Navy too soon, so I want to make a move. You go stop them. If you fail to do so, you want to need the Navy to take action. I will kill you myself." Upon hearing the young man's words, Capes' face turned ashen. He had no choice but to give it a shot. "Let us go, gather all the crew, and kill all the pirates landing on the island." After the battleship landed, Jiang Feng didn't waste any time with the small fry. He captured a small pirate and, after finding out where Capes was, headed straight for the center of the island. In the pirate world, most pirates were ruthless and vicious characters. Pirates like Roger, Whitebeard, and Luffy, who set sail simply for their dreams, were few and far between. As a transmigrator, Jiang Feng was aware of most of the storylines in the pirate world. On his first day as a Navy officer, Jiang Feng told himself that since he had become a Navy officer, he had to think from the Navy's perspective. He would never let these evil pirates go unpunished. Jiang Feng walked towards Cabes' residence, and on the street, several pirates tried to block his way. For these pirates, Jiang Feng always dealt with them with a single sword strike. Their struggles were futile. Soon, Jiang Feng arrived at Cabe's residence. Is this the place? Looking at the unremarkable building in front of him, Jiang Feng took out the black feather sword, gripped it tightly with both hands, and suddenly exerted force, executing a diagonal slash. A nearly 30-meter-long, colorless sword energy suddenly struck down on the building at a 45-degree angle, instantly slicing off a section of the entire structure. The section that was cut off slid to the ground, and a sound of collapse echoed from a distance. Hearing the sound of the collapse, the lieutenant and the elites were all shocked. The major had found Caves so quickly, truly deserving of being a major. Bazat had a complex expression, feeling frustrated that this guy had taken a lead. After murmuring to himself, Bazat suddenly transformed into a beast form, shouting kill. At this moment, Jiang Feng looked at the corner of the room that was exposed. It should be this one. Caves, come out quickly. Do you think that hiding will keep me from finding you? As soon as he finished speaking, a man with a grim expression stepped out, calmly saying, Do you Navy folks always like to cause trouble? Just casually cutting off a piece of someone else's house. Hearing Caves' words, Jiang Feng touched the tip of his nose. Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Feng recalled the bounty notice he had seen a few days ago, and he was certain that this young man was indeed the target, Caves. Jiang Feng looked at Caves with a playful expression. It was quite a first for a pirate to say that the Navy is acting recklessly. My mission is to eliminate your bone pirate crew. Now, will you surrender, or will you fight back? As he spoke, Jiang Feng positioned his black feather sword across his chest, ready to attack at any moment. Hearing about the extermination of the bone pirate crew, a flash of anger crossed Cabe's face. I've been a pirate for over 10 years, and it's the first time I've encountered a young Navy officer who speaks so arrogantly. Young Navy, you will regret this. As soon as he finished speaking, Caves drew his long sword and charged at Jiang Feng. Watching Caves rush towards him, Jiang Feng remained calm and said, No need for devil fruit abilities? That's fine. I'll play along with you for now. Cabe's long sword was slightly longer than Jiang Feng's black feather sword, and to Jiang Feng's surprise, Caves was left-handed and used his left hand for swordsmanship. This was Jiang Feng's first time fighting against a left-handed swordsman. He was a bit unaccustomed at first, but he quickly adjusted. Cabe's sword skills were average, and after exchanging a dozen moves, Jiang Feng had already grasped Cabe's swordplay patterns. This was thanks to Garp, who had imparted the essence of swordsmanship to Jiang Feng. Having studied the techniques of many great swordsmen, Jiang Feng's horizons had naturally broadened. Compared to the techniques of great swordsmen, Cabe's swordsmanship appeared clumsy. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had combined various strengths and developed his own set of sword techniques, making his skills significantly superior. Gradually, Caves began to fall behind. He looked at Jiang Feng in shock. This young Navy officer's swordsmanship was surprisingly advanced, not at all like a young person, but rather like a seasoned swordsman who had studied sword techniques for many years. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction for Caves, Jiang Feng moved, Shuanbu. Jiang Feng instantly flashed to the left side of Kabasi, swung his sword, and slashed Kabasi's left arm. Jiang Feng said calmly, Is this the level of a pirate after 10 years, losing focus on the battlefield? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Caves became furious, disregarding the wound on his left arm. He used armament hockey to cover his long sword, gripping it tightly with both hands. A fierce look flashing across his face as he executed a sword technique called one sword flow, breaking water. As Caves swung his sword with all his might, Jiang Feng glanced at him with a half smile and used armament hockey to lightly perform one sword flow. Jiang Feng covered his black feather sword with armament hockey, making it appear even darker and deeper. He then effortlessly swung his sword to meet Cabe's longsword. A crisp sound echoed as Cabe's longsword was directly severed by the black feather sword. The cut remarkably clean. It was eerily quiet. Cabe stared at Jiang Feng in shock, unable to believe it. How is this possible? My armament hockey was cut through. Wait, you just said lightly perform a sword. At that moment, Cabe seemed to realize something, his face filled with anger as he looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shrugged and looked at Cabe's with an innocent expression. The move he just used, called Light and Floating Sword, was a sword technique he came up with specifically to deal with him. Most people don't get such treatment. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Caves became even angrier. What does it mean that it was created to deal with him? Is he going to use Light and Floating Sword on him? Damn it, Navy, you've completely enraged me. I want you dead. Bone spike. As soon as the words left his mouth, white as snow bone spikes began to protrude from Cabe's body, extending from every joint. The bone spikes covered his entire body, and looking at these pristine spikes, Jiang Feng was sure that each one could easily pierce through iron plates. So this is the bone fruit. Quite an interesting ability. Cabes glared at Jiang Feng, saying, "Navy, I will grind you into meat paste." With that, Cabes suddenly stomped the ground and jumped into the air, spinning as he did so. Hundreds of sharp spikes on his body surged towards Jiang Feng like numerous small knives. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. Cabes now resembled a porcupine, completely untouchable. Jiang Feng could only defend with his sword. The effect of Sea Prism Stone was indeed impressive, Jiang Feng thought to himself. When Cabes' bone spikes struck against the black feather sword, Jiang Feng could feel the power of the spikes being significantly weakened. Cabes looked confused, wondering what that feeling of weakness was. Then it seemed he realized something, his expression changing drastically. "It's the Sea Prism Stone. The sword in your hand is made of Sea Prism Stone." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Have I been discovered?" "That's right. It's Sea Prism Stone." So what about Sea Prism Stone? As long as I don't get stabbed, there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, my attacks are not that easy to dodge." Cabes looked at Jiang Feng, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and suddenly paused. The next moment, Cabes' speed doubled, and he instantly flashed to Jiang Feng's back. The bone spikes in his palm directly stabbed towards Jiang Feng's heart. Instant step. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he took the opportunity during Cabes' attack to flash above Cabes' head and delivered a kick directly to Cabes' skull. Cabes was instantly sent flying. Although Cabes was covered in bone spikes, there were none on his head, which was the only place on his body without spikes. Looking at Cabes, Jiang Feng's expression still did not change. Even though the previous move could only be used once with a black feather sword in hand, Cabes' bone spikes were nothing but a mere formality to him. As Cabes stood up, a hint of surprise crossed his face. He didn't expect you to have a hidden card, but it was useless now. Armament hockey. The previously snow-white bone spikes instantly turned black. However, Cabes' armament hockey was limited and could only cover 10 of the bone spikes on his body, which were the ones he used most frequently. Cabes intended to use the number of bone spikes to suppress Jiang Feng, believing that with so many spikes, at least a few would hit Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at the black feather sword in his hand. Sea Prism Stone can take away the abilities of Devil Fruit users, but it needs to be inserted into the body of the Devil Fruit user. A momentary contact can only weaken the attacks of the Devil Fruit user. Now, Kabasi has used armament hockey, and the attack power of his bone spikes is even stronger. Moreover, two fists cannot compete against four hands, with so many bone spikes. He couldn't handle it. Wait, what if he just cuts all of his bone spikes? Soru. With this thought, Jiang Feng suddenly pushed off the ground, causing the ground beneath him to shatter, and he instantly appeared in front of Kabasi. Slash. Kabasi looked at the suddenly attacking Jiang Feng, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Who exactly is this young marine? Not only does he possess a weapon made of Sea Prism Stone, but he also has this strange ability to appear out of nowhere. This marine is not simple. Jiang Feng appeared in front of Kaba, wielding the black feather sword. With each strike, he severed a bone spike. The black sword shadows flashed by, and there were few bone spikes left on Kaba. Looking at the severed spikes, a hint of pride flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. It seemed that the decision to forge the black feather sword was a wise one. The black feather sword was simply the nemesis of Devil Fruit users. The hard bone spikes were like tofu to the black feather sword. At this moment, Kaba's expression suddenly turned grim. What the hell was going on? His opponent was wielding a divine weapon. Just when Kaba didn't know what to do, Jiang Feng sheathed the black feather sword and said to Kaba, "What other moves do you have? Use them all. I know that you Devil Fruit users have many strange and peculiar techniques." In fact, Jiang Feng's purpose in forging the black feather sword was not to kill Devil Fruit users. Both the black feather sword and the void mark were merely means of self-preservation. Who would complain about having too many ways to protect themselves? Relying on external objects is ultimately a minor path. Strengthening oneself is the hard truth. If it weren't for Kaba's troublesome ability, Jiang Feng wouldn't have used Sea Stone. Seeing Jiang Feng put away the Sea Stone, a hint of surprise flashed in Kaba's eyes. "Navy, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Feng looked at Bikas with a calm expression and said, "I forged this sword to deal with powerful foes like the Golden Lion, who have developed their fruit abilities to the extreme. Clearly, you do not belong in that category. There's a saying in my hometown, why use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? I don't even need a knife to kill you." After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Cabes laughed in anger. "Haha, to think that I Cabes have some reputation in the South Sea, and today I'm actually underestimated by a mere Navy brat. I will kill you, and even if I die, I will take you down with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Cabes' bone spurs disappeared at a visible speed, replaced by an exoskeleton. Bikas was enveloped in a layer of bony armor. and there were two aspects that caught Jiang Feng's attention. One was his fists, each adorned with 4 spikes about 3 centimeters long. The second was a strange device on Cabe's lower legs, which Jiang Feng guessed was meant to enhance his jumping ability. Navy brat, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The bone spurs in my hands are 5 times stronger than before, and I will use them to shatter your fists. Cabes suddenly stomped his feet and, with a flash, appeared in front of Jiang Feng, his speed having increased 3 to 4 times compared to before. Faced with the fully armed Cabes, Jiang Feng showed no signs of panic and stood there quietly. Today, I will let you know what despair feels like when you compare fists with me. In an instant, the armament hockey covered Jiang Feng's arms. The quality and strength of Jiang Feng's armament hockey were top-notch, while Cabes's was extremely ordinary. Perhaps due to his strong mental power, Jiang Feng could now cover his entire body with armament hockey. Concentrating all his hockey on his arms further enhanced its quality. Covering his whole body with hockey meant that the hockey was more dispersed and the strength was relatively uniform. Concentrating the hockey on his arms enhanced its strength, but it also meant Jiang Feng had sacrificed defense. Seeing Cabes's fist coming right at him, Jiang Feng did not hesitate and swung his fist to meet it. Bang! Bang! The fists collided continuously, creating a loud noise in the air. Their punches were so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Both were relying on their observation hockey to capture their opponent's movements. Cabes was surprised to find that this Navy brat's strength was actually stronger than his own. The more he fought, the more alarmed Cabes became. This Navy man was destined to become a nightmare for pirates. Having completely abandoned defense, Jiang Feng aimed to take down Cabes in one go, not giving him a chance to attack his weaknesses. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. What a good opportunity. Jiang Feng took advantage of a mistake by Cabes and delivered a heavy punch directly to Cabes' face. A crisp sound echoed as Cabes' facial bone mask was shattered by Jiang Feng's punch, sending him flying 2 meters away, with chunks of broken bone falling from his face. At this moment, most of Cabes' external skeleton had been shattered by Jiang Feng. Even the exceptionally hard bone spurs on Cabes' fist had been crushed. The bone spurs on Cabes' fists were indeed exceptionally hard. With each collision, Jiang Feng could feel a strong, stinging sensation. If an ordinary elite were to face Cabes at this moment, they would probably be unable to withstand even one of Cabes' strikes. However, what surprised Jiang Feng was that despite being at a disadvantage, Cabes showed no sign of fear or panic. A hint of disdain flashed in Cabes' eyes as he mockingly approached Jiang Feng, commenting that it was already impressive for a young Navy officer to force him to this extent. However, if you want to kill him, he was still a bit lacking. As he spoke, Cabes activated his fruit ability, restoring his shattered external skeleton to its original form. Seeing Cabes' serious expression, Jiang Feng thought he was about to unleash a powerful move, but it turned out to be the same old trick, boring and pretentious. Still putting on a show even when death was imminent. Xuanbu. Jiang Feng instantly flashed in front of Cabes and began to punch him repeatedly. Cabes seemed to have given up resisting, allowing Jiang Feng to attack him without retaliating, merely repairing the shattered exoskeleton over and over again. After a moment, Jiang Feng looked at Cabes with a serious expression, wondering what this guy was up to, as he had been letting me attack him since just now. Has he given up? No. With Cabes' personality, he would never give up. It felt like the calm before a storm. Just as Jiang Feng was racking his brain to figure out Cabes' intentions, Cabes spoke. Young Navy, this is where it ends. He looked at Jiang Feng with a mocking expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. Bone bomb. After saying this, Cabes turned to leave. In the next instant, as Cabes turned around, the exoskeleton fragments that Jiang Feng had just shattered exploded all at once. Not only that, but the exploded fragments transformed into tiny spikes that scattered in all directions at high speed. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't use Xuanpa, so he had to use Space Barrier. Instantly, a 360-degree space barrier surrounded Jiang Feng. One by one, needle-like bone spikes hit the space barrier, producing a series of clanging sounds. That was close. The abilities of a devil fruit user are indeed strange. Moments later, just as Cabes was looking smug and preparing to leave, a terrifying voice that seemed to come from the depths of the soul rang out. Is this your greatest trump card? A boring move? Just a desperate struggle. Space cutting. A thin black blade of space suddenly shot from Jiang Feng's fingertips and appeared in front of Cabes in an instant. Cabes' expression changed drastically. The space blade was too fast. Even if he exerted all his effort to dodge, he couldn't escape. Sizzle. Cabes couldn't evade Jiang Feng's space blade, which was extraordinarily sharp and cleanly severed his exoskeleton, leaving a gruesome, visible wound on Cabes' body. Blood splattered, and Cabes lay in a pool of blood, gasping. How could this be? It seemed as though Cabes had lost his sense of pain. There was no trace of agony on his face, only disbelief as he stared at Jiang Feng. He never expected Jiang Feng to survive that attack. Cabes looked at Jiang Feng with a bitter expression, realizing he had been careless. If only. Jiang Feng looked at Cabes with a calm expression. This wasn't the first time he had killed a pirate, and he seemed to have become accustomed to the slaughter. Looking at the dying Cabes, Jiang Feng felt nothing at all. He said to the barely breathing Cabes, "I told you long ago, your counterattack is merely a dying struggle." Jiang Feng walked up to Cabes, lowered his head to look at him, and said, "Tell me, which great pirate in the New World is your bone pirate crew collaborating with?" Cough, cough. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Cabes coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then his body trembled as if he thought of something more terrifying than death. "I don't understand what you're saying. Our bone pirate crew has always acted alone. We wouldn't collaborate with other pirate crews." After hearing Cabes' words, Jiang Feng waved his finger, and another small spatial blade appeared in front of Cabes. The dark spatial blade hovered in front of Cabes, just 1 centimeter away from the tip of his nose. "I'm asking you again, who is that great pirate?" Jiang Feng's words were plain, but to Cabes, they sounded like the words of a demon, especially upon seeing the blade of space. The shot from the previous blow had already instilled fear deep into Cabes' soul. Looking into Jiang Feng's cold eyes, Cabes had no doubt that if he were to say he didn't know in the next moment, he would definitely meet a gruesome fate. Jiang Feng has now awakened the Conqueror's haki. When he gets angry, he inadvertently uses it, and at that moment, he doesn't even notice that before he speaks, a domineering aura has already pressed down on Cabes. Under the dual impact of body and spirit, Cabes' inner fear is magnified infinitely, and he finally stammers, "Yes, the Kaido Pirates." Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Feng furrows his brows and thinks of someone, the Beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Kaido has experienced 7 failures, was captured 18 times when he challenged the Navy and the 4 emperors alone, endured over 1,000 severe tortures, and was sentenced to death a total of 40 times. Even when subjected to hanging, he could break the chains. Even when taken to the guillotine, he could crush the blade. Even when pierced by long spears, it would end with the spears breaking. He has sunk as many as 9 enormous prison ships, and no one has ever been able to kill him. Kaido's body is huge, his strength immense, and his defense extremely strong. After breaking through his limits, both his strength and defense multiply. Kaido's position among the 4 emperors surely means he has broken through the 3rd limit. Jiang Feng is certain that after Kaido broke through the 3rd limit, his physical defense is absolutely the strongest in the pirate world. Everything has its pros and cons. Kaido's massive size has made him what he is. However, because of this, Kaido will never be able to break through the 4th limit and step into the realm of the gods. So it's him. Jiang Feng understood clearly. No wonder even ruthless people like Kaido would be afraid. Kaido wouldn't come here personally, so the one who came here must be one of the 3 disasters. Even if he ruined Kaido's deal, Jiang Feng had no thoughts about it. This information was unknown even to the Navy's intelligence agency, let alone himself. Jiang Feng only realized this when he arrived here, how formidable the Kaido pirates were, but as long as Kaido wasn't present, there was nothing to fear. The first time dealing with the Kaido pirates, he should leave them with a deep impression. After Kaba mentioned the Kaido pirates, he immediately regretted it. Thinking of Kaido's terror, Kaba looked utterly despondent. At this moment, cold sweat covered Kaba's forehead, and countless complex emotions flashed in his eyes. Then, looking at Jiang Feng, a hint of madness flickered in Kaba's eyes. It was this Navy that had driven him to desperation. If he were taken back by the Navy, he would be imprisoned for life, losing his freedom. Even if he miraculously escaped, he would still be killed by Kaido. Damn the Navy if I die. You won't have it easy either. Let us die together. Bone burial. Suddenly roaring, Kaba exerted his last ounce of strength. Instantly, white bone spikes rapidly extended from beneath Kaba, covering over 50 meters in an instant. The white bone spikes grew erratically, emerging from the ground in succession, attacking the opponent with sharp spikes densely distributed, piercing through any obstacles encountered during their growth. After the growth stopped, the number of spikes was immense, and the bones essentially covered the entire ground, making it impossible to defend against the all-encompassing attack. Kaba's fruit ability allowed him to manipulate the secretion of high-calcium substances to form bones. This move was intended for mutual destruction with the enemy. The countless bone spikes that grew from the ground showed no mercy, piercing through any obstacles they encountered. At this moment, Kaba had completely been pierced by his own bone spikes. Looking at the still-living Jiang Feng, Kaba's eyes were filled with despair. His calculations had come to nothing, and only he was destined to die. Jiang Feng looked at the bone mountain in front of him, its sharp spikes emanating a chilling aura. Just the sight of this bone mountain made one's pores shrink and their whole body tremble. What exactly did I just experience? In fact, just as Kabasi was about to unleash his ability, Jiang Feng had instantly flashed out. Although Jiang Feng didn't know what move Kabasi was about to make, his instincts told him that if he didn't evade, he would die. Kabasi's ability was quite well developed, especially the last move that was astonishing. Only someone who was always prepared to perish along with their opponent could develop such a technique. Even after using his trump card, it still couldn't change the outcome. Kabasi's move seemed flashy, but it lacked killing power and was meaningless against true strong opponents. Those who have broken through the third level of limits can cover their entire body with armed color hockey. Bone spikes, they're not covered with armed color hockey, absolutely cannot break through the defenses of these strong fighters. Devil Fruit users have the upper hand in the early stages, but not in the later stages. This is because Devil Fruit users focus more on developing their abilities, which means they cannot concentrate on training their hockey. Not every Devil Fruit user can develop their fruit's abilities to the extreme. With Kabasi dead, the task of eliminating the Bone Pirate crew can be considered complete. Next, it's time to deal with that big pirate. But before that, let's go see how their battle is going. Jiang Feng glanced at Cabes, who was pierced by a bone spur, and murmured, "In my opinion, death is the destination for pirates. From now on, I will eliminate all pirates." After that, Jiang Feng headed towards the edge of the island, where the lieutenant and the elites were engaged in battle. At this moment, the cadres of the Bone Pirate group looked distressed as they stared at a bone mountain in the central area. Other ordinary members might not know their captain's trump card, but these high-ranking cadres were aware of it. The captain is dead? The captain has perished along with that naval colonel? Kill them, wipe out all these navies, and we will have a chance to survive. A high-ranking cadre of the Bone Pirate group thought Jiang Feng was dead and immediately rallied the morale. He believed that the strongest among the Navy had already died, and as long as they killed the Navy in front of them, they could survive. Upon arriving at the island's edge, the members of the Bone Pirate group were fiercely fighting against the lieutenant and the elites. Jiang Feng had originally thought that the Navy would win with absolute superiority, but to his surprise, the battle was not as one-sided as he had imagined. What intrigued Jiang Feng was how the Bone Pirate group could fight evenly against the Navy's forces, not to mention the lieutenants. Even the elites who had trained with Jiang Feng were a considerable fighting force. Although these elites had not yet broken through the second limit, they had already awakened their conqueror's hockey. In the pirate world, breaking through the first limit is the threshold for awakening hockey. Crossing this threshold guarantees an awakening of hockey. However, just because one has awakened hockey does not mean they can learn to use it. Training hockey depends on talent. Some people can awaken hockey, but cannot condense it. They may even struggle to cover an inch of skin with armament hockey. The reason for this is often due to insufficient innate mental strength or poor physical condition, leading to the awakened hockey being of low quality and unable to coalesce. Among the Navy, the elites clearly performed better than the lieutenants, showcasing the gap in talent. Of course, there were still some strong individuals among the lieutenants, such as Jinger. At this moment, Jinger's massive physique was an advantage, as he swung his black fists, pushing through the crowd, sending any pirate who approached him flying with a single punch. In contrast, Mocha's appeared to be in dire straits. Covered in blood and looking like a bloody mess, Mocha's glared at his opponent with gritted teeth. Mocha's opponent, Jiang Feng had seen in the files, was a high-ranking cadre of the Bone Pirate group, a user of the Iron Sword fruit, capable of transforming his limbs into iron swords as weapons. Currently, the cadre had transformed his arms and legs into iron swords, looking down at Mocha's with disdain. "You Navy are truly weak. I'm done playing around. Now I'll send you to hell." Damn it. Cabes looked furious, his heart on the verge of madness. Although Cabes was a swordsman, he had not yet comprehended the breadth of all things, and thus could not cut through steel. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. If it were a swordsman who had already comprehended the breadth of all things, steel would be nothing. A single sword strike would suffice. At this moment, Mocha's was completely being overpowered, with no ability to fight back, merely at the mercy of his opponent. Watching the beleaguered Mocha's, Jiang Feng initially intended to save him, but stopped. He suddenly recalled the scene where Zoro comprehended cutting steel. In a previous life, watching One Piece, Zoro had been severely injured in a confrontation with a user of the Chop Chop fruit, ultimately comprehending the breadth of all things and severely injuring his opponent with a single sword strike. Jiang Feng looked at Mocha's with curiosity. wondering if this guy could comprehend the breathing of all things. The cadre of the Bone Pirate crew saw Mocha's expression of extreme anger mixed with helplessness and became even more excited, laughing, "Ha! The Navy is coming to die. Damn it." Mocha's had no idea how to deal with this enemy in front of him, regretting why he hadn't worked harder to comprehend the breathing of all things earlier. Mocha's was being chased and dodging in a panic, unable to calm down. Fortunately, he had a good grasp of the Navy's 6 styles, particularly shave, which prevented him from being killed outright. Seeing that he couldn't catch up to Mocha's, the cadre of the Bone Pirate crew began taunting him. "Navy, is running away all you can do?" Mocha's had always been the one chasing pirates. He had never been the one fleeing in panic before. Hearing this, Mocha's suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the cadre of the Bone Pirate crew with a serious expression. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Was it about to begin? However, just when Jiang Feng was fully focused, thinking the situation was about to turn around, Mocha suddenly spoke up. "Colonel, please save me." Jiang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought Mocha's was serious and about to unleash a big move. Unexpectedly, he admitted defeat. "So, your sudden calmness was because you saw me coming." Jiang Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at Mocha's. It turns out that anime is indeed misleading. In real life, a loser can never make a comeback. The crew members of the Bone Pirates looked at Jiang Feng with a ghostly expression. "It's you. How could you still be alive?" The captain, clearly, seeing the shocked faces of the pirates, Jiang Feng smiled. "That's right, it's me. Sorry for not dying and disappointing you." As he spoke, Jiang Feng took a step closer to the pirate officer. The Bone Pirates officer instinctively took a step back, trembling all over. Jiang Feng's light footsteps felt incredibly heavy in the eyes of the pirate officers, as if the Grim Reaper was approaching. The pirate officers felt as if they were about to suffocate, with death just a step away from them. Jiang Feng crushed his way here and saw Mocha's. He initially thought he would witness a good show, but it turned out to be a farce. Jiang Feng did expend some energy while sweeping through, but now he was fully recharged and in high spirits. Looking at the pirate officer standing still, Jiang Feng teased, "Are you planning to give up resistance? Don't do that. Put up a bit of fight. At least it could bring me some fun." Saying this, Jiang Feng picked up an extremely ordinary long sword from the ground, and then closed his eyes, standing there quietly. The pirate officer, hearing Jiang Feng's mockery and seeing his disdainful action, had a face full of anger. "Navy, you're going too far." With anger on his face, the pirate officer suddenly raised his iron sword, and with a sudden strike to the ground, he soared into the air, Gale Cutter. Feeling the sudden hostility approaching, Jiang Feng remained calm and murmured, "I can feel it. Is this the breath of steel? What a wonderful sensation." Indeed, at this moment, Jiang Feng was experiencing the breath of steel, and he could clearly sense the rhythm of the iron swords. Closer, closer, here it comes. Just as the pirate officer swung his iron sword towards Jiang Feng's back, Jiang Feng moved, slowly raising the sword with his right hand and turning his body at an incredible angle. Clang, clang. 4 consecutive sounds rang out as the iron swords transformed by the pirate officer's arms and legs were instantly cut through by Jiang Feng, leaving 4 gaps. That steel longsword appeared extremely weak before Jiang Feng's blade. With a single swing, it was easily sliced through. The pirate officer, falling to the ground from midair, looked at Jiang Feng's back in despair, realizing the gap in strength was immense. "I shouldn't have become a pirate." At this moment, the pirate officer had already retracted his fruit ability, and deep wounds were visible on his limbs, wounds that Jiang Feng had just inflicted. Is this the feeling of cutting through steel? It's nothing special. The pirate officer lay behind Jiang Feng, his limbs injured, trembling all over, already on the verge of death. With beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, Mocha stared blankly at Jiang Feng. Is this the swordsman who understands the breath of all things? Truly powerful. Mocha's was completely in shock, his mind filled with the image of Jiang Feng effortlessly swinging his sword, eyes closed, relying entirely on sensation. The sword swings were easy and casual, yet struck at the vital points. A seemingly light swing carried the force of thunder. At such a young age, possessing such outstanding swordsmanship, he truly has limitless potential. Mocha's looked incredulous. When his former companions bragged about some talented individuals, he always scoffed. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he wouldn't be inferior to those geniuses. Today, the pirate who was utterly defeated before him was so weak against this young major. His faith wavered. This was the true genius, a prodigious talent. Jiang Feng joined in, and after killing several high-ranking members of the Bone Pirate crew, The situation on the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Navy. Even though there were many pirates, very few survived under the strong suppression of the Navy's elite and officers. Of course, the Navy also suffered losses, but most people only sustained minor injuries. At this moment, the Navy members were all slumped on the ground, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. The one who seemed the most relaxed among the Navy was Gilead, with a powerful build and striking force like a tiger. Very few pirates could match him. When Gilead saw Jiang Feng approaching, he immediately walked over and said, "Feng, why did you go look for their captain by yourself without taking me along? These pirates are too weak. They aren't even enough for me to warm up." Just now, a bone mountain suddenly appeared in the center of the island, making such a big commotion. There's no way we wouldn't notice it. The only guess is that Jiang Feng is fighting with the captain of the bone pirate crew. Jiang Feng smiled and joked, "It's a good thing I didn't take you. If you had gone, you probably wouldn't have come back." Gilead pouted, wearing an expression of disbelief. Jiang Feng did not deceive Gilead. If Gilead had gone just now, he would probably have already been buried under Bone Mountain. Jiang Feng looked at everyone who had almost finished resting and gave the order to quickly clean up the aftermath before returning to the warship. "You all wait for me on the warship. I need to handle something and we'll be back soon." Gilead, seeing that Jiang Feng was about to leave, seemed to have guessed something and looked at Jiang Feng with anticipation. "Feng, Colonel, take me with you. I will definitely listen to you." Jiang Feng ignored Gilead and vanished in a flash, planning to find that great pirate. The purpose of everyone coming to the South Sea this time was to encircle and wipe out the Bone Pirate crew. Now that Cabes was dead, the Bone Pirate crew had been destroyed, so this mission could be considered accomplished. Finding that great pirate from the New World was purely Jiang Feng's own goal, and there was no need to bring everyone along to take risks. Just then, a fleeing pirate rushed up to a young man, panicking. Master, it's bad. Our captain is dead. All the crew members are dead. Please save me." The pirate was terrified, his voice trembling. The young man snorted coldly, grabbing the pirate by the neck and lifting him up, exuding a terrifying aura. It was clear that he was extremely enraged. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and a frightening red vein appeared in his gaze as he tightened his grip on the pirate's neck. The pirate, held by the young man's grip, struggled desperately but couldn't break free, his face turning red as he was on the verge of suffocation. After a moment, the young man seemed to dislike this method of killing. He threw the pirate to the ground and then suddenly punched, shattering the pirate's head. What a useless bunch. If it weren't for the boss not wanting the Navy to know about this, I would have already killed all the Navy on the island. Just thinking about it made him angry. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent, completely disregarding the Navy as if killing them were a daily occurrence. Suddenly, the young man furrowed his brows. "Who is it? Come out." Had he been discovered? As expected of one of the 3 captains of the Kaido pirates. Hearing the voice of Drought Jack, Jiang Feng slowly stepped out, smiling slightly. He had followed the fleeing pirate all the way here. Looking at the young man in front of him, adorned with spiked hair and a feather-like cloak, Jiang Feng, familiar with the pirate storyline, recognized him at a glance. In the later years, he would be known as Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates. Jack glanced at Jiang Feng and coldly said, "Navy? That useless Cabes couldn't even handle this minor issue. Just right, I'm in a bad mood, so I'll vent it on you." Jack's eyes were bloodshot, his tone icy, filled with killing intent, and he looked down on Jiang Feng, completely disregarding the young Navy officer. Feeling Jack's aura, Jiang Feng remained calm. At this point in time, some powerful pirates from the future had not fully grown. For example, Jack in front of him had not yet broken through the 3rd limit, which Jiang Feng could sense from Jack's aura. Jiang Feng was on the same starting line as those great pirates from the future, and he was confident that he could surpass them and become the strongest. At this moment, Jack's anger had reached its peak. All he could think about was one word: kill. Jack drew a pair of scythe-like strange weapons from his waist and charged directly at Jiang Feng without saying a word. Almost the moment Jack attacked, Jiang Feng moved first, drawing his black feather sword and using Shunbu. In an instant, Jiang Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared behind Jack, bringing down his sword directly toward Jack's back. One sword style, inch slash. Ever since he arrived on the island and learned of this great pirate's presence, Jiang Feng had been preparing for this battle. Facing Jack, Jiang Feng's mind was filled with one thought: fight, fight, fight. Before the sword even fell, the sword energy had already shot out, aiming for Jack's back. The moment Jiang Feng's sword tip descended, the sword energy was already unstoppable. Jack didn't expect Jiang Feng to suddenly appear behind him in a critical moment. He used haki, armament, enveloping his entire upper body with armament haki. A tearing sound echoed through the air as Jiang Feng's sword energy sliced through the sky, striking Jack solidly. However, as the sword energy passed through Jack's body, it suddenly exploded. Jiang Feng's expression grew serious as he looked at Jack. He knew that his sword strike had not harmed Jack. When the sword energy struck Jack's back, Jiang Feng retreated and created some distance between them. Was it the armament hockey? Jiang Feng looked at Jack, whose upper body was covered in armed color hockey, and was not surprised. Most pirates in the New World would have hockey. Jiang Feng did not use hockey for that last sword strike, so the sword energy did not harm Jack in the slightest. The fact that Jack could perfectly defend against Jiang Feng's sword indicates that the quality of his hockey is not low. Among the pirates Jiang Feng has encountered so far, Jack's hockey mastery is undoubtedly the highest. As the sword energy dissipated, Jack's figure was revealed. Although Jack was not injured by the sword, he appeared extremely disheveled. His coat torn into several pieces by Jiang Feng's sword energy. Jack tore off the tattered coat from his body, moved his shoulders, and looked at Jiang Feng with disdain, saying, "Navy brat, you have some skills, but your soft sword energy is only good for scratching my back." After speaking, Jack tightened his grip on his weapon and coldly looked at Jiang Feng, declaring, "I, the great Jack, will now take your life." Jack swung his scythe again, and this time his speed was more than twice as fast as before, appearing in front of Jiang Feng in the blink of an eye. Jiang Feng snorted softly and said, "Come and fight." Jiang Feng looked fearless, raising the black feather sword. This time, he held the sword with both hands and lunged forward to meet Jack. Both of them gave it their all, unwilling to back down. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Feng's sword and Jack's peculiar scythe continuously clashed against each other, creating a series of metallic clangs. With each collision, a wave of terrifying energy rippled through the air, as if the entire atmosphere had been detonated, producing a resounding roar. The surrounding buildings and giant rocks were shattered by this force. Suddenly, Jiang Feng suddenly appeared above Jack, swinging his sword downwards, aiming directly for Jack's head. Seeing this, Jack quickly brought his dual scythes in front of him to block Jiang Feng's longsword. Crash! In that instant, dozens of tons of immense force collided, causing Jack's legs to sink directly into the ground. The ground was instantly shattered, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. Jiang Feng, taking advantage of his momentum, flashed a fierce look in his eyes. Inch slash! He unleashed a surge of sword energy that suddenly erupted, directly shattering Jack's scythe into pieces. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng distanced himself from Jack again. Jiang Feng looked at Jack, whose legs were already sunk into the ground, and did not show any signs of joy on his face, because he knew that the battle had just begun. Jack easily broke free from the ground, and the disdain on his face was now replaced by a hint of seriousness. Although Jack was a bit arrogant, he was not foolish. From the brief exchange just now, he realized that the strength of the Navy in front of him was certainly not inferior to his own. Originally, Jack had completely looked down on Jiang Feng, but now he was intrigued, feeling that it had been a long time since he had such a thrilling experience. "Navy kid, don't let me down next," Jack, filled with fighting spirit, charged at Jiang Feng again. With armament hockey enveloping his arms, Jack's momentum instantly reached its peak. Seeing this, Jiang Feng sheathed his black feather sword and also armed his arms with hockey. Jiang Feng sheathed his black feather sword and engaged in a fistfight with Jack, as he wanted to use this to stimulate himself and break through his limits. Now, when dealing with ordinary pirates, Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words. He would simply slash them down with a single sword stroke. Fighting against these weak pirates was a waste of time and completely meaningless for Jiang Feng. Only strong pirates like Jack could put pressure on him and stimulate his body to continue breaking through its limits. Bang! Their fists collided, and a violent shock wave instantly spread through the air, rippling outwards, turning the debris on the ground into dust. Fist after fist collided fiercely, and the air was filled with the sound of explosive bursts. "Navy brat, the one who should die is you, Jack." Like a storm, their fists rained down on each other, both having pushed their observation hockey to the limit. Bang! With a loud crash, the two suddenly separated and retreated, with Jack stepping back several dozen paces while Jiang Feng only took 3 steps back. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. "Drought, Jack. Is that all you've got?" Jack looked at Jiang Feng in shock. How could someone with such a physique possess such immense strength? Impossible. His strength is much greater than mine. After a moment, Jack's expression relaxed again, as he still had a trump card to play. Jack looked at Jiang Feng with a condescending expression. "Navy, If this is all the power you have, I'll make you understand what despair truly is. Beast transformation, mammoth. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack completely transformed into a small elephant, his tall stature and sturdy limbs exuding overwhelming strength. Seeing Jack's transformation, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. An animal-type fruit user, after transforming, would see a significant increase in both strength and defense. For animal-type fruit users, their power and defense would increase by 2 to 3 times after transformation, and the mammoth is renowned for its immense strength. Therefore, Jack's increase in power and defense after transforming would be even more terrifying. Sensing the terrifying power radiating from Jack, Jiang Feng drew his black feather sword once more. Knowing that his current strength was simply insufficient to challenge Jack, Jiang Feng wanted to break through his limits amidst the trials of life and death. But that didn't mean he would joke with his own life. At this moment, facing Jack head-on, Jiang Feng was certain that Jack would smash him to pieces with his immense strength. Jack suddenly charged at Jiang Feng, arriving in front of him in an instant. Throwing a punch with the force of a tiger and the speed of a leopard, Die Navy, come at me, slash. Facing Jack's heavy blow, Jiang Feng showed no fear. Taking a slight step back with his left foot, gripping his sword with both hands, and with a loud shout, he suddenly swung his sword to strike. Clang! With a loud crash, Jack's fist slammed hard against the black feather sword. Feeling the force from the black feather sword was just slightly stronger than his own, Jiang Feng's expression brightened. He could still withstand Jack's attack, and the Sea Prism Stone was indeed useful against ability users. Although Jack's strength was immense, hitting the Sea Prism Stone felt like punching cotton. At the moment Jack's fist made contact with the black feather sword, the Sea Prism Stone weakened Jack's strength, reducing his full power to only 60% against the sword. When Jack's fist struck the black feather sword, he did not immediately pull it back. Only when a wave of weakness washed over his body did Jack's expression change dramatically. It's the Sea Prism Stone. You Navy are truly despicable. Hearing Jack's words, Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. It felt strange to be called despicable by a pirate. Jiang Feng looked at Jack mockingly and said, I'm using Sea Prism Stone, so what? If you're not convinced, come and bite me. Jack, furious. Seeing Jiang Feng holding the Sea Prism Stone, Jack was momentarily stunned. Then looked at Jiang Feng with a calm expression. Navy brat, do you think holding the Sea Prism Stone means you can defeat me? I'll let you know what true power is today. Jack's arms suddenly bulged with veins as he threw a punch, causing the air to explode. Noticing Jack increasing his strength again, a hint of hesitation flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he contemplated whether to take the punch head-on. Just as Jiang Feng was thinking, Jack's heavy punch had already rushed in front of him. The fist, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, slammed against Jiang Feng's face, making his cheeks ache. Jiang Feng didn't dare to think too much and directly charged forward with his sword. With a loud clang, Jiang Feng was sent flying by Jack's immense strength, retreating several dozen meters before stabilizing his stance. Jiang Feng moved his slightly numb arm and said, such strong power. If he couldn't match Jack in a direct confrontation, then he would solve it with swordsmanship. With a single strike of the one-sword style, a mysterious force suddenly brewed on the blade of the black feather sword. Soon after, a black crescent-shaped sword energy shot out abruptly, fiercely slashing towards Jack. This sword energy, in terms of both speed and destructive power, was far beyond what he had displayed before. It not only contained armed color hockey, but was also infused with the tearing attribute of spatial power by Jiang Feng. The ultimate sword strike, traversing the universe, seemed to want to cut everything in front into 2 pieces. Jack looked at the sword energy that was twice as strong as before, showing no signs of panic on his face. Instead, a hint of eagerness and impatience appeared. Jack did not dodge. He merely crossed his arms in front of his chest and unleashed his armed color hockey. Boom! The sword energy came crashing down, forcing Jack back, and the ground beneath him cracked under the impact, while a shallow wound appeared on his arm. Jiang Feng's armament hockey quality far surpasses Jack's. Therefore, Jiang Feng can easily break through Jack's hockey armor. However, breaking through Jack's armor doesn't mean he can severely injure Jack. Jack has tough skin and thick flesh. With Jiang Feng's current sword energy intensity, he can only break through some of Jack's flesh. Navy brat, not bad. You actually made me feel pain. This sensation of pain really excites me all over. In return, I have decided to tear you to shreds. Jack looked at his injured arm, licked the blood from the wound, and disdainfully stared at Jiang Feng. Navy brat, you don't have any tricks left, do you? Then get ready to die. In the next moment, Jack appeared in front of Jiang Feng, confidence oozing from him. as if he were a hunter eyeing his prey. I say, Jack, you really overestimate yourself. One sword style, underworld round moon slash. Just as Jack attacked, Jiang Feng used Xuanpa to create distance between them, suddenly gathering his energy and swinging his sword. A dense mass of spatial particles suddenly appeared before Jiang Feng, filled with endless destructive power. Indeed, this move is the second spatial sword technique that Jiang Feng painstakingly developed. Wherever the black particles go, everything will be decomposed and turned to nothingness. In a brief moment, the black sphere grew from the size of a ping-pong ball to a massive object with a diameter of about 2 meters. Undoubtedly, if this black sphere hit Jack completely, he would be decomposed in an instant. Seeing the attack before him, Jack's face changed drastically. Although he didn't know the effect of Jiang Feng's attack, his animal instincts told him that if he took this hit, he would die. Instantly, Jack tried his best to dodge, but he didn't completely evade it. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound. No blood, no screams. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Moments later, Jack suddenly realized he could no longer feel his left arm. When Jack turned to look at his unresponsive left arm, he was shocked to find that it was gone. At this moment, Jack stared blankly at his body, completely unable to feel any pain. Looking at his vanished left arm, Jack was utterly bewildered. After the spatial particles passed through Jack's left arm, they did not immediately dissipate, but instead grew larger, suddenly expanding from 2 meters in diameter to 5 meters. The black particles traveled over 20 meters, devouring an entire street of buildings before dissipating into the air. Just as Jiang Feng had observed, everything that the spatial particles passed through was turned to nothingness. Jiang Feng looked at his own attack, swallowed hard, and his whole body trembled. Is this really caused by me? After developing this space sword technique, Jiang Feng had not used it until today. To be honest, even he was shocked by the earlier strike. At this moment, the Navy, who had just finished resting and cleaning up the battlefield, suddenly saw an entire street of houses being swallowed by a black sphere, their faces showing shock. What was that just now? Could this attack have been unleashed by the Major? Is there still an enemy? The Navy gathered together, cautiously moving towards the direction where the houses had disappeared. An entire street of houses had vanished in the small town, so it was easy for the Navy to pinpoint Jiang Feng's location. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words, but one thing was certain. The Major was currently fighting someone. After a while, blood finally oozed from Jack's wound, dripping onto the ground. It was at this moment that an excruciating pain suddenly surged in his heart, and Jack's face instantly turned grim, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Jack reached out to cover his wound, his face filled with pain, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Feng. Damn Navy, I'll make you pay for this. Seeing Jack with his severed arm, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. I didn't expect the future notorious disaster to fall here on this unknown island today. At this moment, Jiang Feng looked at Jack with a complex expression, a flicker of pity, a sigh of emotion, and a hint of resolution in his eyes. Jack, meet your end. One sword style, instant slash. A wave of sword energy suddenly attacked Jack, leaving multiple scars on his body. Although Jack had lost an arm, he did not back down, swinging his remaining arm to confront Jiang Feng. Jack's fist collided with the black feather sword once again, but this time his strength had clearly diminished significantly. Jiang Feng looked at Jack with a calm expression. Jack, you are now at the end of your strength. Everything you do is just a futile struggle. Of course, you still have a choice to surrender. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jack laughed as if he had heard a very funny joke. Ha ha, the Navy wants me to surrender? I'd rather choose to die. In fact, Jiang Feng knew that Jack would never surrender. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Since you refuse to surrender, then I can only kill you. You are considered a great pirate, so I will bury you with my strongest move. However, just as Jiang Feng was gathering his strength to swing his sword, a bullet suddenly shot towards him. Jiang Feng quickly swung his sword to block it. Jiang Feng turned his head and looked in the direction the bullet was coming from. He saw a large pirate ship heading towards the island. The size of this pirate ship was comparable to that of a standard naval warship, and the front of the ship had a massive elephant head. As he watched the rapidly approaching pirate ship, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. Was it the Mammoth? It seemed impossible to kill Drought today. The Mammoth, one of the 3 major fleets of the Beast Pirates, commanded by Drought Jack. At this moment, the Mammoth was moving at an incredible speed. This pirate ship was somehow as fast as a naval warship. Was it here to pick up Jack? Jiang Feng had originally planned to kill Drought Jack directly, but unexpectedly, Jack's companions had arrived. At this time, the members of the Mammoth Pirates were all aiming at him. and with Jack still having some strength left, it would be difficult to kill him. However, it was worth a try. If he missed the opportunity to kill Jack today, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. The battle with Jack had completely ignited Jiang Feng's fighting spirit, and his entire body was filled with excitement. He didn't know when it started, but he had come to enjoy such exhilarating combat. Perhaps a warrior gene was flowing in Jiang Feng's bones. Jiang Feng ignored the hot shots on the mammoth, dodging bullets while fighting fiercely with Jack. Bang! Bang! The clash of sword and fist stirred up gusts of wind. Give it up, Navy, you can never kill me. Ha ha ha! Jiang Feng snorted coldly. Ha so much nonsense. On board the mammoth, he ordered, concentrate firepower, and when we get close to the island, hit them hard. Yes. At this moment, a young man put down his binoculars, his expression unusually grave. Seeing Jack on the island in such a sorry state, he even doubted his own eyes. He had followed Jack for many years and had never seen him in such a pathetic condition. Not only was he covered in wounds, but he had also lost an arm. He accelerated, determined to save the captain. Kill that Navy guy. The first mate of the mammoth stood at the front of the ship's deck, his eyes filled with killing intent and bloodshot fury, coldly staring at the island. As the pirate ship drew closer, the pirates on the deck of the mammoth saw Jack's tragic state. He was drenched in blood, covered in wounds, and most horrifyingly, the left side of his body was a bloody mess. If an ordinary person suffered such severe injuries, they would either die from the pain or bleed to death. However, Jack's body was not only terrifyingly strong in power and defense, but his self-healing ability was also extraordinary. When an ordinary person loses an arm, blood would spurt out immediately. But Jack was different. After losing an arm, blood slowly oozed out. This demonstrated just how powerful Jack's self-healing ability was. Nevertheless, Jack was ultimately flesh and blood. And at this moment, he had already lost too much blood, his strength reduced by more than half. What a good opportunity, Jiang Feng thought, as he saw Jack expose a gap, and instantly swung his sword forward. However, at that moment, cannon fire suddenly erupted from the shore, and the barrage directly covered Jiang Feng. Moments later, the smoke cleared. Jiang Feng retracted the spatial barrier, looking complexly at the shore. They have come, really? Just a step away, what a pity. The mammoth ship docked at the shore, and a group of pirates rushed towards Jiang Feng with fierce expressions, surrounding him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng's expression remained calm, as usual. He had consumed a lot of energy in the recent battle, but he was still ready to fight. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run, given his spatial abilities. Unless a powerful being who had broken through the third limit came personally, no one could truly keep him here. Looking at the group of pirates, Jiang Feng smiled. Then let's make a big commotion. Jiang Feng turned his head, looking at Jack with a playful expression. Jiang Feng knew Jack's personality very well. Jack, do you want to escape? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jack became furious. Let go of me, I want to kill him. Captain, he's trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. Captain, your injuries are too severe, you can't fight anymore. Leave this Navy to us. Ship's doctor, quickly take the captain on board. Death to the Navy. Suddenly, all the pirates rushed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked relaxed. Having not used it for a long time, Conqueror's Haki. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly spread from Jiang Feng. After breaking through the second limit, Jiang Feng could now use Conqueror's Haki at will. Now, Jiang Feng's Conqueror's Haki could completely stun anyone below the second limit. Moments later, a group of pirate crew members fell unconscious one by one. To Jiang Feng's surprise, only about 1/3 of the pirates had fainted. From this, it could be seen that the overall quality of the crew on the mammoth ship was stronger than that of the bone pirate crew, truly worthy of being pirates from the New World. Among the pirates who did not faint, half of them were still trembling, looking shocked at the Navy in front of them, wondering what the Navy had just done. A few pirate officers who knew about Conqueror's Haki looked at Jiang Feng with grave expressions. Is this the qualification of a king? Jack was even more dumbfounded. How is that possible? The small fry had been dealt with. Next, I will take down 100 of them. Jiang Feng looked at the group of pirates as if he were a hunter observing his prey, wielding his sword with the technique of instant slashing. He used the Shumpa technique to flash back and forth like a ghostly leader. With each flash, he took down a pirate. In just a few short minutes, the atmosphere by the shore became unusually heavy, as the pirates were filled with fear, not knowing who would be the next to die. One trembling pirate finally spoke up. This Navy is too strong, we should escape. This statement seemed to gain everyone's approval, and the pirates began to retreat towards the mammoth ship. A senior officer from the mammoth ship, seeing the situation, jumped off the ship and urged, "Quick, get on the ship and take the captain away from here. I'll handle this navy." Upon seeing the pirate suddenly jump off the ship, Jiang Feng paused. This pirate felt entirely different from the others, showing signs of real strength. Jiang Feng, although a time traveler, arrived a bit early and is not very familiar with the crew of the mammoth pirate ship. Jiang Feng only knows one of Jack's stronger subordinates, who is Cypherhead. However, looking at this pirate, he doesn't seem to be Cypherhead, and Jiang Feng is not sure who exactly he is. Jiang Feng looked at the pirate in front of him with a playful expression. "Pirate, you have commendable courage, but do you really think you can stop me?" The pirate looked at Jiang Feng with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of fear. "I've seen you on the ship. You are indeed very strong. But so what?" As he looked at the pirate before him, a glimmer of unusual light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He had been in the pirate world for some time now and had encountered many pirates, both big and small. Jiang Feng had seen many pirates who would risk their lives for wealth and many who would resort to any means to survive. But this was the first time he had encountered pirates who would risk their lives to save their comrades. Although most of Jack's subordinates had broken through the second limit, their strengths varied greatly, with some even lacking hockey. At this moment, the pirate crew had gathered around the mammoth, each wearing a look of fear as they stared at Jiang Feng. The first mate of the mammoth wore a grave expression. He possessed conqueror's hockey and had superb swordsmanship, having even severely injured Captain Jack. This Navy officer was clearly not someone they could defeat. "Get on the ship. Let's leave this place," the first mate said, and the pirates' faces showed a heavy sense of relief, finally able to distance themselves from this demon. Previously, when they encountered weaker or evenly matched Navy officers, they never felt fear. They only chose to flee when faced with a powerful and unbeatable Navy. Clearly, the Navy officer before them belonged to the latter category, unbeatable. Watching the pirates scramble onto their ship to leave, Jiang Feng remained calm, showing no concern. Jiang Feng looked at the pirate who challenged him with a playful expression and said, "You don't really think they can escape, do you? Tell me, why did you jump down just now? You could have ignored them. After all, being on the ship was the safest place." The pirate looked at Jiang Feng calmly and replied, "Save them? I just found them annoying. I jumped down to challenge you. I joined them and promised to go to sea with them to challenge all the famous swordsmen and become a great swordsman myself. But along the way, I haven't encountered any outstanding swordsmen. I see you should be a renowned swordsman as well. Being able to severely injure Jack shows your strength is certainly not bad. So I want to challenge you." As he spoke, the pirate drew 2 knives from his waist, holding them in both hands and standing quietly in place. From his eyes, Jiang Feng couldn't discern any emotion. A pure pursuit of the sword path? After hearing the pirate's words, Jiang Feng asked with slight curiosity, "Tell me, what is your name?" For ordinary pirates, Jiang Feng wouldn't bother asking their names as it was completely unnecessary. However, in front of him, Jiang Feng saw fearlessness in the pirate's eyes and sensed his dedication to the pursuit of the sword path. Jiang Feng saw another possibility in him. "Studa." The young man calmly uttered 3 words. Jiang Feng looked at Studa meaningfully, already having a plan in mind for how to deal with him. Seeing that Jiang Feng had no intention of attacking, a hint of determination flashed in Studa's eyes as he executed a dual-wielding technique. With a sword in each hand, Studa charged towards Jiang Feng. Studa's speed was not fast, and Jiang Feng appeared relaxed as he effortlessly swung his sword to block Studa's dual blades. It was easy and without any strain, although Studa wielded 2 swords, giving him twice the strength of a one-handed swordsman. He still could not shake Jiang Feng. At this moment, Studa's expression was heavy as he felt the immense force in his hands, as if he were trying to push against a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. Suddenly, Jiang Feng swung his sword fiercely, sending both Studa and his swords flying away. Studa staggered back for dozens of steps before finally stabilizing himself, his face serious. He thought to himself, he is so strong. If he were to use his full power, I might not even be able to block a single strike. Jiang Feng spoke, "Studa, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Use all your tricks." After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Studa charged up again, wielding his dual knives, striking at Jiang Feng with one slash after another. Studa used his dual blades with great skill, one for defense and one for attack, seamlessly combining them. Jiang Feng had seen the dual-wielding techniques and the essentials of swordsmanship, so he was familiar with the swordplay patterns of dual-wielding swordsmen. However, the Studa in front of him completely deviated from the usual patterns, and each of his attacks surprised Jiang Feng. This Studa was a genius in swordsmanship. It would be a pity to kill him. But a cold glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. "I think it's about time." Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Stud felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body trembling. Am I going to die? One sword style, broken blade. A sword chi suddenly appeared, directly engulfing Stud. Moments later, Stud's short knife dropped to the ground, and a grotesque wound appeared on his chest, with flesh rolling back and blood continuously oozing out. With this strike, Jiang Feng had shown mercy, but whether Stud could survive was up to him. At this moment, the Navy finally arrived late. Seeing the arriving Navy, Jiang Feng instructed them to take care of Stud while he pursued the direction in which the mammoth had disappeared. Xuanbu at this time, on the mammoth, which was already far from the island, the pirates finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too difficult for them to face the Navy that had severely injured Captain Jack. The strengths of both sides were completely on different levels. Finally safe, they were glad to have that big fool Stud. Otherwise, they might not have made it back. Exactly, that guy Stud clearly wanted to be a pirate, yet pretends to be high and mighty. TSK. He talks all day about becoming a great swordsman. I could almost puke hearing it. If it weren't for him being stronger than me, I would have killed him long ago. Ha ha, exactly. At this moment, Jiang Feng spotted the mammoth right in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, found it. With a combination of Moonstep and Xuanbu, Jiang Feng's speed was extremely fast. Looking at the mammoth so close, Jiang Feng revealed a deep gaze. I think it's about time to bury them in this sea. Jiang Feng suddenly stomped on the air, and in that instant, he appeared above the mammoth. The Navy is coming. At this moment, a pirate crew member saw Jiang Feng suddenly appear, his expression changing dramatically. Not good. Immediately, a group of pirate crew members looked up at Jiang Feng in midair, swallowing hard. What does this Navy want to do? One sword style, dark path, remaining moon slash. Suddenly, a black sword chi descended from the sky, appearing above the mammoth, and then it pressed down directly onto the ship. The sword chi sliced through the mammoth, and a crack suddenly appeared across the ship's body. Then the massive mammoth split in two along this crack. The broken ship's body instantly capsized in the sea, creating a huge wave that rippled out in all directions. The pirates falling into the sea included some devil fruit users who immediately fainted. The remaining non-users looked at Jiang Feng with fear. This devil. The sword cut the ship, but it wasn't over yet. After the black sword, chi severed the mammoth. It did not immediately disappear, but transformed into a half-black crescent moon, hanging over the sea. This half-black crescent moon was 30 meters long, dark, and deep. A pulling force emanated from the space crack, drawing in seawater, pirates, and broken ship debris, pulling them out of the sea and into the crack. Jiang Feng, who had long distanced himself from the space crack, watched all this with an expressionless face. This strike, life and death depend on fate. Jack, if you can survive. I have nothing more to say. The space crack continuously sucked in seawater, causing the surface of the sea to surge violently, forming countless water tornadoes. Pirates and broken ship debris were pulled out of the sea and caught in it. Even from several dozen meters away, the pirates' cries of despair and curses could be clearly heard. No, I don't want to die. Damn Navy, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Feng watched this scene with a blank expression and then turned to leave. The campaign against the Bone Pirate Group came to a complete end with Cabe's death. As for the encounter with the drought, Jiang Feng did not say much to the others. In this campaign against the Bone Pirate Group, the standout performer among everyone was undoubtedly Gilly-Eyed, and even the junior officers had no objections to this. On the battlefield, Gilly-Eyed not only completely defeated his opponents, but also rescued his companions multiple times, demonstrating exceptional performance. As for Jiang Feng, it was evident to discerning eyes that he was facing the strongest pirates in the crew. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, they wouldn't have won so easily. Although the final confrontation left everyone a bit puzzled, it did not diminish their admiration for Jiang Feng. Finally, seeing Jiang Feng obliterate an entire street with a single sword left everyone in awe and shock, and the naval officers looked at Jiang Feng with even more respect. After this battle, Jiang Feng had been frequently using the Moonstep technique, and with the space power completely exhausted, both his physical and mental strength had begun to wane. Just a moment ago, he had been holding on, but now that the crisis was over, his body finally relaxed. He left the other, trivial matters to the officers and elites to handle. As for Jiang Feng, he returned to his room to prepare for a good sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up, the warship had set sail again, embarking on the journey back to the naval headquarters. Stepping out of the cabin, he found the sun setting in the west, the sea's surface calm, and the descending sun casting a red glow over the entire sea. Unknowingly, Jiang Feng had already slept for a whole day. Jiang Feng walked to the front of the deck, stretched his body, and found that he felt exceptionally relaxed at that moment. Looking at the sunset, he remembered some past events, recalling how he used to watch the sunset like this on Earth. I will find a way to go back. Mom, Dad, and my sister wait for me. Now, Jiang Feng is not far from breaking through the third extreme limit, and it's also time to consider earning military merit in preparation for his promotion to the rank of general. If Jiang Feng is promoted to general, he will definitely be the youngest general. The battle against the drought brought Jiang Feng many gains, and he also recognized the power of Zoan fruit users. No wonder Kaido went to great lengths to collect Zoan-type devil fruits. Colonel, that person has woken up. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Woke up. It really didn't let me down. Jiang Feng walked into the medical room and saw Studa, whose upper body was completely wrapped in white bandages. Jiang Feng touched his nose, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh. At that moment, Studa's eyes were wide open, thinking, the Navy is going to kill me. I don't want to be imprisoned for life. Studa calmed down only when he saw Jiang Feng enter, looking confused and asking, Navy, why do you want to save me? You all can leave now. Jiang Feng instructed the medical staff to step outside. Then he looked at Studa with a playful expression and said, perhaps it's because you're a fake pirate. He added, by the way, the mammoth has been cut in half by me. As for those pirates, most of them have probably drowned in the sea. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Studa remained calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. What do their lives or deaths have to do with me? Oof. Do you think I'm afraid of what the Navy tells me? Jiang Feng shrugged and said, you are mistaken. I tell you this because I want to let you know that you are free. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Studa was puzzled and a bit confused. Seeing that Studa remained silent, Jiang Feng continued, are you interested in following me? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Studa was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a laugh, huh, you want me to join the Navy? That's too funny. Jiang Feng ignored Studar and said thoughtfully, you're wrong again. I want you to continue being a pirate, but not right now. I hope you can join a pirate crew in a few years. As for which pirate crew, I'll tell you when the time comes. Then Jiang Feng looked at Studar with a serious expression, his imposing aura suddenly pressing down on Studar. Now it's your choice, to help me or to be imprisoned for life. Instantly, Studar felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. His voice trembled as he said, you have to tell me your purpose and which pirate crew I'll be joining. Jiang Feng snorted coldly. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. After a moment, he said, all right, I'll listen to you. Anyway, going out to sea is just to become a great swordsman. It doesn't matter whether I become a pirate or not. Jiang Feng retracted his imposing aura and said, when we reach the next island to resupply, I will let you go. Then, in front of Studa, Jiang Feng left a spatial mark on him, saying, as long as this mark exists and you are still in this world, I will be able to find you. Unless, of course, you cut off your arm. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Studa felt a chill in his heart. Having agreed to help this Navy officer, he felt as if he was making a deal with the devil. Why doesn't the Navy just kill me? You could easily do that. If you want someone to help you with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Just as Jiang Feng was about to leave the medical room, he paused upon hearing Studa's words. Finding a strong pirate was easy, but finding a fake pirate was quite difficult. Everyone has the right to pursue freedom and dreams, but that cannot be an excuse for their reckless behavior. After saying this, Jiang Feng walked away, leaving Studa looking bewildered. Soon after, when the ship docked at a small island, Jiang Feng entered the medical room. When Studa saw Jiang Feng come in, he felt a tightness in his chest. Unsure how this Navy officer would help him escape, seeing Studa's expression, Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Feng approached Studa, ready to set off, and reminded him to remember his words. Studa looked terrified and asked, Navy, what exactly are you planning to do? Jiang Feng smiled slightly and assured, rest assured, my method is safe and reliable. The more relaxed Jiang Feng became, the more worried Studa felt. As soon as the word space replacement left his mouth, Studa instantly vanished. And at that moment, a useless wooden stump appeared on the medical bed. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng walked out of the medical room and returned to his own room, murmuring, I hope my judgment is not wrong. And I also hope this kid is someone worth nurturing. The Navy personnel had finished collecting supplies and were preparing to set off again. An officer rushed into Jiang Feng's room, exclaiming, not good, Colonel. That pirate has disappeared. Jiang Feng looked calm, saying, if we can't find him, then we can't find him. He's just a small pirate. Do you want to search the whole town? He set off back to the Navy headquarters. But, there's no but to set off. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. The second half of the Grand Line, which is the New World. On a calm sea, a huge pirate ship was slowly sailing. manned mostly by burly men. At that moment, in the center of the pirate ship, stood an exceptionally tall and robust man, with a gloomy expression, silent. He did not speak, and the other crew members dared not say a word, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere on the ship. This person was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in the later years, the one who gave the Navy the biggest headache among them. A madman who liked to commit suicide, but could never die. After a moment, Kaido spoke. The mammoth has been sunk, and Jack has lost an arm. His life or death is unknown. Kaido spoke slowly, with his eyes closed and devoid of any emotion, making it impossible for the surrounding pirate crew to gauge his anger. They looked at Kaido in fear, worried that he might suddenly go on a rampage and kill them all. There had been instances in the past where Kaido had gone berserk. That time, when he heard some bad news, he lost control and went on a rampage, killing several pirate crew members with just a few punches. Boss Kaido, Jack will definitely be fine, spoke the other 2 members of the 3 disasters of the later years. According to the news from the crew, it seemed that Jack had fallen at the hands of a young Navy officer. This young Navy officer was Garp's nephew, said to have the highest potential in Navy history. Next time we meet him, we will definitely kill him to avenge Jack. Upon hearing this, Kaido opened his eyes. Garp's nephew, with such high potential? Interesting. I wonder if he can kill me when he grows up. Let us put Jack's matter aside for now. The Bone pirate crew is gone, so let us find other pirate crews to collaborate with, and spare no effort to collect Zoan-type devil fruits. After saying this, Kaido closed his eyes again, seemingly falling asleep. On the boundless sea, Navy warships were slowly sailing. Jiang Feng stepped out of the cabin onto the deck and found all the officers and elites gathered together, chatting and laughing. It seemed that after these days of getting along and fighting side by side, everyone was already familiar with each other. The Navy personnel greeted Jiang Feng with respect as he arrived. They had also gotten to know him over the past few days. He was the most promising elite in the history of the Navy, a child of destiny, yet he was never arrogant. Instead, he treated others kindly. He was powerful, showing no mercy when dealing with pirates, as if he inherently exuded an aura of dominance and ferocity. Usually, he practiced combat with everyone, refraining from striking casually, and when he did strike, it was only to a limited extent. It was only when facing pirates that he would become ruthless and brutal. During the incident with the poisoned spider pirate crew, he had once mercilessly slaughtered pirates, and the horrific scenes were something the elites were unwilling to recall. At this moment, Jiang Feng inadvertently noticed that Mitchell was gazing affectionately at Good on the deck in the distance. Jiang Feng walked over. Hey, isn't this our military flower, Mitchell? Why does Gulida have flowers on his face? You're looking so seriously. Jiang Feng walked to Mitchell's side, leaning against the railing on the deck, and spoke with a slightly teasing tone. It turned out that Mitchell hadn't noticed Jiang Feng. She only realized he was there when he spoke. Her pretty face instantly flushed, and she was flustered, showing a shy demeanor. Who was looking at him? Seeing Mitchell's denial, Jiang Feng laughed and said, Hey, you say I look suave and elegant, like a jade tree in the wind, so why doesn't any girl secretly have a crush on me? This honest big guy isn't even 1/10 as handsome as me, so how did he win our military flower as favor? To be honest, I suddenly find this world a bit incomprehensible. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Mitchell shot him a glance and said, Colonel, are you really the colonel I know? Ha! Jiang Feng chuckled. On a serious note, I have a good relationship with Gulida. Why don't I help you? No way. But I hope the colonel won't tell Gulida. All right, I really don't understand you all. Wouldn't it be fine to just say it directly? Mitchell snorted lightly and quickly ran away. She didn't want to continue talking to the colonel, as Gulida was very close to him and hoped he wouldn't tell Gulida. What to do? Watching Mitchell's retreating figure, Jiang Feng murmured, I really envy that Gulida. He is about to get off the market without making sound. Yet here I am, a tall, rich, and handsome guy, still a single dog. Should I go flirt with the Empress? But right now, the Empress seems to be a little lowly. Should I try nurturing a lowly? No, that seems a bit wicked. The warship sailed from the South China Sea into the doldrums, and after passing through the doldrums, entered the Grand Line. During the first half of the journey, they encountered no sea kings or pirates, but when the naval warship entered the Grand Line, they finally saw signs of pirates. This pirate crew was just an unfortunate small pirate crew. After struggling to reach the Grand Line, they ran into Jiang Feng and his group, which can only be said that they didn't check the calendar before going out. The small pirate crew saw the naval warship and immediately tried to turn and escape. However, their ship couldn't compare to a warship, and after a moment, they were caught up with. The Navy swarmed in and captured the small pirate crew. After that, they encountered no more pirate crews. The boring journey finally came to an end. Looking at the naval headquarters right in front of him, Jiang Feng murmured. After the naval warship returned to the naval headquarters, the headquarters requested a report on this mission from the Navy. Since Jiang Feng was the team leader this time, he also had to write down the performance of each member clearly. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon when Jiang Feng returned home. Upon seeing a little lowly looking around at the door, as if searching for something, he called out, "Xiao Fia, what are you doing?" The little girl saw her brother Feng coming, and her little face lit up with joy as she ran towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng picked up the little girl and started to tease the little lowly. "Xiao Fia, have you missed brother Feng?" The little lowly nodded vigorously and said, "I have. I've been thinking about it every day." Then the little girl stretched out her chubby little hand, her big watery eyes staring at Jiang Feng, looking at him with great anticipation. Seeing Xiao Fia's eager expression, Jiang Feng suddenly felt embarrassed. Oh no, he forgot to prepare a gift. Fia. Brother went to fight bad guys and save the world, not on a trip, so I didn't prepare any gifts. How about next time, I'll bring you 2 gifts. Okay. The little lowly lifted her little head, seemingly pondering whether that was worth it. After a moment, she seemed to think it was quite a good deal, and with a slightly disappointed tone said, "All right then, but you have to remember, next time prepare 2 gifts for Fia. You must remember, don't forget. If you forget next time, I won't talk to you anymore." Looking at the little lowly earnestly reminding him, Jiang Feng smiled and patted her little head. Okay. As he walked into GetsLove's villa, Jiang Feng was just about to go upstairs to rest when he heard GetsLove's voice. "Brat, come here. I have something to say to you." Hearing GetsLove's words, Jiang Feng slowly walked towards him. Just as Jiang Feng reached Garp immediately greeted him with a love-struck iron fist to the head. "Ouch, Uncle Garp, what are you doing?" Garp snorted. Brat, you've gotten bold. I heard you were quite impressive on the Navy warship, beating those lieutenants to a pulp. It seems a few days without a lesson has made you a bit too cocky. Who've you been learning this mess from?" Hearing Garp's words, Jiang Feng looked at him innocently. "Isn't this all learned from Uncle Garp?" Garp's face darkened. "Brat." At the Navy headquarters, in Garp's villa. At this moment, Jiang Feng shouted, "Armament hockey." Instantly, a mysterious aura enveloped Jiang Feng, and after a moment, his whole body turned black. At this time, Jiang Feng was covered in a layer of armament hockey. Being fully armed like this could only be achieved by those who had broken through the 3rd limit. Yet Jiang Feng had managed to do so by only breaking through the 2nd limit. This was all thanks to Jiang Feng's stronger spiritual power compared to ordinary people. In the distance, Garp saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He initially wanted to teach this brat a lesson, but unexpectedly, he was shocked instead. A glimmer of hope flashed in Garp's eyes. Maybe this brat could really cultivate armament hockey to that level. "Uncle Garp, I'm coming." Jiang Feng suddenly charged at Garp. Seeing this, Garp remained calm. Armament hockey. Garp only armed his 2 arms, but unlike Jiang Feng, there were red patterns on Garp's black arms. Bang! Jiang Feng and Garp's fists collided violently with each other. Garp was controlling his strength, which allowed Jiang Feng to fight him blow for blow. With each punch, Jiang Feng felt increasingly powerless. Although his hockey quality was not inferior to Garp's, the difference in quantity was vast. Jiang Feng couldn't break through Garp's armament hockey at all, while Garp's hockey was able to break through his own. After several collisions, Jiang Feng's fists were already injured. At this moment, Jiang Feng realized that fighting Garp was simply a form of self-torture. Jiang Feng was getting more and more confused. Wasn't he supposed to teach me how to use hockey? As expected of Garp, his teaching relies solely on hitting. No more, no more. "Uncle Garp, didn't you say you would teach me how to use hockey? Why do I see you just want to beat me up?" Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Garp laughed heartily. You little brat, you figured it out. I just want to tell you, you still have a long way to go." Upon hearing Garp's words, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. Garp was indeed not suited to be a teacher because he only knew how to teach by hitting people. The next day, at the Navy headquarters, in Zephyr's training ground, the elites were paired up for combat training. Among the elites present, except for a few who had not yet broken through the 2nd limit, everyone else had already succeeded. As for hockey, they had all mastered it. After all, those who stood out from over 500 elites naturally had good talent. Zephyr had once said that to graduate from him, one must first break through the 2nd limit and secondly participate in completing 3 tasks. In fact, the 3 tasks Zephyr mentioned included participating in naval missions for the first 2, and the last one was the naval graduation assessment task. Now, Jiang Feng had already broken through the 2nd limit and had participated in 2 missions, so he could apply for the graduation assessment early. Generally speaking, the graduation assessment is scheduled by the Navy after the elites have studied for 2 years, and all elites participate together. However, Jiang Feng didn't want to wait until then because, for him now, the daily training could no longer improve his strength. He needed a broader stage. Jiang Feng saw Zephyr coming and walked up to him. "Teacher Zephyr, I want to apply for early graduation." As soon as the words fell, the other elites stopped what they were doing and gasped. "Did I hear that right? He wants to apply for early graduation." One elite, seemingly unaware of what applying for early graduation meant, looked confused and said, "Isn't it just applying for early graduation? Why are you all so surprised? If I could graduate early, I would apply too." Upon hearing this elite's words, the others scoffed and shook their heads, looking at him as if he were an alien. "Bro, you joined the Navy but don't do your homework?" The Navy's graduation exam is for all enrolled elites. In simple terms, all elites execute a task together, and the examiners will score based on the performance of the students. Early graduation means executing a task alone. Do you understand now? After hearing the explanation from the other elites, this elite realized how naive and ridiculous his previous question was. The elite who asked the question looked at Jiang Feng in confusion, his voice slightly trembling. Then how could he dare? Zephyr, hearing Jiang Feng's words, had a glint in his eyes and then looked at Jiang Feng with admiration. "Kid Feng, have you really thought this through?" Among the students I've taught, there have been those who applied for early graduation, but all of them, without exception, ended in failure. After hearing what I said, do you still want to apply for early graduation? Jiang Feng remained unmoved, looking at Zifa with a determined expression. Previously he didn't have it, but now he does. "Ha ha. Well, you are indeed Cap's nephew." Zifa turned around, looking at the elite with a half-smile. "Is there anyone among you who wants to apply for early graduation?" Hearing Zifa's words, the elites quickly shook their heads. "Teacher Zifa, let's wait for the unified assessment in 6 months." The elites turned their heads, wearing mischievous smiles at the one who had just claimed he would also apply for early graduation. Feeling the gaze of the elites, the aforementioned brother quickly shook his head shaking like a rattledrum. At this moment, a complex expression flashed across Bazat's face, followed by a hint of anger. Bazat wanted to apply, but he didn't have the courage. Watching Jiang Feng drift further away from him, he felt an indescribable sense of frustration. The reason for his anger was entirely directed at himself, hating that he didn't even have the courage to compete with Jiang Feng. Seeing that no one was applying for early graduation, Zifa turned back to Jiang Feng. "All right, you can go back for now. In a few days, I will arrange an assessment for you." "Yes, Teacher Zifa." Jiang Feng then turned and left. Watching Jiang Feng's departing figure, everyone felt a mix of emotions, realizing that they were completely from different worlds than the person before them. "Do you think Feng will succeed?" "Hee. If you're asking this question, it shows you have no idea how powerful he is." "Is he really strong?" a curious elite asked. Hearing this question, the elites who participated in the extermination of the Bone Pirate group all rolled their eyes at him. His strength, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you probably couldn't even imagine it. At the Navy headquarters, in Steelbone Kong's office, Zifa said, "Kapu, your kid Feng wants to apply for early graduation. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha, great. Give his kid the hardest task." Upon hearing Kapu's words, Zifa shook his head helplessly, looking at his unreliable comrade. "Kapu, is this kid really your nephew?" Then Kapu showed a rarely seen serious expression. "Don't worry. This kid is not only strong, but also has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He'll be fine." Seeing that Zifa and Kapu had no intention of stopping Jiang Feng from applying for early graduation, Steelbone Kong spoke up. "All right then, give him a medium-level task. I remember there seems to be a troublesome pirate group in the North Sea. Let this kid go deal with it." As the Admiral, with a decisive hammer, Kapu and Zifa had no objections. The naval elites trained by Zifa usually become officers directly upon graduation, with the lowest rank being a lieutenant. Therefore, the application for graduation assessments of these elites requires the Admiral's personal approval. "Okay," Zifa nodded. "I'll arrange it for him in a few days." Among the elites in training, only a few can obtain military ranks during their studies. Most elites' positions are arranged freely by the Navy headquarters after graduation. So how are the positions of these elites arranged? The military rank after graduation is determined by the overall score of the graduation assessment. The better the score, the better the position. However, Jiang Feng is already a colonel, so even if he performs exceptionally well in this assessment, his rank will not change. The harshest part of applying for early graduation is that one has to face dangers alone, with no examiners and naturally no rescue. Without other candidates, there will be no support. Everything relies on oneself. If the task fails, his record will directly show that he failed the graduation assessment. The Navy does not have a retake or a redo. One only gets one chance. Although the Navy has many resources, they cannot afford to waste them on failures. As every year, new talents emerge. In the evening, Kapu returned. Kid Feng, I heard you applied for the early graduation assessment. Yes, I want to graduate early and then go out to see the world. Kapu looked at Jiang Feng, who had a determined expression, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Kapu always wanted to train his son to be the best Navy officer, but his son left the Navy to pursue his own dreams. Dragon is indeed outstanding, making Kapu proud. But Dragon ultimately chose his own path and did not develop in the direction Kapu had arranged. So Kapu inevitably felt uncomfortable about this. Now it's good. His nephew has become the most outstanding naval elite and is set to become the youngest naval officer in the future. Watching his growing nephew, Kapu felt very satisfied. Then a complex expression flashed in Kapu's eyes. Kid Feng, you must be careful. Remember not to underestimate any pirate. Yes, Uncle Kapu. A few days later, in Kapu's villa, the rising sun illuminated the earth. When the first ray of sunlight shone into Jiang Feng's room on the balcony, he woke up. Jiang Feng got up, dressed himself, and began to organize some of his personal belongings as he was set to depart for Beihai today. Since Jiang Feng was carrying out the mission alone, wearing a military uniform might raise suspicions. Therefore, he didn't wear his Navy colonel uniform but opted for plain clothes instead. After organizing his belongings, Jiang Feng quietly sat on the bed, took out the black feather sword, held the sword in one hand, and with a clean cloth in the other, gently wiped the blade. Jiang Feng rarely wiped his black feather sword before, as he wasn't fond of the swordsmanship and couldn't feel the emotions of those who love their swords. However, at this moment, he began to wipe the black feather sword, indicating that his mood was far from calm. After a moment, Jiang Feng put down the cloth, realizing that he still couldn't settle his mind. At this time, there was a hint of anticipation, a touch of excitement, and also a bit of worry in his heart. Forget it. The more he thought, the more restless he became. He decided not to think about it anymore. It had been a long time since he practiced swordsmanship, so he might as well go out and train. Now, the sword techniques he had summarized from the essence of swordsmanship had already been mastered to perfection. If he only focused on the techniques and not on the sword's intent, Jiang Feng was not afraid of anyone. Whoosh! Jiang Feng suddenly dashed into the other courtyard, swinging, chopping, and striking one sword after another, sending forth streaks of fine sword energy that left consistent grooves on the ground of the courtyard. After practicing for nearly an hour, Jiang Feng finally stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally calm, he thought to himself, it's really something that I can still feel a sense of panic toward the unknown. It seems I'm still far from being a true strong person. The time is almost up. It's time to prepare to set off. Just as Jiang Feng was about to step out, a small figure rushed over and hugged his legs. Brother Feng, are you leaving again? Little Fia looked reluctant, her big watery eyes glistening with tears. Fia doesn't want Brother Feng to go. Jiang Feng squatted down, looking at the little girl with a gentle expression. Fia, be good. Brother's going to fight the bad guys, and I'll be back in a few days. However, a few friends I met in town told me that their brothers also went to fight the bad guys, but they never came back. The little girl wiped her tears and choked out. After hearing Fia's words, Jiang Feng was completely stunned, looking at the little one with a complicated expression. Unable to say a word, after a moment, he managed to coax her away with some sweet talk. Explaining deep truths to this little girl was pointless, as she wouldn't understand it all. Some things she'll naturally understand when she grows up. Naval port, Jiang Feng boarded a warship that was heading to the North Sea. The warship was only responsible for taking Jiang Feng to the North Sea. What he would do upon arrival was none of their concern. Suddenly, the warship roared, its sails billowing high in the sea breeze, and then it accelerated abruptly, disappearing from the sight of the crowd at the port. Listening to the sound of the flowing and surging sea, and gazing at the boundless ocean, Jiang Feng's mood instantly improved. Looking up at the vast blue sky and breathing in the exceptionally fresh air over the sea, one would feel their heart naturally open and their spirits lift. A person under the protection of a strong can never truly grow. To stand on one's own, one must endure numerous hardships. To conquer this sea and become its strongest, one must pay a great price. Upon arriving in the pirate world, Jiang Feng was just an ordinary person, thus needing the Navy's protection. But now, Jiang Feng's strength had surpassed that of most people. He no longer needed protection and aimed to climb higher peaks and see farther vistas. The Navy warship slowly approached a small island. Upon seeing this unknown island, Jiang Feng finally revealed a long-lost smile. Finally, land was in sight. The journey had been quite boring. He hadn't encountered any sea kings or pirates, and had spent the entire time training, which was truly exhausting. Soon, the warship docked at the island's port. A major came to Jiang Feng and said, "Colonel, We can only take you this far. This is the most prosperous island in the North Sea, and I believe it will help you with your mission." Hearing the major's words, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. "Oh, thank you. Let me off here." This place would indeed be helpful for Jiang Feng, as the intelligence provided by the naval headquarters was minimal. He didn't even know where to go to complete his mission. The naval headquarters tasked Jiang Feng with capturing the captain of the Sky Pirates, Hidas, using his own strength. They provided basic information about the crew of the Sky Pirates, but did not disclose their exact location, only mentioning that they were in the North Sea. Therefore, Jiang Feng first needed to find out the specific location of the Sky Pirates, which was also part of the assessment. The deadline for the mission was neither too long nor too short, just 1 month. This most prosperous island in the North Sea, filled with all kinds of people, was undoubtedly the best place to gather information. When Jiang Feng first heard the name Sky Pirates, he thought they were a group of pirates longing for freedom. But to his surprise, the Sky Pirates ran rampant in the North Sea, committing all sorts of atrocities, especially their captain, Hidas, who took pleasure in torturing people to death. Hidas was a devil fruit user, possessing the superhuman air fruit, allowing him to manipulate air freely. When Hidas killed, he usually did not deliver a fatal blow. He preferred to slowly torture people to death. He would place severely injured individuals in a vacuum zone he created and watch as they suffocated to death in their struggles. Those killed by Hidas had terrifying deaths, their faces twisted in despair, unable to close their eyes in death. Looking at the wanted poster featuring the man with a twisted smile, Jiang Feng clenched his right hand tightly. "Humph. Capture him. I'll chop him down with a single sword." Jiang Feng got off the ship with the other Navy officers and walked towards the center of the island, while the other Navy personnel went to replenish supplies, as they still had a long journey ahead. Since he had just arrived, what should he do? Right, first go to the shop and buy a gift for Xiaofia. And then, let's indulge a bit with a spa treatment. It's not every day he gets to be out, so he might as well treat himself. Ah, refreshing, so refreshing. At this moment, Jiang Feng was completely immersed in the hot spring, unable to suppress a moan. He remembered how envious he was in his past life when he saw Luffy and the others enjoying a hot spring in one piece. Now he finally got to fulfill that wish. Soaking the hot spring, Jiang Feng felt completely relaxed. Suddenly, a faint voice came through. "Ajin, this time I'm introducing you to our captain. You must perform well. You should know that now, many people want to join our Sky Pirate crew. They line up from the North Sea to the Grand Line." The young man called Ajin nodded and said flatteringly, "Zhuangge, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to join the Sky Pirate crew." Zhuangge looked proud and replied, "Of course. If it weren't for the fact that you're from the same hometown, with your strength, I wouldn't even feel embarrassed to bring you to the captain." Yes. I remember your kindness, Zhuangge. In the future, through fire and water, as long as you say the word, I won't refuse." A moment later, a hint of worry flashed across Ajin's face. "But Zhuangge, I heard that your captain is extremely cruel. I'm afraid." Look at you, so timid. If our captain wasn't ruthless, would he have the prestige he has today? Remember, the captain likes others to praise his cruelty and dislikes anyone who goes against his wishes. Keep these 2 points in mind, and you won't have any trouble. I'm here this time to handle an important matter, and in about 10 days. I'll take you to meet the captain. Then Zhuangge, where's your captain now? On Bocaden Island, 1,000 kilometers away. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The world is always full of drama. He was worried about how to find the Sky Pirate crew, and they just delivered themselves to his doorstep. Bocaden Island, got it. After soaking in the hot spring, Jiang Feng walked down the street. Since he already knew the location of the Sky Pirate crew, he should find a ship to head there. The Navy warship definitely couldn't go back, as they had their own missions. But where to find a ship? Got it. Jiang Feng walked into a shop selling boats and said to the owner, "Sir, I want to buy a boat." The owner replied, "To buy a boat from our shop, you need to make a reservation and pay a deposit. Then come back in 2 months to pick it up." Jiang Feng said, "I'm in a hurry. Is there a ready-made boat available?" Money is not an issue. The receptionist, dressed in a black suit, looked at Jiang Feng with regret and said, "I'm afraid not. We don't sell ordinary sailboats here." Jiang Feng then asked, "Are there other boat shops in this town?" Upon hearing his question, the receptionist's eyes flashed with pride as he replied, "Our shop has been around for over 100 years, and our boat builders are the best. We only accept custom boat orders because we aim to create boats that satisfy everyone." The receptionist continued, "There used to be other shops in this small town, but they have all changed their trades, and now all the boat builders are here." After listening to the receptionist, Jiang Feng shook his head, realizing he needed to find another way. "Since I can't buy one, I'll just steal one. There will surely be pirates landing on the island in the next few days." He lingered by the shore for several days, just waiting for a pirate ship. On the third day, he finally spotted one. As he watched a pirate ship slowly approaching from afar, a smile flashed across Jiang Feng's face. All right, that one will do. As the pirate ship got closer, Jiang Feng's expression changed dramatically when the entire ship came into view. The ship looked no different from others, but the pirate emblem on it was unmistakable. It was the mark of the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be Whitebeard? No, it couldn't be Whitebeard. It seemed to be one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Which captain could it be? The pirate ship docked at the island's port, and a young man with a golden punk hairstyle, a dagger at his waist, and a Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his chest appeared at the front of the deck. Hurry up and go replenish supplies. Dad is waiting for us in the new world. Jiang Feng, familiar with the pirate storyline, immediately recognized him as Marco the Phoenix. Although Marco was still young at this time, it didn't hinder Jiang Feng from identifying him. Interesting. After that, while most of the crew went to gather supplies, Jiang Feng secretly sneaked onto the pirate ship. The sea breeze filled the sails of the pirate ship as the navigator looked at the permanent pointer on his wrist and steered in that direction. They had already wasted too much time on this matter. They couldn't keep Dad waiting anxiously in the new world. The ship slowly sailed toward the center of the sea, and at that moment, Jiang Feng stood atop the mast of the pirate ship, watching the busy pirates below. When Jiang Feng first boarded the ship, he almost got discovered. But every time he was about to be found out, he could instantly flash to another place. This pirate ship, although not the Moby Dick of Whitebeard, was still quite large. Finding Jiang Feng, who was proficient in spatial abilities, on this ship was only possible if he actively revealed his position. Marco, you really are something. Becoming a team captain at such a young age, and the captain of the First Division at that. It seems old Dad really values you. Jean, Kaz. Why do I feel a hint of jealousy in your words? I know, you must be envious of Marco. But makes sense. If it weren't for Marco S. joining, you would be the captain of the First Division now. Upon hearing this, Jean Kaz snorted coldly. I'm not that petty. Marco is stronger than me. I have no objections to him being the captain of the First Division. Seeing the crew starting to argue, Marco spoke up. What S with this captain nonsense? It's just a title. We're all Dad-S kids. Dad treats us equally. Well said. There should be applause for that. Jiang Feng, who was on top of the mast, smiled and clapped his hands. Who is that? The crew on the deck was startled, looking up at Jiang Feng in shock. How could there be an outsider here? When did he appear on the ship? One by one, the pirates drew their weapons. Glaring at Jiang Feng, Kid, get down here. I'm going to chop you up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng curled his lips, thinking how beautiful life was, yet they were so irritable. At this moment, Marco was enveloped in green flames, staring angrily at Jiang Feng. This boy appeared silently on the pirate ship. Clearly not a good person. Shuanpa. In the next moment, Jiang Feng flashed directly from the mast of the pirate ship to Marco's back, then thrust his black feather sword, pressing it against Marco's shoulder. The blade of the black feather sword rested against Marco's neck, the sharp edge cutting into his skin and leaving a trail of blood. The speed of this strike was so fast that Marco only reacted when the sword was already on him, and he immediately felt a wave of weakness. Marco wasn't familiar with Jiang Feng's abilities, so he was caught off guard. Jiang Feng's ability is to win by surprise. Those who haven't seen his power before can easily fall for it. Feeling his entire body lose strength, Marco's expression changed drastically. Seeing their captain being subdued, the pirate crew was furious but didn't dare to act. Let go of the captain, or I'll kill you. Jiang Feng ignored their shouts, looked at Marco, and said, as an ability user, being so careless, you clearly have a short life ahead of you. As for you, that's right, I've robbed you. Your ship is now mine. Don't move. Listen carefully to what I say. I'll only say it once. Turn the ship around and head to Bockerton Island. Don't tell me you don't know where it is. The pirates all looked confused. They had been robbed. Marco, hearing Jiang Feng's words, said incredulously, Brother, you didn't rob us just to go to Bockerton Island, did you? Yeah, why not? Marco, kid, if you have the guts, let go of our captain and fight me. Marco, seeing that the other party had no malicious intent, relaxed a bit in his heart, but still looked bitterly at Jiang Feng, wondering what kind of abnormal person he was. Hey, kid, Bockerton Island is right ahead. Can you let go of our captain now? Seeing Bockerton Island so close, Jiang Feng showed a hint of joy. He immediately released Marco and sheathed his black feather sword. The other crew members wanted to take action, but were stopped by Marco. Just as Jiang Feng was about to leave, Marco's voice came from behind. Hey, little brother. Wait a moment. What is it? Do you want to fight me again? I'm all for it. Marco smiled and looked at Jiang Feng, little brother. Since we've fought and gotten to know each other, I wonder if you would be willing to join our pirate crew? Jiang Feng thought. If you knew I was in the Navy, I wonder if you would still say these words. Jiang Feng looked at Marco and pretended to hesitate for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, your pirate crew must be the famous Whitebeard pirates, right? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the pirate crew members showed a hint of pride on their faces. But I'm not interested. What? You little brat. Say that again. Do you believe I'll kill you? Marco looked at Jiang Feng in confusion. Why? Don't you long for such a life, sailing the seas? Don't you yearn to be a free pirate? Marco asked him. Tell me, why do you want to be a pirate? In my early years at sea, it was for freedom, unrestrained, to roam the ocean. Until I met Dad. He gave me a sense of belonging to a family. Over time, I no longer want to leave the Whitebeard pirates. I set sail to become a swordmaster. I'm an orphan, free to go wherever I want. I love adventure, and joining a pirate crew is about experiencing extraordinary adventures. I love traveling, and joining a pirate crew is to see the scenery of different places in this world. One by one, everyone shared their reasons for going to sea. Hearing their words, Jiang Feng fell into deep thought. Was a true pirate? Should pirates even exist? No one gave Jiang Feng an answer. After a moment, Jiang Feng firmly said, Sorry everyone, I also have my own dreams to fulfill. Then what is your dream? Jiang Feng looked at everyone with a playful expression, saying, My dream is to end this era of pirates. Everyone was silent. Then Jiang Feng disappeared from their sight. Marco watched Jiang Feng leave as if he had a premonition, murmuring, I hope the next time we meet, we are not enemies. A few days later, in a sea area of the New World. Marco, was your trip to the North Sea smooth? Hearing the words of the tall and strong man in front of him, Marco couldn't help but recall Jiang Feng's figure. There weren't any other issues, but I did meet an interesting guy. The middle-aged man smiled and said, To be called a dead guy by you, I'm quite curious. Jean Kazi scoffed, Old man, that guy is just an arrogant brat, claiming he wants to end this pirate era. Haha, is that so? Then he really is an arrogant brat. Bocaden Island. This is a medium-sized island with 4 small towns. Unlike other medium-sized islands, this one has 2 ports. The most prosperous town on the island is Bocaden Town, which occupies one of the ports exclusively. Jiang Feng had been on Pocketon Island for 5 days and had already figured out the exact location of the Sky Pirates. The Navy's mission for Jiang Feng was to capture the captain of the Sky Pirates, Hittas, which was made easier considering he was executing the task alone. However, Jiang Feng planned to eliminate the entire Sky Pirates crew. Killing Hittas would certainly disband the Sky Pirates, but those surviving pirates would join other pirate crews, effectively destroying one pirate crew only to create another. In the evening, Jiang Feng arrived at Pocketon Island, ready to wipe out the Sky Pirates that night. At that moment, Pocketon Town was filled with smoke. 2 factions were engaged in a chaotic battle, turning the entire town into a battlefield, with both sides being pirates and each side having hundreds of members. One side was the Sky Pirates that Jiang Feng was familiar with, while the other was an unknown pirate crew, though it appeared that this unknown crew was also quite powerful. As the pirates fought, the surrounding townsfolk hid in their homes, too scared to venture outside. At that moment, a hurried figure accidentally bumped into Jiang Feng, looking flustered and saying, I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Seeing the middle-aged woman who had bumped into him, looking tense and frightened, Jiang Feng calmly replied, Don't be afraid, I'm not a pirate. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the woman relaxed a little, though the fear on her face did not dissipate. Young man, run quickly. There's a pirate crew fighting ahead. If you go there, you'll be killed. Jiang Feng said, It's nothing. Can you tell me which 2 pirate crews are fighting? I heard from others that one is the Sky Pirate crew, and the other seems to be the White Snake Pirate crew. It's been 2 months, and this is their 5th battle. Each time, it leaves the town in ruins. The once good Pocketon Town is almost destroyed by them. I really hope they all die. At this point, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth, her face filled with hatred. After hearing her words, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to gain unexpected information. Don't worry. After today, these 2 pirate crews will no longer appear. After saying this, Jiang Feng turned and walked towards the battlefield. Damn it. Let's kill all the scum of the White Snake Pirate crew. Humph. Today we must let the cowardly members of the Sky Pirate crew know our power. How dare they provoke me? Kill the scum of the Sky Pirate crew. Kill. Kill. Following the shouts, Jiang Feng arrived at the central area of Pocketon Town. After walking through several streets, he reached the edge of the battlefield, where he could hear the sounds of their fighting from a distance. It was clearly a chaotic scene inside. Jiang Feng shook his head and walked forward without a care. Who are you? What are you doing here? Godi. A pirate at the edge of the battlefield spotted Jiang Feng and charged at him. Bang! A punch sent him flying. Boring. As he walked along, He encountered some pirates who were asking for trouble, and he simply punched them in the head. Jiang Feng walked all the way to the highest building in Pakatan town before stopping, suddenly appearing on top of the structure. Let them fight it out first. He would clean up the mess later. After all, both sides in the fight were pirates, so let them kill each other. Once there was a result, he would suppress them all. After all, the only one worth his effort in these two pirate crews was their captain. Below, a young man with short yellow hair and a young man with long white hair were engaged in a fierce battle. The young man with short yellow hair was Jiang Feng's target, Hidas. The young man with long white hair was Kinska, the captain of the White Snake Pirates. Kinska had a bounty of 115 million berries and was a Zoan-type user of the White Snake fruit. Hidas had a bounty of 130 million berries. The two were evenly matched, but Hidas's bounty was higher than Kinska's. This was because Hidas had a more notorious reputation. His cruel deeds had long spread throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Kinska, prepare tout dit. Ever since I ate the air fruit, I have become the sky, and I will become the new king. Air bomb. High-density gas clusters formed around Kinska, enveloping him completely before suddenly exploding. Kinska's skin was torn open, and his body was covered in wounds. Beast transformation. Kinska activated his fruit ability, his body covered in white snake scales, becoming extremely flexible. His head transformed into that of a giant snake, and a snake tail appeared behind him. Kinska flicked his tongue, and his eyes glinted coldly as he charged at Hidas. Moving with incredible agility and speed, Hidas prepared to die. Finally, it was nearing the end. The Sky Pirates had won against the White Snake Pirates. Haha, the trash of the White Snake Pirates knows how powerful we are now. From today, Pakatan Town is the territory of our Sky Pirates. A high-ranking officer of the Sky Pirates looked at Hidas and said, Captain, although we won this time, our crew suffered heavy casualties. Just a bunch of low-level minions. If they die, we can recruit more. With our current prestige, are we afraid we can't find new recruits? Ha ha ha. Now it's time for my favorite part. Bring all the surviving crew members of the White Snake Pirates to me. Moments later, the pirates of the Sky Pirates brought the surviving crew members of the White Snake Pirates before Hidas. Looking at the pirates in front of him, Hidas revealed a mad expression. Do you know what I'm going to do? The bound pirates, upon hearing Hidas's words, seemed to recall some terrifying rumors. Their faces filled with horror as they looked at Hidas. No, please don't kill me. I'm willing to join the Sky Pirates. Hidas became even more frenzied. It's not that simple. Just die in despair. Vacuum zone. The pirates were suddenly trapped in a strange space. Hidas looked at the pirates in the space with a wicked smile. For us humans to live, we must breathe. One day, I discovered that there are gases in the air that we humans need to breathe. At that moment, I had an idea. What would happen if I extracted these gases? The answer is that humans would be unable to breathe and would die. The pirates in the vacuum zone looked desperate, unable to breathe, their faces turning red from suffocation. One pirate struggled to crawl out of the vacuum zone, but was immediately stepped on by Hidas, unable to move. The pirates on the ground struggled desperately, but their struggles were in vain, only causing them more pain. Because it was a vacuum zone, their curses could not escape, and the atmosphere around them was eerily quiet. From the outside, one could only see their powerless struggles. Some of Hidas's crew, already used to such scenes, had expressionless faces, while others, seeing this for the first time, trembled all over. Soon, the pirates one by one suffocated to death in their struggles, their eyes wide open in death. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng felt complicated emotions. This was the world of pirates, filled with bloodshed and violence, where no one knew if they would be wiped out by a stronger pirate or eliminated by the Navy the next day. When he saw that all the pirates of the White Snake Pirates had died, Hidas turned to look at his crew, seeing those who were still trembling. He grinned wickedly. Welcome to the world of pirates. In the world of pirates, only if you are more ruthless and stronger than others, you will not be bullied. Hidas, will become a great pirate. My next goal is the new world. Don't worry, follow me, and I will make you famous. Just as Hidas was passionately stirring up the crowd and inciting their spirits, Jiang Feng spoke up. I think everyone is calling for your defeat. Who dares to come out? Hearing the sudden voice, the crew of the Sky Pirates showed a hint of panic on their faces. Is there an enemy? Could it be that the White Snake Pirates are not completely dead? Shuanpa. Jiang Feng appeared in front of Hidas. Jiang Feng said calmly, Hidas, I'm afraid I have to disturb your sweet dreams. After today, there will be no more Sky Pirate crew. Hidas looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him and immediately recognized that this young man was not simple. After watching the fierce battle between the two pirate crews, he remained so calm. He was either an idiot or very strong, and Haidaz clearly leaned towards the latter. Haidaz revealed his signature wicked smile and asked, "I wonder, little brother, what brings you to our sky pirate crew?" Jiang Feng said calmly, "It's nothing much. I just want to eradicate your sky pirates." Haidaz's eyes narrowed. "Eradicate? For what you said, are you with the Navy?" "That's right, you guessed it. Then let me send you on your way." Jiang Feng looked at Haidaz, and as he spoke, a series of small spatial blades appeared in his hand. With a casual wave, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. The spatial blades arranged themselves neatly in the air, resembling a web of knives, suddenly descending upon the pirates in front of them. Bang! Bang! With each strike, the pirates were left with small knife wounds, and some of them even had their throats sliced open. The black spatial blades did not disappear immediately after injuring the pirates. Instead, they violently struck the surrounding buildings, leaving behind a trail of knife marks. In an instant, the entire street was covered in these marks. Feeling a sting on his face, Haidaz touched his cheek and realized that it had also been cut. Haidaz looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression, understanding that this Navy officer had the ability to kill him. Were those blades just now a manifestation of your devil fruit ability? Truly troublesome. Of course, you can understand it that way too. After a moment, Haidaz, who was not the type to surrender easily, thought to himself that the Navy would pay the price. His expression darkened, and a glint of murderous intent and madness flashed in his eyes. "Navy, once I defeat you, I will slowly torture you to death." The next moment, Haidaz suddenly waved his hand, air bomb. A mass of high-density gas surrounded Jiang Feng completely. For an ordinary person, this move would indeed be difficult to handle. But was Jiang Feng an ordinary person? Shuanpa. In the split second before the air bomb exploded, Jiang Feng had already flashed in front of Haidaz. "Your little tricks are of no use to me." Bang! A punch landed squarely on Haidaz's face, sending him flying and crashing hard against the surrounding wall. Jiang Feng stepped forward to Shadaz, who couldn't use armament hockey, had pitifully weak observation hockey, and had turned his devil fruit ability into a child's trick. "Are you sure your head is really worth 130 million berries?" Looking at the slowly approaching Jiang Feng, Shadaz's face twisted with rage. "Navy die. Vacuum zone." In an instant, a strange transparent space enveloped Jiang Feng. Seeing his scheme succeed, Shadaz's expression became maniacal. "Ha ha ha. Navy, you're doomed. Here, only I can breathe. As long as I hold you back and prevent you from escaping, you will slowly suffocate to death. Are you desperate now? Navy, come plead with me. Maybe I'll let you go." In the vacuum zone, Jiang Feng suddenly felt unable to breathe. A moment of panic flashed through him, but he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, a glint of understanding appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes as he looked at Shadaz. No wonder Shadaz had a bounty over 100 million. The air fruit was indeed an extremely terrifying ability, and the current Shadaz had not fully developed his powers, so the coverage of the vacuum zone was limited. If one day Shadaz could expand his vacuum zone to cover a small island, or even wider, he would surely make a name for himself in the entire pirate world. Thinking of this, a hint of regret flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Such a potentially powerful devil fruit ability was about to be buried in his hands today. However, considering Shadaz's actions, Jiang Feng's resolve to kill Shadaz became even firmer. If Shadaz grew stronger, the Navy would have another major headache. Similarly, who knows how many people would suffer and die at his hands. At this moment, Jiang Feng's face flushed slightly, and he thought, "I must end this quickly." Jiang Feng took out the black feather sword, ready to strike. As his momentum reached its peak, he executed a one-sword technique to sever the void. With a swing of his sword, the black sword energy directly crossed the entire vacuum zone, splitting it in two. This black sword energy was forcibly cleaved out by Jiang Feng using spatial power. Because there was no air in the vacuum zone, such a powerful slash could not be unleashed at all. Ordinary swordsmen in the vacuum zone could not exert their strength because there was no air. They couldn't even release a normal sword energy. There are two ways to wield a sword and produce sword energy. One is to rely on brute force to forcibly swing out the sword energy, where immense strength drives the sword blade to swiftly cut through the air, creating a rupture between two layers of air, thus generating sword energy. The second is to understand the breath of all things, to comprehend the essence of air, and to feel the rhythm of the air to sever it. Regardless of the method, air is required, but at this moment, Jiang Feng was in a vacuum zone without air. Therefore, he could only forcibly unleash a sword energy using spatial power. At this moment, Zadatsi had an incredulous expression on his face. How could it be possible to unleash such a powerful slash without air? The surrounding pirates showed shock on their faces. The captain had never severed the vacuum zone before, but now, impossible. Having severed the vacuum zone and breathing fresh air, Jiangfeng's flushed cheeks finally returned to their normal color. It seems I underestimated you just now. Well then, next, let us go to hell. Jiangfeng sheathed the black feather sword, activating armament hockey. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Hida's, his heavy fist enveloped in armament hockey, aimed directly at Hida's vital points. One punch after another crashed into Hida's. The colossal force of dozens of tons struck Hida's, and he exerted all his strength with every punch. Each place where his fists landed echoed with the crisp sound of bones breaking. Boom! With a loud crash, Hida's was suddenly blasted away, sliding across the ground for several dozen meters before crashing into a corner of the wall. Is he still alive? What tough life he has. Hida's struggled to stand up, realizing that most of his bones, except for his legs, had been shattered, and now he couldn't even lift his arms. Hida's was in a sorry state, covered in blood, with some broken bones even piercing through his skin and exposed to the air. However, at that moment, Jiangfeng did not see despair on Hida's face. Instead, he saw a hint of madness. Navy, I don't want to die at your hands. My goal is to become a great pirate in the new world. D. Air vortex. As soon as the words left his mouth, a swirling tornado appeared in the center of Bakutan town, with the surrounding air rushing towards this vortex. Jiangfeng felt the air around him becoming increasingly thin, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. Ha ha, Navy, you must have miscalculated. Once I gather all the air from the island together, I'm going to create an air bomb powerful enough to blow up the entire island. Seeing Jiangfeng about to make a move, Haidaz wore a sinister smile. Navy, you absolutely must not attack me right now. If my powers go out of control, I don't know what terrifying things will happen. After hearing Haidaz's words, Jiangfeng furrowed his brow, but spoke in a calm tone. If this air bomb explodes, you will die too. Haidaz's lips curled up, his wicked smile growing wider. It all depends on your choice. Navy, you have two options now. Either we all die together. If you don't care about your own life and the lives of the people on this island, then we could die together. Of course, you can choose to kill me and escape by yourself. However, tomorrow the whole world will know that the Navy sacrificed the lives of an entire island's populace just to kill a small pirate. As for the second option, it's simple. I want you dead. Once you're dead, I will definitely retract my powers. Saying this, Haidaz's face showed madness and pride. Don't you Navy folks think of yourselves as embodiments of justice? Why are you hesitating to make this sacrifice to save innocent people? One life for the lives of the entire island's populace. You'd be gaining a lot. After listening to Haidaz's incessant chatter, Jiangfeng remained calm. I choose to kill you. I bet you won't dare to detonate this bomb because you're afraid of dying. At first, Jiangfeng was indeed furious at his own carelessness. But he soon calmed down and thought of a way to deal with it. At this moment, Jiangfeng's calmness was not feigned. He had already thought of a countermeasure. Haha, Navy, even at this point, you still want to pretend? Do you think I'm afraid of dying? Today, let me show you my masterpiece. Compression. The surrounding air instantly returned to normal, and the air vortex in the sky slowly began to gather into a sphere. Moments later, the several-meter-long air vortex transformed into a sphere about 1 meter in diameter, with an extremely high air density. After becoming a sphere, more and more air continued to flow into it. From this sphere, Jiangfeng could clearly feel an intense sense of crisis. If this sphere exploded, it would definitely destroy most of the island. So Navy, what is your choice now? Jiangfeng remained unmoved, his face resolute as he said, detonate it now. I don't have time to waste with you. Upon hearing Jiangfeng's words, a clear struggle appeared in Shidaz's eyes. Are you really willing to die with us? At this moment, the surviving crew members of the Sky Pirates were already petrified with fear, sitting on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Captain, no. We don't want to die. Captain, we can surrender. At least we won't be killed. After hearing the words of the crew, a hint of wavering flashed in Shidaz's eyes. No, Shidaz must die. I came here to kill him, Jiangfeng said calmly. The pirates looked desperate and pleaded. Please stop talking, okay? Don't provoke our captain anymore. Shut up, all of you. If I die, no one will have it easy. Let's die together. Hidaz resolutely decided to detonate the air bomb, and in an instant, the high-density air sphere began to expand. Just then, Jiangfeng took out a metal plate engraved with a mark and threw it at the air bomb. As the plate approached the air bomb, Jiangfeng activated the mark on the plate. Suddenly, a strange spatial ripple appeared in front of the air bomb, and then the air bomb disappeared without a trace. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise came from the surface of the sea. A violent wave of air rushed from afar, even reaching the town of Bakatin at the northernmost part of the island. The air wave stirred the sea surface, creating huge waves that crashed against the buildings on the shore, submerging half of the southern part of the island. Fortunately, the towns on the island were concentrated in the north and east, and both ports were in these two directions. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. The pirates, who had their eyes tightly shut, opened them to see that they were still alive, overjoyed. I'm not dead. I don't know why, but it's so great to be alive. Jiang Feng looked at Zidaz with anger in his eyes. You actually dared to detonate it. Damn thing. Humph. In this world, there really is nothing that I, the old man, am afraid to do die. Jiang Feng flashed in front of Zidaz, reached out and grabbed his head, directly smashing it into the ground. Bang! With a loud noise. Zidaz's head was embedded into the ground, causing the ground to crack open instantly. At this point, Zidaz was dead. The other pirate crew members wanted to escape. Can you get away? Blade of Space. Tiny blades of space transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper, killing all the pirates. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng rushed to the northern port, wanting to find a ship to set sail. The next day, the terrified residents stepped out of their homes and saw pirate corpses everywhere on the streets. The pirates of the Sky Pirates and the White Snake Pirates were all dead. How wonderful! The people cried tears of joy. At this moment, a middle-aged woman seemed to be searching for something, and after a moment, she gave up looking and gazed into the distance, asking, was it you who did this? The next morning, Jiang Feng arrived at the port. Looking at the largest port of Bakatin Island, he noticed that although it was called a port, it was actually just a simple renovation of the island's edge. Bakatin Island had a peculiar shape, with the northernmost coast having an inward bend where all the ships docked. Jiang Feng looked carefully at several pirate ships from distance, his eyes showing a satisfied expression. Suddenly, a sailboat caught his attention. Its sails and outline were intact and brand new, looking like a completely new vessel. This indicated that a very meticulous shipwright had been regularly maintaining the ship. The design of the sailboat was also quite interesting. Its structure had a vintage shape, with the front and back tapering towards the middle, which was not typical for a medium-sized vessel. At the bow, there was a large wolf head statue embedded. It's you. Jiang Feng boarded the ship and saw a young girl seriously wiping the deck with a cloth. Hey, are you a pirate too? The girl, upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, realized someone had come aboard. She waved her cloth defensively at Jiang Feng. Who are you? Don't come closer. This is the ship of the Sky Pirate crew, and the captain is Hideous. Don't come closer. Looking at the girl with a pretty face in front of him, Jiang Feng was stunned for a second. Although the girl was dressed in men's clothes, it couldn't hide her tall figure. It seemed she had intentionally kept her hair short to appear even more handsome. Her fearful expression was quite charming, and Jiang Feng smiled. This girl didn't look like a pirate at all. Hideous is dead. This ship now belongs to me. Hideous is dead? Really? That's great. I can go home now. Upon hearing the news of Hideous' death, the girl was overwhelmed with joy. You must be a crew member of the Sky Pirate crew too, right? Why do you seem so happy that your captain is dead? That guy should have died a long time ago, the girl said with resentment. I was taken from my home by this guy. Actually, my family is from the West Sea, a place called Rosetown. My name is Loris. We come from a small shipbuilding family, and we've made a living from shipbuilding for generations. It's all my fault. I don't like shipbuilding. I love sailing. I want to be a navigator. As she spoke, a hint of anger flashed across the girl's pretty face. 3 years ago, Hideous came to our town, knowing I could be a navigator, and forcibly took me away. If I hadn't gone with him, he would have killed everyone in the town, so... After hearing the girl's words, Jiang Feng understood that this ship seemed to hold great significance for her. A trace of pride appeared on the girl's face. This ship was built by my father over 2 years, costing more than 20 million berries in total. It's not a pirate ship. It's a vessel for living, specifically built for me by my father. It's called the Golden G. See? This wolf head is a statue of my pet, Jean G. Your family's shipbuilding is quite unique. Jiang Feng teased about the Golden G, and the girl shot him a glare. Just its keel is worth 10 million berries. It's made from the best Namu wood in the 4 seas. This Namu wood comes from the depths of the ocean, is very sturdy, and even when exposed to the sea for long periods, it doesn't lose its resilience. Unfortunately, Hideous had no idea of this ship's value. Nodding, Jiang Feng followed the girl around the ship, tapping on a few easily damaged spots, all producing solid sounds. He nodded and said, "It's a good ship. By the way, I forgot to ask, who are you and how did you end up here?" Jiang Feng's news brought great joy to the girl, which reminded her that she didn't even know this person in front of her. Me? I'm a Navy. Just call me Feng. I killed Zidaz. The girl giggled and said, "Haha, How is that possible? You look only a few years older than me. How could you be stronger than Zidaz? You must have seen Zidaz being killed from a distance, right? Seeing the girl's disbelief, Jiang Feng shrugged and replied, I've told you my identity. It's you who doesn't want to believe it. Looking at Jiang Feng's serious expression, the girl still didn't believe him. After a moment, she said, I want this ship. Impossible. This ship is mine. Whoever dares to take it, I will fight them to the death. The girl looked determined, making a fierce expression at Jiang Feng, her hands protecting the ship. Looking at the girl in front of him, there was not a hint of fierceness. Jiang Feng could only shake his head helplessly. So, where are you going next? Can you take me along? Of course, I'm going back to the West Sea. Huh, going back to the West Sea? I bet you haven't even left the North Sea before being killed by the surrounding pirates. Upon hearing this, the girl's heart sank, and a trace of fear flashed across her pretty face. Then what should I do? Sail to the North Sea Navy branch, and I'll have them send you back. Find a navy? Are you kidding? I'm a pirate. You're a pirate? I've never seen such a weak pirate. Bastard, when I get angry, I'm very fierce and brutal. The girl made a fierce and brutal gesture. Are you sure that's fierce and brutal? Not just being cute? Please don't joke with me. Damn, by noon, the sun was high in the sky. All right, I'll go with you to the North Sea Navy branch. But are you really a navy? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. You've asked me this question over 1,000 times already. I am the navy then. Jiang Feng flashed to another pirate ship and walked towards the ship's warehouse. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. The pirate's warehouse was in the basement under the deck. He lit a candle and immediately saw the scene inside the warehouse. However, the sight that met his eyes made him frown. So little? Shouldn't pirates be very wealthy? Otherwise, why would so many people engage in such a high-risk profession? He thought that as a pirate who burned, killed, and plundered, Hitta should have stored a lot of treasure. But he didn't expect to find only a small pile of gold and a few 100,000 berries. After searching all the pirate ships, he found a total of 500,000 berries. How poor! To be pirates and end up like this is truly unmatched. In fact, Jiang Feng had misjudged these people. Only the great pirates were truly wealthy at sea, and Hitta's clearly wasn't one of them. Ordinary pirates simply couldn't hold onto their treasures. Since they couldn't keep it, why not spend the berries? So generally, small pirates would indulge in luxury, spending after acquiring treasure, and only what was left would be saved. After putting the gold and berries into his storage space, he returned. Not long after, Jiang Feng and Loris left the pirate ship and went to Bakatin town to buy supplies. The young man and the good girl walked down the street. Feng, you found so many berries. Shouldn't you share some with me? The girl blinked her eyes, looking at Jiang Feng with anticipation. Why? Because I helped you. Haven't you heard of sharing? Hitta's was killed by me. What does that have to do with you? In a sense, you are also my spoils of war. Have you ever seen someone give berries to their captives? Nephew. Hey Feng, I want to buy a piece of clothing, but I don't have any berries. Oh, I have some. You can choose the clothes later, and I'll pay the berries. But remember, only one piece. You stingy, so cheap. Do you think my berries came from nowhere? They were hard-earned for the pirate ship. You. The girl saw Jiang Feng pretending not to understand. A hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes, but she still showed a charming smile. Feng, you see, it's a waste of time for us to act together. Why don't we split up? Saying this, a hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes as she extended her fair hands towards Jiang Feng. All right, seeing your pitiful look, I'll give you 10,000 berries. Only 10,000 berries? You can't even buy a nice piece of clothing. The girl pouted. Forget it. Jiang Feng pretended to put away the berries. No, give it to me. The girl quickly snatched the berries and hugged them to her chest. Then waved to Jiang Feng, stingy, I'll go back by myself later. In the afternoon, the golden opportunity finally set sail, heading towards the North Sea Navy branch. At this time, in the cabin, the two sat at the dining table. Looking at the tempting spread of food, Jiang Feng showed a doubtful expression and looked at Loris. Did you really make this? Seeing Jiang Feng doubt her, Loris scolded playfully, of course. Is there anyone else on the ship besides us? She gently forked a large piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Not bad. Now he somewhat understood why Hitta's wanted to take her away. The girl asked curiously why. Can repair ships, sail, and cook. One person does the work of three. Who wouldn't want such a crew member? If I were a pirate, I would invite you aboard. Seeing the stingy man in front of her praise her, the girl happily said, of course. I learned a lot to go to sea. Go to sea? What for? It's so good to be free on the sea. I'm a navigator. I can go wherever I want. Loris's face showed infinite longing. My dream is to sail from the West Sea to see the other three seas. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng laughed. Going to sea all by yourself? Your thoughts are naively terrifying. Jiang Feng scoffed, looking at the innocent girl in front of him, and said, You've been with the Sky Pirates for 3 years. Haven't you realized how terrifying pirates can be? Killing is just a routine for pirates. Are you willing to risk your life just to go out to sea? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the girl remained undeterred, her face resolute as she replied, I'm not afraid. Even if I can't do it alone, I can find some reliable partners. Reliable partners? How will you find them? By luck. If you were lucky, you wouldn't have been brought here by Hittas. I see that before you find reliable partners, you'll be killed by those ruthless pirates. You'd be better off going home and being a good girl. It's safer that way. No way. I could be a navigator, a shipwright, and I can cook. I'm sure I can find some reliable partners. The girl seemed to be struck a nerve by Jiang Feng's words, her eyes brimming with tears, yet her expression remained stubborn. Jiang Feng, however, ignored her, determined to dissuade her from her dream of going to sea today. I hope you can find reliable partners. But if you decide to become a pirate, make sure to pray that you don't run into me. No matter how strong and reliable your companions are, I guarantee that if I see them, I'll smash their head with one punch. The world ahead will be chaotic, with pirates emerging endlessly. People like you, who have dreams but lack strength, will find only a dead end if you want to be a pirate. There are only 2 outcomes for pirates, either being killed by other pirates or being wiped out by the Navy. Think about it carefully. After saying this, Jiang Feng didn't look at the girl again and buried his head in enjoying his food. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Feng sat on the deck of the Golden Opportunity, feeling the sea breeze and breathing in the crisp, clear air of the ocean, which made his mind feel particularly alert. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, sitting next to Jiang Feng with her arms wrapped around her knees. Have you thought it through? The girl replied softly, I've thought it through, but I won't give up on my dreams. After returning to the West Sea, I will strive to become stronger. Once I have enough strength, I will set sail. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. In a world of pirates, for women to become stronger, there are only 2 methods. One is to cultivate swordsmanship, and the other is to eat a devil fruit. The first requires talent, and the second requires luck. It will be very difficult for Loris to become stronger. In the afternoon, standing on the deck of the Golden Opportunity, Loris saw the naval fortress and initially showed a hint of fear on her face, which quickly turned into excitement as she tugged at Jiang Feng's sleeve, saying, Feng, look quickly. I can see the branch fortress of the North Sea. I see it. Stop tugging. At this moment, at the port of the naval branch fortress, a major spotted a strange sailing ship slowly approaching. Alert! An unidentified sailing ship is ahead. Quick, prepare the cannons. Fierce cannon barrels were aimed at the Golden Opportunity. Seeing this scene, Loris hid behind Jiang Feng, her fair right hand patting him. Aren't you the Navy? Hurry and talk to them. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and said, All right then, hold on tight. With a spatial exchange, in the next moment, Jiang Feng and Luo Lizhi appeared directly at the port, while the Jinji ship had unexpectedly transformed into a cannon. Who are you? Seeing the 2 suddenly appear at the port, the Navy was shocked. How is this possible? The 2 were just on a ship. How did they appear in front of them in an instant? The Navy drew their weapons and surrounded the 2. I said, I am a Navy. Do you believe me? The Navy? You are the Navy? Yes, I am a Navy. If you don't believe me, you can call the headquarters and say that a person named Monkey D. Feng has arrived here. The Major looked serious. All right, I will detain you first. Once your identities are confirmed, I will release you. Of course, no problem. In the detention room, Luo Lizhi anxiously asked, Are you really the Navy? This is the 1,001st time you've asked. I'm a Navy. With a creak, the door of the detention room opened, and a lieutenant colonel walked in, saluting Jiang Feng, Colonel. North Sea Branch. The entire base was exceptionally quiet, as most of the Navy had gone to various islands in the North Sea to hunt down pirates. Only a vice admiral, 2 rear admirals, and some sailors remained. However, the atmosphere today was different from before. It was said that a colonel from the Navy headquarters, not yet 20 years old, had arrived here. Everyone was curious about who this young colonel was. North Sea Branch Vice Admiral's office. Jiang Feng stood in front of Rear Admiral Casti, saluted, and said, Admiral, has any warship been sent to headquarters in the past few days? If so, I would like to request a ride. Rear Admiral Casti appeared to be in his 50s, with some gray hair at his temples and a menacing scar on his face. He had been stationed at the North Sea Branch for over a decade and was rumored to be returning to headquarters in a few years. Casti looked at Jiang Feng kindly and said, No wonder you are Mr. Carp's nephew. You are truly impressive. I have already reported the situation with the Sky Pirates to headquarters. To be honest, the Sky Pirates have caused me quite a headache in the North Sea. If I weren't bound to this branch, I would have personally gone to eliminate them. As for the warship to headquarters, yes. There will be one in 3 days heading to the main office. Saying this, Casti stood up, sat on the sofa, brewed himself a cup of tea, and smiled at Jiang Feng. For the next few days, you will be at the branch, helping me teach my subordinates a good lesson. They have been so lazy and unmotivated. You need to give them a good wake-up call. Jiang Feng nodded. However, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with, General. My friend Loris, who came with me, is from the West Sea. She was captured by a pirate and taken to the North Sea. Is there any way to send her back to the West Sea? After listening to Jiang Feng's words, Caddis pondered for a moment. The West Sea, huh? It's not too much trouble. Let me think of a way to help you. All right, then I'll head back first, General. As Jiang Feng walked out of the general's office, he was stopped by Loris, who looked at him with anticipation. Hurry up and tell me. How did your discussion go? When can I go home? Jiang Feng said casually, it will be fine in a few days. For now, stay at the branch fortress and don't wander around. Don't get into trouble for me. The girl pouted and said, got it. She didn't expect him to be a Navy colonel. He looked really young. Jiang Feng smiled and said, this is called being young and promising. Learn from it. TCH. 2 days later, a warship that came from the West Sea arrived at the North Seaport. Colonel, this warship has come from the West Sea to carry out a mission and will return to the West Sea in the afternoon. Jiang Feng turned to look at Lualisai and said, did you hear? You can go home now. Tie your boat to the back of the warship and take it back together. Yes, Colonel. In the afternoon, at the fortress port, the girl looked at Jiang Feng with some reluctance. Seeing that Jiang Feng was silent, she spoke up. I'm going home now. Don't you have anything to say to me? I've already said what I needed to say. Remember, don't go out to sea. I won't listen to you. The girl turned and walked up the warship. Watching Lualisai's departing figure, Jiang Feng murmured, if you do go out to sea, I hope you find reliable partners. At the Navy headquarters, in Marshal Kong's office, Steelbone Kong looked at a few old friends and said, Kapu, you have a good nephew. Reports from the North Sea indicate that the Sky Pirates have been completely wiped out. This kid has broken precedent and become the first to apply for early graduation. Kapu laughed heartily. Haha, I told you my phone kid is absolutely fine. Sengoku shot a glance at Kapu, saying, I don't know who it was that came to my office every day these past few days, asking about the situation in the North Sea. Clearly worried, but now claiming they already knew. Kopu. Zifa showed a look of relief and said, since he has passed the assessment, how should we arrange for phone now? Kapu fell silent. He knew this was something he couldn't bring up himself. I'll think about it. 3 days later, Jiang Feng boarded a warship heading to the Navy headquarters. The journey was smooth, and in a few days, the warship sailed from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters. Upon arriving, Jiang Feng didn't go home, but went straight to report to Zifa. Teacher Zifa, I'm back. Seeing Jiang Feng standing in front of him, Zifa suddenly felt that the boy before him was no longer the same kid from a year ago. He had grown up. You're back. Go find Marshal Kong. The headquarters has results regarding your assignment. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Watching Jiang Feng leave, the elites became anxious. Hearing this, it seems he has completed the graduation assessment. No way. Can someone really eliminate a pirate crew? The elites in Zifa's training field looked shocked. Something that seemed impossible to them had actually been accomplished by someone. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As Jiang Feng approached the marshal's office and saw the somewhat aged middle-aged man, he recognized him at a glance, knowing the pirate story well. Marshal Kong. Ha. No need to be so serious. Relax a bit. You did a great job with the Sky Pirates. Your strength is much greater than your Uncle Kapu when he graduated. From now on, you will no longer be a student of the Navy school. You have officially joined the Navy system. As for your arrangement, for now, you will follow Borsellino. Hearing the headquarters arrangement for him, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. Borsellino? Let me follow that lecherous uncle. Holding his appointment letter, Jiang Feng felt quite disheartened. Borsellino, the laziest among the 3 admirals, was indecisive, not supporting Akainu or Akiji. Back at Kapu's villa, as soon as he walked into the yard, a small figure ran over. At that moment, Fia, with her little face flushed, panted as she rushed to Jiang Feng. Brother Feng, you're back. I missed you so much these past few days. Then the little one extended her pink hand, blinking her big watery eyes at Jiang Feng, as if reminding him of something. A hint of indulgence flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he said, You little clever girl. I want to forget the promise I made to Xiaofia. Here are 2 gifts. Jiang Feng took out the prepared gifts and handed them to Xiaofia. Hee, thank you, Brother Feng. The little girl then ran back to her room with the gifts, as if someone was trying to snatch them from her. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng shook his head. This girl. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Entering the office of Kizaru, Jiang Feng saw Kizaru, dressed in a yellow striped outfit, seriously reading a newspaper. Major General, I'm here to report. Upon seeing Jiang Feng approach, Kizaru put down the newspaper and revealed a lewd smile. Isn't this Captain Carp's nephew? I heard that during the Navy's potential test, you were identified as having S-class talent. Quite terrifying. Seeing Kizaru's lewd expression, Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. Those who didn't know Kizaru might classify him as a bad person just by looking at his lewd face. You're overpraising me, Major General. Foam, you're a paramecia-type space fruit user. I heard you can move freely in space. I wonder, is it your speed that is fast or the speed of light? Kizaru looked at Jiang Feng with a playful expression. Jiang Feng's lips slightly curled up, and I was also very curious. However, I think it's because of my speed. At that moment, a major walked in. Admiral Pagliasolino, this is the new mission assigned to you by the headquarters. The major handed a document to Kizaru. Really? Why do they always give me missions? It's so troublesome. Kizaru reluctantly opened the folder, and his expression became serious. Poor Gaston Rouge, the widow of the Pirate King? Hearing Kizaru's words, Jiang Feng's heart tightened. Rouge, has she been discovered? Didn't the original story say that before Roger's public execution, he entrusted Rouge and Ace to Garp? Garp had visited Roger before. It must have been that time, and I was right outside the cell. Now there are two possibilities. One is that the Navy discovered Rouge's hiding place, but didn't find her, and later Garp found her. The other is that my arrival in the world of the Pirate King triggered a butterfly effect, leading to a change in Rouge's fate. Jiang Feng suppressed the emotions in his heart and calmly said, Lieutenant General, is there a mission? I want to participate too. Now you're my deputy, of course. We will go together. Huang Yuan stood up and said, prepare the warship. On Hitelia Island, a large warship slowly approached the island, followed by several medium and small warships. On the port side, thousands of Marines lined up in 2 rows, bowing towards the warship, seemingly welcoming someone's arrival. We finally arrived. At this moment, Jiang Feng's mood was exceptionally heavy. How should he rescue Lu Jiao? The Navy had completely surrounded Hitelia Island, making it extremely difficult to save one person. The Marines on the shore looked at the Lieutenant General, who walked out of the cabin with respectful and envious looks. Is this really a Navy Lieutenant General? What a strong presence. Countless voices echoed in their hearts, wishing they could also become a Lieutenant General. However, when they saw the Lieutenant General's face, the Marines were taken aback. Why did this Lieutenant General look a bit lewd? Is it just my illusion? The Marines turned to look at their companions. Their eyes met in silence. Huang Yuan stepped off the warship and saw a familiar colonel, saying, Moya, have you found the Pirate King's widow? Not yet. We don't know what Lu Jiao looks like. For now, we can only narrow down a region and investigate slowly. I believe we will have results soon. The one speaking was Colonel Moya, the head of this small island. Huang Yuan fiddled with the hat on his head and said, what a hassle. I hope the Pirate King's crew doesn't come. Otherwise, we will have to deal with Mr. Rayleigh again. Hearing the major's words, Jiang Feng's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a bit. The Navy didn't know where Lu Jiao was. They probably only had preliminary information and didn't know the details. I just need to find Lu Jiao before them. Huang Yuan looked at the serious Marines around him and shrugged, saying, so boring, you all go find someone. After finishing his words, Huang Yuan transformed into a yellow light and disappeared, clearly heading to observe the situation on the island. A golden light flashed, leaving the Marines in shock. Is this the legendary natural-type fruit, the Glinkglint fruit? No wonder he's a Navy Lieutenant General. So fast. Who else can match Lieutenant General Pagliasolino's speed? In the blink of an eye, Huang Yuan could move thousands of meters. Watching Huang Yuan disappear, Jiang Feng thought about how he could only move freely within 80 meters. While Huang Yuan could cover a kilometer in an instant, the gap was quite large. However, if it came to a speed contest within 80 meters, Huang Yuan's speed might not be faster than his. Moments later, countless light spots appeared again in everyone's sight. Huang Yuan pouted and said, so boring. I've checked all the suspicious places on this island and didn't find a Pirate King's widow. It seems she is hiding in a place with residents. You all investigate carefully and inform me when you have results. Feng, let's go on the ship and wait for the results. Seeing Huang Yuan's lazy demeanor, Jiang Feng shrugged. It was already quite good that Huang Yuan took the initiative to check the situation on the island. The few rear admirals and colonels who came with Huang Yuan and Jiang Feng looked helpless. They were already used to Huang Yuan's laid-back attitude toward handling matters. Entering the cabin of the warship with Huang Yuan, he sat in a chair, picked up a newspaper, and while reading it, looked at Jiang Feng with a playful expression, saying, Feng, do you think we should kill the Pirate King's widow? Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, and just as he picked up the teacup, his hand suddenly trembled. Is she the widow of the Pirate King? I don't think she should be killed. After all, Roger was a pirate, and his wife and child are innocent. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Kizaru's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Ah, Such pure justice, isn't it? But have you ever considered that Roger's child might bring about significant changes in this world? He could become the next pirate king. Jiang Feng said calmly, so what? Just based on this possibility, you want to kill an unborn child? I'm sorry, I can't do that. Ah, how interesting. Feng, if those words reach that guy Sakaski, you're bound to get a lesson. Jiang Feng was indifferent to this. Then he looked at Kizaru seriously and asked, so, Colonel, what do you think of Roger's widow? Hearing Jiang Feng's counter-question, Kizaru rarely showed a serious expression and said, since it's a task assigned to me by the Navy headquarters, I will certainly complete it. The next day, on an abandoned street on Hitley Island, a woman with a beautiful face and a slightly frail body, with a big belly, had a kind gaze in her eyes as she caressed her belly. There were several other pregnant women on the street, looking panicked. What should we do? The Navy is searching for pregnant women all over the island. They should be here soon. I'm so scared. I don't know what they want. Yeah. Why are they searching for pregnant women in the first place? I'm so anxious. I don't know if it will affect the baby in my belly. The pregnant women were very nervous, while the woman remained calm. Ace, what do you think Mommy should do? The Navy is about to search here, and I don't know if they'll discover your existence. But don't worry, Mommy will never give up on you. The Navy is coming. One of the pregnant women exclaimed. Upon hearing that the Navy was coming, the woman frowned and quickly returned home, locked the door tightly, shut the windows, and drew the curtains. With heavy steps, she walked to the bedside. One hand caressed her belly, while the other gripped the bedsheet tightly. Will she be discovered? Jiang Feng arrived at the street and saw a group of Marines searching the area. Could they have already been discovered? As he watched the Marines escorting a few pregnant women, his heart tightened. However, after a closer look, he didn't see any of the women he remembered from the original story, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Are there any other pregnant women around besides you? A lieutenant asked. Yes, there's another one. I remember she was just here. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? I think she must have gone home. She went home. Then take me to her house. The lieutenant said in a deep voice. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? We are the Navy, and we need to investigate some matters. Please cooperate. Open the door quickly. Seeing no one answered, the lieutenant's expression changed slightly. If you don't open the door, we will break in. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng immediately walked over, thinking, the person inside must be Lu Jiao. Why are you not looking for people and just standing here? The lieutenant saw Jiang Feng and saluted, reporting, Colonel, there is a pregnant woman in this house who refuses to come out. I suspect. Jiang Feng suppressed the joy in his heart and said in a deep voice, is that so? You all can go back now. I'll take care of the people in the room. Yes. Watching everyone walk away, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and he used instant step to enter the room, where he saw a woman sitting on the bed, looking very wary. Who are you? How did the Navy get in here? Seeing Lu Jiao's somewhat agitated expression, Jiang Feng quickly said, don't be excited. I'm not here to capture you. Be careful with the child in your belly. I'm here to save you. Jiang Feng did not waste words with Lu Jiao. In an instant, with space replacement, Jiang Feng and Lu Jiao disappeared from the room, and the next moment, they appeared in a dilapidated house. Where is this? Navy, Hitley Island. On an inconspicuous street, two figures dressed in black cloaks emerged, their cloaks completely obscuring their faces, making it impossible for outsiders to see what they looked like. One of them was strong and robust, while the other appeared somewhat petite and frail. In the central area of Hitley Island, a spacious house was filled with pregnant women, and this house was surrounded tightly by the Marines. A rear admiral walked into a clean room and said in a deep voice, bring these pregnant women in one by one. I want to interrogate them personally. Yes, sir. The Marines received the order and orderly brought the pregnant women into the room. What is your name? How many years have you lived on this island? About 15 years. Do you know Roger? No. After the rear admiral finished questioning one pregnant woman, he said flatly, all right, next. Meanwhile, on the Navy warship, Kizaru sat in a chair looking idle. Is there any news from over there? No, but there should be news soon. Kane is currently interrogating those pregnant women. Upon hearing the name Kane, Kizaru's face showed a look of relief. Kane? If it's him, then no one can escape his interrogation. Jiang Feng, sitting opposite Kizaru, curiously asked, Admiral, what makes this Rear Admiral Kane so esteemed by you? Although Kane's combat power is not strong, his devil fruit ability is extremely special. He is the user of the Paramecia hypnosis fruit. Anyone whose mental strength is not stronger than his can be hypnotized by him. He is a rare talent for the Navy, and this matter is of great importance. That's why Fleet Admiral Kong specially asked Kane to come along. Let's wait for news here. I believe there will be results soon. After hearing Kizaru's words, Jiang Feng finally understood why Kizaru was so confident. Hypnosis fruit, fortunately, He had moved Lu Jiu before the Navy took her away. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Is there any result? Yes. Rear Admiral Kane has interrogated all the pregnant women, but found no suspicious individuals. Hearing this news, Kizaru seemed unfazed and said in a flat tone, "The information from the Navy headquarters is never wrong. Did you overlook something that wasn't checked? Keep searching. If you still can't find them within 7 days, return to headquarters." Yes, Rear Admiral. The Rear Admiral behind Kizaru noticed Kizaru's relaxed attitude and showed a hesitant expression, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In the evening, on Hiteli Island, in a dark street, a major and several Marines seemed to be searching for something. "What's going on? I clearly saw 2 suspicious figures in cloaks enter this street just a moment ago. How could they disappear in the blink of an eye? I heard that the Rear Admiral over there still hasn't found any suspicious individuals. In my opinion, these 2 people definitely have issues. If we can catch them, it will be a great achievement." After searching for a few minutes and failing to find the cloaked figures who vanished before their eyes, everyone had to give up. "Let's go back. It seems they have already escaped." After the Marines walked away, 2 figures emerged from a hidden place. "Lu Jiu, we're almost at the port to the west. Hold on a little longer." At this moment, on the Navy warship, report. The Marines have received information that 2 suspicious figures in black cloaks have appeared on the west side of the island. Hearing this news, Kizaru put away his lazy attitude, and a rare serious expression appeared on his otherwise lewd face. It seemed that the information from the Navy headquarters was not wrong. One of these 2 people is the widow of the Pirate King. The other is very likely a crew member of the former Pirate King Roger. "Is that you, Mr. Rayleigh? Notify all Marines on the island to temporarily put aside the task of searching for pregnant women and head to the alley on the west side of the island to intercept these 2 suspicious individuals." Jiang Feng first frowned, wondering if he had been discovered. Then he relaxed, thinking that the guy was Roger's right-hand man, so no one should be able to stop him. "Wait, what if the yellow ape goes to find him? He won't get killed, right? I need to go take a look." At the westernmost part of Hiteli Island, in a street in front of the port, a lot of Marines were chasing from behind. "What should we do?" "Don't worry, leave it all to me." After a dozen minutes, the Marines hiding in the shadows realized that the 2 they were tracking had suddenly disappeared. They were momentarily stunned. They disappeared? Where did they go? Hurry up and find them. The faces of the Marines turned anxious. They hadn't expected the other side's perception to be so sharp. They searched everywhere, but the 2 seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. They were so focused on searching for the 2 that they didn't even realize they had unknowingly arrived at the island's western port. "Look, there's someone at the port," one Marine exclaimed. The Marines all turned their gazes toward the port, but the moment they turned their heads, their pupils suddenly contracted, because a tall figure in a black cloak was slowly walking toward them. Although they couldn't see the person's eyes, they felt as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. "Don't come over, we are the Navy. Aren't you looking for me? Come and catch me." The voice was soft, yet sent chills down the spines of the Marines. "Boring. Then let me put you to sleep for a while." Conqueror's Haki. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the person, sweeping toward the Marines. The Marines felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the cloaked figure, and then they lost consciousness. "Oh dear, what a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Is that you, really? Since it's you, why are you covering your face? It's not like this is our first meeting. Last time in Road Town. I must thank you for your mercy." Unbeknownst to them, the yellow ape had already arrived at the western port, wearing a lewd smile and sneering. "A Vice Admiral. Interesting." The figure under the cloak smiled. "It's been a while since I've beaten up a Navy officer. I hope you don't disappoint me." Night had fallen deep, and the Navy had been patrolling all night, searching for the person in the black cloak. At the easternmost part of Hiteli Island, on a Navy warship, a Rear Admiral sat in a chair, looking at the Marine in front of him. "Any news?" "Report. Just received news that a suspicious person was spotted on the western side of the island, and the Vice Admiral has already rushed over to take charge." Hearing this, the Rear Admiral let out a sigh of relief, the tension he had maintained all night easing a bit. Since the Vice Admiral had already gone over, there would be no problem. "Quick, notify everyone to head to the western port. As for those pregnant women who have been interrogated, let them go home." "Yes." The Marine walked out of the room. The Rear Admiral looked into the distance, murmuring. Vice Admiral Polisolino, though a bit laid back, would never joke around with a mission. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already arrived at the western port of the island and saw the yellow ape confronting the cloaked figure, a hint of conflict flashing across his brow. "Yellow ape, you better not do anything reckless." "Rayleigh, why are you covering your face?" "Oh dear, I really didn't expect to meet you again, Rayleigh. Please show some mercy." Looking at the figure in the black cloak, the yellow ape completely regarded him as Rayleigh. After all, Conqueror's haki was truly rare on the sea, and with the possibility that the one coming to rescue Luo Gio was a member of Roger's pirates. The yellow ape deduced that this cloaked person was Rayleigh. Seeing that the cloaked figure ignored him, the yellow ape pouted, "So boring. Why isn't Rayleigh speaking? Let me lift your cloak." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow ape's body transformed into countless golden light spots, and in the next moment, the light spots reassembled, with the yellow ape's figure appearing above the cloaked man's head. Light speed kick. Facing the yellow ape, who possessed light speed, the cloaked figure leisurely raised his right arm. Armament haki. Bang! A loud noise resounded in the air, followed by a violent shockwave spreading around the two. The gust of wind howled, stirring up the sand and stones on the ground. The yellow ape's kick, delivered at light speed, had enough power to shatter a mountain, but it was easily blocked by the cloaked figure. Ha ha ha! Navy Vice Admiral, your kick is indeed powerful. I acknowledge your strength. The cloaked figure laughed. Bring out your strongest attack. Don't disappoint me. When the cloaked figure spoke, he altered his voice slightly, making it hard for those unfamiliar with him to recognize who he was. Hearing the cloaked figure's words, the yellow ape showed a hint of confusion from your voice. You're not Rayleigh. Who are you? Are you also a crew member of Roger's ship? Mastering Conqueror's haki. Could you be that guy? The cloaked figure grinned. Want to know? Defeat me, and I will tell you. You just kicked me. Now let me give you a punch. A fist covered in armament haki was hurled toward the yellow ape. Faced with the sudden punch, the yellow ape instinctively used his leg to block. Light speed kick. Bang! Another loud noise erupted, and the yellow ape was sent flying. What immense strength! His power surpasses even that of Rayleigh. The yellow ape exclaimed in shock. Interesting, I want to see if you're really him. Yata no Kagami. Instantly, the yellow ape transformed into countless light spots, leaping into the air. Then, dazzling flashes surged toward the cloaked figure. The light spots illuminated the entire port, with each flash gathering terrifying energy. The Marines watched the sky, full of flashes, astonished. So strong. Is this the power of a Logia fruit? It's really powerful. That person, he absolutely won't be able to withstand the Vice Admiral's attack. Seeing the countless light projectiles approaching, the cloaked figure remained calm, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Logia? Very strong, but to defeat me, you're still a bit short. Armament haki. This time, the cloaked figure was fully armed, and his aura rose to another level. In the next moment, countless light projectiles surged toward the cloaked figure, who unleashed his fists. Each punch scattered a light projectile, and the dispersed projectiles exploded into countless light spots. Moments later, as the swirling dust settled, the cloaked figure reappeared in the sight of everyone. Although some parts of his black cloak were pierced, no trace of blood could be seen on him. At this moment, the yellow ape's mind was in chaos. Who was this guy with such strong combat power? If he really was a crew member of Roger, then he must be that guy. Aim no Murakumo. The yellow ape created a light sword and struck toward the cloaked figure, a golden flash cutting through the air and hitting the cloaked man's arm. Clang, clang, clang. The golden long sword continuously swung out, each slash striking firmly against the black-hooded man's arm. However, the yellow ape's attacks could not break through the black-hooded man's armament haki. The golden flash looked particularly dazzling in the night, and Zhang Feng could clearly see a trace of seriousness on the yellow ape's face. He had never seen the yellow ape show such a serious expression before. Next, as long as the yellow ape did not get entangled, that guy would be able to leave. Zhang Feng watched the two with a look of anticipation. The yellow ape transformed into a beam of golden light and distanced himself from the black-hooded man. The black-hooded man said calmly, Navy, hasn't anyone told you that you rely too much on your devil fruit abilities? If you continue like this, you'll be at a disadvantage when you meet someone who has mastered haki to the extreme. The yellow ape returned to his usual nonchalance, shrugged, and said, Oh dear, why do I keep getting lectured by others lately? Really, I've encountered another remarkable person. Huh? I must take her away today. The black-hooded man's tone was firm. The yellow ape became serious, saying, For other matters, I might not care, but Roger's widow cannot be taken away by you. With such strong power, if you were to teach Roger's child, another pirate king would surely emerge on the seas. Today, the widow of the pirate king must die here. Hearing that the yellow ape wanted to kill Lu Jio, the black-hooded man's expression darkened. Navy, it seems you still don't understand your current situation. As long as I want to, I can kill you at any time. By the port, Jiang Feng felt a cold sweat for Kizaru when he heard that Kizaru wanted to kill Lu Jio. Kizaru, you are truly seeking death. That guy is a crew member of Pirate King Roger, and he is determined to train Ace to be powerful before defeating him. Such obsession is a very frightening thing. Kizaru looked at the black-hooded person and said, I know you are strong and fast, but your speed will never surpass the speed of light." Hearing Kizaru's words, Jiang Feng nodded. The black-hooded person was able to easily catch Kizaru's attack because he had been using observation haki to predict Kizaru's movements. However, when it comes to speed, no one can surpass the speed of light, and that person is no exception. Kizaru decided to abandon the fight with the black-hooded person and go to kill Lu Jiao, because his mission this time was to erase the widow of the pirate king from this world. He had no need to entangle himself with the person in front of him. Kizaru understood this point, so he made this decision. Yada mirror. Kizaru created a reflective mirror with light, then concentrated a beam of light in his palm and shot it towards Lu Jiao. The moment the beam shot out, Kizaru's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Jiao. Lightspeed kick. Boom! A huge sound echoed in the air, instantly creating a shockwave that blew Lu Jiao to the ground. Kizaru's kick did not hit Lu Jiao. It was blocked by the black-hooded person who had appeared in front of Lu Jiao without anyone noticing. Lu Jiao, blown to the ground, let out a surprised cry, and a hat on her cloak was also blown away. Since it was deep at night, the Marines were 50 meters away. Kizaru had to face the black-hooded person, and after the hat of Lu Jiao's cloak was blown off, she quickly put it back on, so no one saw what Lu Jiao looked like. Although Kizaru couldn't see Lu Jiao's appearance, he could tell from the voice that this slender cloaked figure was a woman. So, she is indeed the widow of the pirate king? Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he instantly turned into a golden beam of light, charging towards Lu Jiao again. The black-hooded person's thoughts sank. There was no time to waste. Kizaru's speed was extremely fast, truly at the speed of light, while the black-hooded person's speed was obviously not as fast as Kizaru's. However, the black-hooded person was able to block Kizaru's attacks every time. It seemed like the black-hooded person could predict Kizaru's attack paths. When Kizaru attacked Lu Jiao, the black-hooded person had already positioned themselves in front of Lu Jiao in advance. Seeing this, Jiang Feng nodded. He knew that this person had already cultivated the three-color haki to a level not below that of Roger. Kizaru became increasingly alarmed as he fought. Suddenly, Kizaru showed a look of terror because the black-hooded person had appeared in front of him. This is bad elementalization. Boom! The black-hooded person landed a solid punch on Kizaru's chest, sending him flying and crashing into the wall at the edge of the harbor. How could elementalization of the natural type withstand the armament haki? The black-hooded person slowly walked towards Kizaru. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng quickly moved to block in front of Kizaru. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared Jiang Feng, the black-hooded person stopped and then turned to walk towards Lu Jiao. Jiang Feng turned around to look at Huang Yuan and noticed that Huang Yuan's chest had already caved in. At this moment, Huang Yuan had a face full of pain. However, he still pretended to be relaxed and forced a smile, saying, "This time, I've really encountered an extraordinary person. I need to quickly notify the headquarters." Jiang Feng shouted, "Where's the medic? Hurry up." At that moment, a voice from an unknown rear admiral shouted, "Capture those two suspicious individuals." Hearing this, Huang Yuan and Jiang Feng's expressions changed dramatically. However, their voices were drowned out by the furious shouts of the sailors, who surged forward towards the man in the black hood. Sensing someone rushing towards him, the man in the black hood stopped, turned back, and smiled at Jiang Feng, saying, "Kid, see you. Conqueror's haki." Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the man in the black hood, targeting all the Navy personnel at the port. The overwhelming force swept through, causing one sailor after another to faint. Moments later, the only ones still standing at the port were a few high-ranking Navy officers. Seeing the sailors collapsing one by one, the rear admiral who had just given the order realized how foolish his decision had been. He looked at the man in the black hood in shock, his speech becoming incoherent. Is this the power of Conqueror's haki? So strong. After that, the man in the black hood took Lu Jiao onto a small boat and sailed away into the distance. On the Navy warship, Huang Yuan lay in the infirmary, while the medics were treating his wounds. This time, Huang Yuan had broken 3 ribs, and the left side of his chest was caved in. Rear Admiral Kane approached Huang Yuan, looking serious, and said, "Borsellino, I have to say, I've never seen you injured before." Huang Yuan forced a bitter smile. "Oh dear. Who would have thought? I remember the last time I was injured was 20 years ago. Ever since I got the glint glint fruit, I haven't been hurt again. This time, I really encountered a formidable opponent." Another rear admiral beside Kane said with a grim expression, "Who is he? Is there such a person in the Roger Pirates? With the strength of an admiral, he must be a great pirate. How could the Navy not have his information? Report to headquarters. They must have information on this pirate." Kane jokingly replied, "You won't believe it, but headquarters really does have his information. Just now, I reported our encounter to headquarters, and they were shocked to hear the news. However, headquarters has already guessed the identity of this hooded man. Huang Yuan casually scoffed. Now that I haven't even seen Lu Jio's appearance clearly, it's going to be too difficult to find her. Oh dear, this is so boring. I'll leave this problem to those old folks at headquarters to solve. When we go back, I'll get scolded. Kane, handle the cleanup work. We'll return to headquarters tomorrow. Yes, Rear Admiral. Stepping out of the infirmary, Jiang Feng stood on the deck, looking into the distance. He could hear the discussions of several sailors. Did you see that yesterday? That hooded man is really strong, said to have the strength of an admiral. One sailor boasted. You don't know, right? We were the first to discover the hooded man, but unfortunately, we lost track of him. Luckily, at that time we didn't tea. By the way, do you know how he fainted yesterday? I don't know. Maybe it was the fruit ability of the hooded man. Listening to the sailors' discussions, Jiang Feng shook his head. With their knowledge, they definitely wouldn't know about Conqueror's hockey. At the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Kong's office, the atmosphere felt unusually oppressive since receiving news from Haitiri Island. Admiral Kong looked seriously at his old friends, saying, On Haitiri Island, a person in a black cloak has appeared, possibly a crew member of the Roger Pirates. The news says he possesses the strength of an admiral, and Borsellino has already been severely injured. If it's not Rayleigh, then it must be that guy. Carp frowned and said in a deep voice to injure Borsellino, who has the glint fruit, means this guy has mastered hockey to the extreme. However, what does he want with the widow of the Pirate King? Sengoku's brow furrowed as he analyzed the news from Haitiri Island, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. With such a variable, the future has already slipped out of our control. The urgent task is still to find the widow of the Pirate King and eliminate her. The child of the Pirate King must not be allowed to exist. Notify all the Navy to keep an eye on any foreign pregnant women on the island. Immediately arrest any suspicious individuals. That guy Borsellino, isn't he supposed to have the fastest speed? How could he let the widow of the Pirate King escape? I think it's time to give him a good talking to. I agree. Borsellino is just too slack, Zephyr laughed. Seeing Carp's conflicted expression, Sengoku, knowing him well, sensed that Carp was hiding something. But since Carp didn't want to say anything in front of everyone, he didn't press further. That's enough for today. You all can go back. Really, just as I'm about to retire, you've brought me such a troublesome matter. Exiting Kong's office, Sengoku and Carp walked side by side. Sengoku said lightly, Come on, what are you hiding from us? Nothing at all. How could I have anything to hide from you? Carp replied, a flicker of panic in his eyes, trying to argue. I know you too well. Everything is written all over your face. Realizing he couldn't hide it from Sengoku any longer, Carp became serious and slowly spoke. I promised Roger that I would help take care of his family. What? You actually promised something like that? You bastard. Did you already know Lu Jio's whereabouts? Sengoku was furious and slammed Carp against the wall. Have you forgotten? You're a Navy. Carp's eyes showed a conflicted expression. I am a Navy, but I'm also a man. A man must keep his promises. I promised Roger to take care of his family, so I will find Lu Jio and fulfill my promise. As for that guy, I will personally beat him away from the child of the Pirate King. I will take good care of Roger's child and not let him go down the wrong path. Looking at his stubborn old friend, Sengoku released his grip, momentarily at a loss for words. You. At that moment, in the first half of the Grand Line, a warship was speeding through the waters. Rear Admiral Kane spoke up. How long until we return to the Navy headquarters? Report. It will take another 2 days. Increase the speed. Return to headquarters as fast as possible. Jiang Feng saw Major General Kane with a serious expression and curiously asked, Major General, you seem to be in a hurry. Is there any new situation? It's nothing much, just that the wound of Major General Borsellino has worsened a bit. The medical equipment on the warship is rudimentary, and the medical means are limited. It seems that Major General Borsellino's injury has deteriorated. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. This situation is off. People in the pirate world have absurdly strong physical abilities. Shouldn't their wounds heal automatically after a few days? It seems that since Kazuru obtained the light fruit, he has neglected the training of his physical skills. If it were Kaido with his insane self-healing ability, this injury would have healed in a few days. Just as Jiang Feng was muttering to himself, a golden light streaked across the sky. This is, report to Major General Kane. Just now, Vice Admiral Borsellino has left. Hearing the Marines say that Kazuru had left, Major General Kane twitched the corner of his mouth, realizing he had worried for nothing. With such a serious injury, he still dared to use his abilities to travel. That's just unbelievable. Forget about the Vice Admiral. Let's continue moving forward. Yes. A few days later, a ship slowly approached the shore, and 2 cloaked figures disembarked. Take off your cloaks. No one here knows you. The black-hooded person and the one who boarded with Lu Jiao arrive at the island where Windmill Town is located. The East Blue is the weakest sea in terms of overall pirate strength among the four seas. Therefore, there aren't many pirates in the East Blue, and correspondingly, the number of Marines is also not high. Pirates with some strength in the East Blue all know the name of Garp, so few dare to provoke Windmill Town. One day, Jiang Feng came to Windmill Town to visit Lu Jiao. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Hearing the knocking, Jiang Feng got up to open the door. Is there something you need? Mayor, what brings you here? Jiang Feng opened the door and was surprised to find that it was the Old Town Mayor knocking. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. When he first arrived in the pirate world, Jiang Feng had stayed at the old mayor's house for a year, and he was very familiar with this stubborn old man. The old mayor was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Feng, then scolded, "You brat, how dare you be here? You come to Windmill Town and don't even bother to visit this old man first. What an ungrateful little punk. I raised you for a year for nothing. You're just like your Uncle Carp, heartless." Seeing the old mayor's angry expression, as if he didn't want to talk to him, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. When he first arrived, he was only eager to see Lu Jiao and had overlooked some familiar faces in Windmill Town. "Old Mayor, it's my fault. I should have come to your house first when I arrived in Windmill Town. How about this? I'll cover your drinking expenses for the next month." Jiang Feng knew that the Old Town Mayor liked to drink when he was young. Now that he was old, he still had a few drinks every day, but unfortunately, he was short on money and could never drink to his heart's content. When he heard Jiang Feng say he would treat him to a month of drinks, the old mayor's eyes lit up. "A month? How can that be? You need to pay back all the money I owe for drinks this year before I can forgive you." All right, Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. "At least you have a bit of conscience, unlike your Uncle Carp, who promised to treat me to a meal but has dragged it out for over 10 years. When he comes back next time, I'll see how to deal with him. By the way, old mayor, what brings you here?" The old mayor slapped his forehead, realizing his poor memory. "Seeing you made me forget the important matter. A few days ago, the Navy issued a notice to record all pregnant women on the island, especially outsiders. I don't know what the Navy is up to, but I've passed the message along, so I'm leaving now." Hearing that the Navy was searching for pregnant women, Jiang Feng's brow furrowed. It seemed the Navy had not given up on finding Lu Jiao. They must have gotten the timeline of Lu Jiao's pregnancy from Hitelia Island and calculated her due date, wanting to conduct another check. Upon hearing about the registration of pregnant women, the usually optimistic Lu Jiao showed a worried expression. What should they do? If Ace was discovered by the Navy a few months later, he would be in danger. Jiang Feng thought that in the original story, Lu Jiao had to keep Ace in her womb for over 20 months to avoid the Navy killing him, before finally bringing him into the world. After that, Lu Jiao unfortunately passed away due to exhaustion. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng looked at Lu Jiao with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Her actions fully reflected the greatness of maternal love, making her a great mother. Only such a profound maternal love could create such a miracle. How could I bear to see a great mother perish? I have a way, Jiang Feng said. He could make time stand still. What he meant by stopping time was actually to freeze Lu Jiao and Ace's time at this moment. As time passed, people would gradually grow old. But Lu Jiao and Ace would not be affected by time. In simple terms, after Jiang Feng applied the ability to stop time on the surface, Lu Jiao and Ace would appear to have lived for half a year like everyone else. But in reality, they had only experienced a breath's worth of time. The effects of time on them during this half year were completely negated by Jiang Feng's ability. From the moment Jiang Feng applied his ability, Lu Jiao and Ace's timeline would not record any time for the next 6 months. Of course, after 6 months, their timeline would return to normal and start recording their time. The biggest drawback of stopping time is that once time is halted, your timeline will not record your time. No matter what you experience in the coming years, those events will not be recorded in your timeline. You will only retain the memories of those years. If one day you wish to go back and change something from those years, you can only say sorry. It's impossible. Because the experiences of those years only exist in your memory and are not recorded in your timeline. Looking at Lu Jiao, who appeared a bit haggard, Jiang Feng said, "Then I will begin." Jiang Feng watched as Lu Jiao used her time abilities. At that moment, he surprisingly felt the passage of time. He could clearly sense its impact on him. As time flowed, he was slowly aging, and the timeline on him was continuously extending, recording his time. Feeling all of this, a sense of awe suddenly arose in Jiang Feng's heart. This feeling was truly strange. If it weren't for mastering the power of time, I might also be eroded by time and slowly grow old. Looking at the two silvery white timelines on Lu Jiao, a look of understanding flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. The longer timeline should belong to Lu Jiao, while the shorter one belonged to Ace. So, Jiang Feng looked at the original mark, which allowed him to derive a submark. Upon seeing the submark appear, Jiang Feng knew he had succeeded. His brows relaxed with joy. This was it. Next, he just needed to inscribe the submark onto Lu Jiao and AC to complete the task. He ignited the power of time, and his mental strength was highly focused. Now, replicating a mark was not difficult for Jiang Feng. After a moment, the mark was inscribed. Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought, it's done. How does Lu Jiao feel now? Lu Jiao furrowed her brows slightly, wearing a curious expression. It felt strange. She sensed that something had suddenly been lost from her heart. But upon careful thought, it seemed as if she hadn't lost anything at all. Jiang Feng knew that at this moment, the timeline on Lu Jiao's body had stopped recording time. For the next 6 months, all of Lu Jiao's experiences would not be recorded. Time standing still merely paused the recording of time, preventing it from affecting her. As for other aspects, there was no significant impact. Lu Jiao's current discomfort was a natural physical reaction, and she would gradually get used to it. For months later, in Admiral Kong's office at the naval headquarters. Report, all the Marines on the islands are ready. In the next month, we will re-examine all the pregnant women about to give birth, a colonel reported to Kong. Okay, I understand. Let them be more vigilant. Once any suspicious individuals are found, arrest them without question, Kong replied. Yes. After the colonel left, Admiral Kong leaned back in his chair, rubbing his head. The widow of the pirate king was about to give birth to a seed of evil. He would not let this opportunity slip away. On Hitlia Island, in a bustling street, a pregnant woman said, a few months ago, didn't we just undergo an interrogation? Why do we have to be interrogated again? Who knows? I heard that all pregnant women about to give birth on the islands will be interrogated once more. In Windmill Town, in a spacious room, a dozen pregnant women sat together, each looking nervous and fearful. They did not know what the Navy intended to do, and people always have some fear of the unknown. On a secluded street, Lu Jiao stood at the entrance, looking worriedly in the direction of the Navy. Jiang Feng had applied the ability of time restriction on Lu Jiao, resulting in no significant change in her belly, allowing her to avoid the Navy's interrogation. A familiar neighbor remarked curiously, Lu Jiao, why haven't you gone into labor yet? I remember when you first arrived, you were already 6 months pregnant. Hearing the neighbor mention this, Lu Jiao smiled and replied, Auntie, you remembered wrong. I'm only 6 months pregnant now. The aunt chuckled, is that so? I guess I'm getting older and my memory isn't what it used to be. Thankfully, you're not going into labor during this time. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. Xiaoqi, that child is due any day now. They've been taken away by the Navy, and there's been no news for several days. Auntie, don't worry. The Navy is just interrogating her. She will be fine. I hope so. Time flew by, and 4 months passed. Today was the day Lu Jiao would go into labor. Since the Navy's investigation yielded no results 4 months ago, they had temporarily given up searching for Lu Jiao. Outside a remote room, Ace was safely born, and Lu Jiao had avoided the tragic fate from the original story. A few days later, Lu Jiao had already recovered. At this moment, Lu Jiao was holding Ace, her face full of tenderness. My little Ace, you need to grow up quickly. You must become an outstanding man in the future. A few months later, in Mariehua, the Holy Land, where the celestial dragons resided and the world government ruled the pirate world, in a bright and luxurious room, 5 elderly men were either sitting on the sofa, sitting on the floor, or standing in the center of the room. They were the core of the world government's power, the highest leaders of the world government. Although the 5 appeared somewhat aged, they were spirited and did not resemble elderly men over 100 years old. An old man in a black suit with white curly hair and a fluffy white beard spoke. CP has reported that some scholars on a small island in the West Sea are studying the historical texts. After the old man finished speaking, the other 4 frowned. An old man in a blue suit with straight white hair said, if I remember correctly, the world government issued a strict ban on the study of historical texts a long time ago. I can't believe there are still people who can understand those writings. The existence of these people is too dangerous. We cannot allow them to uncover the erased 100 years of history. At this moment, an old man wearing a white martial arts robe, sitting on the floor and polishing a famous sword, slowly spoke. I isn't it a bit hasty? After all, they haven't discovered anything yet. Old Blade, you must know what that 100 years of history means. Their existence is already threatening the world's stability. They should be killed regardless, and those books containing the historical texts should be burned. The historical texts are an untouchable bottom line for the world government. Over the years, anyone found secretly studying the historical texts has been secretly executed by the CP. Well, since there is no consensus, let's vote by raising hands. The old man said, slowly raising his right hand. The other three old men in suits also raised their right hands, leaving only the old man polishing the sword without raising his hand. Seeing that no one supported him, the old man smiled. All right, then let us do it your way. The historical texts took a lot of effort to erase completely. How can they reappear in the world? Once the historical texts are revealed, the entire world will fall into chaos. Old Blade, let the CP go to the island first and take control of that island. I hope there won't be any survivors afterward. Launch the Demon Slaughter Order. The long silent old man with blonde hair finally spoke. Hearing the Demon Slaughter Order, Old Blade's gaze sharpened. The Demon Slaughter Order, indeed merciless. The archaeological Holy Land of O'Hara, located in the West Sea, is actually an inconspicuous small island. However, it gathers the best archaeologists and top archaeological teams in the world. O'Hara has the world's largest library, the Tree of Knowledge, which stores precious texts from around the world. At this moment, at the edge of the island, a little girl was sitting by the shore, looking at the sea, with tear stains on her small face, as if she had just cried. Mom, when will you come back? Robin misses you so much. The children on the island treated Robin as a monster and wouldn't play with her. Robin misses you so much. Little Robin, you didn't go to the Tree of Knowledge today. Dr. Clover is still looking for you. He has good news to tell you. A scholar approached Robin from behind, looking kind. Robin had an unparalleled talent for archaeology, scoring full marks in her doctoral exam at the age of 8, becoming a member of the O'Hara Scholars. Robin's mother went out to sea to conduct research when she was 3, and Robin lacked maternal love since childhood. The Scholars of O'Hara played the role of parents in Robin's growth. Thus, Robin regarded every O'Hara scholar as family. Seeing the scholar approach, Robin quickly stood up and wiped her tears. Doctor is looking for me. Is there something wrong? Haha, you'll know when you get there. It's good news. Upon entering the Tree of Knowledge, Robin heard Professor Clover's loud laughter. Haha, we did it. Robin looked at the usually stern and serious professor, who was now beaming with joy, and curiously asked, Professor, is there something happy? Upon seeing Robin, Professor Clover exclaimed with joy, Robin, thanks to you, we have deciphered part of the historical texts. It turns out that 800 years ago, there was a great kingdom. Hearing Professor Clover's words, Robin smiled happily. Really? Does that mean once we know the contents of the historical texts, Mom won't have to go out to sea anymore? Mom can come back and be with Robin. That's wonderful. In a spacious conference room at the Navy headquarters, all officers above the rank of captain had basically gathered. Officers of the rank of captain and above were seated around the central table, while lower-ranking officers stood behind the table. At this moment, John Fong was standing behind Carp. John Fong had a serious expression on his face because he had already learned about the content of the meeting from Carp before coming. O'Hara, has it been discovered? This must be the start of the extermination order. Among the officers present, some already knew the content of the meeting and had dark expressions, leaving one to wonder what they were thinking. As the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavier, Sengoku spoke up. I think you all have heard about it, right? There's a place in the West Sea called O'Hara, where many archaeologists have gathered to study historical texts. This is a serious crime. I have given CP9 Commander Spandam a one-time opportunity to use the extermination order. The CP agents are currently heading to O'Hara, and once Spandam issues the extermination order, our Navy must arrive at the first moment. The responsible task force includes Vice Admirals Polysolino, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Colonel Monkey Defone. Sengoku, the Admiral, said, It's just some scholars studying historical texts. Do we really need to issue the extermination order? What about the residents on the island? At this moment, a straightforward Rear Admiral asked. A flash of anger crossed Sengoku's eyes. Humph. Are you questioning the orders of the world government? In my eyes, only the Navy that obeys the world government's orders is the real Navy. I do not want to hear any voices opposing the world government in the future. The Rear Admiral fell silent, but there was no sign of yielding on his face. Unlike Carp, Sengoku had firmly believed in the orders of the world government since he was young, and it was because he could reliably complete tasks that he later became the Fleet Admiral. As for Carp's matter, Sengoku turned a blind eye purely out of years of camaraderie. In O'Hara, under the Tree of Knowledge, Professor Clover was seriously studying the historical text. Robin, I believe we will completely decipher this stone tablet soon. Let me see what this hidden history recorded for 100 years. Other scholars were also excited. All these years of effort have not been in vain. The dreams of all archaeologists are about to be realized in our hands. Little Robin was tirelessly translating the historical text, her small face filled with an expectant smile. As long as we translate its content, Mommy can come back. At this moment, a ship began to approach the shore of the small island where O'Hara was located. Dozens of robust men in black suits landed one after another. Seal off the entire island. From now on, no one is allowed to leave this island. I don't want to see any fish that slip through the net. Anyone who tries to leave the island, kill them. Remember, lie low for now and wait for the Navy to arrive before we act. Standing in front of this group of men in black suits, CP9 Commander Spandam wore a sinister smile. These people who defy the orders of the world government deserve to die. Then Spandam took out a golden transponder snail, his smile growing even more sinister. Moshi Moshi. Is this the Navy headquarters? The plan has begun. In the Navy headquarters meeting room, a silver transponder snail was placed on the table in front of Sengoku, and everyone was staring at the snail. When a voice from the transponder snail said, "The plan has begun," everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. What was meant to come was still coming, Jiang Feng thought. The world government strictly prohibits private research on historical texts. However, there are always those who want to understand that 100 years of history. Are the archaeologists wrong? They are archaeologists. Studying history is their work and pursuit. As long as that century of history remains hidden, there will always be someone in pursuit of it. Sengoku stood up, looking serious as he addressed everyone. Begin the action. At the Navy headquarters port, the 10 fastest warships had long since gathered, and supplies had been prepared since yesterday. These warships were different from ordinary Navy ships. They were the strongest and most aggressive warships of the Navy, their quality beyond doubt, capable of dealing with sea kings. Generally, they would only be used in battles that affected the entire headquarters. On the warships were 5 Navy vice admirals and a group of elite Navy personnel with about 1,000 Navy soldiers on each warship. The naval power deployed under the extermination order could completely suppress a sea area, and now they were just going to eliminate some scholars who only had knowledge and no power. Thus, one could see the determination of the world government to hide that century of history. On the small island of O'Hara, people were completely unaware that a crisis was approaching. In just 2 days, the Navy warships had entered the West Sea, racing towards the island where O'Hara was located. As they got closer and saw the island, the Admiral Akainu, standing at the front of the warship's deck, said, "Prepare the cannons, get ready to attack. Our mission is to erase everything on this island." "Yes," came the response, and immediately cannon fire erupted, with dark cannonballs bombarding the island. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded from the island. "What is happening? Run." The residents of the island, seeing the cannonballs coming, looked at the sea in terror. "Isn't that a Navy warship? Why are they attacking the island?" A tall, thin middle-aged scholar with curly hair and glasses hurriedly ran into the tree of knowledge. "Professor Clover, it's bad. The Navy is here." Hearing that the Navy had arrived, Professor Clover's expression turned grave. "Have we been discovered? There's no turning back now. We are doomed this time. It doesn't matter if we die. What I fear is that from now on, no one will be able to understand the historical texts. That is the most terrifying part." Saying this, Professor Clover turned to look at little Robin. "Robin, remember my words right now in this world. Only we, the people living in O'Hara, can interpret those texts. The world government knows this too, which is why they want to erase us from this world. Little Robin, you must carry on because only you will be able to interpret those texts in the future. Remember, you must make that blank century of history reappear in the world. This is the responsibility of us archaeologists." Little Robin. At this moment, little Robin was already in tears, biting her lip tightly, desperately wiping her tears with her small hands, looking at Professor Clover with reluctance. "Run, you must find a way to survive." The Navy landed, and the soldiers on the warships surrounded the entire island tightly. The yellow monkey, stepping off the warship, curled his lip and said, "What a bunch of audacious people. The world government has already strictly prohibited the study of historical texts, yet there are still people daring to study. I don't know how many lives have been lost because of this curiosity." Akainu, on the other hand, had a serious expression and said, "The people on this island have already posed a threat to this world. They should all be executed." Jiang Feng felt an unprecedented heaviness in his heart. As a time traveler, he could accept killing pirates, but he could not bring himself to kill these civilians and scholars. Jiang Feng was walking along the street by the shore, not participating in the battle. According to the original plot, this small island had no survivors except for Robin. Watching the ruthless Navy soldiers, Jiang Feng seemed to gain a new understanding of this world. He became more determined in his belief that he must surpass the 5 elders, stand at the very top of the world government, and then change this world. Suddenly, a small figure bumped into his leg. Being familiar with the plot, he instantly recognized little Robin. Little Robin, seeing that she had bumped into a naval officer, immediately looked terrified and began to tremble. The little one, still daring to run. "Let me kill you." Just as Jiang Feng was about to speak, a loud and arrogant voice came from in front of him. Naval Colonel. That little one is my prey, Spandam. Hand her over to me. Jiang Feng ignored him and simply said, get lost. How arrogant. Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you're a Navy colonel? Spandam showed a despicable smile, thinking, killing you won't matter since no one is watching. And the Navy can't do anything to me. Haha. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. Armament hockey. Shuanpa. Bang. With a punch at full strength. 10 tons of immense power slammed directly into Spandam's body. Spandam flew backward, unaware of his own mortality. Jiang Feng looked at little Robin, whose already tear-streaked face was timidly gazing at him. Jiang Feng took out an iron plate engraved with the void escape mark and handed it to little Robin. In case of danger, feel this mark with your heart and activate it. It will help you escape a calamity. Hurry and go. Seeing that Jiang Feng had no intention of killing her, the fear on little Robin's face dissipated a bit, and she curiously asked, You're not going to kill me. Jiang Feng said in a deep voice, Just because I won't kill you doesn't mean others won't. Leave quickly. Little Robin tightly gripped the iron plate Jiang Feng had given him and turned to leave. Watching little Robin's small figure, Jiang Feng murmured, Whether you can survive depends on whether that person is willing to save you. Just as all the Marines on the warships landed on the island, an ordinary boat was slowly approaching the island. On the small boat, a woman was anxiously staring in the direction of the island, thinking, Robin, you must be okay. After the woman landed on the island, she headed towards the Tree of Knowledge. Report, a suspicious woman has landed on the island, suspected to be the wanted criminal Alvia. A CP member at the edge of the island dialed the snail phone. Oh, this is great. Follow her. She must not leave this island alive. Understood. At this moment, Jiang Feng was walking towards the Tree of Knowledge, which covered half of the island. Upon entering the Tree of Knowledge, Jiang Feng saw a woman standing expressionlessly in the center of the room. The woman's appearance resembled that of an adult Robin, so Jiang Feng guessed she was Robin's mother. Alvia. When Robin was 3 years old, she left Robin to go to sea in search of historical texts and was later captured by the Navy led by Salong. After being captured, she persuaded Salong with her words and escaped with his help, which led to Salong's dismissal and being wanted. In front of the woman was a blue stone inscribed with strange characters. Was this the historical text? Alvia was studying it intently and didn't notice the surroundings. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice, she became aware of his presence and looked at him warily, saying, Navy you. Are you here to kill me? Jiang Feng shook his head and said lightly, I'm not here to kill you. In fact, I don't support this action. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't do anything. Alvia looked at the young colonel in front of her with a puzzled expression. The Navy before her felt completely different from the Navy she had seen in the past. Why have you come to the Tree of Knowledge? What do you want to do? Jiang Feng calmly looked at Alvia and said, I'm here to take over this library. The demon-slaying order aims to destroy everything on this island, including this place. I think it would be a shame for so many precious books to be burned, so I want to take these books away. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng slowly raised his hand, and his spirit swept over the books in the library. In the next moment, books began to disappear at a visible speed. Alvia looked at Jiang Feng in shock and asked, How did you do that? Is it a demon's ability? The library was filled to the brim with books, and it took him about 5 minutes to empty the entire library. Jiang Feng also took the blue giant stone with the engraved text. The purpose of the CPs coming here should be to find it. However, I took it. Moments later, the entire library was empty, with only Jiang Feng and Alvia standing in the center. Alvia had not yet recovered from her shock. Why was the Navy doing this? I am only loyal to the justice in my heart, and in fact, I also have thoughts about the world government. I'm leaving now. Next, I will burn this place to the ground. As for you, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Although Alvia couldn't see through Jiang Feng's thoughts, she knew that the books were safe. Alvia looked at Jiang Feng with determination. When I landed on the island, the world government must have discovered me long ago. I cannot leave alive. I choose to coexist with this library. Mr. Navy, I want to ask you for a favor, my child Robin. If possible, please save her. Looking at Alvia, who had a pleading expression, Jiang Feng nodded. If I have the chance, I will. Seeing Jiang Feng nod, a smile appeared on Alvia's face. Thank you. Jiang Feng turned around and left. As he walked out the door, a spatial barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the entrance to the Tree of Omniscience. After Jiang Feng left, several CP members dressed in black suits arrived in front of the Tree of Omniscience. Damn it, the entrance is blocked. The members attempted to break the spatial barrier, but unfortunately, it was impossible for them to do so with their strength. This is bad. It's on fire inside, and that thing hasn't been found yet. Don't worry, that stone is indestructible. Let's leave here for now. Once the fire is out, we can come back to retrieve that stone. At this moment, at the edge of the island, a tall giant with a little girl sitting on his shoulder roared, "You are not the real Navy. Your actions are not just at all." The giant raised his enormous fist and struck a naval warship directly. The immense force sank one of the warships instantly. Frozen moment, just as the giant raised his fist to strike, a wave of cold air rushed in, freezing the lower half of the giant's body. "Saron, stop. I don't want to kill you. Surrender." Akiji looked grimly at the giant before him. "Kazan, are you still the Kazan I know? Look at what you're doing. Is this your sense of justice?" At this moment, Jiang Feng was rushing towards the edge of the island. "Stop, you bastard. Do you think you can get away?" Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks, looking at the disheveled Spandam, who was covered in bandages, and said, "Your bones are quite tough. It seems I went easy on you just now." As he spoke, Jiang Feng slowly walked towards Spandam, having no good feelings towards him whatsoever. "Don't come any closer." Seeing Jiang Feng approach, Spandam kept retreating until he fell to the ground. Spotting a Kainu coming from a distance, Spandam seemed to see a lifeline. Sakazuki, look at what your Navy is doing. This guy wants to hinder the world government officers from carrying out their mission and even assaulted an officer. Kill him quickly." Akainu looked at Spandam with a gloomy expression, magma bubbling up from his hands, dripping onto the ground and instantly scorching a shallow mark into it. "Are you ordering me?" Seeing Akainu's furious gaze, Spandam quickly shut his mouth and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Akainu turned to Jiang Feng with a serious expression, saying, "Since we landed, I haven't seen you carry out your mission. Out of respect for Mr. Garp, I won't hold this against you. Now, what are you doing obstructing the world government's officers from executing their mission and assaulting a superior? Give me an explanation." Jiang Feng felt a tightness in his heart when he saw Akainu getting angry. Based on his understanding of Akainu, he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, and Akainu would definitely take action. Although Akainu wouldn't kill him, serious injury was inevitable. The power of the magma fruit was no joke. However, this was also an opportunity. Jiang Feng did not explain anything to Akainu, but turned and left. There was nothing to explain. Seeing Jiang Feng completely disregarding him, Akainu became furious, with scorching magma rising all over his body. "This little brat dares to ignore me. I will teach you a good lesson." At this moment, Akainu was clearly enraged by Jiang Feng, glaring at him with a face full of anger, most of his body transformed into boiling magma. Jiang Feng looked at Akainu with a serious expression. Even from 5 or 6 meters away, he could feel the heat radiating from Akainu. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited, sending waves of heat that penetrated into his body, making Jiang Feng's heart start to feel restless. They hadn't even started fighting yet. But Jiang Feng was already slightly at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. However, he quickly calmed his restless emotions, dealing with a Logia-type magma fruit user. Using Sea Prism Stone was clearly not feasible, as the Sea Prism Stone only works when it comes into contact with the body of a Devil Fruit user. If Jiang Feng uses the Black Feather Sword to cut through Akainu's magma, there will only be one result. The Black Feather Sword will be burned to ashes by the magma. It seems that he can only use Haki. After coating the Black Feather Sword with Armament Haki, the blade appears even smoother and more lustrous. Jiang Feng had a determined look on his face as he placed the Black Feather Sword in front of him, staring at Akainu without any fear. Akainu, seeing Jiang Feng draw his long sword and wanting to fight him, showed a hint of disdain on his face, snorting, "You don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, kid." Hellhound! Akainu's right arm instantly turned to lava, and with the speed of a gale, he appeared right in front of Jiang Feng, his blazing fist crashing directly into Jiang Feng's chest. Jiang Feng's expression changed. Such speed. Is this the speed of breaking through the 3rd level of limits? Even those who are not specialized in speed, after breaking through the 3rd level of limits, their speed is not something ordinary people can contend with. Instant step. Jiang Feng instantly flashed 5 meters away, looking at Akainu with a serious expression. From Akainu, he could not only feel a scorching aura continuously rushing towards him, burning his body, but there was also a domineering and powerful momentum emanating from Akainu, pressing down on him and creating pressure. Seeing Jiang Feng instantly evade his attack, a flicker of unusual color flashed in Akainu's eyes. A user of the Space Fruit ability? This is indeed a bit tricky, but this is where it ends. Great Fire of the Scorching River. A massive fireball made of lava charged towards Jiang Feng. Not good. Moonwalk. Jiang Feng suddenly stomped his feet, rising into the air. Looking back at the houses within dozens of meters behind him, He was shocked to see that they had all been melted by Akainu's punch. Jiang Feng's expression changed dramatically. Could be that this guy really wants to kill me? I must take the initiative. With a single sword style, he executed a quick slash. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng, who was still floating in the air just a moment ago, appeared behind Akainu. Slash! A black sword aura instantly burst forth behind Akainu. The black sword aura not only mixed with the armed color hockey, but also carried the tearing power of spatial attributes. The strength of the attack was enough to tear open a space. This strike was the strongest slash Jiang Feng could deliver at this stage. However, Jiang Feng's attack could only barely break through Akainu's armed color, leaving a shallow wound on Akainu's body. Akainu did not give Jiang Feng any chance to counterattack. Magma Volcano. Suddenly, Akainu's body resembled an erupting volcano, with scorching magma rising up, enveloping both Akainu and Jiang Feng. Moments later, the elemental Akainu returned to his original form. Looking at Jiang Feng with a serious expression, "Is running away all you can do?" Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes as he looked at Akainu. He had just narrowly avoided being dissolved, and fortunately, he had reacted quickly. It seemed that playing close combat with Akainu required even more caution. Once he got close to Akainu, the latter would control the magma to surround him. And while Akainu could elementalize, Jiang Feng could only evade the encirclement. It was too passive. Fighting Akainu now meant he could only dodge, unable to do anything else. Thinking that he could only hope to balance Akainu with his spatial sword techniques made Jiang Feng feel a sense of helplessness. He realized that he was nowhere near a match for Akainu. His observation hockey and armament hockey were inferior to Akainu's, and his conqueror's hockey had no effect on him. He initially intended to use this opportunity to hone his skills, but now he recognized that this decision was unwise. The destructive power of the magma fruit was too great, and prolonged engagement with Akainu would only put him in a dangerous situation, one that could threaten his life. Jiang Feng felt a sense of retreat and said calmly, "Admiral Sakazuki's strength is already at the level of a general, while I'm just a colonel. Admiral, isn't it a bit unfair for you to fight me?" Akainu had a serious expression and said, "When you encounter those great pirates at sea, will they let you go just because you are weak? Beating up world government officials? I see you have no regard for the world government at all. Do you have some dissatisfaction with the world government? If that's the case, I don't care who your uncle is, you could die today. Openly resisting the orders of the world government, even ordinary people, I will turn them to ashes." Dog bite, Red Lotus. Akainu's magma-covered right arm instantly transformed into a large dog-shaped fireball. The dog-shaped lava seemed to have a life of its own, staring at Jiang Feng and charging towards him. Slash! Seeing the fireball suddenly approaching, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow and a black sword chi burst forth, slicing the lava in half. The two halves of the lava fell to the ground, instantly scorching two large pits into the surface. Seeing that Akainu had no intention of letting him go, Jiang Feng's heart sank. It seemed he could only use space sword techniques to fight Akainu. If the space sword techniques weren't enough, then he would have to escape. Jiang Feng concentrated his mental energy, placing the black feather sword in front of his chest, and began to mobilize the power of space. One sword style, Dark Path Crescent Moon Slash. In the next moment, a strange light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, and the gathered momentum reached its peak. With a swing of his sword, a rift appeared in the sky above Akainu's right side. A pitch-black space crack, shaped like a semicircle, revealed twinkling stars within it, hanging in midair like a crescent moon. Akainu looked at the bizarre crack that had suddenly appeared before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is this also a space ability? On the island, the marine soldiers and other places looked at the suddenly appearing black moon in the sky with puzzled expressions. How could a black moon appear in the sky out of nowhere? Akiji, at the edge of the island, seemed to recall something upon seeing the black crack in the sky. Feng, why would he use such a dangerous technique? Has he encountered a tricky enemy? On the other side of the island, Kazura glanced at the black crack in the sky and smirked. It seems some interesting things are happening on the island. Meanwhile, Spandam, lying on the ground, seemed to have realized that something bad was about to happen, quickly got up, and stumbled away into the distance. The expanding space crack in the sky attracted everyone's attention on the island. Everyone looked at the black crack in the sky with curiosity. How could the sky suddenly open a rift? Standing directly beneath the space crack, Akainu suddenly furrowed his brow. What's going on? His body felt as if it was locked by some kind of force. What is this tearing power? Could it be? Akainu looked at the space crack. With his knowledge, he could naturally see the effect of Jiang Feng's attack at a glance. Once the space crack took shape, a series of attracting forces emanated from it, pulling everything nearby. Standing just a few steps away from the crack, Akainu was naturally the first to be affected. At this moment, Akainu was completely locked by the tearing force within the space crack, his entire body being pulled by that attraction, unable to break free. With the spatial power that Jiangfeng currently mastered, a single slash was enough to carve a space crack over 50 meters long in the sky. The larger the space crack, the stronger the attraction within it. First Akainu, then everything around him. Everything beneath the space crack was uprooted and sucked into the rift. Some not-so-sturdy houses collapsed under the pull, and debris was drawn into the crack, disappearing without a trace. Those who were closer to the space crack saw this scene, and their faces changed dramatically. Run. At that moment, the crack in the sky, which had once seemed like an unusual sight, transformed in their eyes into an abyss that devoured all. Akainu's expression was grave. Most of his body had already elementalized, surrounded by boiling magma. Transforming into lava, Akainu sank into the ground to stabilize himself. Half of his body had merged with the ground, with only his upper half visible above the air. In contrast, Spandam was not so fortunate. He had already been pulled up, desperately clutching a wall corner with a face full of fear. No, I don't want to die. Save me. In the next moment, Jiangfeng, behind the spatial barrier, looked in Spandam's direction, his expression changing. Not good. Spandam, with a face of despair, was pulled into the space crack. Watching Spandam being sucked into the space crack, Jiangfeng felt no sympathy for him. As the head of CP9, a secret intelligence agency under the world government, he had helped the world government commit too many dark deeds. Spandam was not worthy of his sympathy. Jiangfeng was only concerned about two things. First, the soon-to-be enraged Akainu. Second, the dissatisfaction of the world government. Sure enough, upon seeing Spandam's death, Akainu became furious. Kid, you don't deserve to be a Marine. Today, I will kill you. Meteor volcano. The enraged Akainu completely disregarded the threat of a space crack and suddenly swung his fist. Instantly, massive molten fists erupted from his arms, which had already transformed into lava, shooting out in all directions. Like a meteor shower of fire, the lava continuously fell to the ground, melting everything it touched. Moments later, the area within hundreds of meters had become a sea of molten lava. Jiangfeng, situated in the sea of lava, wore a heavy expression, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Although Jiangfeng could evade Akainu's attacks, the scorching heat from the lava was inescapable. At this moment, Jiangfeng felt as if he was inside a volcano, the heat surrounding him continuously burning his body and the air growing thinner, making it harder to breathe. Jiangfeng had long known that the abilities of Logia-type Devil Fruit users were very powerful. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he realized that he had still underestimated the Logia users. The powers they wield are completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. They harness the terrifying forces of nature. The longer the fight against a Logia user drags on, the more passive one becomes, because during the battle, they've already transformed the battlefield into their home turf. If I were now a strong person who had broken through the third limit, I could definitely fight Akainu using Haki, but unfortunately, my accumulation is still insufficient. The spatial rift is also about to disappear, and once Akainu breaks free from the constraints of the gravitational pull, I will be in danger. Although Jiangfeng was at a disadvantage, he showed no fear on his face as he looked at Akainu in the center of the magma, thinking of ways to escape. Should he use his space abilities to flee? Forget it. That would be too embarrassing. It's the first time he's been forced into such a desperate situation. No wonder he's known for his Admiral-level combat power. After a moment, it seemed that Akainu was no longer affected by the gravitational pull. He slowly stood up, his previously elemental body returning to its original form. Akainu walked towards Jiangfeng at a steady pace, his expression emotionless, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his cold eyes. This is the end. In an instant, Akainu appeared before Jiangfeng, his fist wrapped in Haki and still carrying searing magma. Akainu's speed was so fast that Jiangfeng didn't even have a chance to use his Shuanpa. In a moment of desperation, armament Haki, Jiangfeng armed himself with domineering power all over his body. Bang! Akainu's fist struck Jiangfeng's chest, and an instant wave of heat surged toward his heart. Jiangfeng felt as if his internal organs were starting to burn. Shuanpa. Jiangfeng and Akainu created some distance between them. Pain surged in his heart as he looked down at his chest, realizing he had already been burned by the magma, leaving a scorch mark on his chest. The armament Haki was ineffective. although Akainu's hockey quality was not as good as Jiang Feng's. As a powerful warrior who had broken through the third limit, his hockey quality undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Feng's. That is why Akainu's hockey could break through Jiang Feng's hockey defense. Akainu looked down at Jiang Feng with a serious expression and asked, "As a Navy, do you harbor discontent towards the world government?" Karp has made tremendous contributions to the Navy. Although some things have become chaotic, he has never expressed any dissatisfaction with the Navy or the world government. What about you? Who has influenced you to be so bold and reckless, Karp or someone else? After hearing Akainu's words, Jiang Feng finally understood the reason why Akainu was relentlessly pursuing him. Jiang Feng possesses SS-level potential, and his future combat power will undoubtedly surpass that of a vice admiral, and he will hold high positions. However, a future high-ranking Navy officer harbors dissatisfaction towards the world government, which fundamentally contradicts Akainu's beliefs. In Akainu's eyes, only those who are loyal to the world government, loyal to the Navy, and can complete their missions without a doubt are the true Navy. Akainu has categorized Jiang Feng as one of those who could negatively impact the Navy, and he now sees Jiang Feng as a potential threat. However, Akainu is too resolute in his actions. Akainu's personality is straightforward, but his methods are cruel and show no mercy. He has always believed in and implemented absolute justice. Looking at the resolute Akainu before him, Jiang Feng feels bitter inside, wondering why he provoked this monster. He does not want to become disabled and must leave quickly. Seeing that even using space sword techniques cannot contend with Akainu, Jiang Feng has already begun to retreat. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, are you trying to kill me? I admit that killing Spandam was my fault, but it is not your place to punish me. You can report my case to the headquarters and let them decide. Akainu's methods are cruel. To complete his missions, he can ruthlessly target colleagues and ordinary civilians alike. Akainu knows that Jiang Feng has GARP above him, and if this matter is reported to the headquarters, they will only give Jiang Feng a trivial punishment. As for the Gorosei, those who prioritize interests above all else would never drive away a fighter with SS-level potential just because of a Spandam. Now, Akainu's belief in absolute justice has taken root in his heart, and he absolutely does not allow any trace of evil behavior. He truly harbors murderous intent. Armament hockey. Akainu did not use elementalization, but instead enveloped his entire body in armament hockey. During the recent battle, Akainu noticed that Jiang Feng could move freely within a certain range. The lava spray technique was ineffective, so Akainu planned to deal with Jiang Feng using hockey directly. Burning Fist. Instantly, a layer of scorching lava appeared on Akainu's black fist, intertwining black and red, appearing particularly dazzling. Watching Akainu prepare for close combat, Jiang Feng's thoughts sank. The armament hockey had already dominated him, and now with an added layer of lava, it was no surprise that Akainu knew nothing of mercy. Akainu continuously used shave to accelerate. It was the first time Jiang Feng had seen such speed in the Navy. Akainu's foot suddenly stomped down, and the air beneath him seemed ready to explode, creating a series of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, Akainu had appeared before Jiang Feng, delivering a fiery punch directly at him. Jiang Feng's expression changed drastically. Although his observation hockey had predicted Akainu's attack, he realized he had no means to evade this strike. The Shuanpa also required a process. In previous battles, his opponents weren't fast enough, so he could use it freely. However, when facing an opponent whose speed far surpassed his own, the drawbacks of Shuanpa became apparent immediately. Once Akainu closed in, he wouldn't give Jiang Feng any chance to use Shuanpa. Armament hockey, I'm going all out. Jiang Feng concentrated all the armament hockey he could control on his arms, completely giving up defense in other parts of his body, intending to take on Akainu head-on. The highly concentrated armament hockey clearly elevated in quality to another level. Jiang Feng had a determined expression as he swung his fist forward. Bang! The black fist collided with the fist interwoven in black and red. This time, Akainu's hockey did not break through Jiang Feng's defense. However, the molten lava on Akainu's fist burned Jiang Feng through the hockey defense. The two fists crashed violently against each other, and a wave of air erupted around them. The hot lava on Akainu's fist was also shaken and splattered everywhere by this shockwave. The sparks flying in all directions fell to the ground, instantly creating a pit on the surface, and those that landed on Jiang Feng burned through his military uniform. Jiang Feng did not have domineering defense, so after the Mars melted his clothes, it directly burned his body. The intense pain surged to his heart, and Jiang Feng's complexion began to look bad. Akainu's base strength is no less than 800 gene. After breaking through the first limit, his strength ceiling increased fivefold, reaching around 4,000 gene. After breaking through the second limit, his strength ceiling increased fourfold, reaching around 8 tons. After breaking through the third limit, his strength ceiling increased threefold, reaching around 24 tons. At this time, although Akainu's strength had not yet reached the third-level strength ceiling, it was at least around 15 tons. Akainu's strength far surpassed Jiangfeng's. Jiangfeng caught Akainu's punch, but his arm was jolted painfully, and waves of bone-crushing pain radiated from his fist. Xuanbu, Jiangfeng distanced himself from Akainu once again, enduring the pain throughout his body. Looking at Akainu with a complicated expression, fighting Akainu now was still too forced. Although he felt very unwilling, for the sake of safety, he could only escape for now. Jiangfeng took out the void escape iron plate from his storage space, and his spiritual energy scanned the escape mark on the plate. Suddenly, a strange spatial ripple appeared around Jiangfeng. Seeing this, Jiangfeng sighed in relief and planned to step into the spatial ripple. Akainu noticed the spatial ripple that suddenly appeared in front of Jiangfeng, and, recalling Jiangfeng's spatial ability, his brows slightly furrowed. Just as Jiangfeng was about to step into the spatial ripple, Akainu appeared and grabbed Jiangfeng by the neck, pulling him out of the range of the spatial ripple. You want to escape, right? I've seen your spatial ability once. Do you think I would give you another chance? Akainu's grip was tight, causing Jiangfeng's face to turn red as he tried to break free, only to find that he couldn't muster any strength. Scorching lava dripped from Akainu's arm onto Jiangfeng, who was already injured all over, with burn marks covering his body. It felt as if his entire body was submerged in magma, and pain surged in his heart. The pain throughout his body constantly stimulated Jiangfeng, and he struggled desperately. Am I going to die? This feeling reminded him of the time he experienced it with teacher Zephyr, who had pushed him to awaken his conqueror's haki. While Akainu was indeed trying to kill him now, Jiangfeng saw that Akainu did not immediately kill him, as if he was hesitating about something, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But the next moment, that hope was shattered as he heard Akainu say, "Great eruption." Upon hearing those 3 words, a wave of despair surged in Jiangfeng's heart. No. At that moment, it seemed as if his body sensed something, and the conqueror's haki suddenly erupted. In that moment, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. An invisible aura swept outwards, and everything on the island fell silent. The navy at the edge of the battlefield, and the civilians all fainted at that instant. Jiangfeng took advantage of Akainu's momentary distraction to break free from his grasp. Gasping for breath, in the distance, Kizaru suddenly sensed a familiar aura, his expression changing slightly as he noticed the fallen Marines. This was Conqueror's haki, but it didn't feel very strong. It lacked the terrifying presence he had seen from Mr. Carp. Could it be that kid? As Conqueror's haki swept over Kizaru, he paused his actions, looking at the unconscious individuals before him and smirking. Oh my, what do I see? Conqueror's haki? Although it's not yet fully mastered, it has great potential. It seems I've taken on quite an impressive vice captain. Kizaru Akainu and Akiji had known each other for many years and were well aware of each other's abilities. He knew this Conqueror's haki definitely wasn't from either of them. The sudden surge of Conqueror's haki only caused Akainu to be momentarily dazed for a few breaths. The earlier haki was released unconsciously by Jiangfeng, driven by the pain throughout his body and the terrifying pressure exerted by Akainu. Conqueror's haki is a form of mental intimidation. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the intimidation of the Conqueror's haki. Jiangfeng's spiritual power increased slightly under the stimulus of death. However, this level of mental strength was still not enough to affect Akainu. After all, his accumulation was insufficient. Watching Jiangfeng break free from his arm, a hint of regret flashed in Akainu's eyes, but he still looked at Jiangfeng with a serious expression. Conqueror's haki, good talent, but you no longer have the chance to grow. Dog bite, red lotus. Akainu's molten arm transformed into a massive dog-shaped lava mass, which continued to grow after leaving his arm. Moments later, Jiangfeng was already enveloped by a giant dog-shaped lava mass above him. Seeing this scene, Jiangfeng's expression changed dramatically. Spatial barrier. Jiangfeng used all the spatial energy in his body to create a solid spatial barrier to protect himself, and then planned to escape using his spatial abilities. Just at that moment, a lazy voice came over. "Oh dear, Sakazuki, are you trying to kill my vice admiral?" Unbeknownst to him, Kizaru had arrived. As soon as the words were spoken, countless golden light points gathered in front of him, forming a human shape. It's Kizaru. Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was saved and no longer needed to use his spatial abilities to escape. The suddenly appearing Kizuru looked at the giant magma mass in the sky with a relaxed and lazy expression, slowly raising his arm and saying, "Laser." In an instant, countless photons gathered at Kizuru's fingertip, and then a golden flash shot out from his finger. The golden flash in the sky collided with the black-red magma mass. With a loud bang, the golden flash pierced through the canine-shaped magma mass, which instantly exploded, and sparks fell from the sky. The scattered sparks seemed to ignite the air, and intense heat waves continued to wash over. Even separated by a layer of space, Jiang Feng could feel a strong burning sensation. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily averted, Jiang Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What puzzled Jiang Feng was that it was Kizuru who came to his rescue. If it were Akiji, he wouldn't have been surprised. After all, there was GetsLove's connection. Looking at Kizuru, standing in front of him, Jiang Feng felt that he couldn't quite understand Kizuru anymore. Akainu, seeing that Kizuru had blocked his attack, had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Borsalino, you stopping me isn't like your style." Kizaru casually shrugged and said, "Oh dear, Sakazuki, you still look just as scary when you're angry. But why do you want to kill Feng? What did he do to provoke you?" Akainu snorted coldly. He beat up a world government official and killed CP9 Chief Spandam. Isn't that reason enough?" Kizuru, being a classmate of Akainu, immediately understood why Akainu wanted to kill Jiang Feng upon hearing his words. Kizaru turned around, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Feng. "You kid really went too far. Even Carp wouldn't do what you did." Jiang Feng felt helpless about this. He just wanted to teach Spandam a lesson and never intended to kill him. Spandam's death was completely an accident. He was forced into a corner by Akainu, which led him to tear open a spatial rift. Unexpectedly, it backfired, and instead of suppressing Akainu, he ended up killing Spandam, which completely enraged Akainu. Jiang Feng removed the spatial barrier and walked in front of Kizuru, looking helpless as he said, "I wanted to teach Spandam a lesson, but I didn't expect to accidentally kill him." Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Kizuru looked at him with a teasing expression. "You really are lucky to survive in Akainu's hands." After saying that, Kizuru turned to face Akainu. "Sakazuki, let the headquarters handle Feng's matter." Akainu's face darkened as he replied, "What if I say no?" The excitement in Kizuru's eyes flickered away. Then he shrugged and said, "This is quite interesting. It seems we haven't fought since graduation. If you insist, I'll accompany you to the end." Seeing that Kizuru was going to protect Jiang Feng, Akainu did not back down. "All right, Borsalino, do you remember that you never won against me back in the Naval Academy? Those are all old stories now. Sakazuki, you should be careful." As soon as the words fell, Kizuru transformed into countless golden light spots and vanished from Jiang Feng's sight. The next moment, Kizuru appeared in midair above Akainu, pointing his finger at Akainu's head, with dazzling light gathering at his fingertip. Whoosh! A golden laser shot toward Akainu. It seemed that Akainu already anticipated Kizuru's move. As he sidestepped and suddenly swung his arm wrapped in lava, great eruption, a fiery red lava ball rushed towards Kizuru. Seeing this, Kizaru again transformed into thousands of golden light spots, disappearing without a trace. Bang! Bang! A series of crashing sounds and bursts of air came from ahead, and Jiang Feng could only see the silhouette of Akainu, while Kizuru's figure had long transformed into countless golden dots of light. From a distance, Jiang Feng could only see the golden glow flickering continuously, while he couldn't capture Kizuru's figure with his eyes, even with his observation hockey. He could only barely sense Kizaru's movements. In contrast, Akainu appeared completely relaxed. Despite Kizuru's speed, he still couldn't escape Akainu's observation hockey. And Akainu was completely at ease facing Kizaru's attacks. Powerful waves of air surged through the atmosphere, occasionally sending sparks and golden light dots flying towards Jiang Feng, grazing his cheek. Is this the collision of Logia users? Indeed, breaking through the third limit is just the real beginning. Watching the fierce battle between Kizuru and Akainu, Jiang Feng felt his blood start to boil. No wonder in the original story, Akainu and Akiji fought for 10 days and nights before a victor emerged. After several minutes, the two separated and faced each other. A glimmer of light flashed in Kizuru's eyes. "Sakazuki, if we want to determine a winner, it will at least take a day or two, right? I'm indifferent, but what about our mission?" Hearing Kizuru mention the mission, Akainu finally stopped, glanced deeply at Jiang Feng, and turned to leave. No matter the time, Akainu always prioritized the mission. He knew that if Kizuru was determined to protect Jiang Feng, Continuing the fight would only waste time and delay the execution of their mission. Thus, Akainu chose to carry out the mission and gave up on pursuing Jiang Feng. Watching Akainu walk away, Jiang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he truly had brushed past the gates of hell. A hint of gratitude flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Admiral Poliusolino, thank you this time. Kizaru smiled. Consider this a personal favor. After saying that, Kizaru left, leaving Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression. After a moment, Jiang Feng recalled that the favor Kizaru mentioned was actually related to the time Barrett injured Kizaru. In Kizaru's view, if Jiang Feng hadn't stopped Barrett back then, he definitely wouldn't have had it easy. That's why Kizaru felt indebted to Jiang Feng. Thinking of this made Jiang Feng feel a bit helpless and amused. If Kizaru knew the truth, he would definitely regret saving me and might even come after me personally. Lava chunks continued to fall from the sky, unstoppable as they landed on the island. Wherever the lava landed, it melted everything in its path, turning the entire island into a sea of lava at that moment. Akainu had already begun to slaughter the entire island. Lava chunks fell from the sky like a massive meteor shower, and these lava chunks were not something the island's residents and scholars could withstand. Instantly, cries of despair filled the island. Akainu's attacks were indiscriminate. He rampaged according to his own will. Scorching flames began to spread from the island, making it seem as if the entire island had erupted like a volcano, with temperatures rising sharply around. The island's residents looked up at the falling lava chunks with despair. Oh my God, what have we done to deserve this punishment? The scholars on the island were equally despairing. Did we do something wrong? No, we did nothing wrong. That 100 years of history must record significant events concerning the entire world. The Marines watched the lava chunks in the sky with fear. Is this the power of the magma fruit? Vice Admiral Sakazuki has made his move. We need to get out of the way. Kizaru glanced at the falling lava chunks and scoffed. That guy Sakazuki is still as violent as ever. The island's residents, sensing the dire situation, tried to escape the island. They didn't even dare to pack their belongings, frantically running onto boats to leave. The Marines on the shore attempted to stop the residents from leaving, but a figure blocked their way. If Jiang Feng were there, he would immediately recognize this person as the one who questioned Sengoku's orders in the branch meeting room. Let them go. Are you Marines? Can you really bring yourselves to harm these civilians? But the surrounding Marines struggled for a moment, but ultimately stopped their actions. Seeing the tragic state of O'Hara, Jiang Feng felt an immense weight in his heart. These scholars had merely discovered some ruins, and the world government was willing to issue a demon-slaying order. It was easy to imagine that when the world government erased that 100 years of history, it must have been a river of blood. With his current strength, he could do nothing. Just one Akainu had nearly pushed him to the brink of life and death. Not to mention the terrifying Gorosei. I must become stronger. I can't even control my own fate now, let alone talk about changing the world. Jiang Feng retreated to the shore and suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. Instantly, he felt refreshed, and the pain from his injuries eased a bit. The burns left by Akainu had been tormenting him, and from just now until now, he continuously felt the sharp pain from the burned areas. Jiang Feng had been enduring the sharp pain. Is this Akiji? Jiang Feng walked along the cold air and suddenly saw a giant frozen and lying on the shore. Being familiar with the original work, Jiang Feng immediately recognized him as Salong, the former Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral and friend of Akiji. Salong was being hunted by the Navy for saving Robin's mother. Later, he drifted to O'Hara, where he was rescued by Robin, and the two became friends. It seems that Salong wanted to take Robin away when he learned that the Navy was planning to erase O'Hara, but unexpectedly encountered Akiji along the way. Jiang Feng could feel that Salong had stopped breathing at this moment. Akiji still made his move. Robin stood in front of Salong, holding his corpse, crying, "Whoa." Jiang Feng walked up to Qing Ji and greeted him. Qing Ji looked at Jiang Feng, who was in a sorry state with burns on his body, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Feng, these injuries of yours, they weren't caused by Sakazuki, were they?" Jiang Feng said lightly, "Admiral Kazan, you really guessed it right. I was almost killed by Admiral Sakazuki just now." A hint of confusion flashed in Akiji's eyes. "How did you provoke Sakazuki?" "It's a long story. I'll explain later. By the way, what is going on here?" Jiang Feng pretended to be unaware and asked with a curious expression. Jiang Feng knew that Green Pheasant was feeling exceptionally distressed at this moment, having personally learned about his friend Saron. Regardless of the reason, he was certainly not feeling well. Green Pheasant didn't explain much to Jiang Feng and spoke heavily. He is Saron, a former Vice Admiral of the Navy, and he is currently wanted by the Navy for letting the captured Olivia go. After saying this, Green Pheasant looked at the crying Robin with a serious expression and said, I respect Saron's decision not to kill you, but you must live a low-profile life in the future and not do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, I will personally arrest you. Ice time with that. Green Pheasant created an ice path over the sea. Let's go. Little Robin was sobbing continuously, her small face already stained with tears. The series of events today had been too much of a blow for her. The small figure walked ahead, but turned back to look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng saw Xiao Robin looking at him, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. He said gently, go on. I think your mother also hopes you can live well. Upon hearing Jiang Feng mention the word mother, Robin couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Little Robin wiped her tears, trying to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes, and nodded heavily before turning to leave. Watching the small figure running on the ice path, Jiang Feng felt a deep sense of discomfort in his heart. Qingji looked at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression. Do you know her? I suppose so. Since Jiang Feng didn't elaborate further, Qingji didn't ask more, saying, by the way, how did you provoke a Kainu like that? Jiang Feng said calmly, I killed Spandam. What? You killed Spandam? You're out of your mind. However, in this regard, you are quite similar to Mr. Carp. At the Navy headquarters, Carp yawned and asked, who's talking bad about me behind my back? Jiang Feng looked at Akiji with a pained expression and said, Admiral Kazan, please freeze these wounds for me. It hurts too much. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Akiji's mouth twitched. It was the first time someone had asked him to use his ability to alleviate the pain from burns. Admiral Kazan, what do you think of this operation? A flash of brilliance appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes as he asked. Hearing Jiang Feng's question, Akiji hesitated for a moment. The scholars of O'Hara broke the law first. For the stability of the world in the future. Even though I do not agree with this action, I must come. Indeed, Akiji's views differ from Akainu's. Akiji believes that justice has different interpretations depending on one's position, so he does not question others' sense of justice. When others' actions hinder his own sense of justice, he will also act without mercy. On the other hand, Akainu's belief is that the Navy represents justice, and he absolutely does not allow anyone to obstruct the Navy's actions. What about you? Akiji looked at Jiang Feng with curiosity. Me? Jiang Feng smiled and said, actually, I'm also very curious about the content of that 100 years of history. Admiral Kazan, aren't you curious? Akiji looked at Jiang Feng in surprise and asked, you don't have any thoughts about the world government, do you? Jiang Feng smiled, but did not answer Akiji's question. The island where O'Hara was located was already filled with smoke and fire. In less than a day, the entire O'Hara had been wiped out by the Navy. The Tree of Knowledge was burned down, all the scholars were slaughtered, and the Navy did not spare the island's residents either. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the entire Navy. Some officers who were dissatisfied with this operation turned a blind eye to the fleeing residents and showed no intention of stopping them. Conversely, some officers who never questioned the Navy's orders acted without any moral burden, with Akainu being the most typical example. To prevent any scholars from escaping among the residents' evacuation ships, Akainu ordered his subordinates to blow up the ships filled with O'Hara's residents under the pretext of possibly harboring archaeologists. Akiji felt helpless about this, but for the stability of the world's future, he still did not intervene to stop Akainu. The great O'Hara was brutally destroyed under the extermination order, and at that moment, O'Hara was completely erased by the world government. Moreover, to prevent others from finding this place, the world government directly made the name O'Hara disappear entirely from the map. After the destruction of O'Hara, the Navy set sail back to headquarters, and the atmosphere remained exceptionally somber. This incident was a huge shock for many Navy officers. At sea, a Navy warship was speeding through the waters. In one of the ship's cabins, Jiang Feng, who had just finished showering, stood in front of the mirror, looking at the burn scars all over his body. He frowned. The scars were indeed too unsightly. Akainu had once gripped Jiang Feng's neck. It was then that the scorching magma flowed down his neck, severely burning his entire body. From his neck down, his upper body was already unrecognizable, covered in large areas of burn marks. Seeing the burns on his body, Jiang Feng frowned. It seemed he needed to perform a time reversal on himself this time. All along, Jiang Feng had only performed a complete time reversal on one person, meaning he had only one experience of casting time reversal. Casting time reversal on others and casting it on oneself are completely different concepts. Much like a doctor treating someone else versus treating oneself, it involves entirely different feelings. The greatest danger of time reversal is that if there is any slight error during the process, the caster will suffer from the backlash of time power. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he stood in front of the mirror. Silver-white flames ignited in his pupils, and he soon felt his timeline. Let's begin. Time rewound. The silver-white flames immediately engulfed him, and feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Feng frowned. Is it coming? What Jiang Feng was most concerned about during the entire process was that as time reversed, the pain for his wounds, which had barely subsided, would resurface. It was as if he had to be burned by Akainu's magma all over again. If Jiang Feng couldn't withstand the sudden pain during this process, he would be directly backlashed by the power of time. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, and the wounds that had already begun to heal slowly returned to their original state as if they had just been inflicted. The shocking wounds reappeared, as if freshly burned, and a sudden wave of intense pain surged in his heart. Large beads of sweat began to drip from his cheeks. Jiang Feng's face looked grim, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body trembled. He once again experienced the pain of being burned by the red dog. That deeply etched, stinging sensation returned, making Jiang Feng feel like he was falling apart. Just a brief moment felt like several days, as if he had gone through the torment of being burned again. While controlling the power of time, he also had to divert his attention to endure the pain. Even with Jiang Feng's extraordinary mental strength, it was becoming too much to bear. A moment of negligence could mean his end. Gradually, the wounds on Jiang Feng's body began to heal, and his skin returned to its original state. When his body was left with only the burn mark from the red dog's first punch, a hint of struggle flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Should he keep this scar? Gathering a short blade of time, he severed the connection between his present and future. Looking at his body that had returned to its original appearance, Jiang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The burns were too damaging to his imposing image. Now it was much better. I have noted down this debt with the red dog. I will repay this humiliation to you. Jiang Feng clenched his fists and looked at himself in the mirror, saying, after getting dressed. Jiang Feng did not leave the cabin, but instead lay down on the bed to rest. This time, Akainu's overwhelming strength truly shocked Jiang Feng. It was a complete domination in every aspect: intimidation, power, ability, and mental strength, all surpassing him. Thinking of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. It seems I need to break through the third limit as soon as possible. All this time, the power of time has not directly enhanced my combat strength. If I could apply the power of time in battle, my strength would surely improve. How should I develop the power of time? I've got it. A flash of brilliance appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes as he thought of a possibility. If during the battle, he could instantly restore himself to peak condition, wouldn't that immediately turn the tide? Time reversal could achieve this, but it was too dangerous. The opponent wouldn't just stand by and let him use his abilities. Wait. What if he only reversed time without severing the connection to the present and future? That could work, right? Although the reverse time would be restored, it wouldn't have any other effects. Just think about it. During the battle, both sides would have exhausted their stamina, and at that moment, instantly recovering to peak condition would be an incredible sight. It would be simply delightful. Even though it was just a brief return to peak condition, it would be enough to change the entire situation. Jiang Feng used the time origin mark to deduce a submark, which he engraved on himself. Normally, he only needed to allocate a little bit of time power to store it in the time mark, and when needed, he could unleash it. The position where this time mark was engraved was at the moment he was at his peak. Every time he broke through in strength, he had to re-engrave the mark to ensure that the time point he returned to was his strongest state. The speed of time reversal could be fast or slow, completely depending on the output of the time power. In an instant, a long-accumulated time power could erupt and revert his time back to that strongest moment within a few breaths. This ability could be called time return. After spending an entire night, Jiang Feng finally completed the development of this ability. He hadn't slept at all, but felt no fatigue, still immersed in the joy of his successful ability development. Mary Geos, a bright and luxurious room. 5 spirited elderly men sat on the sofa. An old man in a black suit with white curly hair said, "Have you heard? CP9's Commander Spandam was killed in O'Hara." "Oh, was it those scholars?" An elderly man in a blue suit with straight white hair asked, a hint of curiosity flashing across his calm face. "Of course not. Do you remember the little guy I mentioned to you? The Navy has recently seen a new recruit with SS talent. It is said he has also consumed the paramecia-type space fruit," said an old man in a white robe with glasses. Upon hearing SS-level talent, the other 4 elderly men finally showed some interest. SS-level talent? If he grows, he could be quite a formidable force, one remarked. Who knows? He might surpass that esteemed individual in the future. It's time for us to consider the future of the world government. After all, we are getting old. Is his identity background clear? I'll tell you, but don't be shocked. He is Carp's nephew, Monkey D. Foam. What? The golden-haired old man in a red suit exclaimed. Is he from that family? No, this is too dangerous. He must not be allowed to hold a high position. Giving him an admiral position in the future is already the limit. I agree. This person must not be beyond our control. We can use him, but if he has any other ideas, just eliminate him. I thought Roger's death would make that century of history disappear with him, and the sea would settle down. But instead, he played us. Recently, the pirates have become active again, and powerful pirates are emerging. I have a feeling a tumultuous era is about to arrive. The Navy needs strong combat power. It seems everyone has no intention of making things difficult for this recruit, the old man continued. What about Spandam's matter? Spandam is dead. Let us replace him with another commander for CP9. I think this little guy is a good candidate. We can take this opportunity to test him and see what he thinks. If he has any discontent with the world government, just eliminate him. After all, his potential threat is too great. Also, let's take this opportunity to reorganize the CPs. For now, let Spandam's deputy handle CP9's affairs. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, Sengoku was fuming at Carp. Carp, look at what your good nephew has done, killing a high-ranking official of the world government. He completely disregards the world government. He is unworthy of being in the Navy. I will remove his position. Although Sengoku did not go to O'Hara, he had planned the entire O'Hara incident and had been directing it from afar. After just hearing Akainu's report that Jiang Feng killed Spandam, Sengoku was filled with rage and called Carp over. Upon hearing that Jiang Feng killed a high-ranking official of the world government, Carp immediately realized the severity of the issue. This kid is causing too much trouble. I wonder where he learned this from. Sengoku's mouth twitched, looking at Carp with displeasure. Who do you think he learned it from? Of course, from you, his unreliable uncle. Now, how do we explain this to the world government? Carp looked resolute. The trouble was caused by him, so he should bear it himself. Let it come as it may. This kid needs to be taught a lesson. As he spoke, a hint of worry flashed in Carp's eyes. Spandam was from the world government. How to deal with Feng still needed to depend on the world government's decision. I've already reported this matter. We should have a result soon. You've been making a racket from far away. A heavy voice echoed into the room. And then Fleet Admiral Kong walked in. Stop arguing. The Gorosei have already replied. Feng's rank will be temporarily retained, but he will be suspended for a period. As for future matters, we will wait for the Gorosei's arrangement. Carp felt relieved upon hearing the Gorosei's handling of Jiang Feng, but then frowned. Feng has entered the Gorosei's sight. I really don't know if this is good or bad. Upon hearing Fleet Admiral Kong's words, a glint of light flashed in Sengoku's eyes. It seems the Gorosei values Feng very much, but why do I have a bad premonition? The warship continued to sail rapidly across the sea. Jiang Feng stepped out of the cabin, stood on the deck, and enjoyed the cool breeze, feeling particularly relaxed. Brother Feng, you seem to be in a good mood, said Akiji as he walked over. Hearing Akiji's voice, Jiang Feng turned around and greeted him. Vice Admiral Kazan, what brings you here? Akiji looked at the scars on Jiang Feng's neck that had completely vanished, his expression filled with surprise. Feng, your burns can't possibly have healed overnight, right? No. Even if they did, your skin wouldn't be completely intact. Jiang Feng once had Qing Ji freeze the burns left by Akainu on himself. Therefore, Qing Ji was very familiar with the injuries on Jiang Feng's body. In just one night, that terrifying burn disappeared completely, which was beyond Qing Ji's understanding. Jiang Feng smiled and said, maybe my self-healing ability is quite strong. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's response, a hint of helplessness flashed in Qing Ji's eyes. Feng, you are the second very special Navy I've met. Hearing second, Jiang Feng curiously asked, oh, who was the first? Dragon, Monkey D. Dragon. You should be quite familiar with him. After I became Vice Admiral under Mr. Carp, I became friends with Dragon. His uniqueness lies in his very distinct ideology, which seems somewhat out of place compared to the thoughts advocated by the world government. I feel regretful about Dragon's departure. Dragon, huh? He should still be secretly preparing the Revolutionary Army, right? Jiang Feng thought to himself. What about me? Why did Mr. Kazan say I was special? You, I can't quite see through you. You're different from Akainu. You're not completely loyal to the Navy and the world government. You're also different from Dragon. He has no sense of belonging to the world government. If it were Dragon, after the O'Hara incident, he would definitely feel resentment towards the world government. But you don't seem to have that. I can't see any hidden grievances you have against the world government, although you have thoughts about it. Those thoughts are definitely not about overthrowing the world government. If that were the case, with your talent and potential, You could completely avoid being a Navy officer. You're also different from Mr. Garp. Whatever is on Mr. Garp's mind is written all over his face, while you hide many secrets. The feeling you give me is that it seems like you're planning something. Ha ha. Admiral Kazan, you're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary colonel. I don't even know what kind of punishment I'll receive when I return to headquarters. Maybe I'll end up being wanted. Who knows? After all, I killed the commander of the world government's secret agency. I don't think the world government will pretend not to know. Jiang Feng laughed loudly to disguise his inner surprise. After accidentally killing Spandam, Jiang Feng did not run away because he was betting that the 5 elders would spare him due to his potential. The battleship sped along and quickly reached the Navy headquarters. Upon disembarking, Jiang Feng felt a heavy heart, as he did not know how the world government would deal with him. After landing, Jiang Feng did not seek out Admiral Kong, but went straight home. As he approached Karp's courtyard and saw the innocent and carefree Faya, his mood improved significantly. However, upon seeing Karp's gloomy face, Jiang Feng's heart sank. It seemed the world government had already made a decision regarding his situation. Karp stepped forward and directly punched Jiang Feng on the head, saying, "You brat! How dare you kill an official of the world government? Do you want to die? Have you considered how I would feel if something happened to you?" Jiang Feng saw that Karp was angry and quickly explained, "Uncle Karp, I never thought of killing him. It was completely an accidental killing. It was during my fight with Admiral Akainu that I accidentally killed Spandam. If we're talking about responsibility, Akainu has some too." After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Karp punched the ground again. "Fighting with Akainu? How are you still alive and standing in front of me? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Regarding Karp's doubts, Jiang Feng felt helpless and changed the subject. "What is the world government going to do with me?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng's question, Karp's expression became serious. "The Gorosei have no intention of making things difficult for you. Your rank is retained, but you will be suspended for a period of time. I think the Gorosei have other plans for you. Once your strength improves further, they will likely use you. Kid Feng, you must remember that no matter what position you hold, if I find out you've done anything that goes against justice, I will personally deal with you." As he spoke, Karp raised his fist and attempted to hit Jiang Feng again, but Jiang Feng dodged this time. Hearing that the Gorosei's punishment was only a suspension, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was right. When his talent was detected, he had already caught the attention of the Gorosei. He just didn't know how the Gorosei viewed his existence. The urgent matter was to break through the third limit. So he decided to take this opportunity to go to Windmill Village and seek advice from Barrett. "Uncle Karp, I'll be going back to Windmill Village in a few days, so don't worry about me. You little rascal." A few days later, Jiang Feng arrived in Windmill Town with a little girl, Fia. Little Fia, with a happy face, said, "Brother Feng, is this the place you used to live? It's so lively. Let us go to the mayor's house. I want to see the old grandpa you said was easy to deal with." Hearing little Fia's words, Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. "Fi, you mustn't tell the old mayor that I spoke badly about him. That stubborn old man just has a bit of temper." Brother Feng, you talk bad about the mayor again." The little girl giggled, covering her mouth. The old mayor saw Jiang Feng's arrival. He neither welcomed him nor rejected him, following the old routine of bar tap. In the afternoon, Jiang Feng went to find Barrett. "Kid, what brings you here? Did the Navy give you a break?" Barrett asked curiously upon seeing Jiang Feng back in Windmill Village. Jiang Feng shook his head. "I'm not on vacation. I've been suspended. But it's fine. I can take this opportunity to break through the third limit. Next, I hope to have a good fight with you. Don't push your luck. If it weren't for Ace's matter, I would have killed you long ago," Barrett said coldly. Upon hearing Barrett's words, Jiang Feng suddenly had a bad premonition. In the early years, Barrett had encountered Roger and lost to him no matter how many times he challenged him. So Barrett vowed, "One day I will defeat you and become the strongest in the world." Barrett joined Roger's pirate crew as a challenger, and at that time, only Roger could surpass him. Even first mate Rayleigh could only tie with him. However, Barrett did not feel proud. Instead, he intensified his training. Later, when Roger fell ill and went to surrender to the Navy, Barrett felt very disappointed in Roger, as if he had lost his life's goal. Barrett caused trouble everywhere until he met Jiang Feng, who suggested that he could train Ace to be like Roger and then defeat him to fulfill his long-held wish. Unexpectedly, Barrett actually agreed. On a small island near Windmill Town, Barrett looked at Jiang Feng seriously. "Kid, now that you've mastered the three-color hockey, I won't hold back. If you die in battle, don't blame me. Let's get started. Armament hockey." Barrett instantly covered his arms with armament hockey. There were no red patterns on his armament, but the quality of Barrett's armament hockey was top-notch. "Here it comes." As soon as he finished speaking, Barrett had already appeared in front of Jiang Feng. Seeing Barrett suddenly appear, Jiang Feng's brow furrowed. "Armament hockey? Hockey surrounded his arms, and in the next moment, Jiang Feng's arms were covered with a layer of black armament. Bang! The two fists collided, sending a wave of air through the atmosphere. Barrett did not use all his strength as he claimed, but the armament hockey could not be suppressed. The high-quality armament hockey directly shattered Jiang Feng's defensive barrier. With each punch colliding, the sound of air being torn filled the air. Jiang Feng endured the stabbing pain in his fists and struggled to respond to Barrett with his punches. 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. There were no other flashy abilities, only the clash of fists, armed hockey, and observation hockey. Sweat poured down his forehead, and Jiang Feng could clearly feel his body was already exhausted. But he didn't stop. The words "break through the limits" kept echoing in his mind. After about 8 hours, it was already evening, and Jiang Feng stopped his movements, looking at Barrett with a face full of fatigue. "That's enough. Your hockey is truly weak," Barrett said coldly, not attacking Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng could now sense the spatial energy within a radius of over 200 meters, which meant he could teleport freely within that distance. After breaking through the limits, his physical strength would continue to grow for a period of time, making this time very important. Jiang Feng and Barrett fought, mainly to put pressure on their bodies and stimulate their physical limits. Now that he has broken through the third limit, he no longer needs Barrett's stimulation. A month later, Jiang Feng's physical strength has entered a slow growth period again, doubling his strength. But he has not yet reached his limit and does not know how long it will take to reach the next limit. Having already broken through the third limit, it is time to return to the Navy headquarters to make his presence felt. Even for a powerful organization like the Navy, there aren't many talents with the strength of a Vice Admiral. Therefore, the Navy places great importance on every officer with Vice Admiral level strength. Generally, an officer only needs to break through the third limit to possess Vice Admiral level strength. However, some geniuses, due to the powerful abilities of their devil fruits, can possess Vice Admiral level combat power without breaking through the third limit. For example, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, who are all users of Logia-type devil fruits. In response, the Navy has established a special certification process for strength, proving one's strength through duels. Jiang Feng's military rank is still intact, but he has been suspended for a period of time. Therefore, he can still submit an application for strength certification. He wants to seize this opportunity to re-enter the sights of the higher-ups. He happily decided that once the ability of time deduction is fully developed, he will submit the application and make a strong comeback. Time deduction is something Jiang Feng thought of accidentally after breaking through his limits and using his time abilities. When the silver-white flames ignited in his eyes, everything he saw would be reflected in the mist-like power of time in his sea of consciousness. He discovered that these reflections in the power of time could be deduced. With a thought, the scenes within the power of time seemed to accelerate, continuously changing and evolving. When he first saw this scene, it startled Jiang Feng greatly, and a terrifying ability emerged in his mind, foreseeing the future. In the pirate world, mastering the observation hockey to its limit grants a special ability, which is the temporary foresight of the future. Foresight is based on the rhythm of things to speculate on their future development trajectories. However, Jiang Feng's ability is different. He truly sees the trajectory of time's development and deduces the future. Stepping out of the room, he saw little FIA and little Ace playing nearby, and a glimmer of eagerness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. "Let's give it a try." The silver-white flames ignited in his eyes, and in the next moment, the projections of little FIA and little Ace appeared in the misty power of time in his sea of consciousness. Accelerate. The scene of the two little ones playing continuously flashed through Jiang Feng's mind, and just as the scene was deduced, it miraculously replayed in the real world. Jiang Feng became more and more shocked and excited as he watched. "Don't run, little Ace. Sister FIA, come catch me." Suddenly, he saw little Ace about to fall. Not good. Jiang Feng instantly found the spot where Ace was about to stumble and prepared to catch him. Moments later, Ace indeed stumbled at that very spot. Jiang Feng quickly flashed and caught Ace. The bizarre scene startled him for a moment, but soon turned into excitement. After months of repeated practice, Jiang Feng finally mastered this ability, which he called time deduction. It allows him to deduce the trajectory of time's development, equivalent to having a foresight of the future. No, this ability is much more powerful than mere foresight. As long as I have enough temporal power, I can see far into the future. Time deduction involves making inferences and deductions about everything within a certain area. Given the current density of the time mist in Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness, he can project the surroundings within a range of over 30 meters and make deductions. Of course, deducing the development of time requires consuming temporal power. Currently, deducing 100 breaths of time development requires consuming a year's worth of temporal power. Naturally, as the projection range increases, the consumption of temporal power will also grow. Time deduction is very powerful, but consumes too much temporal power. So it seems it can only be used as a trump card. Jiang Feng murmured. In the Navy headquarters, in a well-decorated office, Sengoku was seriously looking at the documents, noting that the number of pirates had been increasing recently, and the Navy's manpower was almost insufficient. The reserve of Admiral-level combat power was still not enough. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Sengoku raised his head and adjusted his glasses. Come in. Admiral, I just received an application that requires your signature. A school-level officer said respectfully as he entered the office. The position of Admiral had recently changed. Sengoku was now in charge of all Navy affairs. Sengoku thought it was a document related to pirates, so he didn't pay much attention and directly took the document. However, when he saw the content of the document, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Phone kid. It had been over 2 years since he last saw this kid. Like his Uncle Carp, he was quite a headache. Applying for Admiral-level combat power certification? It's only been a little over 2 years, and this kid has already reached Admiral level? Is it possible? Sengoku looked at Jiang Feng's application, disbelief evident in his eyes. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu all promoted to Admiral in their 20s, relying entirely on the advantages of their Logia fruit abilities. And Jiang Feng, a Paramecia-type space fruit user, promoted to Admiral at 20? Sengoku had doubts about this. However, this kid didn't seem like someone who would joke about such matters. After signing the document, Sengoku handed it to the officer. 1 carp was already enough for me to handle. Now there is going to be another one. It seems this Admiral position isn't easy to manage. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and murmured. In a clearing in Windmill Village, Jiang Feng's sweat had already soaked his clothes, and in the center of the clearing, he was continuously swinging his fists. 1 punch, 2 punches with each swing. Jiang Feng focused intently, his fist like a tiger, creating waves of air in the atmosphere. Swinging punches was easy, but adding momentum to them was much harder. While swinging his fists, he had to control them and also use Conqueror's Haki. After practicing for several days, he finally grasped some tricks. Continue. Adding Conqueror's Haki to his attacks required not only high mental strength, but also great control over that mental strength. With 1 punch thrown, before the fist even reached its target, the momentum would arrive first. The intimidation effect of Conqueror's Haki would directly impact the opponent's mind, leaving them momentarily in a daze. The outcome of a battle often hinged on that brief moment. Jiang Feng focused his mental strength, controlling the force of his fist while preparing to unleash his Conqueror's Haki. With a loud shout, he swung his fist, and the punch collided with the air, creating a gust of wind. The gust was mixed with Conqueror's Haki, pushing straight ahead. Finally succeeded. This was the first success in the past few days. He continued building momentum. Several hours later, Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Having initially grasped it, he decided to come back tomorrow. Returning to the village, Jiang Feng saw the Old Town mayor frowning, holding a bounty notice and murmuring, "When will the sea calm down?" Old Mayor, whose bounty notice are you holding? Jiang Feng noticed that the Old Town mayor was staring intently at the bounty notice in his hand, so he leaned in and asked with curiosity, "What is it?" "It's a bounty notice for a notorious pirate who is currently being hunted by the Navy." "Let me show you," the mayor replied. The Navy has sent word that this pirate has suddenly returned to the first half of the Grand Line, warning all sea regions to be extra cautious. Seeing Jiang Feng approach, the old mayor handed him the bounty notice. Sakai, bounty of 280 million berries. Jiang Feng read the information with a hint of shock. His mind quickly went through the plot of the pirates, but he couldn't find any information about this person. It seems he is an unknown pirate. With a bounty of 280 million berries, this person definitely possesses at least a certain level of strength. In the world of pirates, the highest bounty for pirates below the first tier of limits is only 80 million berries, and for those below the second tier, the highest bounty is 200 million berries. As for other situations, the Navy increases the bounty according to their impact on the world. For pirates who have broken through the third tier of limits, 200 million berries is the minimum bounty, and there is theoretically no upper limit to the bounty, which can be continuously increased. Sakai's bounty is 280 million berries, which indicates that Sakai has already broken through the third limit. What puzzled Jiang Feng is that pirates who generally break through the third limit tend to stay in the New World, and it's rare for them to come back. Why has Sakai returned? It's strange. A big pirate like Sakai should be in the New World, so why has he suddenly appeared in the first half of the Grand Line? The Old Town mayor sighed when he heard Jiang Feng's words. Who knows? The sudden appearance of such a big pirate in the first half of the Grand Line is truly a disaster. Old Mayor, it seems you know some information about Sakai. Please tell me. Jiang Feng asked curiously. Just now, he noticed a hint of fear in the Old Town Chief's eyes when he mentioned sake. So he guessed that the Old Town Chief knew some information about sake. I also heard from a Navy that sake is a devil fruit user who has eaten the ancient Zoan-type fruit, the Berserk ape fruit. His power is incredibly immense. It said that he can smash a small island with a single punch. At this point, the Old Town Chief, with a fearful expression, said worriedly, if he comes to our windmill village, he might destroy our village with just one punch. After hearing the Old Town Chief's words, Jiang Feng smiled and thought, perhaps that would have been the case in the past, but now, if he dares to come to Windmill Village, Barrett will guarantee he won't kill him. As for those rumors, they will only become more exaggerated. Smashing a small island with one punch, does he think he's Carp? However, the Old Town Chief wasn't entirely wrong. The power of Zoan-type devil fruit users should not be underestimated. In the first half of the Grand Line, a huge pirate ship was speeding across the sea. On the sails of the pirate ship, a white monkey with a pirate skull design could be clearly seen. On the ship, a burly middle-aged man with short white hair stood on the deck, looking into the distance. Clino, when can we reach the South Sea? Captain Sake soon. We're about to enter the doldrums. I think in a couple of days, we will be able to cross the doldrums and enter the South Sea. Hearing the navigator's words, Sake frowned and said in a deep voice, No, speed up. We must get to the South Sea as quickly as possible. That matter has probably already spread. If we don't hurry, we will be very passive. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing Sake's command, Clino responded and hurriedly ran to the control room of the pirate ship. After Clino left, Sake fixed his piercing gaze on the direction of the South Sea. He never expected that in such a barren place in the first half of the Grand Line, a natural-type devil fruit would appear. It seems that even heaven is helping me. If I can hand this natural fruit to Boss Kaido, he will surely be pleased. At that time, my status will definitely rise, and perhaps the 3 disasters will turn into 4 disasters. Windmill Village. Jiang Feng continued his usual training, practicing the use of Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, 2 small figures appeared behind him. Brother Feng, I have good news for you. Grandpa Carp is here, Faya said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing Faya's words, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. Carp is here. What could he be here for? Could be to take me away? This doesn't seem like Carp's style. Let's go. Jiang Feng held the little hands of Fia and Ace, walking towards Windmill Village. From a distance, they spotted a prominent Navy warship docked by the shore. Upon returning to the village, they saw several Marines in Navy uniforms, and Jiang Feng walked over to them. Admiral. The Marines greeted Jiang Feng with a salute as he approached. Laugh Carp. Haha, Kid Feng, you're here. I heard from Sengoku that you're applying for a Vice Admiral level strength certification. Not bad. Not bad. As expected from the monkey family as descendant. Just as outstanding as I am. Seeing Jiang Feng arrive, Carp walked up and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, then crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Jiang Feng had a black line on his forehead. Are you praising me or praising yourself? Uncle Carp, what are you doing in Windmill Village? You're not here to pick me up, are you? Of course I'm not here to pick you up. Picking you up is just a side note. I'm here for a mission. Carp put away his smile and said seriously. What mission? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Recently, a nature-type devil fruit has appeared in the South Sea, and this has attracted worldwide attention. Most of the pirates with some strength in the first half of the Grand Line have rushed over. It's causing quite a stir in the New World as well. I've heard that some of the big pirates have already returned. Hearing Carp's words, Jiang Feng finally understood why Sakai appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. It was for the nature-type devil fruit. However, this was understandable, as a nature-type fruit could easily create an Admiral-level power, so they had to take it seriously. By the way, Uncle Carp, what kind of nature-type fruit is it? It's the nature-type dust fruit, which allows the user to manipulate dust. The world government is also very concerned about this devil fruit and has issued a death order to ensure it is obtained. I initially planned to go directly to the South Sea and pick you up after this matter was settled, but I heard you already possess a Vice Admiral level combat power. So I came to get you first. After hearing Carp's explanation, Jiang Feng's pupils constricted, and he looked at Carp with gratitude. Could it be? Given Carp's strength, Jiang Feng didn't believe Carp needed him for his combat power. The only explanation was that Carp was helping him. If he performed excellently in this matter, it would greatly benefit his return to the Navy headquarters. Kid Feng, hurry up and pack your things. We'll set off soon. Okay. On a medium-sized island in the South Sea, in a shabby room, several pirates were pacing back and forth, looking anxious. Enough, you guys sit down already. Walking around is making me dizzy. A fat pirate on the sofa shouted angrily, a bunch of useless things. Usually you all seem pretty clever, but when we need you, it turns out all of you are worthless. Boss, what should we do now? All the pirates from the first half of the Grand Line have come to the South Sea, and I heard some big pirates from the New World have also come. We're doomed this time. What are you nervous about? The devil fruit isn't in our hands right now. Damn it, my nature-type devil fruit. The fat man's face was filled with anger, his eyes bloodshot. If I had known there was a nature-type devil fruit, I would have eaten it long ago. Who the hell would auction it off? Boss, we could say we're not auctioning it in the black market anymore and retrieve the devil fruit before escaping. Are you an idiot? Can you come up with such a stupid idea? If we go to the black market, will the Don Quixote family let us off? However, this time, the Don Quixote family isn't having an easy time either. Both pirates and the Navy are keeping an eye on them. Let us see how they handle this. I want my nature-type devil fruit back. I'll make them all pay. In the center of the island, in a luxuriously decorated room, a tall blonde man was sitting on the sofa. He wore sunglasses, a red feather coat, and 9-point pants with pointed shoes, playing with a devil fruit in his hand. Is this the nature-type dust fruit? It looks beautiful, but what a pity that a person can only eat one devil fruit. Beside him stood a scruffy-looking uncle draped in a circular cloak resembling a quilt, holding a staff with a plum blossom emblem. The scruffy uncle responded to the man, "Yeah. If Doflamingo had obtained the nature-type devil fruit back then, I think our Don Quixote family would have unified the black market long ago. But Doflamingo, how should we handle this nature-type devil fruit? Should we eat it? No, let us auction it as planned. With our current strength, we can't protect this devil fruit. Eating it would be equivalent to offending everyone." Doflamingo said nonchalantly, as if the devil fruit in his hand was just an ordinary item. What a pity that the pirate auctioning the fruit didn't recognize it, but others did. A hint of regret flashed in the uncle's eyes. Who this fruit will ultimately end up with is still uncertain. Gather them all here. In the pirate world, there are not only the Navy and pirates, but also a complex web of underground forces throughout the world. The Don Quixote family has an underground trading place in the South Sea, involved in illegal activities such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, and selling weapons. And they often host auctions for devil fruits. In the black market, even a very mediocre devil fruit can be auctioned for a high price, with the transaction price of a devil fruit never being less than 100 million berries. The starting price for the nature-type devil fruit to be auctioned in a few days is 300 million berries. Have you heard? A nature-type devil fruit has appeared in the black market recently. What nature-type fruit? If I could eat it, wouldn't I instantly become a big pirate? Stop dreaming. You think you can eat a nature-type devil fruit? I bet you won't even see what it looks like. The damn Don Quixote family won't even let us in. I want to see it too. Can't I at least take a look if I can't afford it? That's a nature-type devil fruit. Just seeing it will be good enough. Keep your voice down. If the Don Quixote family hears us, they will kill us. But we can't entirely blame the Don Quixote family. After all, there are too many pirates participating in the black market auction. Most people are just there for the spectacle, and only a few can afford that devil fruit. Like those big pirates returning from the New World. But not seeing the devil fruit is a bit frustrating. Relax. The pirates attending this black market auction all have bounties of over 100 million berries. Pirates with bounties lower than that can't even enter the door. We small-time pirates can only watch from the sidelines. Getting too close could get us killed. Damn, one day I will also become a big pirate. At this moment, Jiang Feng was standing on the deck of the Navy warship, looking towards the South Sea. If the nature-type fruit falls into the hands of Navy, they will definitely have a new Admiral-level potential newcomer. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji are all about to be promoted to Admirals, and I know their personalities and abilities well. Therefore, I can grasp the future arrangements. However, if the Navy gets another new Admiral-level power, it's hard to say. If the personality is like Akiji S, it's fine. But if it's like Akainu S, then my plans will be impossible to carry out. No, I can't let the Navy get it. But I also can't let the pirates have it. It's best to find a way to seize the devil fruit for myself. This is really troublesome. Kid Feng, what are you thinking about standing on the deck? Hearing Carp's voice, Jiang Feng snapped back to reality and turned to look at Carp. At that moment, Carp looked relaxed, munching on a donut without a hint of the tension that comes with impending battle. Kid Feng, you look so troubled all day. Come on, are you thinking of some bad ideas again? Carp said, pointing at him with the donut, as if he could see right through Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched, thinking, you really guessed it right, but I won't tell you. Uncle Carp, how could I have bad ideas? You know how much I love the Navy. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Carp choked a bit, and the donut in his mouth was spat out, looking at Jiang Feng with a black line on his face. Uncle Carp, our Navy must have deployed a lot of forces this time, right? Of course, this time, the 3 natural fruit users have all been deployed, and I came along too. As for Sengoku and Zifa, they didn't come. They are staying at the Navy headquarters to hold down the fort. A group of despicable pirates gathering so openly together must be caught all at once this time. And those pirates who rushed back from the New World, I want to knock them away. Catching them all at once? Is that possible? Jiang Feng thought. Although this time the future 3 admirals have been deployed, along with Carp and tens of thousands of Navy troops, the lineup is even more terrifying than the last Demon Slayer order. But those pirates are not fools, just waiting for the Navy to come and catch them. Jiang Feng looked at Carp with a puzzled expression, wanting to know the Navy's arrangements for this operation. Uncle Carp, we know where they are. They should have guessed that we are coming, right? That's right. The Navy from the South Sea branch has already rushed over. They are quite close and should arrive soon. The branch's Navy will hold them off first. We just need to hurry and support them. So that's how it is. After hearing Carp's explanation, Jiang Feng understood that the pirates participating in the black market auction were all on the island. The Navy from the South Sea branch would arrive before the pirates left the island to intercept them. Although the branch's forces couldn't capture all the pirates, they could hold them off for a while. The branch's Navy just needed to stall these pirates and wait for support from the headquarters. I wonder how long the branch can hold out. We need to hurry over, Carp said with a rare, serious expression. In a sea area about 10 kilometers away from the island where the black market auction was taking place, a pirate ship belonging to the Don Quixote family was anchored. Doflamingo, you're smart. You knew the Navy would come to surround the island, so you had us leave early. But it's a pity to suddenly give up the power we've built for so many years. Toripole, standing behind Doflamingo with a cane marked with a plum blossom symbol, said with a look of regret, Hee, it's okay. We can always rebuild the power. What I care about is that natural type devil fruit. A good show is about to start. Once someone bids on the devil fruit, let the people in the venue notify me and spread the news. Hee, this is really interesting. A bunch of clueless pirates. Just wait for the Navy to arrive. The pirate who gets the devil fruit should have the ability to break through the Navy's encirclement, so it won't be too late for us to set off then. Ha ha. A burly man in armor behind Doflamingo said with a sharp voice that made people want to laugh, but there was no laughter on the pirate ship. The burly man wore armor and a helmet with a cross face guard, towering in stature with wavy hair. Doflamingo, who are you going to give this natural type fruit to? Pika. All the family members have already eaten devil fruits. I plan to find a new family member with this natural type fruit. What do you think? Doflamingo, I won't oppose whatever you want to do. Pika let out a sharp voice that was inconsistent with his physique. In just a few days, many somewhat famous pirates from the South Sea had arrived at the black market auction venue run by the Don Quixote family. Many wealthy merchants, who were rich but lacked physical training talent, also came upon hearing the news. They had always felt a thorn in their hearts due to their low strength, and this time they came to buy the natural type devil fruit at a high price. Many spies from the world government also mixed into the auction venue, aiming for the same devil fruit, but they came for the world government. Obtaining the natural type devil fruit would be equivalent to adding a general level combat power. The Gorosei must also be very concerned about this matter. In the center of an island in the South Sea, there was a seemingly ordinary house that was actually magnificent inside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the largest underground auction venue in the South Sea. Here you will see many extraordinary items, sexy and cute female slaves, forbidden weapons that can destroy everything, and devil fruits that can make one a powerful figure in an instant. I can responsibly tell you that most of the items we auction are contraband. Why? Because this is an underground auction venue. A young man dressed oddly and painted like a clown stepped onto the stage to liven up the atmosphere. Ha ha, well said. I love using contraband. Whatever the world government prohibits, I just love it. Clown, hurry up and start. We can't wait any longer. Don't waste time. Just auction the natural type devil fruit. I believe everyone is here for this fruit. I'll clarify. This fruit is a must-have for our Black Tiger pirate crew. So I hope everyone will give me some face. A young man with a thin build and an ordinary appearance stood up, touching the sword at his waist. What Black Tiger pirate crew? Didn't they enter the New World 3 years ago? The captain of the Black Tiger pirate crew, Black Tiger, had a bounty of 350 million berries and was an ancient Zoan-type Black Panther fruit user, known for his formidable martial arts, reportedly having defeated a Navy lieutenant before. Garikyu was a swordsman and also a great pirate with a bounty of 240 million berries. However, where was their captain? The mention of the Black Tiger pirate crew caused a stir, and people looked at Garikyu with various expressions: surprise, curiosity, admiration. Just as everyone was astonished that a great pirate from the New World would come to the auction venue, a voice suddenly came. I thought it was someone. Turns out it's Garikyu. Is the Black Tiger pirate crew really that impressive? This fruit is what we, the Chibing pirate crew, want. A slightly chubby young man with a protruding belly stood up, looking disdainfully at Garikyu. What? Upon hearing it was the Chibing pirate crew, Garikyu first showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then his face turned angry. Waters, you're seeking death. The two seemed to have some grievances and immediately drew their swords, glaring at each other. You two, can you sit down for me? I'm here to buy the devil fruit, not to watch you quarrel. A furious shout came from the back. Who's seeking death? Garikyu and Waters almost shouted in unison as they turned to look back. The next moment, neither of them dared to make a sound, cold sweat dripping as they looked at the person who scolded them. Trembling in their voices, Sakai, what are you doing here? I'm also here for the devil fruit. Is that a problem? All right. The two quickly nodded and smiled, then sat down, not daring to turn back. A crew member of the Black Tiger pirate crew, next to Garikyu, asked curiously, Boss Garikyu, who is he? You seem scared of him? I'm not afraid of him, but of the person behind him. Although you've only been a pirate for a short time, you must have heard of Kaido, right? Garikyu whispered to the pirate, his face showing fear, afraid of being overheard by Sakai nearby. What? Kaido? My goodness, it's good he didn't get angry. The pirate looked shocked and glanced at Sakai from the corner of his eye. The clown on stage wiped the sweat from his forehead. If the two great pirates from the New World started fighting here, it wouldn't be a joke. Even if he didn't die at their hands, he would die at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The clown adjusted his emotions. Everyone, the next moment will be the most exciting one. I believe everyone will love the first auction item. After finishing speaking, a cage was lifted up, and inside the cage was a stunningly beautiful woman. The woman had an exquisite face, but her complexion was ashen, her eyes devoid of despair or fear, as if she were a walking corpse. Everyone must have seen this, right? It's rare to find such a beautiful slave. You must seize the opportunity, especially the gentleman present. The starting bid is 1 million berries, with each bid increasing by no less than 100,000 berries. What are you waiting for? Act quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, 150 million. I want this female slave. 180 million. 240 million. Next up is the devil fruit that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Upon hearing devil fruit, greed shone in everyone's eyes. The nature-type Doka Doka fruit was finally about to begin, starting at a low price of 300 million berries, with each bid increasing by no less than 3 million. Bidding starts. As soon as the clown finished speaking, the crowd began a frenzied bidding war. 350 million berries. 400 million berries. 450 million berries. I want this devil fruit. 500 million berries. A businessman shouted out the high price of 500 million berries, and the surrounding area fell into silence for a moment. After a while, 550 million berries. Suddenly, Sakai, who had been silent at the back, shouted. Hearing the high bid of 550 million, the businessman began to hesitate. He had money and could continue bidding. However, the opponent was someone who even the bounty of 245 million berries feared. Forget it. Even if he wins the bid, he must ensure safety. Who knows, once he wins, the opponent might rise up to contest it. The businessman shook his head in frustration. He had already decided to give up. This time, he had brought the best bodyguards. But even these best bodyguards could only deal with pirates with bounties below 200 million. Faced with those above 200 million, they would only meet a dead end. Goliath and Waters flashed a hint of reluctance in their eyes. However, they ultimately gave up the fight for a devil fruit. Bringing disaster to their pirate crew would not be worth it. 550 million berries once. 550 million berries twice. If there are no further bids, this devil fruit will belong to this gentleman. 550 million berries 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this nature-type devil fruit. The people around looked at Sakai with envy, but did not dare to make any provocative moves. In the first half of the Grand Line, a naval warship was speeding through the waters. Navigator, how much longer until we reach our destination? Jiang Feng looked at the naval navigator and asked with a bored expression. Waiting is always so dull. Admiral, it will take another half a day. We are already moving at the fastest speed, the navigator replied. All right, I understand. Jiang Feng nodded and looked towards the direction of the South China Sea, where the underground forces of the Don Quixote family were located on a small island. At this moment, the Navy from the South China Sea branch had arrived at the island, surrounding it completely. Report, we have surrounded the entire island. A Navy officer in a major's uniform ran over, looking serious as he spoke to a tall man. The tall man had a face scarred by vicious sword wounds, dressed in the uniform of a rear admiral, which made him appear even more intimidating. Novank, the rear admiral stationed at the South China Sea branch, is a swordmaster who once went to sea alone to practice his swordsmanship and has challenged many swordmasters in his youth. At this moment, Novank looked grave as he stared towards the center of the island, clearly uncertain about this mission. Good job. Our task is very challenging. We must stop all pirates trying to leave the island. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive from the headquarters. I will not let these despicable pirates escape, he said firmly. Yes, the surrounding sailors replied in unison. A few dozen kilometers away from the island, in the sea. Doflamingo, we received news from the auction. The tontata fruit has already been sold. After hearing the voice from the conversation snail, Treble showed a look of anticipation and walked up to Doflamingo. Sitting in a chair, Doflamingo's eyes gleamed when he heard that the fruit had been sold, and he slowly lowered his right hand, which was propping up his head, with a sinister smile. Since the fruit has been sold, let's set off. Who got this devil fruit? It's Sake, one of Kaido's subordinates. Upon hearing Kaido's name, a flicker of interest crossed Doflamingo's eyes. Kaido, huh? Interesting. Kaido is quite a formidable presence in the New World. However, a natural-type fruit is not an ordinary item. I will not back down. Let's go, Treble said, looking hesitant. Doflamingo, facing a powerful pirate like Kaido won't bring us any benefits. When did you become so timid, Treble? A sharp voice came from behind Doflamingo as Pika stepped forward. Our Don Quixote family is not to be trifled with, Pika said angrily, looking at Treble. Stop arguing. Let's go back and see if Sake can keep this devil fruit. After all, there are plenty of pirates who aren't afraid of death on the sea. At the central auction venue of the island. Not good, the entire island is surrounded by the Navy. A young pirate rushed into the venue, shouting, What? The Navy is here, Run. The Navy arrived? So quickly? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I came just to catch a glimpse of the legendary natural-type fruit. And now I got myself into trouble. TCH, what's there to be afraid of with the Navy? More Navy soldiers die at my hands every day than you see in a lifetime. In the North Sea, go ask around. The Navy branch there avoids my pirate ship. Really? A nearby pirate who knew the man looked at him with disbelief. Don't listen to him brag. Whenever he sees the Navy, he gets so scared he can't even walk. The Navy is afraid of him? Give me a break. By the way, how did the Navy get here so fast? The Navy headquarters couldn't have arrived this quickly. I think the Navy here should be from the South China Sea branch. They want to use the South China Sea branch's forces to hold us off while waiting for reinforcements from the headquarters. Their plan is good, but they underestimate us too much. Upon hearing the pirate mention the South China Sea branch, another pirate seemed to recall something. The rear admiral stationed at the South China Sea branch, I know him, Novank. He was just transferred from the Navy headquarters 5 years ago. It is said that he hates pirates deeply. 5 years ago, he was already a rear admiral at the headquarters, but for some unknown reason, he was transferred to the South China Sea branch. While at the headquarters, he often went to the New World to capture pirates, and he has killed many pirates with bounties over 200 million. Rumor has it he is just one step away from becoming a great swordsman. What? Does that mean we're in deep trouble? TCH, I don't believe he's that strong. I'm leaving. I don't want to wait until the Navy from the headquarters arrives before I try to break out. Let's go together. At the edge of the island, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Every sailor's face was dark and grim, as they all understood the peril of this mission. Report, the pirates are preparing to leave. One sailor reported nervously, his face showing fear and his voice trembling slightly. All right, prepare to launch an attack. We must stop them, Novank said sternly, showing no signs of fear. A fierce battle intent emerged in his eyes. He was eager to slaughter the pirates. Besides Novank, 3 other rear admirals from the South China Sea branch had also come. The distribution of strength among the South China Sea forces was extremely uneven. At the top, there was 1 rear admiral and 3 rear admirals. At the mid-level, there were only over 20 lieutenant officers, and the rest were sailors. At this moment, the Navy ship that Jiang Feng was on had already entered the South China Sea region through the windless zone. Finally arrived in the South China Sea. It should be long now. Jiang Feng looked towards the South Sea and murmured with boredom. Feng, it's almost time. Get your act together. I won't have time to take care of you on the battlefield, Carp said, glancing at Jiang Feng, who was lazily leaning against the railing of the Navy's ship, with a hint of sternness in his eyes. Uncle Carp, you're here. Upon hearing Carp's words, Jiang Feng quickly perked up. Uncle Carp, is everything okay at the South Sea branch? Jiang Feng asked worriedly, is it really okay? Don't worry. That guy won't let any pirate off, Carp said with a relaxed expression. Seeing Carp's demeanor, Jiang Feng became even more curious. Uncle Carp, who are you talking about? Of course. It's Rear Admiral Novank from the South Sea branch. This guy really hates pirates, Carp replied. Novank lost his parents at a young age. They were killed by pirates, which is why he despises them so much. He loves the sword way and set out to sea alone at a young age to train and become an outstanding swordsman. Every time he challenged a swordsman, he did so with the determination to die, and after each defeat, he would carve a scar on his face with a sword to motivate himself. At this point, a hint of admiration flashed in Carp's eyes. When I first joined the Navy, Sengoku, and I saw him for the first time, and his face was already covered in sword scars. He was only in his 20s back then. Hearing Carp's introduction of Novank, Jiangfeng's eyes showed a bit of admiration. Someone who is hard on themselves is truly ruthless. The pirates on the island had already sensed the Navy's intentions. The ordinary pirates, who were weak, gathered together, while big pirates like Goryish and Waters, who had returned from the New World, showed no intention of teaming up and continued to act independently. Goryish, you better not get caught by the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. That would be too embarrassing for us New World pirates, Waters provocatively said, looking at Goryish with arrogance. TCH, you should be the one to worry. He's just a rear admiral. Can he really stop me? Goryish said angrily. If it weren't for the Navy headquarters forces approaching, he would have fought the annoying fat man in front of him for hundreds of rounds. Wait until we get to the New World. You'll see how I deal with you. Goryish scoffed and turned to leave. Boss Sakai, what should we do? When are we leaving the island? Asked a pirate who had followed Sakai to this point. Prepare to leave. Find a place with the least Navy presence, and we will break out quickly. We can't stall with them any longer. After all, we have already achieved our goal here, Sakai said, looking towards the edge of the island. Yes, boss Sakai. Sakai glanced at the noisy pirates in front of him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. These pirates dare to covet the natural-type devil fruit. They really are a bunch of ignorant fools. Let's go, Sakai said, turning to leave. Not long after Sakai left, several spies from the world government, dressed in ordinary servant clothes, gathered at the spot where Sakai had just stood. The target has left the venue. Let's follow. One of them said, No, don't follow. Don't inform the Navy about this either. The higher-ups don't want the pirates to get this natural-type devil fruit, nor do they want it to fall into the Navy's hands. Also, don't engage on the island. Wait until Sakai leaves the island. Then follow and try to eliminate him at sea to get the devil fruit, the leader of the spies instructed. Understood. After the leader finished speaking, the other spies responded and blended back into the crowd, as if nothing had happened. Rear Admiral Novank. A large group of pirates is rushing towards the edge of the island from several directions. Trying to leave, a bespectacled Navy major reported to Novank. If they want to leave the island, they should first see if our South Sea branch's Navy agrees. Block all the pirate ships. I see no pirate ships. So how can they leave the island? There were 3 ports on the island, one to the east, one to the west, and one to the north. The pirates boarded the island from these 3 directions, so their ships were docked at these ports. To leave the island, the pirates had to go to the ports to retrieve their ships. Novank was at the eastern port, which had the most pirate ships docked. You all go to the northern port. Novank instructed the junior officers behind him. 2 rear admirals and several junior officers had already gone to the western port, while only 1 rear admiral and a few junior officers had gone to the northern port. Novank wanted his junior officers to support the northern port while he stayed behind to block all the pirates heading to the eastern port. Rear Admiral, we know that the forces at the northern port are a bit weak, but there are just too many pirates on this island. You alone might not be able to handle it, the junior officers said with worried expressions. Don't worry, I just need to hold out for a few hours. Consider it a special training session, Novank said, carefully drawing out the long knife from his waist. The long knife was full of nicks, but Novank regarded it as a treasure. It was hard to imagine that someone who aspired to become a great swordsman would use such a battered long knife. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Novank's eyes as he looked at the long knife. Why does the rear admiral use a broken knife? With his strength, it shouldn't be hard for him to get a good sword. A curious ensign asked nearby. I don't know. When a rear admiral came to our South Sea branch 5 years ago, he was already carrying this knife. I guess this knife must hold great significance for him. Another officer replied. Goryish hurried to the eastern edge of the island. Suddenly, he saw only a few dozen Navy soldiers at the port, and his face lit up with joy. Haha, it seems the heavens are helping me. These few Navy guys aren't enough for me to take down with one swing. After saying that, Goryish swaggered towards the port, thinking to himself how clever he was to dock the pirate ship at the eastern port. Goryish walked fearlessly towards the port, followed by a group of pirates who also looked pleased. But when they reached the port, the expressions of the pirates changed drastically, and they spoke with a trembling tone. Novank, how could he be here? How could he be this Grim Reaper? I should have thought of that. The Navy wouldn't only leave a few soldiers to guard a port. The surrounding pirates began to have second thoughts upon seeing Novank, but Goryish looked at Novank with disdain. thinking to himself that he didn't believe a branch's rear admiral could be that strong. Navy Rear Admiral, today you'll get a taste of what New World pirates are like, Goryesh said. Novank stepped forward, his face dark and full of anger as he looked at Goryesh, then pointed his sword at him, saying, "When I see a pirate as arrogant as you in the New World, I usually just cut them down. Your life is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Novank appeared in front of Goryesh, wielding the battered long sword as if it were a divine weapon. Goryesh drew his long knife, scoffing as a swordsman. "You don't even have a good sword." Die. The pirates had already engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Navy at the three ports. At the northern port of the island, Sakai looked disdainfully at the Navy Rear Admiral, thinking to himself that he was still a bit lacking. At this moment, the naval companions around the Rear Admiral were either lying on the ground, dead, or gravely injured. The Rear Admiral was already covered in wounds, looking grimly at Saki, thinking how powerful he was. "I am a user of the Berserk Ape Fruit, with my own strength around 13 tons. Once I beastify, my strength increases to about 26 tons. Saki had bulging muscles and white fur growing on his body, looking like a large white ape from a distance. With a cold expression, Saki said, "My strength now is probably stronger than your Navy generals." Rear Admiral Dai. Saki suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of the Rear Admiral at an incredible speed. Bang! A fist struck the Rear Admiral, the 26 tons of immense power sending him flying. The Rear Admiral was instantly covered in blood, lying in a pool of it, unconscious. A young Rear Admiral thinks he can stop me. Truly reckless. Saki retracted his beastified state, snorted coldly. Several hours later, the Navy warship carrying Jiang Feng finally arrived at the island. On the Navy warship, the sounds of fighting from the island could be heard even from hundreds of meters away. Hearing the continuous roars from the island, a serious expression flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. "Uncle Carp, I'm leaving first." Shuanpa. "Oh dear, so many pirates gathered together. How terrifying." Kizaru stepped onto the island, looking lazy, glancing at the pirates clashing on the island, and curled his lip. A bunch of detestable pirates. Let's have them die under the justice of the Navy today." Great Fireball. Akainu stepped onto the island, his face gloomy, as scorching lava fireballs continuously erupted onto the island, instantly boiling the surrounding air. Ice Age. The moment Akiji stepped onto the island, cold air began to spread from beneath his feet, quickly forming an iceberg along the edge of the island, blocking all pirates attempting to leave. "I will not let go of the wicked pirates." At this moment, Akiji was covered in ice shards, an icy chill continuously emanating from him, making the surrounding air feel like it was about to freeze. The future three admirals had already landed on the island by the time Jiang Feng and the others arrived. "Borsalino, when you just arrived, you saw that the northern port has fallen. You should head to the northern port first. Each of us will be responsible for one port. I don't want any more pirates leaving this island," Akainu said in a deep voice, the hot magma continuously dripping from him, indicating that he was extremely furious at this moment. "How boring. Can't these pirates behave a little better?" Kizaru pouted, then transformed into countless golden light spots, heading towards the north. Jiang Feng, who had just arrived on the island, saw the two people fighting and his eyes flashed with surprise. Novank? In front of Jiang Feng, two swordsmen were engaged in an intense battle. One of them, Jiang Feng guessed, was Novank, as Carp had mentioned him before, describing Novank as covered in scars. The other swordsman was unfamiliar to Jiang Feng, presumably a notorious pirate from the New World. Noticing that Novank was tightly gripping a damaged long sword, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. It seemed that Novank was indeed someone with a story. Both fighters bore wounds, blood continuously oozing from their injuries and staining their clothes. It appeared they had been fighting for quite some time. Goryesh wielded a sharp long sword and showed no mercy, each strike aimed directly at Novank's vital points, swift and relentless. In contrast, Novank's strikes relied on sheer strength. Each blow was delivered with full force, forcing Goryesh to first deflect a portion of that power to parry Novank's attacks. This caused Goryesh to fall into Novank's rhythm, gradually placing him at a disadvantage. What puzzled Jiang Feng was that, given Novank's strength, his opponent should have been defeated quickly. Why had the fight dragged on until now? Observing the surrounding pirates, Jiang Feng understood. Pirates wouldn't engage in a fair fight with the Navy. To survive, they would do anything. At this moment, Novank not only had to focus on his opponent, but also needed to be wary of the pirates nearby, making it difficult for him to manage everything. "Leave those pirates around you to me, Novank." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice, Novank realized that an unfamiliar Navy officer had appeared behind him at some point. Major? A hint of skepticism flickered in Novank's eyes. Was this support from the Navy headquarters? However, a Major's strength was insufficient to handle the current situation. Novank did not respond to Jiang Feng. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Feng was taken aback. He felt ignored. What are you doing standing there, Feng? Go clean up the pirates. The naval ship approached the eastern port, and Karp jumped down from the vessel. Hearing Karp's voice, Novank halted his actions and turned around, looking at Karp in surprise, not expecting that this incident would attract Mr. Karp's attention. Ha ha ha, Novank, long time no see. Karp laughed heartily at Novank. The surrounding pirates turned pale upon hearing Karp's name. What? It's a naval hero, Karp. We're doomed. Goriush's expression also changed. How could it be this legendary figure? Karp was someone even captains dared not provoke. Pirates. I've started to get itchy. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Arm and hockey. Karp instantly covered his arms with hockey. Which pirate should I start with? You with the long sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Karp had already appeared in front of Goriushu. Faced with Karp, Goriushu abandoned any thoughts of strategy. Against absolute power, tricks were clearly ineffective. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Goriushu's long sword was shattered by Karp's punch. Karp's heavy fist broke Goriushu's sword and then crashed directly into Goriushu's chest. Karp swung his fist with tremendous force, as if the very space was about to shatter. For Jiang Feng, who had mastered the power of space, it was not difficult to sense the spatial fluctuations. Karp's punch had indeed cracked the space. However, in a very short time, the space naturally restored itself. What terrifying power, truly worthy of being Iron Fist Karp. Jiang Feng looked at Karp in shock. Mr. Karp's fists were still so powerful. A hint of admiration flashed in Novank's eyes as he looked at Karp. Karp targeted the stronger pirates, and within just a few minutes, those with some strength among the pirates had fallen at Karp's feet. Novank, the Admiral, had already lost the northern port, and Sakai had left with the doki fruit. At this moment, a bespectacled Navy major hurriedly walked in front of Novank and said, What? Sakai got the doki fruit and has already left. A flicker of anger flashed in Novank's eyes. Quickly pursue. Novank, it will be very difficult for you to catch up to Sakai now. Let this matter be handled by the Navy headquarters. I think Borisolino has probably chased after him by now, Karp said calmly as he put away his hockey. The remaining pirates were those who had either just broken through their first limit or had yet to do so. Karp couldn't be bothered to even look at them. Their strength was simply too weak. Therefore, Karp handed these pirates over to the Navy on the warship to encircle and capture. Hearing that Sakai had left with the doki fruit, Jiang Feng couldn't hold back any longer. The doki fruit cannot fall into the hands of pirates. Uncle Karp, I'll go check the northern port. After saying this, Jiang Feng left. Watching Jiang Feng suddenly disappear from sight, a hint of surprise flashed in Novank's eyes. Mr. Karp, this is... This kid is my nephew. He ate the space fruit, so he always vanishes and appears suddenly. You'll get used to it after seeing it more often, Karp laughed heartily. Then Karp seemed to recall something from the past. Novank, about that incident 5 years ago. I think you were not at fault. However, the Navy has its own system and cannot let people act recklessly. I understand, Mr. Karp. And I also want to thank you for pleading for me back then, Novank said, his eyes filled with gratitude. It's nothing. I just thought you were not wrong. Otherwise, I would have personally knocked you out, Karp replied. At the northern port of the island, spies sent by the world government who were infiltrating among the pirates had already changed out of their ordinary clothes and donned pristine white suits, each wearing a strange mask. Around them lay the bodies of pirates, evidence that a fierce battle had just taken place. 5 tall, upright figures stood at the northern port, calmly watching the pirate ship that had already left. After a moment, one of the spies behind the man named Yuno said, Sakai's pirate ship has been gone for a while. Should we pursue it? Lin, you need to change your personality. The most important thing in doing things is to stay calm. Look at you. Where is there even a hint of a CP0 demeanor? Yuno replied sternly. Lin, you're too anxious. With Yuno's teleportation ability, how could we possibly lose track of Sakai as pirate ship? You should know, Yuno has eaten a very rare Paramecia-type teleportation fruit. Space-type fruit abilities are quite rare, a CP0 member standing next to Lin said. Don't worry. Sakai's pirate ship is still within my range of movement. They can't escape from our grasp, Yuno said expressionlessly. Gene, I heard that a space fruit user appeared in the Navy a few years ago, and his potential is the highest ever. Who do you think has the stronger ability? Him or Yuno? Lin asked, curiosity flashing in his eyes as he looked at Gene. How could his ability compare to Yuno's? I've investigated him. After he initially mastered his space ability, his range was only a few dozen meters, while Yuno's range, after initially mastering his ability, was over 1,000 meters. Their gap is probably even greater now, Jean said, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as Lin suddenly mentioned Jiangfeng. Is that so? Seems I overestimated him. Lin said flatly. Enough of these irrelevant topics. Get ready and stand by me. We could depart at any time. Wait, someone is coming, Yuno said, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, countless golden light dots converged, and Admiral Kizuru appeared before the five. Admiral Borisolino. Oh my. It seems this incident has caused quite a stir. Even you CP0 have come, Kizuru said, glancing at the 5 CP0 members with a smirk. Admiral Borisolino, you're not here to chase after Sakai, are you? I advise you to abandon that thought. Sakai is our prey, Yuno said seriously, a fierce look in his eyes. What if I say no? As he spoke, Kizuru transformed into countless golden light dots, and in an instant, they converged above the five. Don't move. A highly dense golden light point gathered at Kizuru's fingertip, terrible power continuously accumulating at his fingertip. Borisolino, the Doki Doki fruit, is an item that the five elders have their eyes on. Are you really going to stop us? Yuno did not move at all, as if he had anticipated that Kizuru would not really make a move, while the other four looked at Kizuru with caution. Armament hockey. How boring. Since the Doki Doki fruit has already been reserved by the five elders, I want to interfere, Kizuru said, retracting the golden light point at his fingertip and turning to leave. Watching Kizuru leave, Yuno remained calm, while the other four were puzzled. Yes, leaving? I thought he was going to fight. I think it's about time. Let us head over now. You guys catch me. Hearing Yuno's words, the 4 CP0 members placed their hands on Yuno. Move. In the next moment, the five vanished without a trace. At this time, Jiangfeng was rushing towards the northern port. That's Kizuru. Spotting Kizuru in the distance, Jiangfeng stopped. Admiral Borisolino, long time no see. Feng, you're here too. Did Mr. Karp bring you? Kizuru said, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jiangfeng. Admiral, let's talk about this later. I'm going to chase after Sakai. Do you know which direction he went? Jiangfeng looked at Huang Yuan with a puzzled expression. Logically, Huang Yuan should have gone after Sake. So why was he here? Don't go. The world government's people have already gone after him. What? The world government's people? Are they CP? A serious look flashed in Jiangfeng's eyes. General, I still have to go. Tell me. Actually, I don't know which direction Sake went. But if it were me, I should be able to find him after spending some time. Kizuru showed a helpless expression and shrugged, saying, if you want to chase Sake, figure out on your own. After saying that, Kizuru left. Sake had left, and the world government's people were chasing after him. It seemed that the Tori fruit would fall into the hands of the Gorosei. Damn it! Jiangfeng looked at the vast ocean before him, his eyes filled with disappointment. Damn it! Finding Sakai's pirate ship in this endless sea was absolutely impossible. Rely on luck. Is that even possible? Think of another way. After a moment, he thought, if only I could see how they left. Wait, see the past. A flash of brilliance appeared in Jiangfeng's eyes. Let's give it a try. Time deduction. Silver-white flames ignited in Jiangfeng's pupils, and everything around him was reflected in the misty power of time within his consciousness. Deducing the future was possible. Seeing the past should be manageable. Let's see how Sake left the island. All the scenes in the misty power of time began to rewind continuously. This should be a scene from about 4 hours ago. No Sake here. It seems this isn't the place. Let's try another location. Jiangfeng can only deduce the scenes within 30 meters in the sea of consciousness, while the entire port spans several hundred meters. Therefore, finding Captain Sakai's traces here will definitely take some effort. Not here. Not here. Suddenly, Jiangfeng's pupils contracted. He found it. He finally found it. Captain Sakai, let's leave. Let's hurry back to the new world. No, no, no. The Navy will definitely think that we will immediately return to the new world after obtaining the devil fruit. So, they will chase us from behind. We can't go in this direction. Let's change to the opposite direction. Yes, Captain Sakai. Is it this direction? Jiangfeng looked in the direction where Sake had left and murmured, finally found you. But Sake, I remember you now. You made me use up nearly 30 years of my time power, and now I only have 20 years left. However, it seems that deducing the future is completely different from viewing the past. To see the scenes of the past, 1 year's worth of time power can show me what happened in the past hour. Yet, to deduce the future, 1 year's worth of time power can only reveal 100 breaths of time. Is it because the events of the past have already occurred? Jiangfeng looked solemnly in the direction of the pirate ship Sakai had just departed. When he checked earlier, the 5 people in white suits he saw should be members of CP0. CP0 is the highest secret espionage agency directly under the world government, above CP1 to CP9. Each member possesses at least general-level strength, with some even on par with admirals, and they are regarded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. CP0 has arrived. It seems the 5 elders also want the tutti fruit. However, the one referred to as seems to have consumed a space-type devil fruit. Interesting. Let's take a look. His range of movement is quite terrifying, apparently at least over 10,000 meters. Jiang Feng seemed lost in thought. After muttering to himself, he hurried in the direction Sakai had left. At this moment, in a certain sea area of the South Sea, a pirate ship was speeding through the waters. Captain Sakai, we got the Toto fruit this time. Captain Kaido will definitely be very happy, said a pirate beside Sakai with a look of joy. Kaido will be very happy, Sakai said, looking ahead with a hint of greed in his eyes, reaching out to touch the box containing the devil fruit. Thinking to himself, I can also become Kaido's right-hand man. Let's leave the South Sea quickly and head back to the New World. I can't wait any longer. Yes, Captain Sakai, put the devil fruit in my room. I warn you, if you dare to set your sights on this devil fruit, I will definitely crush your body. A fierce look flashed in Sakai's eyes as he said in a deep voice, I wouldn't dare. The pirate looked at Sakai in terror, his body slightly trembling. I know you wouldn't dare. Sakai snorted coldly and waved his hand to the pirate. Go. The pirate saw that Sakai had retracted his imposing aura and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, Captain Sakai isn't as moody as Captain Kaido. The pirate arrived at the door of Sakai's room, looking at the box in his hands, his eyes filled with greed. This is a Logia-type devil fruit. If I eat it, I will become a powerful figure. I really want to eat it. The pirate opened the box, picked up the devil fruit, and looked at the Toto fruit, his greed becoming uncontrollable. However, after a moment, the pirate still put down the devil fruit. It's really frustrating, but eating the devil fruit won't help me leave, and I might get killed by Sakai. The pirate knew that even if he ate the devil fruit now, he couldn't defeat Sakai and wouldn't be able to leave the pirate ship. After all, a devil fruit user cannot swim in the sea. Life is more important than the devil fruit. The pirate looked longingly at the devil fruit in his hand, but ultimately gave up on the idea of eating the Toto fruit. I'll try again when I have the chance. The pirate left Sakai's room, breathing heavily and realizing his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Not long after, suddenly, 5 men in white suits appeared above Sakai's pirate ship. Is this Sakai's pirate ship? That's right, let's go down. Seeing the 5-mast, strange men suddenly appear on the pirate ship, the pirates on board looked shocked. Who are they? How did they suddenly appear on the pirate ship? Sakai looked at the 5 men, his expression turning serious. World government agents? It seems they are here for the Toto fruit. Hand over the devil fruit you've obtained. As a reward, we will make your death a quick one. Lin looked at Sakai calmly, as if sentencing him to death. What I obtain will not be given to anyone. Beast transformation. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakai's muscles suddenly bulged, and he grew taller, with white fur sprouting all over his body. Sakai glared at the 5 men with anger. I will tear you apart with my own hands. Animal type, fruit ability? A troublesome boost in strength and recovery. Looked at the beast transformed Sakai with a hint of disgust in his eyes. As the owner of the teleportation fruit, he excelled at assassination, not in a head-on fight. Let's all attack together. Our abilities are not suited to compete in strength with an animal-type fruit user. Okay. The 5 men split into 5 directions and charged at Sakai. Seeing this, Sakai's expression changed slightly. Armament Haki. Sakai covered his entire body with Haki, fortifying himself. Do you think you're the only one who can use Haki? Armament Haki. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of sounds like tearing air echoed from the pirate ship. The pirates on the ship quickly moved away from the battlefield, standing at a distance to watch the fight between Sakai and the others. At this moment, the pirate who had been following Sakai felt the greed that had been suppressed in his heart reigniting. I can't miss this opportunity. I absolutely must seize this chance. The pirate suppressed his nervousness and hurriedly ran to Sakai's room, gazing greedily at the Toto fruit on the table. It's mine now. I must leave here quickly. I can't wait any longer. No matter who wins, I will die. I must escape. Jiang Feng followed the direction in which Sake had left, using a combination of moon steps and instant movement. Suddenly, he saw a small boat floating on the sea. On the boat, there was a person desperately rowing. Jiang Feng looked at the scene with a strange expression, wondering how there could be a small boat. Jiang Feng suddenly appeared on the small boat, looking at the people on board with a puzzled expression. Who are you? The Navy, how unexpected. Upon seeing the Navy, the pirate who had just rowed away from Sake displayed a look of fear, clutching the box on the boat tightly in his arms as he exclaimed, "What do you have in your hand?" Jiang Feng asked the person in front of him, realizing that the Navy could instill fear. Could they be pirates? Jiang Feng mentioned the pirate, snatched the box from the pirate's hand, and then threw the pirate aside. He opened the box and couldn't believe his eyes. It was a devil fruit. Could it be the earth fruit? Happiness came too suddenly. Jiang Feng looked at the devil fruit in his hand with a surprised expression and laughed. What a stroke of luck. I found it without any effort at all. This is too easy. Let's put it away first. Jiang Feng closed the box and placed it into the storage space. As for you, thank you for bringing out the devil fruit. In return, I won't kill you, but Jiang Feng crushed the small boat with one kick, then leaped into the air, spatial barrier. Jiang Feng created a spatial barrier under his feet and stood on top of it. Just swim back to the shore by yourself. Jiang Feng stood in midair, looking at the pirate with a face full of despair. Thank you, pirate, he said. Then he turned to leave, leaving the pirate behind, still filled with despair. Just as Jiang Feng was about to leave, an angry voice rang out, Navy, hand over the devil fruit. Following the sound, Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. It was a user of a space-type devil fruit. Jiang Feng turned around and saw a white figure flash in front of him, looking at him with eyes full of anger. Navy, quickly hand over the devil fruit you just obtained, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Feng feigned an innocent look when asked about the whereabouts of his devil fruit. Devil fruit? Are there devil fruits here? I had no idea. Why don't you go ask that pirate underwater? Maybe he knows about the devil fruit you're looking for. I'm very busy, so I'll take my leave now. Jiang Feng turned around and used instant step. In an instant, he flashed to over 200 meters away. Saw this scene, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Humph. The development of the devil fruit is really poor. Move. As soon as the words fell, once again blocked Jiang Feng's path. Seeing suddenly appear in front of him, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, I just flashed 5 times, which is over 1,000 meters, and he managed to do it in an instant. Could it be that my spatial origin is fake? Navy, my patience is limited. Don't force me to kill you. You're just a colonel. Do you believe that even if I kill you, no one will know? Looked at Jiang Feng calmly and said lightly. Hearing say he would kill him, a cold light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. Then he looked at and smiled. I think you must be from the world government, right? How did you determine that the devil fruit was in my hands? I don't have the devil fruit with me. Monkey D. Feng, the nephew of Navy hero Carp, has been an ordinary person from childhood to adulthood. It wasn't until a few years ago that he began to emerge, a user of the space fruit, who joined the Navy a few years ago and was detected to have potential surpassing that of an Admiral. I guess you must have used your spatial ability to hide the devil fruit, right? Wow. Did you come to check my household registration? You've investigated me so thoroughly. A strange look flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he thought, why does this guy know so much about me? Could it be? No, it shouldn't be. A few years ago, I suddenly entered everyone's sight. If it weren't for your personal investigation, I would have doubted whether you were Monkey D. Feng. Hand it over. Don't force me to take action. After all, we might work together in the future. Was already starting to feel a bit impatient. What if I say no? Jiang Feng looked at calmly and said, then I will come to take it myself. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, a hint of sternness flashed in eyes. A duel of spatial abilities, interesting. Moonstep, instant step. Jiang Feng quickly disappeared and flashed toward a nearby small island. Seeing that Jiang Feng had no intention of handing over the fruit, looked at the departing Jiang Feng with anger, truly unaware of the situation. Jiang Feng looked at the distant small island, realizing that Yunno's spatial displacement range was clearly above his own. Why was that? Was it the power of the devil fruit? If one fruit corresponds to a law, then Yunno possesses a complete law within him, while my power over time and space is still growing. If I were to extract the power from within him and place it into myself, would my abilities be enhanced? A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Jiang Feng's mind. As he approached the island, he directly landed in the center, unable to suppress the impulse within him any longer. Had already confirmed that I had obtained the devil fruit. As long as he was alive, handing over the devil fruit was just a matter of time. With a command from the 5 elders, the devil fruit would definitely be lost. If it fell into the hands of the 5 elders, the situation would be even worse than if it fell into the Navy's hands. Unless, followed him down, looking at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression, wondering why he wasn't running. Did he intend to fight me? That's right. Just now I had already decided to kill you. Jiang Feng did not hide the killing intent in his heart. Ha ha ha, kill me? Just a colonel, and you want to kill me? Even if your strength is stronger than mine, can you catch up to me? With your ability to move just over 200 meters? Speaking of spatial movement ability, scoffed and mercilessly mocked Jiang Feng. Is that so? Spatial barrier. A flash of brilliance passed through Jiang Feng's eyes as he wrapped the surrounding area within a 200-meter space barrier. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared space barrier, Yunou's expression didn't change in the slightest. Such a large protective shield shouldn't be very sturdy, right? Do you think you can stop me with it? Hearing Yunou's question, Jiang Feng shook his head. With your power, you could indeed shatter this space barrier with a single strike. But do you think I would give you the opportunity? It is constructed for my spatial abilities, meant to restrict your powers. Within this 200-meter space, even if you can move 1,000 meters, what does it matter? Within 200 meters, I don't believe my speed is slower than yours. After hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, Yunou's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't believe it can stop me. If you don't believe it, you can try. Jiang Feng smiled. Moments later, Yunou's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? This method is something you came up with? You don't think that without your mobility, you can defeat me, do you? You're wrong. It's not about defeating you, but about killing you. Jiang Feng looked at Yunou with a calm expression and said, Yunou, show me your strength. I won't hold back. How do you know my name? I don't remember telling you, Yunou replied. What does it matter to a dying person to know so much? With that, Jiang Feng's arms were instantly covered in armament hockey. Shuanpa. Yunou's expression changed as he saw Jiang Feng suddenly disappear from his spot. His body was enveloped in armament hockey, and Yunou's face was filled with anger at the arrogant guy. Jiang Feng threw a punch, like a fierce tiger, breaking free from its cage. Before the punch even reached him, the momentum had already pressed down on Yunou. This was the application of momentum that Jiang Feng learned from Roger. Yunou immediately felt his body sink under the pressure. What was this force? Looking at the fist that suddenly appeared in front of him, Yunou was startled and quickly swung his own fist to meet it. In front of him? This guy is really underestimating him. Bang! The two fists collided, and Yunou was directly knocked back several steps. Under the influence of momentum, Yunou could only exert 80 of his full strength instead of 100. Yunou looked at Jiang Feng in shock. How could this be? Why did he feel like he couldn't use all his power? How could my strength be so much weaker than his? Has he already broken through the third limit? Impossible. How could someone in their 20s advance to the general level? Impossible, Yunou said reluctantly as he looked at Jiang Feng. With his basic qualities, the strength after breaking through the third limit would be much stronger than mine. It's really an annoying power. If he really has broken through the third limit, then I'm in danger. Yunou had investigated Jiang Feng and was very clear about his basic strength. He previously thought he could handle Jiang Feng because he believed Jiang Feng hadn't broken through the third limit yet. Now that Yunou saw Jiang Feng's strength, he began to regret it silently. Jiang Feng looked at Yunou with a calm expression. After the recent punch, he had roughly guessed Yunou's strength. I thought you were much stronger. Your power is only slightly stronger than mine before I broke through the third limit. I even used momentum. It seems I might have bullied you a bit. Jiang Feng slowly walked towards Yunou, the killing intent in his eyes openly displayed. Yunou moved his numbed right arm and looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression. His strength was far superior to mine, and I couldn't win in a contest of strength. This damn protective shield, I must find a way to break it. Monkey D. Feng. I am a member of the world government. As a Navy officer, you actually want to kill me. I don't think you simply want to help the Navy obtain this fruit. Yunou looked at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression, unable to understand why Jiang Feng, as a Navy officer, wanted to kill him. I will not hand over this devil fruit to the Navy, nor to the world government. It can only remain in my hands. After hearing Jiang Feng's response, Yunou became even more confused. A person can only eat one devil fruit, even if you obtain it. You can't eat it yourself. You must want to hand it over to someone else. Or perhaps, you simply don't want the devil fruit to fall into the hands of the world government or the Navy. Yunou's pupils suddenly constricted, looking at Jiang Feng in disbelief, as if he had thought of a certain possibility. Seeing Yunou's guess, Zhang's expression changed slightly. No wonder he works in espionage. Yunou saw the change in Jiang Feng's expression and basically confirmed his thoughts. It seemed this person held some ideas about the world government. Whatever those thoughts are, he cannot be allowed to live. The five elders seem to have plans to use him. I must escape and report this matter to the five elders. Yunou looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression. I must find a way to break this protective shield. Observing the complex changes in Yunou's expression, Jiang Feng said lightly, there are two reasons to kill you. The first reason I cannot tell you, but I can tell you the second. I want your fruit ability. As he spoke, a hint of greed and desire appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes as he looked at Yuno. My fruit ability? Yuno looked at Jiang Feng in confusion. A person can only eat one fruit. Not to mention whether you can find my fruit after killing me. Even if you found it, can you eat it? No one on this sea can eat two fruits at the same time. Regarding Yuno's question, Jiang Feng did not respond. You will know soon, since you can still move. Enjoy the remainder of your life, because I have decided your fate. Xuanbu. In a flash, Jiang Feng appeared in front of Yuno, throwing a punch directly at Yuno's face. Seeing the sudden punch, Yuno's expression changed dramatically. Move. Bang! Jiang Feng punched Yuno on the side, sending him flying to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth as he looked at Jiang Feng in shock, thinking, how is this possible? I clearly just used my mobility ability. It seems your combat experience isn't very rich. It's obvious you often lurk in corners to ambush others and have never fought a real strong opponent. Just like Jiang Feng couldn't evade Akainu's attack at that time, Yuno couldn't escape Jiang Feng's attack with his ability. When the opponent's body speed reaches a certain level, neither Jiang Feng's instant step nor Yuno's movement can be used in close combat. Damn it! Yuno got up, a glimmer of killing intent and anger flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Feng. Show me what other abilities you have. I still have some time. Jiang Feng said expressionlessly, Yuno's strength is only at the ordinary general level, equivalent to that of a major. His basic strength is 500 to 600 pounds. But with the ability of the teleportation fruit, very few can keep up with him. Yuno glanced at the spatial barrier, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Move. Seeing Yuno suddenly disappear from his spot, Jiang Feng remained calm. Instant step. In midair, Jiang Feng grasped Yuno's fist, which was aimed at shattering the spatial barrier, and said, I've already told you to give up on the idea of breaking the spatial barrier. Jiang Feng waved his hand casually and threw Yuno away. I see you have no trump cards left. He continued, I know you won't just give up, so I will use all my strength next. As he spoke, Jiang Feng slowly walked towards Yuno. Yuno's face was grim, his eyes filled with rage, and his whole body tensed up. Damn it, he really wanted to kill him. Move. Yuno flashed in front of Jiang Feng, gathering all his strength for a punch. Seeing Yuno suddenly appear before him, Jiang Feng remained calm. He was already aware of Yuno's strength, which was around 10 tons, so there was no need to dodge. He casually reached out and grabbed Yuno's arm. Yuno, this is where it ends. You really are quite weak without your abilities. I don't want to waste any more time. I just said I would take away your powers. So please do not resist. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that something terrible won't happen to you. Jiang Feng said with a serious expression. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Yuno couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of crisis, desperately trying to break free from Jiang Feng's control. Navy, what do you want? I'm a person of the world government. Suddenly, Time Rewind activated, and silvery flames erupted, surrounding Yuno completely. Yuno looked at the silvery flames that suddenly ignited on his body, his face filled with fear, and he struggled even harder to break free. What do you want? Damn Navy? Gradually, Yuno's expression changed from fear to disbelief. What's happening? It seems like my body is becoming younger and younger. Jiang Feng looked at everything in front of him with a calm expression, his eyes occasionally flashing with excitement. He rewound time to the moment when Yuno ate the devil fruit. The devil fruit should separate from his body. If I'm not mistaken, the devil fruit is actually a special type of energy, a form of existence in the pirate world. No matter how many devil fruits Yuno had eaten at that time, once time was reversed, the special energy that had entered his body would reappear in the form of fruit. Feeling changes in his body, Yuno's gaze towards Jiang Feng shifted repeatedly, filled with fear, disbelief, and shock. How is this possible? Didn't he eat the space fruit ability? What kind of ghost ability has made my body younger? Could it be that he ate 2 devil fruits? That's impossible. The ability to make me younger is something only a time ability user would possess. Could it be that he deceived everyone and actually ate the time-space fruit? He said he wanted to take my ability. Could it be that he can still eat another devil fruit? This monster. Yuno looked at Jiang Feng with an unwilling expression, despair gradually rising in his eyes as he desperately tried to break free from Jiang Feng's arm. Bastard, let go of me. At that moment, Yuno's emotions were extremely intense, constantly pricking at him. However, his weakened body, now shrunk, was unable to break free from Jiang Feng's control. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's expression changed. What was going on? I am clearly reversing time. But why is Yuno's age fluctuating? Could it be a backlash from the power of time? I must speed up. The silver-white flames on Yuno's body burned more fiercely. Suddenly, a devil fruit appeared in front of Yuno. Seeing the devil fruit, Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy, releasing Yuno and snatching the devil fruit. Is this the teleportation fruit? The blade of time slashed and severed the connection between the devil fruit's past and future. As for Yuno, Jiang Feng ignored him. Yuno looked at the devil fruit in Jiang Feng's hand with disbelief. Wasn't this the fruit he had eaten back then? How could you demon? At this moment, Yuno had transformed into a teenage boy, his mask falling off to reveal a youthful face, which bore hints of anger, unwillingness, and despair. I can't use my ability anymore. Gradually, the silver-white flames extinguished, and Yuno's body began to recover, visibly growing at a slow pace. What puzzled Jiang Feng was that Yuno's body actually started to age, wrinkles slowly appearing on his face, and his skin beginning to show signs of aging. Moments later, Yuno's skin had become shriveled and wrinkled, his hair turning gray like an elderly man in decline. No! Yuno looked at his hands in terror, touching his already wrinkled face. His eyes filled with despair. How could this be? How is it possible? Bastard, I will kill you. Yuno suddenly stood up, wanting to pounce on Jiang Feng, but after only a few steps, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Raising his head, he looked at Jiang Feng with rage, his speech already becoming slurred. I curse you to an untimely death. Yuno's body continued to age until it turned to dust. Seeing Yuno's tragic state, Jiang Feng felt a wave of fear wash over him, murmuring to himself, is this the power a human can wield? Putting away the spatial barrier, Jiang Feng planned to return to find Carp, but suddenly remembered something. It seemed there was still a problem that hadn't been resolved. On the ship of Sakai in the South Sea, Sakai was filled with anger, confronting 4 CP0 members. Damn it. I warned him not to touch the devil fruit a long time ago. How dare he ignore my words? When I find him, I will tear his body apart. Ha ha. Sakai, I didn't expect your little brother to be quite capable, daring to steal your devil fruit while you weren't paying attention, Lin mocked Sakai. This was understandable. After all, that was a Logia-type devil fruit, something anyone would be tempted by. If it weren't for the fact that I had already eaten a devil fruit, I would have tried to snatch it for myself, Jean said lightly. But since Yuno has already gone over, the devil fruit should be in his hands now, right? It's strange. Why hasn't Yuno returned yet? Forget it. Let's subdue this big guy first. The 4 of them attacked Sakai from 4 directions. In his beast form, Sakai had doubled his strength and speed, and his tough skin provided powerful defense. At this moment, the 4 on the ship were slightly weaker than Yuno, and with their strength, they could not break through Sakai's defenses. However, the 4 were skilled in grappling, and Sakai was unable to do anything about them, leading to a stalemate. Jiang Feng was walking in the air, searching for the pirate who had just fallen into the sea. Damn it, he never expected things to develop this way. If he had known, he should have killed him just now. Jiang Feng was searching for the pirate he had just let go along the route. Suddenly, a pirate ship appeared in his line of sight, and it seemed like the people on the ship were looking right at him. This wasn't T. Doflamingo's pirate ship. Whose could it be? Could that pirate be on his ship? He decided to take a look. When he landed on the pirate ship and saw the people aboard, Jiang Feng was taken aback. Dressed in a pink feather-like coat, with a golden flat top and purple sunglasses, Jiang Feng immediately recognized him as Doflamingo, given his knowledge of the storyline. To Doflamingo's left stood Treble, holding a cane with a plum blossom emblem, and to his right was Pika, a muscular man clad in armor. Was this the Don Quixote family's pirate ship? He had walked right into a den of thieves. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up when he spotted the pirates standing under Doflamingo's foot. However, he was puzzled as to why this guy was on Doflamingo's ship. Hee, Navy. I've been waiting for you, Doflamingo said, sitting in a chair, propping his head on his right hand, and turning his face to look at Jiang Feng. Waiting for me? Jiang Feng was even more confused upon hearing Doflamingo's words. He had just witnessed something very interesting. A world government official and a Navy officer had both gone to the same island at the same time. However, only the Navy officer left the island afterward. What had happened during that time? Doflamingo looked at Jiang Feng with a sinister smile and said, "This pirate is very important to you, isn't he? So, can we make a deal?" Jiang Feng's pupil shrank. No way, this guy saw me. Given his personality, he would definitely threaten me. I hate being threatened by anyone. Jiang Feng looked at Doflamingo with anger. Colonel of the Navy, are you really not afraid? You should know that if this matter gets out to the world government, not only will you not be able to remain in the Navy, but you might even be wanted by the world government. Treble, who was next to Doflamingo, stepped forward and looked at Jiang Feng with malicious intent. This guy has already confessed. The Tori no Mi is in your hands. Hand it over, and we'll pretend we never saw this matter. I would be a fool to trust you. If you think you can threaten me, you're probably making a big mistake. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he took out a book from his storage ring. Seeing Jiang Feng's strange behavior, Treble raised his staff, and Pika stepped forward, clenching his fists and looking at Jiang Feng with a wary expression. "What are you trying to pull with that book?" The crew on the pirate ship was confused by Jiang Feng suddenly pulling out a book. Jiang Feng's lips curled up slightly, looking at everyone with a smile. "Let me show you a magic trick." As soon as the words fell, the pirate under Doflamingo's feet suddenly disappeared and appeared in Jiang Feng's hands. While what was now under Doflamingo's feet was just a book. "What's going on? Quick, grab it." Treble and Pika rushed up directly, and even Doflamingo charged forward. Jiang Feng looked at the pirate in his hand, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and directly snapped the pirate's neck. "Damn it, kill him," Brother Ming said with a gloomy face as he looked at Jiang Feng. "You dare to toy with me." Seeing Jiang Feng kill the pirate, members of the Don Quixote family were furious and charged at Jiang Feng, wanting to kill him. Sticky Chain, Treble, standing at the forefront, reacted first, his face filled with anger. He unleashed a thick, brownish, slippery liquid that shot towards Jiang Feng, forming a spherical sticky chain in midair, attempting to ensnare him. "Damn it!" A sharp voice came out as Pika's body was enveloped in a layer of rock, his size suddenly doubling. He glared at Jiang Feng and threw a heavy punch in his direction. 5-color string. In an instant, Doflamingo rushed to Jiang Feng's front. He created nearly transparent, fine strings from each of his 5 fingers, taking the posture of a beast claw as he pulled the 5 strings towards Jiang Feng. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. If he got entangled by Doflamingo's 5-color string, these piano wire-like strings would directly cut into his body, possibly severing it. Black Feather Sword. Jiang Feng took out the Black Feather Sword, and with a precise swing, a burst of sword energy shot out, blocking the attacks of the 3. He then retreated sharply to the edge of the pirate ship, looking gravely at the 3, Doflamingo, Treble, and Pika, all of whom were top-tier powers. One-on-one. I am confident that I can kill any one of them, but in a 1-on-3 situation, there is no chance of victory, especially since there are other crew members on the pirate ship. Since that pirate has already been killed, it's best to leave now. Jiang Feng had the intention to retreat and flashed into the air, taking a deep look at the Don Quixote family, preparing to leave this place. On the ship, Treble and Pika saw Jiang Feng hovering in midair with expressions of hatred, thinking it was detestable that this guy was about to escape. Watching Jiang Feng trying to leave, Doflamingo's face darkened ominously. String path. Doflamingo waved out several fine lines, so thin they were invisible to the naked eye, binding the clouds in the sky. Then the fine lines pulled Doflamingo's body, allowing him to soar through the air at high speed. String saw, as his body approached Jiang Feng, a white sharp line extended from his pant leg, connecting to his heel. He raised his left leg high and suddenly slammed it down towards Jiang Feng in the sky. Seeing this, Jiang Feng raised his Black Feather Sword to defend, but the terrifying force shattered the spatial barrier beneath his feet, causing his body to fall towards the sea. Spatial barrier. Just before hitting the sea, a solid barrier appeared under his feet. Standing on the barrier, Jiang Feng smiled faintly, looking at Doflamingo in the sky. "One person? Then let us make you suffer a bit first." Armament hockey. The hockey wrapped around the Black Feather Sword, making the pitch-black sword look even more enchanting. Doflamingo looked down at Jiang Feng, showing no intention of attacking immediately. From the brief exchange just now, he had already gauged Jiang Feng's strength, which was certainly not something a lieutenant commander could possess. He chuckled. "At such a young age, you already have the strength of a commander. It seems your qualifications are quite good. However, you're still just a lieutenant commander. I don't believe the Navy's commander-level strength has reached such a level of excess." Doflamingo's tone was extremely domineering and sinister, instilling fear in those who heard his words. Ordinary people would be affected by Doflamingo's speech, unable to remain calm. Jiang Feng looked at Minggu with a calm expression, his eyes showing no signs of disturbance. As soon as he finished speaking the word space barrier, a spacious square barrier appeared in midair, covering an area of about 30 meters. Jiang Feng jumped up and stood on the spatial barrier, looking at Minggu and gesturing for him to come down. Seeing the spatial barrier appear in midair, a flicker of surprise crossed Mingji's eyes as he jumped down. "Colonel, what do you mean by this? Don't you want to fight me? Let's do it right here. However, your pirate ship is right below. If you want to escape later, I'll 1T stop you." Jiang Feng knows that he can defeat Doflamingo now. However, if Doflamingo wants to leave, he can't stop him. He intends to leave directly, but Doflamingo doesn't plan to let him go so easily. The only way to prove his strength is through a battle, making Doflamingo realize that continuing to entangle is meaningless. Hee, interesting, Naval Colonel. Now that you have the strength of a Vice Admiral, does that make you proud? Do you even know who you are facing? Doflamingo looks at Jiang Feng with a proud expression. Jiang Feng can completely understand Doflamingo's arrogance. He awakened his conqueror's haki at a young age, and Doflamingo indeed has the capital to be proud. I think it's you who is proud. Don't worry. I'll always remember how you fled in disgrace. Jiang Feng said, One arrogant guy. Foot threat. Doflamingo let out a cold snort, gathering his momentum to its peak. And in an instant, he charged at Jiang Feng, suddenly kicking out towards him. This kick not only used his devil fruit ability, but also infused with armament haki. At the tip of his foot, 8 nearly transparent fine threads appeared, sharp and laced with armament haki, directly striking at Jiang Feng. This blow was incredibly powerful, capable of splitting a building in half. Even armament haki couldn't fully defend against such an attack. Watching the threads approaching his body, Jiang Feng felt no fear. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Doflamingo, come on, let us test my strength today. Slash. A sword was swung out, and sword energy erupted forth, mixed with spatial power and armament haki. A tearing force spread through the air, threatening to rip apart this space. The sound of tearing air suddenly echoed at that moment. Blocked? The sword energy collided with the fine threads, and to Jiang Feng's surprise, the sword energy did not sever Doflamingo's threads. Interesting. It seems that Doflamingo's haki quality is not inferior to mine. Moreover, his strength is quite formidable. Instant slash. Taking advantage of Doflamingo maintaining his kicking motion, Jiang Feng suddenly flashed behind him. He swung his sword again, directing another sword energy at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's body dodged with an extremely peculiar movement, evading Jiang Feng's sneak attack. The sword energy swept past Doflamingo's side, striking fiercely against the spatial barrier, instantly cutting off a piece from the edge of the barrier. His observation haki is also quite good. At this moment, Jiang Feng was feeling a surge of adrenaline. After breaking through his third limit, he hadn't had a proper fight since. Sparring with Roger was entirely him being suppressed. If it weren't for Roger holding back, he wouldn't have been able to fight back at all. But Doflamingo in front of him was different. His strength was comparable to Jiang Feng's, and he could use Conqueror's haki, making him a perfect sharpening stone. Doflamingo was significantly taller than Jiang Feng, who was already above average height, around 2 meters, while Doflamingo stood at about 3 meters. What annoyed Jiang Feng was that when they stood facing each other, Doflamingo always looked down at him. Doflamingo was originally a world noble, and although he later lost that noble status, he remained very proud at heart. Plus, he awakened Conqueror's haki at a young age, and his aura naturally affected those around him without any need for deliberate control. Doflamingo's aura was evident, extremely intimidating. However, to Jiang Feng, Doflamingo's aura felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, having no effect on him whatsoever. Jiang Feng watched as Doflamingo's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Doflamingo, come again. Just as Jiang Feng's words fell, the blade of the black feather sword clashed with Doflamingo's colorful strings. Rip, rip, rip. The blade scraped against the fine lines, producing a piercing sound. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly exerted force, causing a burst of sword energy to shoot out. The fine line finally couldn't withstand the immense power and abruptly snapped. As the fine line broke, a terrifying wave of energy spread out in all directions. Jiang Feng's military uniform and Don Quixote Doflamingo's pink feather coat were both blown up by the shockwave. This was in mid-air if it had been on the sea surface. This terrifying shockwave would have been enough to capsize the Don Quixote family's pirate ship. After the thin line snapped, Doflamingo stood still, not immediately counterattacking, but instead fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng. Through his eerie sunglasses, a hint of interest appeared in Doflamingo's eyes. Navy, state your name. You are now qualified to speak your name in front of me. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he replied solemnly, So arrogant, Doflamingo. Monkey D. Feng. Remember this name, for it will become a nightmare for you and all pirates. Monkey? What is your relationship with Garp? Doflamingo asked curiously upon hearing the name Monkey. Garp is my uncle. Hee, so you are Garp's nephew? No wonder you have such combat power. This is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo revealed a playful expression, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Killing you, the Navy hero Garp, should make him very angry. I really want to see how mad he gets. Jiang Feng held the hilt of the black feather sword, gently swinging the blade with a light smile as he looked at Doflamingo, who was as arrogant as ever. There's no need to waste time. Let's fight with all our strength. If you can defeat me, my fate will naturally belong to you. String shave. Doflamingo leaped in front of Jiang Feng, his feet pulling the armed-colored threads towards him. In response to Doflamingo's attack, Jiang Feng's reaction was simple: slash. He swung the black feather sword with all his might, creating a black afterimage in the air as the blade struck the threads. Suddenly, the air rippled, and a wave of force spread through the space. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with the piercing sounds of collisions as Jiang Feng's slashes met Doflamingo's thread saw. Constantly clashing, Jiang Feng's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Every swing was incredibly precise, as if the black feather sword was a part of his body. Each swing was effortless, and his observation hockey had captured all of Doflamingo's movements. Jiang Feng was able to block all of Doflamingo's attacks. However, Doflamingo's thread saws were quite troublesome. The 5-color threads and string shave seemed to allow him to create thread saws from any part of his body. A slight mistake could lead to being sliced in two. Moments later, Doflamingo's gaze towards Jiang Feng lost some disdain and gained more seriousness. During the recent battle, although he hadn't used all his strength, each of his attacks was around 15 tons of force, and he hadn't expected Jiang Feng to easily withstand his onslaught. Unexpectedly, "Your strength is quite impressive," Doflamingo said, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Feng replied, "I've already told you to use your full strength. To be honest, even at full power, you're not my opponent." A hint of impatience flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. "Mingge, from now on, if you don't give it your all and end up getting killed by me, don't blame me." Shave. Jiang Feng stomped on the spatial barrier beneath him, and instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spread across it. In the next moment, he appeared before Mingge with a single slash of his sword. He held the long sword horizontally in front of him and struck down with all his might. The sword energy exploded, and a sword wave several dozen meters long cut through the sky towards Mingge. This slash seemed plain and unremarkable, lacking spatial power or dominance. However, its destructive power should not be underestimated. It was a pure sword strike, merely severing the air. To sever the air requires an understanding of its rhythm. The deeper the understanding, the stronger the sword energy becomes. The strongest sword of a grand swordsman is enough to cut through a medium-sized island. Seeing the sword energy suddenly approaching him, Ming Ji's expression changed. He knew that his line saw could not block this attack. He leaped into the air. Witnessing this, Jiang Feng's lips curled slightly. With a Xuanbu, he instantly flashed behind Mingge and thrust his sword towards Ming Ji's back. There was a hint of coldness in Jiang Feng's eyes. If this sword pierced his body, I would kill him. However, Jiang Feng's plan fell through as another Mingge suddenly appeared behind him. The black feather sword pierced through the body of the suddenly appeared Mingge, while the real Mingge used the thin line to leap onto the spatial barrier. Moments later, the suddenly appeared Mingge transformed into countless thin lines and scattered. Shadow, riding line? As a traverser, Jiang Feng naturally knew about the fruit ability developed by Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, Mingge should not have awakened the shadow riding line yet, which allows him to create a clone puppet made of lines that resemble him perfectly, like a clone or a doppelganger. As a paramecia fruit user, Mingge is undoubtedly among the top in developing his fruit abilities. Reaching the peak of fruit ability development is inseparable from Ming Ji's talent. Without extremely high talent, he wouldn't have awakened. Feng, your power indeed exceeds my expectations, but won't be so easy for you to leave here safely. You'll have to pay some price. Mingge said with a sinister smile, raising his hands again as exceptionally sharp thin lines appeared in Jiang Feng's sight. Upon seeing these sharp lines, Jiang Feng couldn't help but think of the possibility of his body being sliced by them, and every time he thought of this scene, he felt a lingering fear. On the Don Quixote family's pirate ship, Treble, Pica, and other pirates looked worried in midair. Will the young master be okay? I think the Navy over there is pretty strong. They almost hit the young master just now. Yeah, I've never seen the young master this passive before, the pirates on the ship whispered. In the Don Quixote family, only 4 executives could call Doflamingo Doff, while the others referred to Mingge as young master. These 4 were the senior executives of the Don Quixote family, Treble, Pica, Diamante, and Virgo, who was infiltrating the Navy. On the surface, the 4 had a master-servant relationship with Mingge, but in reality, Doflamingo regarded them as family. When Doflamingo lost the privileges of the celestial dragons in his youth, it was they who gave him strength. They were the ones who uplifted him. Hearing the pirates' hushed conversations, a sharp voice came, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." Doflamingo will not lose. Pika angrily glared at the whispering pirates, raising his fist and shouting. Pika, don't create trouble for Doflamingo. Just watch carefully. Our Ming Ji's strength is not limited to this. Our Doflamingo is the future king. Although Treble was somewhat worried about Mingo, he knew that Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki had yet to be revealed. Once Doflamingo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, that young navy would undoubtedly be defeated. He recognized Ming Ji's kingly potential, which is why he acknowledged him as his master. In midair, a sinister glint flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. Navy, you must not escape next. Upon hearing Ming Ji's words, Jiang Feng's pupils constricted. What trick is he going to pull now? As soon as the words left his mouth, Doflamingo appeared before Jiang Feng at incredible speed, feet-cutting line. This attack seemed plain and unremarkable. Not much different from the previous attack, but it carried an unusual momentum. He was all too familiar with this kind of power. Conqueror's Haki? Is this your last trump card? Seeing the Conqueror's Haki suddenly erupting from Minggu, a hint of amusement appeared on Jiang Feng's face. If Minggu saw that I also possessed Conqueror's Haki, his proud chin would surely drop. Conqueror's Haki. Facing Ming Ji's domineering aura, Jiang Feng remained calm as a mysterious and overwhelming aura erupted from him. The black feather sword clashed with Ming Ji's line, saw once more. Instantly, the air rolled back, and waves of energy surged, mixed with a powerful aura of intimidation. Boom! When the two powerful forces collided, the world seemed to lose its color for an instant. Only the two dominating auras remained in the air. The two conquerors' Haki clashed, neither yielding, and the air was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. At that moment, the sky seemed to tremble, and cracks appeared. The collision of Conqueror's Haki sent a terrifying wave of intimidation through the air, sweeping over the Don Quixote family's pirate ship, causing weaker pirates to faint instantly. Those slightly stronger were left dazed, their legs giving way as they collapsed on the ground. Treble and Pika stared wide-eyed at the scene in midair, hardly believing their eyes. How is this possible? That young navy actually possesses Conqueror's Haki too. Conqueror's Haki can only be awakened by those with the potential to become kings. Could he? Seeing Jiang Feng's Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo displayed a look of shock for the first time. How can this be? What surprised Doflamingo was that the quality of Jiang Feng's Conqueror's Haki was even higher than his own. This collision was no longer just a clash of power. It was a clash of kingship in the pirate world. Moments later, the spatial barrier beneath them shattered, and Jiang Feng had to take another step back. You possess Conqueror's Haki too? Doflamingo's proud expression finally faded. Kapu's nephew, a member of the D family? No wonder. It seems the Navy has indeed produced a terrifyingly talented individual. He chuckled. But is your heart truly with the Navy and the world government? Thinking of Jiang Feng's act of secretly hiding the Dokunomi, a sinister smile returned to Ming Ji's face as he looked at Jiang Feng with ill intent. Navy, you may leave. This is where it ends for today. After saying this, Doflamingo jumped onto the pirate ship. Watching Doflamingo leave, a hint of surprise appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. Doflamingo was indeed a difficult character to deal with. Putting away the spatial barrier, Jiang Feng headed towards the Navy's direction. On the pirate ship, Treble and Pika exchanged puzzled glances at Minggu. Did Doflamingo just let him go like that? I know, Doflamingo, you didn't go all out. Hee. What difference would it make if I did? You've seen his strength, and his fruit ability is quite strange, I have to admit. If he truly wanted to leave, I wouldn't be able to stop him now. The three newly promoted admirals in the Navy are all users of natural-type devil fruits, and their combat power is undoubtedly very strong. Unexpectedly, another young Navy officer with terrifying potential has emerged, making life difficult for pirates in the future. Treble, investigate him for me. His name is Monkey D. Feng, the nephew of Navy hero Garp, so it shouldn't be hard to look into. Yes, Doflamingo. After saying this, Doflamingo walked alone into the pirate ship's cabin. Shortly after, Jiang Feng returned to the island where the Tutu devil fruit was being auctioned. Uncle Garp, Mr. Kazan. Seeing the two chatting, Jiang Feng suddenly appeared in front of them. You little brat, where have you been? Why did you come back now? Garp punched Jiang Feng lightly. I went to chase after Sake, but I didn't expect he had already sailed away on his pirate ship. What a lucky break for him. Next time I see that guy, I will definitely give him a good beating. Jiang Feng pretended to be nonchalant, his face calm as he spoke softly. Don't worry. Sake won't escape, Borisolino replied. The world government's people have already chased after him. I think they have already obtained that Logia-type devil fruit, Akiji said calmly. But a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, as if he did not wish for the world government to acquire the Tori Tori no Mi. It's better for the world government to have it than for pirates to get it, Carp interjected. Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Kazan. The pirates of the Eastport have been cleared up, with a total of 16 pirates with bounties over 100 million captured, 4 of whom came from the New World. Since the Eastport pirates have been cleared, let's go support other ports, Akiji said. In just half a day's time, this small island had been devastated beyond recognition. With all 3 of the Navy's Logia fruit users present, the pirates had no chance to fight back and were directly suppressed. The only pirates left on the island were those who had fled from the northern port at the beginning. All the other pirates had been subdued. In fact, there weren't many pirates who managed to escape from the northern port. After Sake left with the devil fruit, CP0 arrived at the northern port, and all the pirates who attempted to leave the island were killed by CP0 members. Report to Vice Admiral Kazan, all pirates on the island have been cleared, with a total of 10 pirates from the New World captured and 31 pirates with bounties over 100 million from the other seas. A major rushed to report to Carp and Akiji. The allure of Logia-type devil fruits is extraordinary, attracting so many pirates from the New World. Mr. Carp, how shall we handle them? Akiji asked respectfully, looking at Carp. Of course, we'll send them to Impel Down. These despicable pirates must not be allowed to continue their wrongdoing, Carp said seriously, expressing his deep dislike for pirates who commit crimes. Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Kazan. There are also some merchants on the island. They seem to have come to purchase devil fruits. Merchants? Let them go. Our Navy's duty is to capture pirates. These merchants are not within our jurisdiction, Carp replied. These merchants are really bold, daring to buy devil fruits on an island crowded with pirates. Do they really think they can take them away? Akiji said. After all, it's still the allure of the Logia-type devil fruits that is too great. Don't you think so, Mr. Carp? Akiji smiled at Carp. Devil fruits, that kind of power without hard work, I don't like it. I prefer to use my fist to fight, Carp said, then punched Jiangfeng. Kid Feng, I told you back then not to eat devil fruits. You didn't listen to me. It's my fault, huh? Besides, I haven't eaten a devil fruit, Jiangfeng replied. Jiangfeng looked at Carp with a black line in his heart. Uncle Carp, if you hit me again, I'll fight back. Fight back? You little brat. Have you grown wings and gotten tough? You still want to fight back? However, you little brat, I hope you don't neglect your hockey training because of the devil fruit abilities. Remember, hockey is the foundation of a strong warrior. After a moment, Carp looked at Jiangfeng meaningfully and said, Got it, Uncle Carp. But Uncle Carp, since the pirates have been cleared out, shouldn't we return to the Navy headquarters? Yes, we should return to the headquarters. I remember you applied for a Rear Admiral Strength certification, so prepare well, you little brat, don't let me down. At the northern port of the island, a pirate ship was speeding towards the port. Look, a pirate ship is coming, get ready. The Navy around the port showed panic on their faces as they took out their weapons to prepare. As the pirate ship approached, a heavily injured pirate, bound all over, was thrown off the ship. Then, 4 men in white suits and masks jumped out. I want to see your Navy's commander, Jean said in a deep voice. These are people from the world government, and Sakazuki, hurry and find the Commodores. Sakazuki has been captured. A Navy major recognized CP0 and Sakazuki and spoke up. Report to Vice Admiral Carp and Vice Admiral Kazan. The world government has just landed on the island and brought Sakazuki back. What do you mean Sakazuki has been brought back? Since the world government's people have already obtained the devil fruit, why come back? A hint of confusion flashed in Akiji's eyes. Since they got the devil fruit, wouldn't it be better to go back and report? What do they want with the Navy? Let's go take a look. Carp was also a bit puzzled. After hearing the major's words, only Jiangfeng knew why CP0 returned to the island. They must have thought Yuno returned to this island, which is why they came back. But this time they would be disappointed. A moment later, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Carp, and Jiangfeng all arrived at the northern port. Seeing Sakazuki lying on the ground, bound all over, it was evident that he was strong, but was a bit far-fetched to take on 4 CP0 members of Admiral level by himself. Upon seeing the CP0 members, Akainu spoke first. CP0 members, why are you back? To flaunt that you've obtained the Dokunomi? Then you can leave. Although Akainu was loyal to the Navy and the world government, he had no good feelings towards CP. In fact, although the Navy and the CP organization are both forces of the world government, the relationship between the two is not harmonious. The devil fruit is not in our hands. One of our members may have obtained that fruit, but he is missing, Jean said, looking at the several admirals in front of him. Jean knew that Yuno went to find the devil fruit, and it shouldn't be hard to obtain. After all, the opponent was just a small pirate. However, they had not seen Yuno obtain the devil fruit, and now Yuno's whereabouts were unknown, leaving too many doubts about the situation. Oh dear, it seems I made a wrong decision back then. I should have pursued him. Kizaru said with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, curling his lips. He obtained the devil fruit and then went missing. Did he swallow the devil fruit for himself? Do you want the Navy to arrest him? Then you need the world government to issue a wanted notice first. Jiang Feng looked at the four people with a playful expression and said, "What are you talking about? How could Yino betray the world government? Kid, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll kill you." Lin was suddenly furious after hearing Jiang Feng's words. You can't even let people speak. If our Navy's Admiral Borsellino had chased after him back then, he would have probably gotten the Tori Nomi fruit long ago. After all, our Navy is not like you CPs with so many tricks up your sleeves. Forget it. Let's not talk about it to avoid being resented by certain people. Jiang Feng shrugged, showing a look of helplessness, but in fact, he was already overjoyed inside. Let them be misled like this. Anyway, they would never trace it back to me, unless someone can resurrect You. Lin was instantly furious and ready to take action. Lin, stop it, we're leaving. We will get to the bottom of this matter. Jean stepped forward to block Lin, then turned to leave with the others. Lin, you're too impulsive. That kid is a Navy officer. Do you think his companions will stand by and do nothing if you try to hit him? Jean looked at Lin with a grim expression. We are CP0. I don't believe they could do anything to me. Do you think you're Celestial Dragon? We can't afford to offend them, unless you also possess the strength of an Admiral. I don't believe Yino would betray us. Let's report this matter to the Gora CI. This situation is beyond our control. Holy Land, Mariehua. In a resplendent building, the 5 elders all had serious expressions, as if they had just heard very bad news. The Tucci fruit and the CP0 member Yino have disappeared together. What do you think about this matter? An elder dressed in a black suit with white curly hair spoke first. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that Yino became greedy and ran away with the devil fruit. The second is that after he obtained the devil fruit, he was taken away by someone. At that time, the only people capable of taking the devil fruit were those few with Admiral-level strength. It couldn't possibly be them, right? After all, Yino is the user of the teleportation fruit. Only an Admiral could stop him, said an elder in a deep red suit with golden hair. The Tucci fruit? I didn't expect such a natural-type fruit to exist in the world. The ocean accounts for over 90 of the world's map. But most people live on land. No matter who possesses this fruit on land, they will become an extremely terrifying existence. So I originally intended to hand the Tucci fruit to CP0, but I didn't expect it to disappear now. Speaking of fruit abilities, wasn't there another space fruit user participating in this operation? An elder in a green suit with a handlebar mustache asked curiously. Are you talking about Carp's nephew? If he has the space ability, he might have been able to snatch the devil fruit from Yino. I don't think that's likely. When I learned that the Navy had a space fruit user, I specifically investigated him. After all, space fruit users are very suitable for working in CP. The investigation results showed that his abilities are not outstanding. His early awakened powers are too different from Yino's. Otherwise, I would have transferred him to CP long ago. Hearing the 2 men's speculation, an elder in a white robe with glasses denied it. It's really perplexing. Let's leave this matter here for now. Don't let the Navy get involved. Let the other CPs investigate it. I don't want to hear rumors from the outside about CP0 members betraying the world government. Let's leave it at that. However, how should we arrange Carp's nephew? Should we send him to CP9? It would indeed be a waste not to utilize his potential. Once his strength reaches the Admiral level, let him take over Spandam's position. We can also see if this little guy is worth keeping. The cleanup work on the island has been completed, whether it's pirates from the New World or those from the 4 Seas. Any pirate with a bounty over 100 million will be imprisoned and impelled down. After dealing with the matters on the island, the Navy set sail back to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Jiang Feng was standing at the front of the warship, enjoying the sea breeze. Feng, how's the preparation going? Once the Navy ship arrives at headquarters, the assessment will begin. The worry in Carp's eyes flashed away as he walked up to ask. Hearing Carp's voice behind him, Jiang Feng turned around and smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Carp, I've already broken through the 3rd limit. An ordinary Rear Admiral is definitely not my match. As long as you have confidence, just don't let me down. Otherwise, before we return to the Navy headquarters, I might give you a hellish special training. Carp rolled up his sleeves, looking at Jiang Feng with a smile. Hearing that Carp wanted to give him special training, Jiang Feng took a step back. Uncle Carp, you wouldn't want to use me as a human punching bag because you didn't get enough of beating up pirates on the island, would you? Ha ha ha, brat. I'm just trying to give you special training. How could you misunderstand me? Carp laughed heartily. I doubt that. But Uncle Carp, there is one ability I would like to learn from you. Jiang Feng cast a burning gaze tightly fixed on Carp. Seeing Jiang Feng suddenly show a strange expression, Carp looked at him with a puzzled face and asked, What do you want to learn? Conqueror's Hockey. Upon hearing the words Conqueror's Haki, Carp's expression changed, and his aura became different. You little brat, how do you know about Conqueror's Haki? Who told you? This is my biggest secret. Carpe aura soudainly shifted. And Jiang Feng felt his body grow heavy. I heard about it. Jiang Feng didn't dare to tell Carp that it was Roger who informed him. He had heard some rumors about Carp during previous missions. Is that so? Carp retracted his imposing aura and looked at Jiang Feng with a skeptical glance. After a sigh, he thought, well, there was nothing to hide about this matter, as it would have to be taught to him eventually. This isn't the place to teach you about Haki. Let us find an opportunity to teach you once we reach headquarters. For now, let me explain what Haki is. When observation Haki is cultivated to its peak, one will gain some special abilities, such as seeing the future and hearing the voices of all things. I've only seen these abilities in a very few powerful individuals, and among them, the one who used these abilities best was the deceased Roger. As Carp spoke, a complex expression emerged in his eyes, lamenting that Roger was gone. It was this special ability to foresee the future that allowed him to escape from me multiple times. In terms of strength, Roger was not my match. This is because of Haki. Only when armament Haki is cultivated to its peak does this special ability, known as the Haki pattern, manifest. You should be familiar with my armament Haki. Upon hearing Carp's words, a look of realization flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Is it those red patterns? Exactly, but what you see is just the basic Haki pattern. I don't know how others use to categorize the levels of Haki patterns, but I divide them into 3 stages: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The basic Haki pattern can double one's strength and speed for a short period. The intermediate Haki pattern can triple it, and the advanced Haki pattern can quadruple it. However, this burst of power within a short time also greatly harms one's body, so it cannot be used carelessly. Feng, your potential is terrifying. I feel that a triple enhancement from the Haki pattern is not the limit. If it were you, it might be possible to achieve a 4-fold or 5-fold enhancement. As Carp spoke, there was a hint of expectation in his gaze towards Jiang Feng. This is also why I hope you don't eat a devil fruit. Your physical power is your greatest ability. Hearing Carp praise him for the first time, Jiang Feng felt a bit unaccustomed. However, understanding Haki made him feel a surge of excitement. Carp's power in a normal state is around 33 tons, and a 3-fold enhancement would bring it close to over 100 tons. What terrifying power that is. However, with great power comes great risk. After listening to Carp's introduction to Haki, Jiang Feng was eager to learn it. However, it was clear that Haki was not something that could be learned in a short time, and it was not suitable to learn aboard a Navy ship. By the way, Uncle Carp, was he Rear Admiral Novank formerly a Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters? Why was he transferred to the South Sea branch? Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiang Feng looked at Carp curiously and asked. Upon hearing Jiang Feng mention Novank, a hint of nostalgia appeared in Carp's eyes. Novank, yes. He was indeed a Rear Admiral in the Navy, but he was transferred to the South Sea branch due to an incident. What incident? This is not a glorious matter. Rather, it's a disgraceful scandal for our Navy. At this point, Carp suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. 5 years ago, Novank went on a mission to the New World, where a major was responsible for supporting him. But who would have guessed that this major had long been bribed by pirates, leading Novank to a pirate gathering place? These pirates had grievances against Novank, and upon seeing him, they rushed at him. I don't know how long they fought, but in the end, Novank escaped with dozens of pirates. He left with 500 sailors, but when he returned, only about 20 remained. After escaping, Novank directly killed the major. This incident shocked the entire Navy and even alarmed the world government. The Navy, despite being just a major, was actually bribed by pirates, betraying his comrades. At this point, Carp's fists tightened even more, his face filled with rage, and his imposing aura began to uncontrollably surge. Jiang Feng suddenly felt his body sink, and his expression tightened. Uncle Carp, calm down. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Carp realized that he had lost control of his emotions and slowly retracted his imposing aura. Seeing Carp calm down, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Although Carp's aura wasn't strong enough to hurt him, it felt quite uncomfortable to have that heavy pressure on him. Every time he thought about this matter, the old man couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to beat up the pirates. Jiang Feng looked at Carp and thought that Carp had dedicated his whole life to the Navy, which, in Carp's mind, was naturally just. Suddenly, a traitor appeared, and Carp couldn't help but feel angry. Uncle Carp, and then what? What happened to Novank after that? Jiang Feng asked again. The world government did not want this matter to be publicized, and the high-ranking Navy officials were even less inclined for it to spread. So, they issued a gag order and suppressed the issue, forbidding anyone from mentioning it again. It's just a pity for Novank. When Novank was mentioned, a trace of regret flashed in Karp's eyes. As for Novank, the world government originally intended to dismiss him on the grounds of killing a colleague. However, considering the dissent within the Navy and the need for internal stability, he was transferred to the South Sea Branch instead. Novank's transfer to the South Sea Branch was entirely due to the world government and the high-ranking Navy's desire to conceal this matter. Upon hearing Karp's words, Jiang Feng finally understood Novank's predicament, betrayed by his comrades, and then marginalized by the world government and high-ranking Navy officials. It was truly tragic. If it were an ordinary person, they would have resigned long ago. Who would still be willing to serve the Navy? However, thinking about Novank's experiences as a youth, it was understandable. Compared to the Navy, pirates were the ones Novank hated the most. After hearing about Novank's situation, Jiang Feng sighed inwardly. There are indeed pests in every faction. The world government truly cares about its image when faced with such incidents. Their first thought is not to rectify the internal atmosphere of the Navy, but to hide the truth. Perhaps in their eyes, the Navy is just a tool, or merely a facade. World government, one day I will make you follow the rules I set. Jiang Feng's gaze suddenly became incredibly firm. After several days of sailing, the Navy warship finally arrived at the naval headquarters. Looking at everything on the shore, it was still the same port, still the same place. I wonder if my old friends still remember me. As he looked at the familiar sights on the shore, memories of the past began to surface in Jiang Feng's mind. Let's go back first. Just after entering Karp's villa to sort out his belongings, he heard a familiar voice outside the door. Feng, brother Feng. Zakasi, Gulai, Tina. What are you doing here? Stepping out of the room, he saw the three familiar faces. To Jiang Feng's surprise, Zakasi looked completely different from a few years ago, as if he had transformed into a different person, much more mature. The frivolity had faded from his face, replaced by a sense of steadiness. It seemed that Zakasi had grown up well, and Jiang Feng was quite pleased. Was the tall and graceful young lady in front of him Tina? Although she hadn't completely shed her youthfulness, she had already blossomed into a beautiful girl full of vitality. With a pair of clear, dark eyes, a delicate little nose, and soft, plump lips adorning her oval face, she was a sight to behold. Her short, stylish light pink hair and slender figure dressed in a Navy uniform added to her charm. She was already a beauty in the making, and Jiang Feng couldn't help but wonder how stunning she would be when she grew up, not to mention which lucky guy would win Tina's heart. As for Gulai, apart from his muscles being more solid, he hadn't changed much at all. Long time no see, everyone. Jiang Feng greeted the three as he approached them. Feng, it's been a long time. I've almost missed you to death. Gulai gave Jiang Feng a big bear hug. Get off, get off. I don't have any special preferences. No hugging and cuddling. Jiang Feng pushed Gilad aside with annoyance. Feng, long time no see. Zekas stepped forward, wearing a faint smile on his face. But his eyes showed respect as he looked at Jiang Feng. This was because Jiang Feng had left a deep impression on him during his time in the Navy. Zekas, you've really grown up. You don't even call me big brother anymore. Although Zekas had changed how he addressed Jiang Feng, his respect for him remained unchanged. Something Jiang Feng could fully sense. It's just a form of address. Why bother about it? Big brother Feng, long time no see. Tina still wants to eat your grilled fish. Tina ran up to Jiang Feng, her pretty little face full of anticipation as she looked at him. All right, I'll personally make it for you another day. It seems all my previous care was for nothing. You didn't think of me at all, only of my grilled fish. How sad. Big brother Feng, you're teasing Tina again. Tina is getting angry. Tina pouted and turned her head away. Don't. Although Gilad's combat power was now among the top at the school level, he was still only a lieutenant colonel. On the other hand, Zekas and Tina were both already warrant officers at such a young age. They, like Jiang Feng, had studied under Zephyr and had recently passed the elite training class of Zephyr. By the way, Gilad, how are Bazat and the others doing? Jiang Feng was quite curious about the situation of his old friends. Upon hearing Jiang Feng mention Bazat, a hint of bitterness flashed in Gilad's eyes. Bazat? He's now a lieutenant colonel too. What? Bazat, a lieutenant colonel? A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. The strength of Bazat was far inferior to that of Gully, yet they were both colonels. However, his expression soon returned to normal. Bazat's combat power was definitely not on par with Gully's. His rise to colonel in such a short time was likely related to his family. However, such favoritism could only work below the general rank. It wouldn't be possible above that level. The Navy has very strict requirements for general-level combat power. And without the corresponding strength, they will not grant the rank of general. Although Bazat's personal strength is not strong, he possesses a Zoan fruit, so his power after transformation should not be weak. Jiang Feng looked at Gulida and said lightly, "Ha Feng, you've guessed wrong." After breaking through the first limit, Bazate's beast transformation can enhance his strength and speed by 2 to 3 times. However, after breaking through the second limit, his enhancement ability weakens, and now it can only enhance by about 1 time. I think when he breaks through the third limit, his enhancement ability will weaken further. Upon hearing Gulida's words, a look of confusion appeared on Jiang Feng's face. What's going on? Could it be related to the animal-type fruit? In the early stages, there seems to be no difference, but after the physique is enhanced later, the difference becomes prominent. Different animal-type fruit users, although their abilities in various aspects will improve after beast transformation, there will always be one aspect of ability enhancement that is particularly noticeable. As for whether the enhancement is in strength, speed, or defense, it depends on the characteristics of the animal. Bazate is the user of the mantis fruit, and the most significant improvement after beast transformation is speed. The reason the strength enhancement weakens should be related to the physique. As the physique strengthens, the strength enhancement after beast transformation will also weaken, for example, from a 2-fold enhancement to a 1-fold enhancement. The weakening of the enhancement is also related to the animal-type fruit. For instance, Jack the Drought's mammoth fruit. After breaking through the limit, the strength enhancement at most weakens a bit, and it won't weaken exponentially like Bazate. Naturally, ordinary animal-type fruits cannot be compared to ancient ones. I hadn't paid attention to this issue before. Jiang Feng shook his head, looking at Gulida. It seemed I had overestimated him. With his basic strength, a mere doubling in amplification was really not enough. After a brief catch-up with the three, Jiang Feng returned to his room. It's time. Jiang Feng took out Yino's devil fruit from his storage space. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, a look of hesitation appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. Should he eat it or not? Eating it would definitely enhance his abilities, but it would also make him fear the sea. Although the devil fruit could make a person stronger in a short period of time, those who consumed it would be restricted by the sea, becoming despised by it. With Jiang Feng's current strength, there was no need to eat the devil fruit. While it would enhance his spatial abilities, it would also give him a deadly weakness. It was really frustrating. He had finally obtained the fruit. After thinking carefully, there must be a way. That's right. He should first try using his spatial abilities. Jiang Feng mobilized spatial energy to envelop the devil fruit, and at that moment, something wonderful happened. It seemed as if some kind of power was eager to emerge from the devil fruit. At that moment, this power felt to Jiang Feng like a child wanting to rush into their mother's embrace. Suddenly, this power surged into Jiang Feng's body, and he felt a jolt of energy. A dramatic change was occurring in his sea of consciousness. The misty spatial energy in his sea of consciousness intensified several times in an instant. He felt that the range of spatial energy he could perceive was continuously expanding, 300 meters, 400 meters, until it finally stopped at over 800 meters. Being able to sense spatial energy within 800 meters meant that Jiang Feng could freely move and use his spatial abilities within that range. He never expected to have truly succeeded. Jiang Feng looked happily at the devil fruit in his hand. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Why is the devil fruit still in my hand? Didn't I absorb all the power from it? Why hasn't it disappeared? After pondering for a moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Jiang Feng's mind. If the reason why devil fruit users cannot go into the sea is due to some kind of curse, then everything makes sense. There are actually 2 types of power within the devil fruit. Its inherent power and the power of this curse. All devil fruits have been cursed. As for who cast the curse, that remains unknown. Therefore, the devil fruit in my hand no longer has its original power, only the power of the curse. However, this is merely my speculation. If someone eats this fruit and does not gain any ability but instead gets cursed, then my hypothesis will be validated. So, who should I give it to? As he thought about who to give the devil fruit to, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Feng's face. I think the members of CP0 would be very eager to receive this fruit. After putting away the devil fruit, Jiang Feng began to familiarize himself with his current spatial abilities. It seems that in the future, I can only plunder devil fruits with space and time attributes. For other fruits, even if I obtain them, I'll be able to extract the power from them. In the evening, Carp returned. Seeing his cheerful expression, Jiang Feng curiously asked, "Uncle Carp, what is making you so happy?" "It's nothing much, but I have good news for you. Your application for rank certification has been approved. If you understand, go to the headquarters for the test, Carp said to Jiang Feng with a relaxed expression, showing no signs of worry. Tomorrow? Uncle Carp, can you tell me how the certification works? I'm not very familiar with the Navy's certification process. Jiang Feng looked at Carp with curiosity. There are a total of 3 matches, 2 rear admirals and 1 vice admiral. As long as you win 2 matches, you will pass the strength certification. I think with your current strength, defeating the 2 rear admirals shouldn't be a difficult task. Although Carp hasn't seen Jiang Feng's true strength after breaking through the 3rd limit, it's not hard to speculate about his abilities. After all, Jiang Feng's foundational qualities are top-notch, and he can easily overpower those ordinary rear admirals just with his strength. The purpose of the Navy's strength certification is simply to verify whether one has the strength of a vice admiral. Therefore, they won't send particularly strong rear admirals and vice admirals to make things difficult for the certifiers. I understand, Uncle Carp. Listening to Carp, Jiang Feng felt reassured. Just ordinary rear admirals. It seems there's nothing to worry about. What day is it today? Why does it feel like the atmosphere at headquarters has suddenly changed? No way. You don't know? Today is the day for Vice Admiral Strength Certification. It is said that all applicants for Vice Admiral Strength Certification in the past 6 months will be tested today. If they pass the test, they will become Rear Admirals. What? Vice Admiral Strength Certification? I want to try it too. Forget it. Do you think the test is easy? The opponents for the test are all strong individuals who have already entered the Vice Admiral level. Generally, those who apply for strength certification are exceptionally strong geniuses. And even before they break through the 3rd limit, they already possess Vice Admiral level combat power. For example, the current 3 admirals, even before they broke through the 3rd limit, already had Vice Admiral level combat power just based on their Devil Fruit abilities. I think there will definitely be a few geniuses appearing this time. The Navy's Vice Admiral Strength Certification is open to everyone. All Navy personnel can apply, but whether the application is successful depends on the decision of the Admiral. If the Admiral feels that the applicant's strength is insufficient, the application will not be approved. Of course, the Navy will not arrange a special test for any one person. The strength certification only happens once every 6 months. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Feng rushed to the testing venue. Along with him, there were 7 Navy colonels participating in the test, all looking very young, probably under the age of 25. It seems the Navy is truly filled with talent. There are quite a few applicants for Vice Admiral Strength Certification. Seeing the 7 unfamiliar colonels, Jiang Feng approached them. Ha ha, you must be the hero Carp's nephew. I didn't expect to see you here. As Jiang Feng approached, a stranger suddenly blocked his way, smiling at him. Who are you? Seeing the somewhat familiar colonel in front of him, Jiang Feng showed a look of confusion. Do you remember during the encirclement of pirates in the South Sea? We crossed paths then, but you seemed unaffected by me. My name is Shoka, from the South Sea Branch. The South Sea Branch? A member of Vice Admiral Norvank. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing you during the pirate encirclement in the South Sea. Hearing Shoka's introduction, Jiang Feng finally recalled him. Hello, just call me Feng. Feng, I see this is your first time participating in the test. Shoka's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Feng, speaking with great certainty. Hearing Shoka's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. How did you know? Is there any other reason? I guess it's just by looking at your age. I also applied for Vice Admiral Strength Certification when I was around 20. However, I didn't pass even after 4 attempts. As he spoke, a hint of unwillingness crossed Shoka's face. I have no intention of taking 4 attempts. After hearing Shoka's experience, Jiang Feng said relaxedly, is the test really that difficult? Is it difficult? Shoka, hearing Jiang Feng's casual words, took a deep breath, his eyes wide open, staring at Jiang Feng. You have to understand, we are facing rear admirals. Not to mention the vice admiral. Just dealing with a rear admiral is not something ordinary people can handle. When you lose to a rear admiral, you'll realize how ridiculous your question was. Shoka spread his hands, looking at Jiang Feng with the eyes of someone observing a novice. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile at Shoka's skepticism and could only shake his head helplessly. By the way, isn't enough to win just 2 matches to pass? Why is there still a vice admiral arranged? Can't we just pass by defeating the 2 rear admirals first? Jiang Feng asked curiously. You've asked the right person. In fact, defeating 2 major generals allows you to directly pass the test and obtain the rank of brigadier general. The arrangement of the lieutenant general is related to the military rank. This is what my father told me. If you defeat 2 major generals and then defeat a lieutenant general, you will be directly granted the rank of major general. You have to understand that there's a world of difference between a brigadier general and a major general. A brigadier general needs to accumulate a massive amount of military achievements to be promoted to major general, and generally, It takes 5 to 6 years for a strong general to rise from brigadier general to major general. But we only need to defeat a lieutenant general during the assessment, which saves us 5 to 6 years of effort. Moreover, the major generals and lieutenant generals we are assessed by are only mid to lower tier in strength. So the difficulty isn't great. This is also a form of support from the Navy for young naval officers with great potential. After hearing Shioka's words, Jiang Feng suddenly understood, but his gaze towards Shioka became strange. You wouldn't ha, that's right. I always go last in the assessments. By observing the assessments of the other colonels, I can first gauge the strength of the lieutenant general. Then I compare with my own strength to see my chances of winning. Since the lieutenant generals in each assessment are different, if one is too strong, I will deliberately lose the second assessment and try again next time. If I think I can win, I go all out. Saying this, Shioka looked proudly at Jiang Feng. Aren't I clever? After listening to Shioka's lengthy explanation, Jiang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There really are all kinds of oddballs. At first, he was puzzled about how someone who repeatedly failed assessments could get approval from the marshal, but now he understood. However, even if a Navy lieutenant general is of mid to lower tier strength, they are still seasoned fighters. Every lieutenant general in the headquarters has extensive battle experience and is highly skilled in physical combat, mastering the 6 styles of the Navy and possessing the ability of dual color hockey. Although a Navy lieutenant general is only a mid-tier powerhouse at sea, they are undoubtedly worlds apart from these Marines who have not yet broken through the 3rd limit in their assessments. The examiner is here, someone suddenly said, and everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the examiner. This is Jiang Feng, who was familiar with the plot, immediately recognized the leading lieutenant general. Dressed in a light purple striped suit with a dark blue shirt and tie, sporting a punk hairstyle, Lieutenant General Squirrel? How could it be him? Shioka looked at Lieutenant General Squirrel in disbelief, almost doubting his life at this point. As a Navy Lieutenant General, Lieutenant General Squirrel's strength is undoubtedly at the top level. The other members participating in the assessment also looked panicked, not expecting that this lieutenant general would be the one for this assessment. It seemed that the rank of major general was out of reach. How could the Navy send him, a top lieutenant general, for just a rank certification? Who can tell me what is going on? Shioka felt his head was spinning as he looked at the approaching Lieutenant General Squirrel. Seeing Shioka's complicated expression, Jiang Feng almost laughed out loud. He patted Shioka on the shoulder. Shioka, go back and prepare for your 6th exam. Shioka. When Lieutenant General Squirrel arrived, Jiang Feng didn't seem too concerned. It seemed to be a special arrangement from headquarters. Lieutenant General Squirrel walked over to Jiang Feng and the others, followed by 2 major generals. When Lieutenant General Squirrel reached in front of Jiang Feng and the others, he picked up the record book in his hand and said in a deep voice, "You are all colonels participating in this test, right? Good. I believe you all understand the rules before coming here, so I won't say much. I only have one point to make. Regardless of whether you're a colonel from the headquarters or a branch, passing the test will grant you the rank of brigadier general. So show us your full strength. Remember my words, we will not go easy on you." Lieutenant General Squirrel looked seriously at everyone. The assessment will proceed.